Wang Quan finds himself reincarnated in the world of Zhan Shun, taken under the wing of the Night Watchman's fifth-generation commander Yi Fan, and gifted with the curse technique. Template system. At the outset, he binds the 6 eyes and techniques of Fushiguro Satoru, unlocking additional abilities from other characters as he completes system tasks. In the boundless void, the demon-slaying chef, the heaven, and the curse binding converge as countless domains overlap. The whispers of the great old ones transform into mere background noise, and the tendrils of Cthulhu disintegrate under the reversal of techniques. When the outer god descends, pulling countless stars toward Earth, Wang Quan ascends through the void, his fingertips weaving a whirlpool of cursed energy that shatters the galaxy. Domain Expansion, Infinite Divine Realm. Welcome to the World Without Gods. Chapter 1. Domain Expansion, Boundless Void. Great Xia, EC. A desolate port. The howling winds whip up the waves, crashing with immense force against the shore, and as the tide recedes, a youth stands on the sunken concrete, silver hair dancing in the breeze, unscathed by the surging waters, backed by the dilapidated port. Wang Quan activates his earpiece, a confident smile gracing his lips as he slowly declares, Special Team Daybreak has arrived at the battlefield. Logistics prepare for body retrieval. Understood. Wishing you all the best, replies the logistics personnel on the other end. Just as the words fade, a colossal beast emerges from the distant sea, its black-scaled armor gleaming with a metallic sheen, its form resembling an octopus with the head of a bull. A low, rumbling roar reverberates through the heavens, a terrifying shockwave lifting vast amounts of seawater, crashing down with a thunderous boom, reducing countless containers to mere discs of metal. This is the formidable power of the ocean realm, a mere roar capable of such devastation. Yet, at the center of the tumult, Wang Quan remains untouched, gazing leisurely into the distance, surrounded by an inviolable domain known as the power of stasis. Indeed, he is a transmigrator, having arrived in the world of Zhan Shun. His golden finger manifests through the completion of system tasks, allowing him to draw from the abilities of characters from the Cursed Technique series. The system's novice gift was a remarkable boon, the ability template of Fushiguro Satoru. With this power, Wang Quan has spent less than a year within the Night Watch, already forming his own special team. However, unlike other special teams, he himself constitutes the entire team. Special Team Daybreak. Captain, Wang Quan. Members, none. As his thoughts return to the present, a reminder crackles through the earpiece. Daybreak, please be advised, the bull demon is less than a kilometer from the port. Immediate engagement is required. Patience, no need to rush. I need to finish this lollipop first. Wang Quan replies, a hint of annoyance in his tone, as he unwraps a strawberry-flavored treat. At this, silence falls on the other end. A saying circulates among the Night Watchers regarding Wang Quan of Daybreak. He is a free bird, governed by a simple tenet: to follow his whims. From nearly a kilometer away, the bull demon's lantern-sized crimson eyes fixate upon Wang Quan, slowly parting its maw, countless red orbs converging from all directions toward its mouth. Instantly, a crimson sphere ignites the night sky as the brilliance reaches its zenith. A searing breath erupts forth, evaporating the seawater for dozens of meters. From above, one would witness a chasm stretching 1,000 meters across the sea's surface. The terrifying energy beam approaches, and Wang Quan raises his black eye patch, his azure eyes suddenly glowing. He lifts his left hand, invoking the technique Azure, a blue sphere manifesting, its powerful gravitational pull warping the surrounding space. Next, he raises his right hand, activating the reverse technique Scarlet, conjuring a dark red sphere, a stronger repulsive force emanating from it. As Wang Quan moves his hands, the two techniques collide and overlap, initiating the virtual technique Violet. A ping-pong ball-sized purple sphere hovers at the tip of his right middle finger. Wang Quan adopts the posture of flicking a marble, gently launching it toward the incoming energy beam. In an instant, the purple sphere expands to the height of a 5-story building, racing toward the sea's surface. Upon contact with Violet, the bull demon's breath shatters, transforming into a cascade of radiant light. From a distance, it appears as though a magnificent fireworks display unfolds upon the ocean. Illuminated by the light rain, Wang Quan leisurely retrieves a blackcurrant-flavored lollipop, elegantly peeling back the wrapper before happily placing it in his mouth. As the purple sphere advances unimpeded, a smooth, semi-cylindrical groove forms across the vast ocean, the surrounding waters seemingly frozen in time, refusing to rush back. Sensing death's approach, the bull demon hastily attempts to evade, but it cannot fully escape. The sphere cleaves through half of its body, leaving a smooth, hemispherical wound. In an instant, a wretched howl pierces the sky, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the vast expanse of the sea. The purple sphere does not dissipate. Instead, it continues across the ocean's surface, ultimately vanishing into the dense mist. Yo, 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 so resilient, indeed worthy of being the pinnacle of the ocean realm. Wang Quan applauds as he leaps into the sea, his azure eyes sparkling as he strides across the waves, hands in pockets, leisurely approaching the gravely injured bull demon. From afar, he appears as a flickering silver light, in mere moments. He traverses the 1,000-meter distance to stand before the colossal creature. Before its immense form, Wang Quan appears as insignificant as an ant. He gazes up, looking down upon the beast with a smile that radiates unwavering confidence. Since you are so tenacious, allow me to bestow upon you a reward. He discards the lollipop stick, the sound stirring a wave in the ocean. Then, a voice resonating with boundless authority reverberates. Domain expansion, boundless void. With those words, concentric circles of white ripples emanate from Wang Quan, enveloping the bull demon, transforming the sea beneath his feet into a pure expanse of white. A black hole materializes behind him, its outer rim encircled by a silvery ring. From a distance, it resembles an eye that gazes upon all with disdain. In this moment, a torrent of information floods into the bull demon's mind. This is the boundless void. It can be understood as a mental shock that forcibly inundates the mind with infinite information, placing the opponent in a state of relentless information flow, making them feel as if they can see everything yet can do nothing, left to languish slowly in despair. Within the domain, nothing is visible, nothing can be felt, or rather, everything can be seen, everything can be heard. In an instant, all information converges, regardless of its significance, forcibly injected into the mind. In just 3 seconds, the equivalent of a decade's worth of information is crammed into the bull demon's brain. It feels akin to jamming a terabyte of data into a gigabyte storage. Its mind crashes, its soul feels as though it has been shattered. The body becomes entirely paralyzed, left to the mercy of another. Wang Quan unsheathes the Tang Dao at his waist, the silver blade shimmering like a starry river. This is a cursed object, sequence 061, Zhanbai. The Bai family sought to win him over, allowing him to select any object he desired. Somehow, Zhanbai had flown into his hands, certainly not through theft. In a flash, he moves, stepping upon the void. Standing majestically above the bull demon like a deity, he raises his hand and swings the blade. A mysterious entity at the pinnacle of the oceanic realm has been vanquished. The sound of metal resonated as the Tang Dao was sheathed, and the domain was lifted. The half-corpse of the Niu Gui collapsed with a thunderous crash, its vitality extinguished, while the surrounding sea, stretching for hundreds of meters, transformed into a deep crimson hue. Wang Quan stood suspended in the void, beneath the vast heavens, with a brilliantly lit city in the distance. He activated his earpiece and reported, "Target eliminated. Please arrange a presidential suite for me and summon 2 technicians. Oh, and do remember to issue an invoice. Otherwise, I won't be able to claim reimbursement." After a brief silence, the voice on the other end responded with a hint of exasperation. "All right. Fine. Thank you for your efforts." Deactivating the earpiece, Wang Quan lowered the black eye mask from his forehead, retrieved a blueberry-flavored lollipop, tore open the wrapper, and delightfully placed it into his mouth. In the next moment, a flash of silver brilliance streaked beneath the moonlight, and he vanished from sight. Chapter 2. Assassination. The crystal chandelier cast a gentle glow, enveloping the opulent room in a halo of light. Wang Quan lounged comfortably in the king's chair, with someone attending to his feet and another massaging his shoulders, indulging in a lavish feast. A slit in his eye mask revealed a pair of delicate, white valleys, followed by a shy visage that approached him. "Do you like it, esteemed guest?" The soft, tremulous voice, tinged with allure, caressed his ears as the foot attendant leaned closer, her subtle rose fragrance wafting into his senses. "What the hell? This isn't what I expected. I called for proper technicians." Wang Quan widened his eyes, hastily pulling down his eye mask. After all, in the realm of 6 eyes, even the most perfect beings possess flaws. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his legs. A beauty had fallen into his embrace, as soft as a cloud of cotton candy. "Coach, she's charging at me with the ball, and it's a big one." Stop. "Don't touch there," he exclaimed, yet his body betrayed him, too honest to resist the allure of his own charm. Unbeknownst to him, the other shoulder masseuse had drawn a poisoned dagger, stealthily approaching Wang Quan's throat. The 2 beauties exchanged glances, surprised at how effortlessly the assassination mission unfolded, even doubting the veracity of the rumors. It was said that a member of the special squad, Daybreak, had chased down 10 powerful beings from the ancient gods' church, including agents of the divine. Had they succeeded? No. A strange occurrence transpired. The dagger hovered just a millimeter from Wang Quan's neck. Yet that millimeter felt as distant as light years. Is this beauty truly so playful? Alas, I prefer uniforms over letters. Wang Quan grasped the poison blade, observing that it too was merely a millimeter away from his fingers. In the presence of the power of stasis, any attack imbued with intent to kill could not approach. Remaining trapped in that infinitely close space, the two assassins stared at each other, astonished. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. After an extreme calm, the storm arrived. They simultaneously invoked their forbidden abilities. Sequence 222, Ice Rain. Instantly, the vast room was split into hues of red and blue, with Wang Quan at the center. The blue ice blades fell like a torrential downpour, glistening with a chilling light, while the red fireballs erupted like miniature suns, waves of heat surging forth. The full-force assault from the two beings of the sea realm poured forth without reservation. Thunder echoed across the clear sky, the deafening roar piercing through the long night. Flames soared high into the air. As the topmost floor of the skyscraper was obliterated, a mushroom cloud of red and blue slowly ascending in the distance. Curiously, only the top floor was affected. The floor where Wang Quan resided remained unscathed, and with no guests present, the violent explosion did not result in any casualties. After the profound silence, a nonchalant scoff broke through. Is this all you've got? Wang Quan, clad in a white bathrobe, held a voluptuous beauty in one hand. His feet dangling over the edge of the 100th floor, the howling wind whipping past his face. Under the scrutiny of his cerulean eyes, the two women felt as if their very souls were being shattered. Who sent you? Was it the ancient gods' church? Moon Acacia? Or perhaps Whisper? You think killing a few of you from the sea realm would be a challenge. But it was you who sought to kill me first. Wang Quan held on to both sea beings as if they were mere chicks, muttering to himself. One day, our divine will personally slay you. You are too arrogant. A mere whelp from the sea realm. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? The assassins' faces contorted with rage, the contempt in their eyes, and their haughty demeanor igniting their hatred. At this, Wang Quan chuckled, then leaned closer to the two, dismissively stating, You want to kill me? You are not worthy. He exuded an air of pride, as regal as a lion, the king of the savannah. After a brief pause, he continued, How about you gauge my strength? Let Whisper come. Let your deities arrive. With that declaration, he hurled the two women downwards. 100-story fall would not kill beings of the sea realm, but the technique Z would reduce them to ashes. A small, dark purple sphere, akin to a meteor, plummeted earthward, tracing a path of light and shadow along the glass. Within the orb, it seemed to contain the cosmos itself. Before the two sea assassins could react, a resplendent flower burst forth against the gray night sky, leaving no trace of their existence. Wang Quan gazed down at the ceaseless flow of vehicles below, which formed a vibrant river, each flaw on their surfaces visible to him. Chipped paint, loose screws. Such an immense influx of information would overwhelm even the minds of sea beings. Pulling down his black eye mask, Wang Quan dialed a number. Hello? At the moment the call connected, a middle-aged man's voice emerged, weary yet steady, laced with expletives. You little rascal, daring to indulge in public feasting. I'll confine you. And damn it, seeking technicians? 3 years' wages deducted. Deduct away. You just docked me a year's salary 3 days ago. It's public funds. I'm not short on money. Wang Quan replied nonchalantly. At this proclamation, the other party fell silent. Soon, another phone call connected. Commander, the hotel where Daybreak is staying has exploded. What? When did this happen? Just now. Damn it, I'm going to chew him out. Wang Quan listened quietly, reasoning that he couldn't be blamed. Had he not restrained his power, the entire building would have likely been destroyed. Wang Quan explained. There were assassins. From the ancient gods' church. This reasoning was sufficient. The other side's anger dissipated, yet he added, But I still have to hold you accountable for the technicians. You are a member of the special squad. A hero of Daxia. How can you? Heroes are still human. Wang Quan retorted, And I am not a hero. That would be an insult to true heroes. He possessed enough self-awareness to understand he was merely a free spirit. The other party was momentarily speechless. By the way, can you arrange 2 technicians for me? Preferably fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, gentle, and attentive. A profound silence enveloped the line, before a single word struck like the blow of a deity, brief yet potent. Get lost. All right. Wang Quan smiled slightly, feeling a sense of delight. After changing rooms, he lay on the bed, a thought igniting before him, a panel visible only to himself. Heaven and Curse Lock task unlocked. Task 1. Slay 15 beings of the Sea Realm. Progress. 1515. Task 2. Ascend to the Sea Realm. Progress. 1-1. Task 3. Rescue the Night Watchman Zhao Kongcheng. Progress. 0-1. The mere thought of Fuhei Shin'er's oppressive presence ignites a fervor within Wang Quan. After all, relying solely on one type of ability can indeed be rather mundane. The thrill of engaging in hand-to-hand combat embodies the essence of a man's romance. The following day, a flight bound for Cangnan took off. Chapter 3. Arrival at Cangnan City, Airport. A black van came to a halt outside the airport, with a scruffy middle-aged man at the wheel and a young girl with a high ponytail in the passenger seat. Uncle Zhao, should we unfurl a banner or something? After all, they are members of a special team. They are my idols. Hong Ying exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Be discreet. We night watchmen prioritize subtlety. Zhao Kongcheng retorted, suppressing a grin, contemplating whether she should simply set off some fireworks instead. Oh, then why don't we take the captain's flashy off-road vehicle to pick them up? This old van feels rather beneath us. Hong Ying remarked, resting her chin in her hands, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng's face flushed, and he cleared his throat before responding. The higher-ups insisted on discretion. Besides, what's wrong with my van? It gets us where we need to go, and that's what matters. Hong Ying rolled her eyes and countered. It's clearly because you drove the captain's beloved car into a ditch, making him worry. Stop, stop, stop. Look, isn't that them? Zhao Kongcheng quickly shifted the topic, fearing that his secrets would be laid bare by this mischievous girl. Where? Let me see. Hong Ying leaned forward, her movements reminiscent of a gopher, and finally spotted a young man in the crowd dragging a suitcase. He had silver hair and wore a black eye mask, standing an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. He donned a loose-fitting white t-shirt paired with black casual trousers and sneakers. From a distance, he exuded a sense of sunshine and confidence, though wearing an eye mask in broad daylight seemed rather peculiar. Wow, that guy has an air of mysterious charm. After her moment of admiration, she added, but wearing an eye mask during the day is just odd. It's exactly as described by the higher-ups. It must be him. Let's go greet him. All right. First, wipe the drool. We don't want to frighten him off. Uncle Zhao sighed, exasperated. I'm not drooling over him. Just hush. You unfortunate child. Uncle Zhao, you slovenly man. As their playful banter reached a fever pitch, a soft male voice interrupted. Excuse me. May I suggest you pause for a moment? Ah, Hong Ying shrieked in surprise, recalling that the person before them had been at least 100 meters away just moments ago. Coughing awkwardly, Uncle Zhao approached Wang Quan with a polite gesture, introducing himself. Hello, I am Zhao Kongcheng from the 136th team stationed in Cangnan. At this, Wang Quan's eyes lit up. This was indeed the protector of his target. Regarding the plot of Zhanshan, he only knew the protagonist's name. Locating the man named Zhao Kongcheng was solely due to the accurate prompts from the system, coupled with a smidgen of authority. Hello, I am Wang Quan, affiliated with the special team, Baizhou. You may call me Xiao Wang, or simply my name. Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback. The pinnacle of night watchman displayed no airs of superiority, and his spirited demeanor was enviable, reminiscent of a proud yet affectionate lion. His initial impression of Wang Quan was exceedingly favorable. All right, my turn. Hong Ying exclaimed as she squeezed Uncle Zhao aside, beaming with a bright smile. Hello. I am Hong Ying, also a member of the 136th team. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Quan found this vibrant girl rather endearing. At least his first impression was positive. To be precise, both members of the 136th team exuded warmth, assisting with luggage and engaging in friendly conversation. During the return journey, Hong Ying and Wang Quan sat in the back seat, her curiosity prompting an incessant stream of questions. The special team represented one of the highest combat powers among night watchmen, a coveted honor for all. Thus, meeting them face to face was exhilarating for any ordinary person. Are you very strong? Hong Ying asked candidly, her sincerity shining through. One could say that. Have you heard of Jiamian? Yes, I've heard. They say their captain is a divine agent. Wang Quan raised his chin, exuding pride as he declared, I single-handedly took on their entire team and emerged victorious. Wow. Hong Ying clapped enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wang Quan's gaze held no desire for flirtation. Rather, it was a sincere longing to impress. Meanwhile, far away, the Jiamian team, engaged in a mission, simultaneously sneezed, pondering which rascal was orchestrating their misfortune. All minds converged on one individual. It must be that rascal Wang Quan. The van navigated through the bustling city center and eventually arrived at the outskirts. A grand bridge came into view, with Hong Ying continuing her role as a guide, explaining, This is the Peace Bridge. Beneath it flows the Jiangnan Grand Canal, a landmark of Art Songnan. Oh, thank you for the insightful introduction. Wang Quan responded. It's no trouble at all, just opening my mouth. Hong Ying playfully patted Wang Quan's shoulder, her demeanor exuding warmth. By the way, what brings you to Songnan? Zhao Kongqing inquired softly, his tone laced with intrigue, as the presence of someone from a special team hinted at significant events on the horizon. Uncle, I'm on vacation. Zhao Kongqing was momentarily speechless. Vacation? Aren't you all very busy? I am somewhat unique, Wang Quan clarified. To be precise, my efficiency allows for greater flexibility with my time. Oh, I see. I thought something significant was about to transpire. You have no idea. When our captain received the notification, he was incredibly tense, worrying all night long. Now, he can finally relax. As they conversed, Uncle Zhao began to recount tales of Chunmai, with Hong Ying chiming in occasionally. You all seem to share a strong bond. Wang Quan discerned that the 136th team felt like a family. Of course, we are all comrades. We are comrades too, Hong Ying exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Wang Quan's neck, her head held high. Being a comrade with members of the special team was indeed something to boast about. Let the captain prepare a delicious meal for you to welcome you. As the conversation flowed, Hong Ying had completely embraced Wang Quan as one of her own. Wang Quan, who typically preferred solitude, found this long-lost sensation rather agreeable. The van halted before an unassuming establishment adorned with an old red sign, Peace Agency. To the left was a vibrant wedding planning company, while to the right stood a funeral home, highlighting the contrasts of life. In comparison, the agency appeared rather ordinary. Yet within its unremarkable facade lay the safeguard of an entire city. Chapter 4, Stakeout at Lin Chia Ding Dong. As the door to the agency swung open, the cheerful chime of the electronic bell resonated. Behind the counter, a man in a deep blue t-shirt was engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the bell, he slowly raised his head, and upon seeing the visitors, his demeanor stiffened, akin to encountering a harbinger of doom. Are you Bai Zhou? A man inquired. Harboring many secrets and disliking the presence of unfamiliar powerful individuals in this city, especially those who attract numerous pests. Songnan, in its own right, was already chaotic enough. Wang Quan approached the counter, smiling as he extended his hand. He had reviewed the other person's dossier and felt a sense of familiarity. Senior, I have long admired your esteemed name. I never expected to find you here. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai's expression froze for a brief moment. Although Zhao Kongqing and Hong Ying remained oblivious to their captain's shift in demeanor, captain of the 136th team stationed in Songnan City, Chun Mai grasped Wang Quan's hand, his demeanor serious yet tinged with a hint of caution. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Suddenly, Wang Quan leaned closer to Chun Mai and whispered, the renowned He Wuchang. I have heard tales of your exploits. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Not many in the Night Watch are aware of me. So what brings you to Songnan? Vacation. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai's lips twitched, nearly bursting into laughter. Does someone like you have time for a vacation? Surely you jest. Are special teams this idle now? Perceiving Chun Mai's skepticism, Wang Quan calmly explained, in the past month, we dealt with 3 mysterious intrusions from the Sea Realm, eliminating 5 Sea Realm powerhouses from the ancient God Church and safeguarding 6 cities. I truly deserve a break. This impressive feat made Chun Mai gasp in astonishment. This individual was remarkably powerful. Then welcome to Songnan. May you enjoy your stay. Ha 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 indeed. Their peculiar exchange left Zhao Kongqing and Hong Ying bewildered. Captain, have you two met before? Hong Ying inquired curiously. No. Brother Wang, the young hero. And I hit it off instantly. Chun Mai laughed heartily. You all ensure he has a good time. By the way, Xiao Wang, where are you staying? At this question, Wang Quan fell silent, realizing a grave issue. He had just been docked a year's salary yesterday and had recently lost 3 years' worth of pay. Having joined the Night Watch only a year ago and frequently dispatched on missions, he was essentially broke. I seek shelter. May I impose on you? I am out of funds. Senior, are you still recruiting? Chun Mai responded. I would recruit a big-headed ghost. Bringing members from the special team to the 136th team? The higher-ups would have my head. I won't recruit. Alas, having bled for the people and fought for their safety, only to end up homeless on the streets, alas. Wang Quan sighed deeply, resembling a tragic hero from a melodramatic historical drama. Just then, the angelic Hong Ying descended from the heavens. Come stay at my house. In the big villa, it's just me and Xiao Nan, and there are plenty of empty rooms. Heroine, so chivalrous. Wang Quan clasped his fists, deeply moved. It's not like that. Flattered by praise from an idol-level figure, Hong Ying shyly scratched her head. By the way, Chin Team, may I mooch some meals? Why? Are people like you ever short on money? Vacation. Wang Quan helplessly replied. The organization doesn't provide funds. And yesterday the commander docked me another year's salary. Why was your salary docked? Public funds were, cough, 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 misused for dining. With so many people present. Wang Quan could never confess the misappropriation of public funds. Suit yourself, it's just a few meals. Normally, you can help train my team members. What do you say? With such a top-notch expert around, it would be a waste not to use your skills. All right, with food and lodging sorted, I have no other demands. Captain, the task of receiving someone is complete. I'm off to find that kid. Zhao Kongqing glanced at his watch. Go ahead, strive to recruit him. The divine agent is truly a treasure among talents. Chenmai waved him off. By the way, can I join? I am quite curious about the divine agent. Wang Quan proposed, fully aware that the agent in question was the protagonist Lin Xie. Most importantly, the system's task required him to protect Zhao Kongqing, necessitating his constant presence. One could never know when danger might arise. Sure, having someone like Xiao Wang as an example will make it easier to persuade that young lad. After all, young people share common interests. Zhao Kongqing readily accepted the suggestion. All right, as you wish. At the entrance of Chang'an City No. 2 Middle School, on the curb across the street, Zhao Kongqing donned a pair of sunglasses, dressed in a crisp new shirt and straight trousers, his feet clad in polished leather shoes, and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, transforming from a disheveled middle-aged man into a suave gentleman. To avoid drawing too much attention, Wang Quan also switched his eye mask for sunglasses. The two scanned the incoming students, diligently searching for Lin Xie's figure. After a cursory glance, Wang Quan firmly stated, "Old man, the person you mentioned hasn't arrived." How do you know? I can see. Wang Quan confidently asserted. That one do. That kid stood me up last night, claiming to be an exemplary student. He can't possibly skip school. We wait for him. Indeed, Wang Quan, bound by the system's task, could only accompany his companion at the risk of his own life. Just as they concluded their exchange, several female students approached. Some shy and unable to meet Wang Quan's gaze, while the bolder ones inquired, "Classmate, are you from No. 2 Middle School?" No. Wang Quan averted his gaze, thinking that even a celestial being would have flaws before 6 pairs of eyes, let alone an ordinary person. Are you cosplaying? Can I collect your autograph? May I add you on WeChat? At your age, you should be focusing on studying rather than romance. Wang Quan admonished in a parental tone, earnestly advising them. Behave and hurry off to class. Okay, I will study hard. Moreover, handsome guy, you're really nice. With his striking looks, even the most tiresome advice transformed into melodious words, sending several young girls, blushing with infatuation, scampering away. Old Zhao widened his eyes, incredulously thinking, is this really possible? He then took out his phone to check his reflection, pondering, am I not handsome enough? Gradually, the street lamps illuminated the dim night, casting a warm glow over the scene. Beneath the streetlight, a large figure and a smaller one squatted on the curb, enveloped in an indescribable melancholy. Old Zhao's eyes were red-rimmed, his feet surrounded by cigarette butts. Wang Quan was equally exasperated, with lollipop sticks littering the ground. The two had remained squatting from 7 in the morning until 10 at night, utterly exhausted. Yet, as Wang Quan had predicted, Lin Xie had indeed failed to attend school. I've made up my mind. If I encounter that kid, I will ensure he understands why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Wang Quan grumbled. Xiao Wang, I appreciate your company. I've wasted precious vacation time. Old Zhao expressed some guilt. No problem. I'm happy to accompany you. I'll treat you to a meal someday. Uncle Zhao, you're a good person. The two continued their conversation, having deepened their bond after spending the day together. Just then, across the street on the sidewalk, a young man clad in a short-sleeved shirt strolled leisurely. Oh my, isn't that the kid you described, Uncle Zhao? Zhao Kongqing glanced over and instantly widened his eyes, exclaiming, that's him. Don't let him escape. Chapter 5. Welcome to the true world of mist. As Zhao Kongqing shouted, Lin Xie turned his head to see the uncle from last night. Without a moment's hesitation, he took off running. However, barely 2 steps into his escape, Wang Quan blocked his path. Lin Xie widened his eyes, though he was not overly surprised. He distinctly remembered this individual standing across the street. Had he teleported? Following the events with the ghost-faced man last night, he understood that the world was not as it appeared to the naked eye. Son Zaire, Grandpa has been waiting for you all day. Where do you think you're going? Wang Quan resembled a jilted lover, his right hand gripping Lin Xie's shoulder like a vice. Lin Xie coldly replied, who are you? Keep this up, and I'll call the police. Oh, we're not much different from what the police do. Zhao Kongqing's voice chimed as he leisurely approached the two. He couldn't help but appreciate the thrill of having the forbidden ruins. Lin Xie sighed, turned to look, and feigned ignorance. Uncle, who are you again? If it weren't for their previous encounter, Zhao Kongqing might have been deceived by Lin Xie's pitiful act. Me? I am an innocent victim who was deceived by your emotions and spent the whole night in the cold wind. He added, enough. Realize that you cannot escape. Sighing heavily, Lin Xie felt the futility of resisting Wang Quan's strong grip combined with his astonishing teleportation ability. Uncle Zhao, where are we going? Wang Quan inquired, turning his head. Let us go to a secluded place. Zhao Kongsheng waved his hand and started walking towards an unknown direction. A middle-aged man and two young men were headed toward a couple's hotel. Was this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Feeling the curious gazes of passers-by, Lin Xie wore a look of despair and exclaimed, what do you two want? I'm ill and have hemorrhoids. Let me go? Wang Quan held on to Lin Xie firmly, even humming a cheerful tune, allowing Lin to shout, and ominously added, you look fair and decent. It's quite nice. Shout all you want. No one will come to your rescue. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing twitched his lips, speechless, and said, I must ask, what on earth are you young people thinking? It's just a chat. Besides, I have a wife. With that, the trio entered the hotel. The moment the front desk attendant saw them, her phone slipped from her grasp. Her eyes widened in disbelief and excitement, embodying the spirit of a fangirl. 3 men. This scenario was simply unbelievable. A vibrant and passionate room, please. Zhao Kongqing presented his ID. Sure. I just need the IDs of these 2 handsome young men. Wang Quan remained unfazed, while Lin Xie wore a dark expression as they both provided their identification. The front desk attendant, catching her breath, coughed lightly before returning the IDs with a smile, saying, wishing you 3 a delightful time. I assure you that all your needs will be met. Lin Xie, seething with anger, thought to himself that if he could overpower them, he would certainly give them a good beating. The trio ascended to the room, and after swiping the card, Zhao Kongqing immediately locked the door behind them. Wang Quan then released his grip and leaned against the wall with a smile. This was Lin Xie's first visit to such a place. He gazed at the bizarre facilities and the suggestive pink ambience of the room, lost in thought. Would his aunt beat him to death if she knew he was here with 2 men? Kid, we're just chatting. This young brother is on vacation in Songnan and is merely helping me out. Seeing Lin Xie's expression as if the sky had fallen, Zhao Kongqing explained earnestly. Oh. Lin Xie stretched his limbs and sat on the edge of the bed, while Zhao Kongqing pulled up a chair. What do you wish to discuss? Let us talk about you. Lin Xie, male, 17 years old, agent of Mi Jialu, moral condition unknown. You must have encountered that god. You've realized that this world is not as simple as you thought. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie trembled slightly, and after a moment, he nodded. The 2 before him were far from ordinary. They belonged to a certain organization, particularly the silver-haired one, who appeared only slightly older than himself, yet could easily subdue him. I know you have many questions. I can clarify them for you. Zhao Kongsheng gazed at the contemplative Lin Xie, his tone sincere. Uncle Zhao, let me handle this. Let him witness what the true world entails. Wang Quan, who had remained silent, stepped forward. At that moment, the world around them seemed to freeze. Zhao Kongxing stood with his mouth slightly agape, motionless, while Lin Xie vanished. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xie had been drawn into Wang Quan's realm. He found himself amidst a boundless starry sky, where a black hole-like eye slowly rose in the distance, surrounded by brilliant rings of stars. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. In September 1922, humanity observed mythological creatures for the first time, designated as 001, the Chaos Dragon, Leviathan. In 1928, humanity discovered deities residing on the moon, identified as 003, the Angel King, Mi Jialu. In the same year, fallen angels were found in North American volcanoes, marked as 004, Lucifer, the stagnant mist, the vanished deities of the Great Xia, and the guardians of the living in the shadows. The spiritual realm and the divine were unveiled in Lin Xie's consciousness. What shocked him most was the manner in which this information was forcefully implanted in his mind. With a sharp sound, Lin Xie snapped back to reality, staring at Wang Quan, a young man of similar age. A flicker of admiration crossed his mind. What is this? Do you like it? One person can save millions, awarded medals by the organization, possessing immense power to explore the unknown world. Young man, shouldn't you be spirited and ambitious? Ready to take on the world? Do you not wish to be a hero? Wang Quan spoke with fervor, his confidence evident in every word. Zhao Kongxing's purpose for this visit was to recruit Lin Xie into the Night Watchers, and thus, Wang Quan infused Lin Xie with additional information during this enlightening moment. It wasn't a significant matter, merely a glimpse of heroism while saving the world. Of course, this realm only unfolded for 0.0001 seconds and would not harm Lin Xie in any way. What just happened? Little Wang, don't tell me you wrapped everything up in just a few hours. Zhao Kongxing exclaimed, realizing the situation only afterward. Uncle Zhao, I've told you, our efficiency is applauded by the commander. Lin Xie remained silent for a long time. Yet Wang Quan suddenly drew close, his gentle words seemingly imbued with a certain magic, eagerly inviting him, young man, welcome to the true world of mist. Come, make your choice. Will you live a life of mediocrity, or will you strive for greatness? Chapter 6. The innocent man suffers for his wealth. A spirited young man extends a sincere invitation to you, a fellow youth, and also someone who has endured a decade of disability. Lin Xie had lost count of how many disdainful glances he had received. Vivid images danced before his eyes, adorned with glimmering medals, the laughter of friends, and the solitude of a solitary traveler. In a fleeting moment, Lin Xie suddenly perceived a semblance between himself and a certain individual named Wang Quan, yet the latter's life was resplendent in its brilliance. Was he envious? To claim otherwise would be a falsehood. Soon, a gentle smile enveloped the envy-inducing splendor, accompanied by a decade of steadfast care and nurturing from his aunt, the one who consistently exhibited resilience. If one were to ponder what soothes the heart most profoundly in this world, it would undoubtedly be the warmth of familial love. Naturally, his academically gifted cousin also required his attention, the spirited little Hei Lai. Lin Xie found himself devoid of envy. He had family. He could not abandon them. Apologies. Your life may be extraordinary, but my home is filled with tenderness. His aunt had cared for him, a person with disabilities, for 10 years. And his cousin excelled in studies. Now that he could see, it was time for him to accompany them and repay their kindness. Whether divine or a guardian of the night, he cherished the moments spent with his family. Every word from Lin Xie brimmed with sincerity. Nothing could pique his interest beyond his family, for he bore an overwhelming sense of guilt. Ah, divine agent, you are too precious. Should you join the guardians of the night, your achievements would rival that of Xiao Wang. Zhao Kongxing implored, unwilling to concede. Wang Quan remained silent. All that could be said had been expressed. Every individual is independent, with their own aspirations. One cannot impose their will upon another. Uncle, do you understand? Lin Xie gazed out the window, his tone tinged with melancholy. My aunt's health is failing, and my cousin is still too young. I must care for them. You are heroes, truly magnificent, but all I desire is to protect my home. Zhao Kongxing fell silent. Every family has its own burdens. And he understood this all too well. Very well. Then I have one final question. If there's nothing amiss, just sign a confidentiality agreement. What matter? Divine beings can be good, bad, or neutral. Every divine agent is required to assist their deity in completing a certain task. So, what instructions or tasks did Michael give you? Does he wish to annihilate humanity or aid it? Lin Xie shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I do not know. He said nothing. Zhao Kongxing expressed surprise, pondering that Michael was likely a neutral deity. If he were malevolent, orders would have been issued to eradicate threats by now. Besides, the special task force was already in Songnan, rendering personal concern unnecessary. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Lin Xie felt anxious. If he delayed any longer, his aunt would start to worry. No more. Very well. I shall sign the confidentiality agreement. With that, Lin Xie prepared to depart. Perhaps you should reconsider? Zhao Kongxing made one last attempt. But upon recalling the burdens this child bore, he sat back down, the words unspoken. Observing Zhao's despondence, Wang Quan calmly remarked, every man has his fate. One cannot impose their will. Though this is a task, Uncle Zhao, you still allowed him to leave. Logically, a divine agent has no choice. You remain too gentle. Zhao Kongxing chuckled lightly. Soon, the two departed, with Zhao Kongxing returning to the peace affairs office. As for Wang Quan, he vanished in an instant. Empowered by the spelled song, rapidly catching up to Lin Xie. The so-called limitless technique can be understood as an ability to infinitely reduce a distance. When this concept is realized in a specific space, it equates to shortening the distance to mere inches. Some words, however, needed to be articulated, perhaps as a warning. Strolling beneath the lamplight, Lin Xie suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Without warning, that fellow named Wang Quan appeared before him, seemingly materializing from thin air. Not again, he scoffed. Could you refrain from appearing like a ghost, vanishing without a trace? I have no intention of joining you. Wang Quan, standing beneath the lamplight, silently unwrapped a candy, then offered the lollipop to Lin Xie with an unsettling calmness that made the latter's heart skip a beat. Tell me, if I wish to take a life, could you stop me? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes widened in shock, and without hesitation, he swung a fist toward Wang Quan's face. Strangely, no matter how much force he exerted, his fist remained motionless, hovering merely an inch from Wang Quan. You scoundrel! You dare. If you harm my family, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Lin Xie felt threatened by Wang Quan, his anger boiling over. Unbeknownst to him, the lollipop had already been thrust into his mouth, leaving him oblivious to Wang Quan's movements. In an instant, he realized that this rogue intended to act, and he was utterly powerless to intervene. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Indeed, this world was far from tranquil. Certain matters transcended the law. The atmosphere turned icy. To his surprise, Wang Quan burst into laughter, his mirth echoing in the night. Ha! Look at how frightened you are. I assure you, I am the good guy. Moreover, I merely wish to pose a question. Lin Xie responded with confusion. This question is hardly humorous. Can you restrain me? No, I cannot, Lin Xie replied candidly. Reassured by the absence of malice in Wang Quan's demeanor, his tone calming considerably. Do you have any idea how many assassination attempts I faced when I first became a member of the Special Task Force? Wang Quan inquired with a smile. Who knows? Lin Xie retorted. On one mission, there were 10 individuals sent to kill me. What? You survived all that? Lin Xie expressed incredulity. Wang Quan playfully slapped him on the back, feigning bravado. Of course. I turned the tables on them. I hunted them down until they dared not approach me again. Impressive, isn't it? Very impressive, Lin Xie clapped half-heartedly. What's this sudden urge to fight about? Lin Xie questioned, raising an eyebrow. So you chased me down just to show off? No. Wang Quan shook his head. There exists an organization known as the Ancient God Society, specifically targeting divine agents like you. They are a group of anti-human lunatics capable of anything. You are a divine agent. This is not your fault. But I must warn you, staying close to your family, they will inevitably be drawn into an unending cycle of persecution alongside you. This is no jest. I have a friend who is also a divine agent and has endured relentless assassination attempts. Wang Quan's demeanor turned serious as he placed a hand on Lin Xie's shoulder, then walked away, gradually fading into the darkness while leaving behind an ancient adage. A common man is innocent, yet possesses a gem. Words from our ancestors, you understand. Lin Xie turned back, his pupils dilating in terror as he reflected on the implications of such a figure wishing to harm him. Chapter 7. The Cosmic Super Invincible Demon Shao Qi. You look unwell. Are you ill? Lin Xie had just pushed open the door to his home when he saw his aunt peering from the kitchen, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Lin Xie thought repeatedly of Wang Quan's parting words. A common man is innocent, yet possesses a gem. Why are you not wearing your school uniform? I woke up in a rush this morning and completely forgot. The more my aunt shows concern, the more anxious I become. If my awakening causes any harm to her or my cousin, I would never forgive myself. Having just arrived at the new school, I must leave a good impression on the teachers, so I should be a bit more meticulous. If necessary, my aunt will remind me. With a kind smile on her face, she earnestly advises me. I understand. All right, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Go call your cousin. Sure. The fragrant dishes are served on the table, and the three of us sit together, bathed in the soft glow of light that envelopes our simple yet blissful smiles. Under the bright lights, knives clash intensely, sparks flying. Chun Mai's expression is grave, his strikes precise and powerful. Wang Quan, with a smile on his lips, calmly counters. The onlookers stare wide-eyed. Before the special team, the usually carefree captain seems to struggle. In a mere minute, the two have exchanged blows over 100 times. Chun Mai sheaths his knife and grins at the adorable teammates beside him, asking, who's next? Just as the team members are eager to volunteer, he adds, Xiao Wang. Don't hold back, otherwise, you won't get your dinner. At this remark, the others fall silent. Apologies, friends. Wang Quan had not intended to go all out. But with dinner at stake, he had to perform. I'll go first. Hong Ying strides confidently to the weapon rack, lightly hooking her foot to grasp the spear. Chun Mai steps aside, crossing his arms and watching the spectacle unfold. Engaging in practical combat is a shortcut to enhancing one's strength, especially against formidable opponents. Fostering rapid growth, Wang Quan picks up a wooden sword, beckoning Hong Ying with a smile. Like a gentleman, please, teach me. In a flash, the spear darts forth like a dragon, its cold gleam apparent before its wielder even arrives. Hong Ying transforms into a fleeting shadow, her graceful form barely discernible. Just as the spear is about to make contact with Wang Quan, he nonchalantly raises the wooden sword, seemingly casual but perfectly calculated. The wooden sword meets the spear with a resounding thud. Before anyone can react, Hong Ying is embedded in the training room wall. Goodness, you really have no mercy, do you? Uncle Zhao struggles to swallow, recognizing that Hong Ying is the team's main attacker, and she only managed to last one exchange. Zhao Shu, want to give it a try? Wang Quan raises an eyebrow, slightly taunting. Oh, come on you. Bang. Before Hong Ying can recover, Uncle Zhao steps in. Chen Mai nods with satisfaction, smiling. Xiao Wang, well done. I'll add a chicken leg to your dinner tonight. Captain, I want a pork leg. Chen Mai responds. Next. Who's up? Wang Quan points his knife at the remaining 4. Wu Xiangnan clears his throat. Well, I still have some materials to review. I'm the sniper. Lung Xian's cold voice interjects. I'm the support, the healer. Si Xiaonan looks at the captain with a pitiful expression, already frequently beaten by him. Now facing an even tougher opponent. Wen Shimo, am neither a sniper nor a support, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, Wen Xiaogu. It's your turn. Wang Quan tosses him a knife. Wait a moment, let me prepare. 3 seconds later, with a scream from Wen Shimo, another person joins the wall. After watching for a while, Chen Mai heads to the kitchen. The pork rib soup bubbles in the pot, causing the kitchen to tremble occasionally, with utensils clanging, making one wonder if there's an earthquake. Geez, Xiao Wang, take it easy, my back. It's all right. I have some medical knowledge and can treat your lumbar disc herniation. You little rascal. Brother Quan, take it easy. I'm truly the support. I refuse to accept this. Let us go again. Bang, 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 bang. Devil, you are a true devil. 100 times scarier than the captain. No, 1,000 times. When Shima screams as if he has seen a ghost. Wait, what about our safety? Isn't that what I'm here for? After an hour of grueling training that felt akin to hell, the members of Team 136 were utterly exhausted. Wang Quan carries the bruised Hong Ying out of the training room, appreciating her resilience as she stands up no matter how many times she falls. One by one, the others exit. Chen Mai peeks from the kitchen, unable to suppress a smile. Xiao Wang, you did well. Of course. Wang Quan waves his hand. Training is my specialty. Soon, Chen Mai realizes a serious issue. Xiaonan also got beaten up. He usually holds back when sparring with her, as it's inconvenient to injure a medic. Xiaonan, can you still heal? Captain, I'm utterly exhausted. Xiaonan, sporting panda eyes, pouts and glares at the captain, cursing. Brother Wang is a devil. A universe-defying super devil. Wang Quan places Hong Ying on the sofa, his right hand enveloped in a silver glow, and he gently rests his palm on her head. Instantly, the silver light envelopes Hong Ying. As the glow dissipates, she stares in astonishment, stuttering, my wounds are healed. It doesn't hurt anymore. How amazing. You can heal too? She looks up, her gemstone-like eyes meeting his azure ones, and her confidence is instantly bolstered. So cool. Hong Ying murmurs, unable to help but stare a moment longer. I mentioned I have some medical knowledge. Wang Quan beams warmly, gently ruffling Hong Ying's hair before turning to the others. Come on, one by one. Ladies first. Oh no. Tears well in Si Xiaonan's eyes, not out of warmth, but because this means more beatings will follow. Don't ask how I know. It's just how Chen Mai operates. Xiaonan, are you touched? Touched my foot. Of course, Wang Quan does not possess a healing type ability. This skill is known as reversal technique, a form of spell manipulation that applies cursed energy in a multiplicative manner, transforming negative energy into positive energy for healing purposes. Though here he is manipulating mental energy. The next day, Wang Quan awakens from the large bed in Hong Ying's villa, stretching lazily. He opens the door while still in his pajamas. Before his eyes stands Hong Ying, clad solely in her underwear. At a glance, he takes in everything visible, and he can't help but exclaim, wow, nice figure. In contrast, Hong Ying's face flushes to the point of almost dripping, steam rising from her head. Why you get back inside? All right. Wang Quan promptly closes the door. Hong Ying, without turning back, rushes to her room, pressing against the door as her body gradually slides down. She murmurs to herself, oh no, I completely forgot a man was staying here. How embarrassing. Sigh. Hong Ying, please remember this. Suddenly, the image of his solid abs flashes in her mind. Wang Quan's pajama buttons are undone, and she stares at him for quite a while. What am I thinking? Her mind scolds her, stop it. Hong Ying buries her little head in her chest, feeling even more flustered. Chapter 8 Home visit at the dinner table. Si Xiaonan, still half asleep, absent-mindedly pushed her food around. Wang Quan and Hong Ying exchanged glances, feeling somewhat awkward. Hey, why aren't you eating? Since being beaten up yesterday, Xiaonan had accepted this moniker, and Wang Quan did not mind it at all. Oh, eating, having dinner. Wang Quan absent-mindedly picked up a piece of pork rib. Of course, it's dinner. What else would it be? Are we sitting here to hold a meeting? He added. And you, Hong Ying, what are you staring at? Si Xiaonan threw a meaningful glance her way, staring intently at someone. Hong Ying, quick-witted, covered Si Xiaonan's mouth. Xiaonan, no talking while eating. Her words carried a hint of threat. Si Xiaonan nodded repeatedly, wearing an expression of understanding. After finishing dinner, Wang Quan took charge of clearing the table. When staying at someone else's home, One cannot simply eat and drink for free, but should contribute in some way. Si Xiaonan nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a comic. With a cheerful grin, she looked at Hong Ying and boldly declared, Sister Hong Ying, if you like him, just go for it. Look, the great Demon King is handsome and young, already a top talent in the special team. Aside from being a bit rough, he's not bad at all. He.S. just on vacation for a while. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. Look at you. Your eyes are about to pop out at the dinner table. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's no wonder, being a lifelong single. It's only natural to be attracted to such an outstanding opposite sex. Just then, with a swift motion, a piece of cake flew into Si Xiaonan's mouth as Hong Ying transformed into a wrathful creature, almost unleashing an atomic breath. Xiaonan, stop talking nonsense, or I will spank you. I don't like him. I'm off. I have a mission to execute. The ghost-face king hasn't been located yet. Hong Ying, her face flushed, shot Si Xiaonan a glare before hastily departing. 10 minutes later, Wang Quan also stepped out, strolling while on the phone. Hello, aren't you on vacation? Spit it out. Ye Fan's impatient voice erupted, for this fellow brought nothing but trouble. Commander, deposit 100,000 into my account. Get lost, your salary has already been docked for 4 years. Serious matter, Sangnan has an agent named Mi Jiala. I know. His family is in distress. He wants to join our night watch, but can't get free. I was thinking of applying for some assistance. Well, let it come from my salary, not public funds. A silence fell on the other end of the line, and soon, Wang Quan's phone chimed. Ding. 100,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account. With this intention, not bad. Ha ha ha, do I even need to say it? Charming, kind-hearted, selfless, and a paragon of justice. That describes me perfectly. You shameless flatterer, you've said enough nice things. Ye Fan cursed again, his tone rife with disdain. By the way, you will be in Sangnan City for a while, right? That place is not very stable. Oh, it's quite nice here. Even the legendary Black Wu Chang is around. Should I notify Ye Fan in Shangjing? Wang Quan was interrupted decisively, no need. With that, he hung up the phone. Just then, rain began to pour. In the blink of an eye, the dry asphalt road darkened, and the rain blurred the vision. Wang Quan strolled leisurely towards the bank, hands in his pockets, untouched by the rain. Gradually, the downpour swallowed his figure. Emerging from the rain was Zhao Kongqing, who had just arrived at the doorstep, carrying a confidentiality agreement. Hoping for a final struggle. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? His aunt opened the door, perplexed to see a stranger standing there. Hello, my name is Zhao Kongqing. I'm the PE teacher from Erzhong. I came for a home visit regarding Chiya's eyesight issues. Zhao Kongqing spoke sincerely, feeling a deep sympathy for the child after hearing about Lin Chia's situation. Oh, Teacher Zhao, please come in. Thank you for your trouble. No problem. It's my duty. Before long, Lin Chia returned home. How did you get so wet, child? Aunt, I forgot my umbrella. Lin Chia chuckled sheepishly. Silly child. Just call me, and I'll come pick you up. His aunt scolded, yet her hands remained busy, fetching him a towel. Xiao Qi, your PE teacher is here for a home visit. In your room. Upon hearing this, Lin Chia was taken aback, pushing open the door, just as he expected. Zhao Kongqing sat with a teacup, a warm smile on his face. Wait, uncle, how did you find my home? With this tracker. Zhao Kongqing proudly held up a badge from the table. So you were waiting for me here. I already told you, I don't want to join you. Don't waste your efforts. No. I'm here to have you sign an agreement. I reported that you were missing. And don't worry, little Wang is not involved in this matter. Fine, I'll sign. During the signing process, Zhao Kongqing sighed. Your aunt is truly remarkable. It reminds me of my own mother. When I enlisted alone, I left her all by herself. Sigh. Looking back, I was unfilial. Zhao Kongqing sighed, then pulled out a roll of parchment, slowly unfurling it on the table. Lin Chia focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, it was money, lots of it. The night watch's allowances are substantial, and it's more than enough. This is for your aunt. It's not easy for her to raise you. Such a good person is hard to come by. After speaking, Zhao Kongqing placed the money into Lin Chia's hands. I don't want it. The night watch really doesn't lack money. But I insist. Why are you so stubborn? Seeing you reminds me of my former self. I want to make amends. Then give it to your mother. She has remarried, and I send her money every month. Then give it to your wife and children. Haven Tea, I already mentioned. My family lacks for nothing. Even if I sacrifice myself, they will never worry about food or drink, and their future is bright. Oh, then keep it for cigarettes. I want to take money from a soldier. After much back and forth, Zhao Kongqing could not prevail against Lin Chia's resolve. I'm leaving. Really leaving. Zhao Kongqing turned back multiple times, wanting to persuade again, yet thinking of this family's situation and the strength of this child, the words caught in his throat. Stop! Lin Xie called out, and Zhao Kongqing's eyes brightened, thinking the other had changed his mind. The badge. Oh dear. Almost forgot. This is my life. And the umbrella. It's raining outside. Thank you, but I can't return the umbrella. No worries. Consider it a reward for you heroes. Goodbye. Lin Xie watched Zhao Kongqing depart, smiling slightly at his sturdy figure. This uncle is a good person, a truly good person. He does not dislike him. He simply cannot let go of his own family. How many people can truly let go? Uncle, be careful on the slippery roads in the rain. Lin Xie reminded him. I know, head back. Zhao Kongqing leisurely returned to his black van, stowing the umbrella away. Just as he was about to light a cigarette, his earpiece buzzed. It was Chinmai. Old Zhao. We have tracked down the Ghost Face King. It is most likely to appear in one of two places, the old town or the city center. Be prepared to evacuate the crowd. Understood. Zhao Kongqing gazed out the window, his brow furrowed. The rain fell increasingly heavier, completely engulfing the world. Chapter 9. To use fists. Within the dilapidated old district, the wind and rain battered against everything, as a figure cloaked in dark crimson dashed through the downpour, clutching a large suitcase. The sound of raindrops was sharply clear, the taut nerves of Zhao Kongqing causing him to furrow his brow. In his earpiece, the voice of Wu Xiangnan resonated. Old Zhao. Your only mission is to evacuate the crowd. Do not engage in combat, under any circumstances. You cannot defeat Gui Mian Wang, and the old district is sparsely populated. With residents spread out, there will not be significant losses. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's anger flared. But there are still lives here, all human lives. I cannot back down. Calm down, old Zhao. I have already notified Wang Quan. He is in the city, and others are en route to the old district. Reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. We cannot afford to lose a seasoned night watchman over a minor incident. There are countless mysterious murders every year. Wu Xiangnan implored, desperation creeping into his voice. We are not gods. We are merely human. Do your best. Gui Mian Wang is in Chuanjing. You are just an ordinary person without a forbidden domain. Do not act recklessly. Xiangnan, have you forgotten the oath we took when we joined the night watch? Zhao Kongqing's tone was resolute. He understood that the deputy was looking out for him, but he had his own principles. I'm sorry, but I cannot stand idly by. Glancing back, he saw through the hazy veil of rain, the quaint houses bathed in a warm glow, resembling the most beautiful scenery of the mortal realm. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, causing Zhao Kongqing's pupils to constrict as he froze in place. The rain intensified, chaotic sounds filled his ears. After a brief pause, he slowly turned to the side, and in the deserted alley, he beheld the trembling manhole cover. The answer was painfully clear. Report. Watchman Zhao Kongqing has discovered Gui Mian Wang in the old district. Old Zhao, use Wu Jiekongyu to trap it while we await reinforcements. Xiangnan, you know that Wu Jiekongyu is not meant for trapping. It is used for concealment. Then go evacuate the crowd. Hey, old Zhao. Zhao Kongqing disconnected the communication. He pressed a button on the suitcase, which clicked open, revealing 3 advertising boards. Rapidly, he arranged the boards around the manhole cover. As blood droplets merged with the boards, a dark red halo illuminated, and from above, 3 red lines formed an equilateral triangle. In the next moment, a section of the old district vanished from the map. Zhao Kongqing cast one last glance at the low houses behind him, touched the emblem in his pocket, and a damp smile graced his lips as he unsheathed his blade and entered the fray. The torrential rain once again consumed the world. On the rooftop of the tallest building in the city center, Wang Quan held a cloth bag, his azure eyes gleaming in the rain. His sharp gaze pierced through the curtain of rain, sweeping over the entire city, but he perceived no anomalies. He opened his earpiece, and before any report could be made, the anxious voice of Wu Xiangnan rang out. Gui Mian Wang has appeared in the old district. Only old Zhao is there, and he has disconnected. Can you reach him in time? The team will need at least 10 minutes. Wu Xiangnan held little hope, knowing that even a return trip would take 10 minutes, while reaching the old district would require at least half an hour. Oh, the old district? Provide a location. If we disregard pedestrians and buildings, I should be able to make it in 1 second. What? Wu Xiangnan exclaimed, his mind reeling. 1 second? Was that even humanly possible? What if we consider those factors? Send me a location, ensuring there are no people on the route. A hidden alley would be ideal. The quicker, the better. All right, I will send it right away. 10 seconds later, Wang Quan received the route. He glanced at it and smiled slightly. Not too far. I estimate I will arrive in 2 minutes. Wonderful. I will make it in time. Thank you. I will definitely save old Zhao. Of course. Uncle Zhao is such a good person. How could I bear to let him perish? Wang Quan surveyed the rain curtain, planted a foot on the edge of the rooftop and spread his arms wide, preparing for a free fall. From a distance, a silver light illuminated the world. Regardless of whether he had a system task or not, he was determined to save this man. A humorous, passionate uncle. Who could possibly dislike him? Outside, the torrential rain created chaos, while indoors, warmth enveloped the atmosphere. With smiles as sweet as cake, Lin Xie occasionally glanced out the window, appearing somewhat distracted. Xiao-Qi, what's the matter? His aunt offered him a piece of rib, showing her concern. I'm fine. Ah Jean. Seeing her son neglecting his meal, his aunt chuckled in disbelief. Why aren't you eating? Today is a good day. There's meat. Oh, Xiao Jin might be feeling overwhelmed with schoolwork. Lin Xie explained. Just then, a bark resonated from the balcony, and his aunt looked over to find Xiao Hei Lai had inexplicably run to the balcony. This little rascal isn't eager to eat today. Usually, he would dive into the bowl. Lin Xie shook a bone in front of Xiao Hei Lai, who glanced at the bone and then toward the balcony, appearing conflicted. Sensing the issue and recalling Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Xie swiftly approached the balcony, tossing the bone to the puppy while he gazed outside. In the boundless darkness of night, apart from the downpour, nothing else existed. It was as if the world had fallen into silence. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, for amidst the endless void, there shimmered a silver light akin to a comet. At that moment, he noticed a bat seeking shelter from the rain below the balcony. Remembering that his newly acquired Star Night Dancer could communicate with nocturnal animals, he decided to give it a try. To his astonishment, he remained utterly still, like a statue. Xiao-Qi, what are you doing? His aunt's words barely left her mouth when Lin Xie abruptly turned and dashed toward the door, slipping on his shoes. Aunt, I just remembered something urgent. I must go out. Silly child, what urgent matter? Wait until the rain stops. Aunt, I'm leaving. Lin Xie had learned about Zhao Kongqing's predicament from the bat. Feeling a twinge of guilt for enjoying his meal in the warmth of the house, while that uncle fought desperately against monsters to protect him. No matter what, he couldn't just stand by and watch. The raven-haired youth plunged into the rain, the downpour slicing through the world, while the silver-haired youth raced against time. They shared a common destination. Guided by the bat, Lin Xie arrived first at the edge of Wujiekongyu, but was taken aback to find nothing there. The bat could not have deceived him. He raised his head, fixated on the empty space before him, recalling that the uncle had mentioned something that could shield others. It was likely that. Cold raindrops slid down his cheeks as Lin Xie took a deep breath and shouted, Uncle, I know you are there. Let me in. I can help you. Uncle. Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao. Hello. After several calls, a faint voice echoed in the vacant world. What the hell are you doing out in this downpour? Get back home. I refuse. You can't secretly save the world by yourself. Uncle, let me in. I can assist you. Lin Xie stepped closer, the rain causing ripples. The invisible barrier nearly within reach. Get lost. I don't need your help. Besides, you can't even open Wujiekongyu. What help could you possibly provide? Zhao Kongqing grumbled irritably. Lin Xie was taken aback, and suddenly he recalled Michael and his own eyes. Before he could act, a hand rested on his shoulder, and the magnetic voice of Wang Quan resonated with pride. Young man, pursue what you wish to accomplish. But remember, do not shout, wield your fists. In Chapter 10, pick up the knife and slay it. With the arrival of Wang Quan, the cascading raindrops seemed to spook away, creating a rainless vacuum around him. Lin Xie turned his gaze and saw a silver figure reflected in his black pupils, silvery hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, waves of energy rippling outward. Wang Quan clenched his fists and struck the invisible barrier, instantly transforming the Wujiekongyu into a flurry of fluttering butterflies, resembling dark red spirits. Amidst this crimson vortex, he exuded an aura of majesty, as if, at that moment, in this reign, in this world, he alone reigned supreme. Lin Xie stared blankly into the distance, where a black sphere stood quietly in the torrential rain, countless white ghostly faces swirling on its surface. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176, Gui Mian Xiang Di. Within its confines, it could deceive the perceptions of all beings with realms lesser than or equal to its own, inverting the concepts of space. Unbeknownst to Zhao Kongqing, who remained ensnared in the territory of the Ghost-Faced King, he was bathed in blood, unaware of how many wounds he had sustained or bones he had broken. It was evident that he could no longer endure. I never expected to see this day. Bastard, prepare to die? Zhao Kongqing laughed heartily, promptly retrieving his emblem. The emblem was the lifeblood of every night watchman, a statement of their oath and a reality. On the reverse side of this emblem was a small needle. Pressing the switch would cause it to spring forth, the needle's tip coated with a substance known as Ghost God Inducer. Utilizing the ghost god inducer would unleash the hidden powers within one's life essence, allowing those unacquainted with the forbidden ruins to gain access and become even stronger. Alas, it was a method that led to mutual destruction. Yet, to fight for dignity and belief, even a fleeting moment of glory suffices. At that instant, Gui Mian Xiang Di shattered. Both the Ghost-Face King and Zhao Kongsheng were momentarily stunned. Zhao Shu, it's not yet time to fight for your life. Wang Quan appeared beside the elder Zhao and pressed the needle back. You, my friend, Zhao Kongsheng chuckled, feigning displeasure. We're about to reach my domain. I'm not boasting. My forbidden ruins are surely impressive. I see. Save it for later. To avoid hindering the battle, Lin Xie rushed over to support Zhao Kongsheng, sensing something amiss. The Ghost-Face King showed no hesitation, twisting its massive frame and frantically fleeing in the opposite direction. Its instinct warned that engaging with this suddenly appeared human would undoubtedly lead to its demise. Wang Quan casually strolled forward, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a cloth bag. Wherever he passed, the rain would momentarily cease. Ghost-Face King? What a worthless creature. He scoffed disdainfully. Let it run a bit. What does it matter? Wait, big brother, it's about to flee. Why are you still strolling? Lin Xie could hardly bear to witness the scene, urging him on. Do not panic. Wang Quan waved a hand dismissively, leaving behind a striking silhouette. As his words fell, he vanished. By the time Lin Xie regained his composure, the Ghost-Face King, missing an arm, plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, blooming like a blood flower. Wang Quan stood in the void, floating above the Ghost-Face King like a divine being. How many such inhuman entities are there among the Night Watchmen? This scene completely exceeded Lin Xie's comprehension, shattering his worldview. This was beyond the realm of mere mortals. Well, the special forces are among the Night Watchmen's elite. Not everyone possesses such strength. Zhao Kongsheng explained. In terms of prestige, few among the Night Watchmen can rival Wang Quan. Wait, aren't you heroes hidden in the night? Are you certain he is so radiant that others won't see him? This question momentarily stumped Zhao Kongsheng, who paused before adding, it's a matter of style. Wang Quan is rather unique. As these two conversed quietly, Wang Quan paused. The Ghost-Face King lay in a muddy puddle, resembling a mass of rotten flesh, its pale, ghostly face reflecting only one expression, despair. Xiao Yezi. Huh. My name is Lin Xie, you idiot. The rest is up to you. Kill it. Wang Quan turned without looking back, instantly arriving beside Lin Xie and Zhao Kongsheng. Me? Are you sure? Of course, with me here, what do you fear? Wang Quan assured him fervently. If Zhao Shu is not here, if I am not here. Speaking, Wang Quan gazed toward Lin Xie's home and continued, can you protect your home? The world is this cruel. Once you are in it, there are no choices left. Lin Xie fell silent. Wang Quan was indeed correct. He bore Michael's power, serving as a divine agent, and everything resembled Pandora's box. Once opened, there was no turning back. Someone was guarding his home this time. But what about next time? And the time after that? This time, Lin Xie did not evade or shrink back. If Zhao Kongsheng was willing to risk his life to protect unrelated individuals, he too must take up the knife. Uncle, may I borrow a knife? Kid, you haven't undergone systematic training. Do not force it. Zhao Shu, he is a divine agent. He is not so fragile. If he were to be killed by a dying ghost face, then so be it. Wang Quan placed a hand on Zhao Kongsheng's shoulder and activated reverse technique, enveloping him in warm, gentle light that healed his wounds. Very well. Be cautious. Old Zhao admonished earnestly. Lin Xie seized a straight blade and dashed forward. The abilities bestowed upon him by Michael were numerous, including extreme dynamic prowess, nearly precognitive perception, and the blessing of the Nyx Star Night Dancer. Strictly speaking, he could be considered a dual divine agent. Ghost-Face King, is it? Kill it. And I shall let you go. I am a man of my word. Wang Quan tore open a candy wrapper, promising as he popped a strawberry-flavored lollipop into his mouth. Before absolute power, the Ghost-Face King had no choice. It emitted a reluctant roar, struggling to rise. The pale ghostly face screamed in fury, its ever-burning golden eyes shining brightly. The heavy rain continued to pour, and the pale blue blade tore through the downpour, meeting the sharp claws. A flick of a lighter ignited a small flame, and the lit cigarette exhaled wisps of blue smoke. Zhao Kongsheng took a deep drag. Not only was he alive, but he witnessed the divine agent battle. A single word, exhilarating. As the straight blade clashed with the claws, a mechanical voice echoed in Wang Quan's mind. Mission 3, Rescue Zhao Kongsheng. Complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained heaven and curse binding. An unquenchable crimson, a blazing mental force, a transcendent physical form. Convert all mental strength into physical power and further enhance it. the limit in the sea realm is tenfold. In Chapter 11, joining the Night Watchman, the rain serves as a curtain, and the old city becomes a stage. An intense battle unfolds. Even though Lin Xie was a novice who had never undergone any training, he was still able to accurately deflect the attacks of the Gui Mian Wang. Despite having never left the novice village, he quickly developed a profound understanding when faced with the mythological creatures of Chuanqing. Had it not been for Zhao Kongcheng wearing down the Gui Mian Wang and Wang Quan bringing it to the brink of death, he would have been utterly defenseless against this monster. As their blades clashed, sparks flew, and the attacks of the Gui Mian Wang seemed to intensify. Xiao Wang, is that kid going to be all right? The cornered beast fights the hardest. The more one desires to live, the more fiercely one will struggle, Zhao Kongxing exclaimed with concern. Knowing that with decades of combat skills and rich experience, he could barely hold his own against the Gui Mian Wang. He can do it. The divine agent is indeed formidable, Wang Quan declared with unwavering confidence, his gaze fixed intently on the distance, having previously engaged with Jimyan and Phoenix. As if to validate his words, Zhao Kongqing soon witnessed a scene that filled him with both envy and astonishment. The blazing golden eyes resembled twin solar furnaces, and even from a distance of several meters, one could still feel the searing warmth emanating from them. Visibly, the Gui Mian Wang froze in place. Its presence diminished upon entering the Zhangjing realm. Damn, Xinqiu is truly incredible. How I envy this, Zhao Kongqing thought. Uncle Zhao, you're not doing too badly either, managing to hold on for so long without perishing. If you can't speak, then don't. He chuckled. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, engaged in a life-or-death struggle, felt a surge of frustration upon hearing their banter. Stay calm. I must remain composed. He repeatedly admonished himself, seizing the moment when the Gui Mian Wang was momentarily immobilized. He swung his blade towards its neck. With a flash of pale blue light, a graceful crescent arc was etched against the downpour. The Gui Mian Wang was beheaded. Victory. Lin Xie, elated at his first encounter with a mythological creature, was soon met with an eerie turn of events. The headless Gui Mian Wang unleashed a desperate strike, its bloodied claws shooting towards Lin Xie's heart like an arrow. In that instant, he realized the creature's vital weakness lay within its pale, ghostly visage, but alas, it was too late. Was it truly too late? No. As one foot stepped into hell, teetering on the brink of death, an unprecedented instinct for survival surged forth, transforming his desire to live into raw power. The commanding golden eyes erupted anew with fervent divine might, enhancing Lin Xie's reflexes to an extraordinary degree. The straight blade sliced through the rain, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, and as the blade struck the pale ghostly face, the Gui Mian Wang let out a wretched scream. Filled with reluctance, confusion, and despair, its shattered body collapsed to the ground, the ghostly face crumpling like a deflated balloon, rolling to Lin Xie's feet. He distinctly felt warm currents flowing from the blade into his body. After delivering a series of strikes to the corpse, he finally felt a sense of relief. With the adrenaline waning, his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed into the muddy water, gasping for breath. Damn it, did you already know the weakness of this monster? Why didn't you tell me? Lin Xie turned and glared angrily at Wang Quan. Weakness? Every part of it is a weakness. Just take it down, it's simple. Wang Quan shrugged, his nonchalant demeanor only inciting Lin Xie's fury further. I swear, you must have known. Lin Xie grumbled as he lay back down, allowing the rain to wash over his face. Though outwardly angry, an indescribable sense of relief washed over him. I have protected my family. Xiao Yezi, what have you decided? Wang Quan approached Lin Xie with his hands in his pockets. Lin Xie remained silent, turning his gaze to the side, where his gentle eyes pierced through the thinning curtain of rain, landing on his small home. Indeed, I am far too weak. Weak enough that without the help of others, I risk losing my family. Today's monster is merely the first, but the path of life is long, and it certainly will not be the last. Aunt, Jean. Xiao Heilai, I am sorry I cannot stay with you. Oh, by the way, if you join the Night Watchman, the organization will prioritize protecting your family. Wang Quan added timely. This statement alleviated Lin Xie's worries, and he nodded, stating, I agree to join you. But 10 years from now, I will return to be with my family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing was taken aback, remembering that the Night Watchman did not allow withdrawals. Of course, as long as you acquire power and reach a certain height, do as you please. Wang Quan unwrapped a candy, savoring the blackcurrant-flavored lollipop. Then I will certainly grow stronger, until no one can harm my family, and no one can restrict me. Exactly. That is the spirit. Wang Quan squatted beside Lin Xie, nodding in satisfaction. If you could replace the commander-in-chief, that would be even better. That old ding always cuts my salary. He is worse than a heartless capitalist. Listening to their conversation, Zhao Kongqing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He merely wished to be a general, yet these two were talking about replacing the commander-in-chief. What does replace even mean? This has a whiff of rebellion about it. Xiao Wang, I am not saying you, but do not lead the newcomer astray. Young people should not aim too high. They must remain grounded and take one step at a time. At this, Wang Quan sprang up, pointing to the sky with fervor and confidence, proclaiming, young people should be spirited and ambitious. There is nothing in this world that cannot be achieved. This was Wang Quan, a man brimming with confidence. All right, I suppose I am just getting old. Zhao Kongqing sighed deeply, filled with emotion. At that moment, the distant roar of an engine echoed. A black jeep violently cutting through the downpour, perfectly drifting before coming to a steady stop beside Zhao Kongqing. He squinted in confusion, stating, wasn't this car wrecked in a ditch? How dare you even mention it? The front door swung open, revealing Chun Mai clad in a fitted black trench coat. Holding an umbrella, his eyes filled with grievance. Where's the Gue Mian Wang? Look, Zhao Kongqing stood up, brushing off his soaked backside and pointing to a nearby location. Thanks to Xiao Wang's vacation, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Uncle Zhao, are you still alive? Hong Ying exclaimed with a cry, bursting out from the back door. Zhao Kongqing, is that brat blind? Wow, still alive, incredible, Hong Ying said, her face brimming with surprise. Xiao Wang arrived just in time. Zhao Kongqing sighed in resignation, explaining, Wang Quan, thank you. It's truly wonderful to have you. Hong Ying, who usually interacted with Uncle Zhao as if he were her own father, expressed her gratitude. Just then, with a loud duong, Wang Quan, who was still showing off in front of Lin Xie, was caught off guard and knocked away by a quivering, soft half-trailer. As Hong Ying bore no malice, the power of halt did not activate. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing Wang Quan fly away, Hong Ying's face flushed with embarrassment as regret washed over her. Lin Xie smirked, delighting in the moment, murmuring, showboating leads to mishaps. Serves you right, white-haired fool. Hey, I have excellent hearing. What did you just say? Lin Xie feigned ignorance. With the arrival of the logistics department, all members of Team 136 returned home safely. Not a single individual left behind. Chapter 12, The Call from the Bailey Family. In the underground office of the Peace Affairs Bureau, under the glaring lights, Lin Xie found himself surrounded by a crowd, akin to a panda, which made him feel quite bashful. Clearing his throat, he exclaimed, stop staring. Oh. Hong Ying diverted her gaze, yet her curiosity remained unabated. You are the agent of the divine, after all. This may be the only chance in our lives to meet someone like you. Hey, Uncle Zhao said that you could intimidate the ghost-faced king into immobility with just a glare. You must be incredibly formidable. Si Xiao Nan, perched on the sofa, propped her chin on her hands, appearing adorably naive. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's face flushed. After all, he had nearly met his demise. All right. Are you all so idle that you have nothing better to do? You must be in need of practice. Chen Muyi asserted as he hoisted Si Xiaonan aside, turning to Lin Xie with a serious demeanor. Hello, I am Chen Muyi, the captain of Team 136. He gestured to the young man next to him, who was clutching a thermos. This is Zhao Kongqing, the watcher of Team 136, whom you are already acquainted with. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Ying's lively laughter filled the room. It's my turn now. I'm the main attacker of Team 136, Hong Ying. Nice to meet you. Faced with an assembly of unfamiliar faces, Lin Xie politely nodded. Greetings, I am Wen Qi Mo, the frontline combat strength of Team 136. A white towel was presented to Lin Xie by its owner, a rather unremarkable-looking young man. Lin Xie accepted the towel with a smile, saying, thank you. No problem, just make sure to dry your hair, or you'll catch a cold. When Qi Mo replied, his demeanor simple yet gentle. Hey, I'm Si Xiaonan. You can call me Xiaonan. Her smile was incredibly soothing, instantly uplifting one's spirits. I'm the team medic and combat support for Team 136. So come find me if you ever get injured. Just then, a cool and aloof young man leaning against a pillar spoke up. I'm Long Xian, your long-range fire support. After everyone had introduced themselves, Lin Xie grasped the situation. Each member of Team 136 possessed distinct characteristics. His gaze swept across the hall. Yet he could not find the ostentatious Wang Quan, known for his flamboyant white hair. Just as he sighed in relief, that familiar, somewhat cheeky voice echoed in the air. Hey, looking for me? I'm right here, Xiaoyi. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's expression froze as he mechanically turned his head and retorted, are you a ghost? You walk without making a sound. Of course not. I just don't make noise. Wang Quan declared, striding over the back of the sofa to sit beside Lin Xie. By the way, what is your role in this team? Me? Wang Quan took a bite of an apple from the coffee table and mumbled, just crashing here and mooching off food. In short, I'm on vacation. Xiao Yi. This individual belongs to the Night Watchers special team, Daylight, an elite among elites. You're quite fortunate to meet such a person at your introduction to the Night Watchers. Wen Qiemo added, his tone laced with admiration. Seriously? Lin Shiyi, observing Wang Quan's nonchalant demeanor as he munched on the apple, struggled to swallow and sighed. Are you guys really a legitimate organization? Absolutely, very legitimate. Wang Quan emphasized. To be precise, we are a semi-militarized organization, disciplined and well-structured. Chen Muyi elaborated. Then can I leave after 10 years? At this, Chen Muyi's mouth twitched before he shook his head. The Night Watchers aren't a neighborhood committee. You can't just come and go as you please. Not at all. If you are powerful enough, so powerful that nothing can restrict you, then you can leave as you wish, perhaps even becoming the supreme commander. Wang Quan clapped Lin Shiyi on the shoulder, but the next moment, his gaze turned cold. However, if you commit any heinous acts, you will be exorcised. I understand. Whether I can leave in 10 years or not, I will bear the consequences. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the living room, and Wu Xiangnan entered with a stack of documents. Captain, here are the related files. Just have Lin Shiyi fill these out, and we will wait for upper management's approval. Upon noticing Lin Shiyi, he adjusted his glasses and politely said, Hello. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of Team 136. Since you have decided to join, just fill out the paperwork. All right, thank you. Lin Shiyi accepted the documents. And just as he began to write, Wang Quan dialed a number. Hey, Commander, does my approval for the data of the Michaela agent count? Wang Quan, I'm busy. Don't just call me for no reason. Do you think this is your home? Yi Fan snapped back, leaving Team 136 members wide-eyed, especially Chen Muyi, who had encountered the commander before. They were utterly astonished that Wang Quan could directly contact the Supreme Commander, a testament to the special team's prowess. Just sign it. Will you? Okay. Wang Quan ended the call and promptly signed the documents Lin Shiyi had completed. Now you're considered a semi-official member of the Night Watchers. Lin Shiyi replied. Didn't you say signing was sufficient? Not quite. After approval, newcomers must undergo a year-long training regimen, learning combat, firearms, operational deployment, and the use of forbidden zones, Wu Xiangnan explained. Before that, let us have Xiao Yi serve as a temporary member of Team 136. Wang Quan suggested. That is fine, but we don't cover food and lodging. Come on, Captain, don't be so stingy. It's just a matter of more bowls and chopsticks. Chen Muyi shot Wang Quan a glare. You, who are just mooching off food, still have the nerve to say that. Suddenly, Lin Shiyi's voice floated in, everyone. I can't return to my aunt's house. Otherwise, I fear I might not be able to leave. So, where will I stay this month? Didn't the uncle say your treatment is excellent, that you'll never have to worry about food or clothing? Cough, cough, cough. That's for official members. Lao Zhao cleared his throat with a chuckle. I'll cover the meal and lodging expenses since I'm the one who insisted on bringing you in. Zhao Kongcheng immediately promised. No. I have plenty of empty rooms. Just stay at my place. The warm-hearted Hong Ying chimed in. As for the meals, the captain is always gruff but has a kind heart. You want to go hungry? Huh. Didn't we agree that it wouldn't cover meals and lodging? Chen Muyi's thoughts had been exposed, and he shot a glare at Hong Ying before departing. See, I told you. Hong Ying reveled in her triumph. Hong Ying, I've noticed that your training has become quite lax lately. Let us head to the training room and have a spar. Ah, no. Don't be deceived by my sheepish appearance. The green grass has become all the more fragrant because of me, and the sky has turned bluer. Suddenly, the sound of a mobile phone ringing echoed through the living room, leaving everyone exchanging glances, pondering who would use such a childish ringtone. The answer was none other than the strongest among them, Wang Quan. He pulled out his phone, and the caller ID displayed, by Li Xian. Chapter 13, a 100 million commission. The white clouds have become softer because of me. Don't be deceived by my sheepish appearance. The cleverness of the sheep is beyond imagination. The classic melody resonated throughout the hall, leaving everyone exchanging glances, their expressions rich with intrigue. Wang Quan gazed at the vibrating screen, contemplating whether to answer the call, particularly since it was from Bai Li Xian. However, he felt hesitant as it seemed inappropriate to seize something that was not offered willingly. After a brief moment of reflection, he pressed the answer button. Bai Li family head, I must emphasize that this Zhan Bai came to me of its own accord. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a teacup shattering echoed from the other end of the line, leaving Bai Li Xian utterly stunned. I agreed to let you choose any one forbidden item. So let us not revisit old matters. Wang Quan immediately brightened with joy and inquired, do you have something to discuss? If not, I shall hang up. Goodbye. Wait. There is a commission. I serve the people and do not take on private jobs. Wang Quan resolutely declined, exuding an air of righteousness that garnered the admiration of those around him, even altering Lin Shiye's perception of him considerably. The commission fee is 100 million. Speak. Wang Quan's expression changed as swiftly as turning a page, casting a sidelong glance at the others, and elaborating, you are all part of the people. And so is the head of the Bailey family. Serving the people is not disgraceful. A silence enveloped the group, and Bailey Xian fell silent as well. At that moment, their collective thought echoed, the shameless Wang Quan. I have received some insider information and intend to send Tu Ming to Tsangnan City, entrusting you with the role of security for a month. My account number is 1666. When the chubby lad arrives, I will personally go to receive him. I will notify you then. Having conveyed the commission, Bailey Xian hurriedly hung up, unwilling to engage further with this shameless fellow. Initially, he had intended to recruit talent, but was taken aback when this individual had directly spirited away a family treasure. Wang Quan referred to Bailey Xian as the head of the Bailey family, a title well known among the Night Watchers. His connections appeared formidable, or perhaps it could be said he was well acquainted with many influential figures. Is this the Bailey family that possesses the Museum of Forbidden Items? Wen Chi Mo swallowed hard, inquiring with curiosity. Indeed. What of it? Brother Quan, do you know anyone from the Bailey family? Not closely, but I have met them a few times. All right, are we not working? Let's disperse and return to our tasks. Chen Mu Yi was entirely unfazed, having encountered many grand scenes in his lifetime. Of course, Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan remained equally unperturbed, as he had previously served in a special squad. In the old city, a day later, Zhao Kongqing once again knocked on the door of Lin Shiye's home, this time accompanied by Chen Mu Yi, who was carrying a heavy cloth bag. They have arrived. Wang Fong opened the door and, upon seeing Zhao, greeted him with a smile. Teacher Zhao, is there something you need? Madam Wang, due to my position, I must confess I deceived you last time. I am actually a staff member of the Tsangnan Military Political Office. Auntie appeared bewildered until Zhao Kongcheng produced his official document bearing a prominent red seal. Please, come in. Auntie gestured for them to enter, adding, my nephew Lin Shi has stepped out and has yet to return. My apologies. Auntie had an inkling of the situation, suspecting her nephew's sudden departure was related to military matters. While Auntie brewed tea, Zhao Kongcheng wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling uncertain. The military political office was a mere fabrication, the documents hastily prepared. Captain, what if we cannot pull this off? Chen Mu Yi responded calmly. What is there to fear? All our documentation is authentic. Auntie emerged from the kitchen with a teapot, and Zhao Kongcheng quickly took it from her, smiling. Thank you, Madam Wang. It is nothing. Does Chi Yi wish to join the military? Auntie asked with concern. That child has just regained his sight, Sai. He does wish to enlist. Here is the document for your perusal. Chen Mu Yi handed over the stamped papers. All right. Auntie nodded, scrutinizing the documents carefully, not missing a single word. After reviewing the materials, Auntie was convinced, for no one would dare forge a government seal. Suddenly, she stood and bowed slightly to Zhao Kongcheng and Chen Mu Yi, speaking with a humble and sincere tone. My nephew Lin Shi was previously blind. Now that he can see, I implore you to look after him. I beg of you. This unexpected moment caught them off guard, prompting Zhao to hastily rise and assure her with fervor, Madam Wang, since he has decided to serve the nation, we will certainly not treat him poorly. You need not worry in the slightest. Thank you so much. By the way, here is a stipend. Please accept it. Chen Mu Yi handed Annie a bag containing 1 million. Is this amount excessive? It is customary for our department. You are welcome. Moreover, in addition to the stipend, there are monthly meal allowances, medical reimbursements, salaries, and other benefits. Our welfare is quite generous. Although Lin Shi had not yet become an official night watcher, it was worth noting that out of the 1,800,000 had been provided by Wang Quan, 100,000 was Zhao's initial offering, and the remaining portion constituted the unofficial stipend. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the tallest building in the old city, Lin Shi sat, gazing intently into the distance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Wang Quan stood beside him with his hands in his pockets, a sugar stick between his teeth. Noticing Lin Shi's blissful expression, he discarded the candy and remarked, if you miss it, why not return and take a look? I fear that if I return, I may never leave again. I truly cannot bear it. Suddenly, Lin Shi's keen eyes spotted the cloth bag, recalling that it had been in Wang Quan's possession during their encounter with the ghost-faced king, leading him to inquire, how much money is in the bag? What bag? You have given money, and there should be that portion from Uncle Zhao that I did not claim. Lin Shi's astuteness made it impossible for him to miss this. 1 million. 100,000 is for the stipend, 100,000 from Uncle Zhao, and the rest is from me. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock. For him at that moment, 1 million was an enormous fortune, an undeniable substantial sum. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. If there comes a time when I can be of service to you, just say the word. Additionally, I will repay you once I start earning. Lin Qiye understood that claiming he did not want it was futile at this point. No need. I just accepted a commission worth 100 million. So I am not short on cash. Wang Quan was unconcerned, considering it a trivial matter. To be honest, I envy you. You live so freely. Lin Qiye turned his back to Wang Quan, unable to see his expression. Well, I also envy you. You have a family, while I am an orphan. Wang Quan spoke candidly, yet there was no hint of sorrow in his tone, rather an uplifting optimism that even Lin Qiye found infectious. In 10 years, we shall meet again. Goodbye, my family. Lin Qiye smiled, rising to walk towards the direction of the morning light. Wang Quan stretched lazily, turned to follow, as a gentle breeze swept by, carrying away the longing. Chapter 14. The simpleton of the landlord's family in front of the 4S store. Lin Qiye reluctantly trailed behind Wang Quan, grumbling. Did you not say we were training? What are we doing at a 4S store? Surely we are not practicing our sales pitch to sell cars. You are so unreliable. I am going back to find the captain. Just as Lin Qiye prepared to make his escape, he found his shoulder firmly grasped, immobilizing him entirely. Do not leave. We are picking someone up today. I want to show you the world. But first, I need to arrange for a car. Could we not ride a shared bicycle instead? Lin Qiye shot Wang Quan an annoyed glance, inwardly cursing him for being a nouveau riche, a pure embodiment of ostentation. How distasteful. Moments later, a sleek black Maybach S burst forth from the 4S dealership, heading straight for the airport. Wang Quan, casually gripping the steering wheel, hummed a tune, while the somewhat outdated DJ music played in the background. Lin Qiye, seated in the passenger seat, wore an expression of disdain. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his hands gripped the seatbelt tightly as he shouted, Car? Car! There's a car ahead. We're going to crash. Indeed. The newly purchased Maybach South was dangerously close to the vehicle in front, as it seemed they were on the verge of a collision. Lin Qiye was horrified to see Wang Quan pressing down on the accelerator, the roar of the engine echoing in his chest, the speed accelerating rapidly. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The Maybach appeared to phase through the car ahead, racing down the regular road at a staggering speed of 200 miles per hour. From a distance, a silver streak zipped across the lane, leaving behind a long trail, imperceptible to cameras and untraceable by speed detectors. At the airport, disregarding the luxury vehicle, Lin Qiye abruptly kicked open the car door and dashed towards the restroom. Moments later, he approached Wang Quan, his complexion pale, as if he might vomit. You absolute idiot. You did that on purpose. Just say you want me dead, he exclaimed. Calm down, calm down. Wang Quan reassured him while indulging in a chocolate matcha cake, asking, how's the training going? Lin Qiye was taken aback. What kind of training is this? Wang Quan rambled on about endurance, reflexes, and physical strength, leaving Lin Qiye highly skeptical of his claims, especially regarding mental fortitude. Remember, no matter the situation, Wang Quan concluded as he finished the last bite of cake. You must remain calm. Staying composed can ensure your survival when facing the unknown. He tossed Lin Qiye a strawberry-flavored lollipop, smiling brightly. As for the origin of this training, a certain unnamed white-haired individual had remarked, it's faster than being whisked away by the mysterious. Alas, you make a valid point, I concede. Lin Qiye sighed deeply, resignedly collapsing onto a bench. Unwrapping the candy, he took a bite, and in an instant, his eyes sparkled. This candy was extraordinary, tasting as if he were indulging in fresh strawberries, with a rich creaminess. Where can I buy this candy? He inquired. Custom-made, 10,000 for a single piece. And it also aids in restoring stamina. Lin Qiye was flabbergasted. A lollipop costing 10,000 was a glimpse into the lives of the affluent. If you like it here, Wang Quan dug into his pocket and handed Lin Qiye a handful, estimating around 7 or 8 pieces. No, I can't accept that, he protested, feeling embarrassed by the lollipop's value. It's nothing. Wang Quan waved his hand dismissively, crossing his legs casually, his gaze fixed on the airport exit. By the way, why don't you call me master for fun? After all, I've trained you. No way. Lin Qiye turned his head, feeling it was odd to refer to someone only slightly older than himself as master. Calling me master is a guaranteed benefit. If anyone bullies you, just invoke my name, and you'll be safe. Not to brag, but the title White Death carries weight in our circle. Lin Qiye scoffed. That is essentially the same thing. You arrogant fool. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Quan had deftly shifted the topic, steering him away from the lollipop issue. By the way, who are we picking up? The young master of the Bailey family. Bailey Tumming, roughly your age, Wang Quan replied. Just as he finished his sentence, dozens of burly men clad in black suits emerged from the airport exit. Their expressions grave and vigilant. Which star is this? Lin Xie remarked. There are way too many security personnel, and it's so ostentatious. As he noted, the majority of gazes outside the airport were drawn towards the security detail. Wang Quan smirked, his words laced with intrigue. Interesting. In the next moment, a chubby figure in casual attire waddled through the throng, flanked by a dozen bodyguards dragging suitcases. Xiao Yezi, the person we are waiting for has arrived. Lin Xie gawked. Is it really this ostentatious chubby guy? However, he quickly realized the implications. Wang Quan was tasked with protecting someone of significant importance, indicating that the chubby figure was in peril. If that were the case, such brazen behavior was akin to courting disaster. Wang Quan playfully delivered a light smack to Lin Xie's head, exclaiming, I'm not a bodyguard. My status is far too elevated for that. The chubby man scanned the area and soon spotted Wang Quan, his face lighting up with joy as he waved excitedly from a distance, calling out, Quan Ge, how have you been? His fluent Cantonese revealed his heritage. Little chubby, it's been a while. Wang Quan opened his arms, rushing forward to embrace the chubby man, only to be halted by a bodyguard. Before Wang Quan could react, the chubby man kicked the bodyguard aside, shouting, I curse your mother. Quan Ge is not a bad person. Quan Ge, the newcomers don't know you. Don't take offense. The chubby man said sheepishly, scratching his head. It's all good. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Quan Ge is as open-hearted as ever. Soon, the chubby man turned his attention to Lin Xie, glancing at Wang Quan and asking, Who is this brother? This is my disciple, Lin Xie, a local. Wang Quan declared without considering Lin Xie's feelings, eager to boast about having a disciple who was an agent of the divine. I am not your disciple. Lin Xie shot a glare at Wang Quan. Wow. Brother Xie is impressive, being Quan Ji's disciple. I admire you. The chubby man introduced himself. I'm Bailey Tumming. If this name is too much to pronounce, just call me Tumming, or even Fatty if you prefer. It sounds more friendly. Lin Xie was taken aback by the chubby man's affable demeanor. Typically, the scions of such powerful families were arrogant and unruly. Hello, I'm Lin Xie. Ha ha ha, nice to meet you. Let us be friends. I brought some local specialties. I hope you like them. As he spoke, Bailey Tumming gestured to one of his bodyguards, who stepped forward with a suitcase. Upon unzipping it, Lin Xie was momentarily stunned, seemingly rendered speechless. For some inexplicable reason, he recalled a classic saying about the foolish son of a landlord. A suitcase filled with gold bars served as the lavish greeting of the wealthy. Seeing Lin Xie's stunned silence, Bailey Tumming assumed he did not appreciate gold and clapped his hands to call over another bodyguard. Upon opening a different suitcase, a stunning array of Rolex watches gleamed before them, equally dazzling. This. Before Lin Xie could recover from the sight of the gold, he was drawn into the allure of the luxurious watches, ones he had only ever seen in magazines. If you don't like these, how about a Vacheron Constantine? Does Brother Xie prefer diamonds? Apologies, I didn't bring any diamonds this time. Bailey Tumming spoke earnestly, believing that silence indicated disinterest, and so he proposed a switch. No. These items are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Lin Xie fervently shook his head, yet the chubby boy, seemingly well acquainted with Wang Quan, felt compelled to show respect. In this vast sea of humanity, our meeting is fated. Please, Brother Xie, do not be so polite. Come, try it on. The flesh on Bai Li's round face quivered as he smiled like Mithria, his expression surprisingly innocent. As he spoke, a green water ghost watch was already fastened onto Lin Xie's wrist. Accept it, just keep it. This lad possesses wealth beyond your imagination. Wang Quan clapped Lin Xie on the shoulder, explaining that for him, this watch was akin to a simple bowl of plain rice. No, Brother Xie. Do not heed what Quan Ge says. My family merely engages in a small business. Bai Li, realizing he should conceal his identity, regrettably acknowledged it was too late. Chubby boy, send these bodyguards away. They are too conspicuous. I alone am sufficient to protect you. Very well. Bai Li turned to glance back and declared, You all can leave. Your salaries will remain unaffected. With Quan Ge here, everything will be just fine. Yes. The bodyguards echoed in unison, and Bai Li, taking a moment to look around, casually grabbed 2 suitcases, thinking it prudent to bring some local specialties for potential new acquaintances. Quan Ge, let us go? Bai Li strained to drag the suitcases, while Wang Quan raised an eyebrow and inquired, What have you brought? 1 suitcase of gold and another of watches. The security guards have more. If Quan Ge sees something he likes, he can take it. It's too heavy. Let me assist you. Wang Quan, adhering to his principles, had already accepted $1 billion from the boy's father, Taking more would be excessive. Thank you, Quan Gu. Bai Li hummed a cheerful tune, leisurely walking ahead. Lin Xie turned his head slightly and whispered, "This brother Chubby seems to trust you greatly. We have bathed together. The technicians, wow, are all top-tier beauties." Lin Xie. In the parking lot, Bai Li eagerly settled into the Maybach, praising, "Quan Gu, this car is quite nice, though it's not a limited edition. I'll gift you one another day. By the way, brother Xie, do you want one?" In the spirit of brotherhood upon meeting, Bai Li naturally wished to treat everyone equally. Lin Xie was taken aback, finally understanding why the foolish son of a landlord was so well-liked. Gifting luxury cars was merely a matter of words. "No need. I have no driver's license, so I cannot drive. Alas, what a shame. Brother Xie, why don't you get in? I think I shall take a taxi." Recalling the exhilarating sensation of speed, Lin Xie felt a shiver run through him. "Then do take care." Wang Quan twisted the key, and with a tremor, the Maybach surged forward like a silver streak. "Oh no, Quan Gu, there's a wall ahead. We're doomed, we're doomed." Quan Gu. Hearing Bai Li's wails, Lin Xie clasped his hands together in silent prayer. "Brother Chubby, may you seek your own fortune." As the deepening night gradually swallowed the sunset, a taxi halted in front of the Peace Affairs office. "Ding dong, welcome." Lin Xie pushed open the door, and at the front desk sat Wen Qimo, engrossed in a book. "Mo Gu, has Wang Quan brought a chubby person by today?" "You mean Quan Gu? He hasn't come by today. By the way, didn't he take you for special training?" "The training has concluded." Speaking of which, Lin Xie smiled wryly. "I see." Wen Qimo suddenly grinned mischievously, pointing to the underground entrance, his tone tinged with sympathy. "The captain is waiting for you at the training ground. Do not worry. Xiaonan is also there, ready to provide treatment." Lin Xie, "Go now. Do not keep the captain waiting, or he may break a few more bones." The mere mention of Chun Mai sent a chill down Wen Qimo's spine, as if recalling some painful memories. Sensing the coldness, Lin Xie swallowed hard. The bright moon hung high, and stars twinkled. A black Maybach sped through the outskirts of Cangnan, its dashboard speedometer maxed out. Even so, it could not outrun the pursuing rocket. With a resounding boom, a mushroom cloud of smoke and dust ascended slowly. Meanwhile, a mercenary clad in black combat gear, 100 meters away, smirked and murmured, "A specialized rocket. One shot is equivalent to a miniature nuclear bomb. Even the mysterious forces of the sea realm must be gravely injured." Having said that, his earpiece crackled to life, with another mercenary's puzzled voice echoing. "Captain, I don't see any corpses. That means they were obliterated. Huh, how shall we collect the bounty? The Bai family's young master's head is worth several billion. Do not worry, I recorded the video." The captain's brilliance shines. In a moment of excitement, the mercenary peered through the scope, revealing a deep pit, the charred earth still emitting wisps of smoke. Suddenly, amidst the scorching heat, a glimmer of silver flickered. The mercenary rubbed his eyes in disbelief, yet saw nothing. Just as he thought he was hallucinating, an irritable voice rang in his ears. "You bastard. That car cost me over $1 million. How do you intend to compensate me?" At these words, the mercenary stiffened, mechanically turning his head, his expression shifting from shock to terror, ultimately freezing in place. Beneath the pale moonlight, silver hair danced in the wind, resembling flames in motion. Wang Quan held Bai Li aloft, gazing down at the mercenary. A terrifying aura, akin to a mountain, pressed down upon the mercenary, making it difficult for him to breathe. He trembled uncontrollably, accidentally pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, the tremor echoed in every mercenary's ears. "Yes, yes, yes." He stammered, unable to articulate, while his teammates grew increasingly anxious. "Who is it? Speak up, Viper. Viper, you lunatic, have you lost your mind?" Teammates hurled insults, the cold moonlight, the squinted smile, all driving the sniper to madness. Finally, his voice, filled with despair, drifted into the ears of every teammate. "It's the White Death." As the words fell, the night plunged into a deathly silence. The next moment, the mercenary captain, resolute, bellowed, his voice barely managing a single word: "Run." Legends tell that upon the arrival of the White Death, one must flee, only flee, or face certain death. Chapter 16, Misunderstanding. Hee. Thunder is good. Bai Li displayed an innocent smile, which only intensified the sniper's fear. "Ah, don't kill me." "Oh." Wang Quan patted the sniper's head, narrowing his eyes. "What about my car? I will compensate you." The sniper, terrified, was aware that this man had ruthlessly pursued the ancient god church. "No need." Wang Quan replied amiably, causing the sniper to relax somewhat, thinking perhaps the legendary White Death was not so fearsome after all. In the next moment, the technique Z was activated. He gently flicked his finger, and a dark purple orb, the size of an egg, shot into the sniper's body, leaving a trail of shattered void in its wake. There were no screams, no blood. The sniper vanished without a sound. Wang Quan released Bai Li, who still clutched his suitcase, for while a person may perish, the welcoming gift must not be discarded. Little chubby, wait for me for 10 seconds. Very well. Quan Gu is magnificent. As soon as the words fell, Wang Quan vanished from sight. In a mere 10 seconds, amidst the boundless darkness, flickers of dazzling light occasionally illuminated the void, resembling falling comets from a distance. Move aside. Xiao Pengzi. Wang Quan's voice resonated, and just as Bai Li Pang shifted aside, a cadre of black-clad mercenaries descended from the heavens. 1, 2, 3, 10 in total. All within the span of 10 seconds. The mercenary captain glared fiercely at Wang Quan, threateningly asserting, Wang Quan, with so many enemies, it is only a matter of time before someone takes you down. This lad's bounty is only a few 100 million. Why risk your life for him? Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. Wang Quan nodded repeatedly, responding with a cheeky grin that nearly infuriated the mercenary leader. Wang Quan. This time, before he could finish his sentence, he exploded into a mist of blood. Please spare me. I just want to make a living. A female mercenary pleaded, kneeling and knocking her head on the ground, her voice trembling with fear. I am willing to give you all my possessions. Wang Quan remained silent, casually surveying the surroundings as others hastily expressed their pleas for mercy. Your last words are rather dull. He yawned languidly, offering a critique. In the next moment, cerulean pupils eclipsed the moonlight, and an infinite void unfurled. 1 minute later, 9 vacant-eyed fools, drooling, appeared at the mountain's edge. In that minute, their brains had absorbed a century's worth of useless information, malfunctioning and rendering them imbeciles. Once the assassins were dealt with, Wang Quan abruptly turned his gaze towards the distant, unending mountains, coldly declaring, I am right here. Anyone wishing to slay Xiao Pengzi is welcome to come. Many retreated into the night, disgruntled. Wang Quan clapped his hands and hoisted Bai Li Pang up, cheerfully stating, time to go home. Huh, how do we return? Should I call for a private jet? Bai Li Pang was acutely aware of their precarious situation. Standing atop a cliff at least 1,000 meters high. We shall walk back. Wang Quan scratched his head, stepping towards the precipice. Meanwhile, a weary Lin Qi had just arrived on the street opposite the Hongying villa. Unintentionally, he spotted a shooting star streaking across the black night sky, and it seemed to be drawing nearer. Oh no, it's not an optical illusion. Am I breaking celestial laws? He exclaimed, horrified at the thought of a meteor striking him. Unfortunately, it did. Bai Li Pang and Wang Quan sat up, the former scratching his head in confusion. Brother Quan, this villa area is quite nice. The ground is soft. I want to buy a place. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I remember there being no lawn here. What do you mean lawn? Damn you, you white-haired brat, get lost. Lin Qi's furious shout came from below, causing both men to slowly lower their heads in alarm. Oh no, Xiao Yezi. Brother Qi, out for a night run? Lin Qi replied, I just finished training, you two idiots, get away from me. Oh. My apologies, Brother Qi. The two quickly stood up, Lin Qi rubbing his backside as he glared at them. Thank goodness I hit the emergency brakes. I was afraid I'd hit someone. Wang Quan sighed in relief but then quickly added, but if it were one of our own, then it's all good. Lin Qi widened his eyes, never having felt so speechless in his life. He was utterly exasperated by this insufferable person. Xiao Yezi, I can only say your luck is quite unfortunate, to be struck by a meteor at night. You should refrain from buying lottery tickets for a while. Wang Quan kindly advised. Thanks a lot. Lin Qi chose to abandon the conversation, as this fellow was shameless. Home, let's go home. Wang Quan grinned, wrapping an arm around Lin Qi, who reluctantly followed him across the street, with Bai Li Pang trailing behind with a suitcase. The door was opened by Hongying, her beautiful eyes scanning the three, finally resting on Bai Li Pang as she questioned, and who might this young man be? He is someone I need to protect. Staying for a night. He will cover the expenses. I see. By the way, I left dinner for you. It's warming in the pot. You should eat first. Hongying smiled sweetly, her dimples adding a touch of charm to her demeanor, her tone especially friendly. Bai Li Pang glanced at Wang Quan and then at Lin Qi, his mind racing, and then suddenly enlightened. He looked at Hongying with a charming smile. Sister. Hello. I am Bai Li Tu Ming. You can call me Pang. Oh dear. Brother Quan got married without telling me. Let this be my wedding gift. With that, Bai Li Pang pushed the suitcase towards the shy Hongying. No. This Pang brother, Wang Quan, and I are not in that kind of relationship. Hongying's face grew redder with each explanation. She simply admired Wang Quan for his strength and the protection he had offered many. I see. So you're a couple, huh? It seems I didn't miss Brother Quan's wedding after all. But the meeting gift cannot be overlooked. Take this box of gold. Consider it some pocket money. Wang Quan felt embarrassed by the comment, while Lin Shi could only stifle a laugh, inwardly admiring. Brother Pang Pang is impressive. I simply enjoy watching this white-haired brat squirm. Xiaopengzi, I am merely staying temporarily. Do not speak carelessly. He delivered a playful tap to Baili Pong Pong's head, attempting to silence him. Ouch, that hurts. Baili Pang Pang clutched his head, wailing. I will go tidy up a room. You all go eat. Haha, see you later. Hong Ying hurriedly dashed away. Wait. We haven't exchanged gifts yet. Regardless of circumstances, a meeting gift must be accepted. At that moment, Si Xiaonan emerged from the kitchen, clad in a strawberry bear onesie. A piece of bread in her mouth. She happened to overhear Baili Pong Pong's words and caught a key phrase, Sister Quan. Wow. The piece of bread fell to the ground as Si Xiaonan's face lit up with excitement. She had no particular hobbies but enjoyed gossip. I think Sister Hong Ying is really nice. Why not give it a try? Lin Chi prodded from the side. Observing Si Xiaonan's expression, Wang Quan could only facepalm. Realizing the situation was spiraling further out of control, he merely wanted to clarify that it wasn't as it appeared. Chapter 17. Special Training. Rest well. We have special training tomorrow. Wang Quan set down his chopsticks, casting a glance at Lin Shi and Baili Pang Pang. Sigh. I would rather be beaten by Captain Shun. Lin Shi sighed deeply, for this white-haired rascal was unpredictable. Who knew what was in his mind? No way. I came here for a vacation. Brother Quan, please do not joke. Baili Pang Pang chuckled, his eyes innocent like a husky. Xiaopengzi, you are far too naive. If there are assassins, running away will be a problem. Wang Quan's expression turned serious, entirely devoid of jest. But Baili Pang Pang began, but Wang Quan swiftly interjected. Do not use your forbidden items. Hearing this, Baili Pang Pang felt utterly despondent, his spirit crushed. Good night. See you tomorrow. With that, Wang Quan returned to his room. He comfortably lay on his bed and opened a website named Silver Wolf Bounty, the background predominantly black, subtly revealing the head of a silver wolf. The page displayed various bounty tasks, and Wang Quan clicked on one. Bounty for the life of Bai Li's young master. Reward 20 billion. Goodness, the bounty has increased again. Poor Xiaopengzi. What a pitiful lad. Wang Quan shook his head, offering a sympathetic remark. Naturally, he had entered this website primarily to peruse the comments. Who would have anticipated that Wang Quan, affiliated with the Night Watch's special team, would register on such a dubious site? Baili Pang Pang exclaimed, Goodness, don't answer it. For heaven's sake, don't answer. This time, the young master's bodyguard is the White Reaper. The Black Snake team has been annihilated. Zhegusha Ren Butai replied. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. I was planning to intercept, but nearly lost my life. Tian Bupa Di Bupa added, A bunch of cowards. What is the White Reaper? I could take him down in a heartbeat. Zhegusha Ren Butai responded, Bro, it's fine to boast, but don't really go for it. De Lu Te Lu chimed in. If you dare to go, I'll call you father. After reading for a while, Wang Quan closed the website, feeling that the chubby boy should be safe for the time being. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Baili Pang Pang, clad in a golden silk pajamas, snored loudly, sleeping soundly. Hey, wake up. It's time for training. Your life is on the line. Wang Quan stood by the bed, patting Baili Pang Pang's cheek. Don't make a fuss in the morning. Just go squander your time. Baili Pang Pang tossed a Rolex watch aside and rolled over to continue sleeping. Fatty, stop sleeping. Wang Quan's lips twitched, exuding a look of frustration, as he slapped Baili Pang Pang awake. Wahoo! Baili Pang Pang woke up abruptly, eyes wide open, and upon seeing Wang Quan, sighed in relief. Oh no. Brother Quan, are you trying to scare me to death? Get dressed. I want to see you on the first floor in 1 minute. Otherwise, I'll throw you off the highest building in Songnan. With that, Wang Quan left the room without looking back. Baili Pang Pang's sleepiness vanished instantly, as he recalled having bungee jumped from the highest building in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, without a rope, no less. Oh no. Brother Quan is serious. He hurriedly dressed and reached the first floor just as the timer hit 59 seconds. Good. Well done. Wang Quan pressed the stopwatch, nodding with satisfaction. Lin Chi, unhurried, was enjoying breakfast, which included rice porridge, steamed buns, pickles, and boiled eggs, astonishing Baili Pang Pang, as these were all prepared by Wang Quan. Brother Chi, aren't you sleepy? Baili Pang Pang sat next to Lin Chi, grinning as he sought camaraderie. To grow stronger, to protect family, it is nothing. Lin Chi replied calmly, yet his words carried a profound resonance, causing Baili Pang Pang's eyes to light up. Wow, Brother Chi is quite the man. Hurry up and eat. Lin Shi found Bai Li Pang Pang to be quite amiable, devoid of the arrogance typical of aristocrats, and casually handed him an egg. Oh wow, the steamed buns smell divine. The white porridge has lotus seeds, red dates, and longan. The pickles are so crunchy. This is all made by that dead white-haired guy. Brother Quan is impressive. Just then, a voice of surprise came from the second floor. It smells so good. Which place did you buy breakfast from? Sister Hong Ying, it's made by Brother Quan. Exactly. Although he is a bit deranged, his culinary skills are unparalleled. Lin Chi added. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Quan emerged from the kitchen holding a pie, wearing an apron adorned with teddy bear prints. Exuding a husbandly charm. Hong Ying, good morning. Come down for breakfast. Hong Ying stood frozen on the second floor, staring intently at Wang Quan. A man who can cook is truly incredibly attractive. What's wrong? And nothing. Hong Ying shook her head and nimbly jumped down to the first floor. You too. Don't eat too much, or you'll end up vomiting. Wang Quan kindly reminded as he observed Bai Li Pang Pang devouring his food. Though I may appear as merely a sheep, the green grass has become more fragrant because of me. The sky has turned bluer because of me. A slightly childish ringtone broke the moment, and the three turned their gazes towards Wang Quan, who showed no sign of embarrassment as he answered the call. Hello? Is there someone with you? Yes. Change locations. There is something very important I forgot to tell you. All right. The caller was Yi Fan. Since he claimed it was of great importance, Wang Quan obediently left the living room. Speak. Is Lin Shi beside you? Yes. Do not let him leave Songnan City. Not a single step. Why? Some matters are not suitable for discussion over the phone. If you're curious, you may ask Jinmu Yi. You have the authority. Understood. Wang Quan nodded, furrowing his brow, this time refraining from his usual banter. Upon returning to the living room, Lin Shi sensed something amiss and glanced at Wang Quan, inquiring, what's wrong? Nothing. Have you eaten well? Yes. What about the chubby boy? Done. Let us go. Wang Quan opened the door and glanced at the parking lot, only to find the Maybach missing. Where's your car? It was set off like fireworks. Lin Chi was bewildered. Brother Chi, has Brother Quan's car been blown up? He must be furious. Bai Li Pang Pang whispered. Serves him right. Shoo. Lin Chi's reprimand startled Bai Li Pang Pang, who quickly fell silent. Unfortunately, it was too late. Wang Quan wrapped his arms around the two from behind, displaying a devilish grin. Are you two prepared to face the hellish survival game? With that, he lifted each of them with one hand, enveloped in a silvery glow. In an instant, the surroundings blurred and retreated at a speed so rapid that even their shadows vanished, leaving only a nebulous image. The next moment, the trio found themselves before a grand mountain, gazing at an expansive hillside with a steep slope leading directly to the summit. Ugh, too fast. I can't take it anymore. Bai Li Pang Pang collapsed to the ground, understanding at last why he had been advised to eat less. How will the training go? Lin Shi inquired, fixated on the distant hillside. Quite simply, you two must reach the summit before dark, and you must do it together. Oh, wait a moment. I'll be right back. With that, Wang Quan vanished, leaving Lin Shi and Bai Li Pang Pang puzzled by his mysterious tone. Chapter 18. Not abandoning any comrades, Wang Quan had yet to reappear, prompting Lin Shi to support Bai Li Pang Pang as they rested beneath a tree. The latter slumped against the trunk, pitifully stating, Thank you, Brother Chi. Just a small matter. Rest for a bit. Lin Shi patted Bai Li Pang Pang's shoulder, offering comfort. Surveying the surroundings, all he could see was an endless sea of trees. It was unclear which desolate mountain they had stumbled upon in Songnan's outskirts, and escaping seemed a daunting task. Suddenly, two straight knives descended from the sky, embedding themselves into the ground. Whoa, I don't recall the dead white-haired guy bringing knives. Lin Chi sensed trouble, swiftly grabbing one of the knives and tossing another to Bai Li Pang Pang. Fatty catch. Unfortunately, Bai Li Pang Pang, clumsy as ever, ended up getting hit on the head by the knife before it fell to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. ISNT this climbing a mountain? What do we need knives for? His expression was one of confusion, eyes innocent like a naive pup. You behind you. Run. Lin Chi did not respond, but instead pointed shakily towards the thicket behind Bai Li Pang Pang. Chi, why do you look so frightened? Bai Li Pang Pang turned his head and froze in place. A blood-red giant wolf, the size of a lion, was fixated on him, drool dripping from its sharp fangs. Run. Lin Shi's pupils constricted as he shouted, simultaneously brandishing his knife and charging forward. With a clang, the blade grazed the wolf's teeth, sparks flying. Bai Li Pang Pang rolled to the side, finally realizing that this was part of the trial. He dashed into the woods where the terrain was more complex. An effective barrier against the enemy. Oh. Bai Li Pang Pang nodded vigorously and turned towards the nearby trees. Just as he reached the boundary between the clearing and the woods, he felt a sudden weight pressing him down to the ground. What the hell? Chi. This way is blocked. Lin Chi was startled, quickly understanding that it was the work of Wang Quan, but it was too late to react. As the rules had been established from the start, the blood wolf seized the opportunity, its broad paw crashing down with a thunderous sound. Clang. A sharp echo reverberated through the valley as Lin Chi was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. Thankfully, his heightened senses, bestowed by the realm of Fan Shan, saved him from certain death. The wolf's speed was unexpectedly swift, and as Lin Chi fell, it lunged again. A shadow of blood soaring through the sky. Damn it! Lin Chi reacted quickly, jamming the knife into the wolf's mouth. However, a few fangs still pierced his arm, the scent of blood intensifying the wolf's ferocity, amplifying its strength. Just as Lin Chi prepared to unleash the might of Mi Jialo, he heard Bai Li Pang Pang's terrified shout, "I'm going all out." Perhaps luck was on their side. The knife plunged into the wolf's chest, piercing its heart. Warm blood sprayed from the wolf's mouth, drenching Lin Chi as he gritted his teeth and withdrew his arm, swiftly stabbing the wolf's throat. Thus, the snow wolf fell, whimpering, as the two joined forces to vanquish a mysterious foe. Chi, are you all right? I'm fine. Goodness, you're bleeding. We need to bandage that. Bai Li Pang Pang anxiously looked around, realizing there were no bandages. In a moment of desperation, he cut a strip from his shirt and hastily wrapped it around Lin Chi's wound. After tending to this, Bai Li Pang Pang slumped to the ground, exhaling deeply. I'm exhausted. I almost thought I was done for. Just then, Wang Quan's voice echoed, a mix of praise and criticism. Xiao Yizi, your reaction was quick. But your swordsmanship is too rudimentary. It lacks substance. Normally, the blood wolf shouldn't have been able to reach you. Hearing this, Lin Chi cursed, damn you. White-haired one, I've only trained for a week. You scoundrel, playing tricks. Show yourself instead of hiding. Brother Quan, where are you speaking from? Little fatty, you're utterly useless. A mere blood wolf has you paralyzed. Without Xiao Yi here, you'd be dead. Young man, you still need practice. Now, let the life and death escape begin. Wang Quan's amused voice resonated in their ears like a devil's whisper, sending shivers down their spines. In the next moment, howls of wolves echoed behind them. Looking back, they saw an invisible barrier trapping dozens of snarling blood wolves, closing in. I've maintained a pressure barrier until sunset. Now run. Race to the mountaintop. Because if they catch you, you will be torn to shreds. Indeed, what had just transpired was merely an appetizer. The real hellish training lay ahead. What the hell? Are you a sadist for devising such a training method? Lin Chi cursed as he took off running. Wait for me. Bai Li Pang Pang struggled to keep up, looking like a long-legged egg. With each step they took, the wolf pack inched closer. Meanwhile, at the mountaintop, an umbrella was planted in a crevice, beneath which lay a wooden table adorned with platters of fruit, chips, and other snacks. Wang Quan, donning sunglasses, lounged comfortably in a rocking chair, humming a tune. Occasionally, the sounds of Bai Li Pang Pang's cries and the piercing howls of wolves drifted up from the slope. Feeling it was time, he raised his hand towards the slope and gently waved it downwards. Instantly, an invisible pressure descended. Lin Chi felt his feet sink, hurriedly driving his knife into the ground to brace himself. In contrast, a panting Bai Li Pang Pang was pinned down by the weight, struggling to rise. At that moment, the barrier confining the wolves was still 20 meters away from them. Fatty, get up. We cannot fall here. Lin Chi's brow furrowed as he spoke weakly, hindered by the oppressive force. I can't go on. Just leave me. Bai Li Pang Pang gasped for breath after every few words. Being just an ordinary person without any enhancements, the wolf pack was closing in, and Lin Chi was torn. To be honest, he had known Bai Li Pang Pang for less than 3 days, and their relationship wasn't particularly strong. Wang Quan lifted his sunglasses, his azure eyes gleaming as he observed the two from the slope. He hadn't expected them to pass this training. He merely wished to impart one lesson: never abandon your teammates. Watching the hesitant Lin Chi, Wang Quan was curious to see how he would choose, considering they had only recently met. Chapter 19. The training concludes. Lin Chi, with great difficulty, turned around, using his knife as a crutch, inching toward Bai Li Pang Pang, determined that they would reach the mountaintop together, something Wang Quan had emphasized from the start. Of course, even without that rule, he would have turned back, for when the blood wolf had bitten him, Bai Li Pang Pang had bravely charged forward. This fellow was merely an ordinary person living a life of comfort, yet he was sincere. If he could gain such a friend, it would not be a bad thing. Watching Lin Chi struggle, Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes reddened as he weakly said, Chi, don't worry about me, just run. You're a good person. Lin Chi managed a strained smile in response. Aren't we teammates? Of course. Bai Li Pang Pang suddenly realized Yes, they were comrades in arms at this moment. The wolf pack continued to advance, now only 10 meters from Bai Li Pang Pang, but Lin Shiyi was the first to reach their destination. Under the weight of the pressure, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he bent down, gritting his teeth to help Bai Li Pang Pang up. They exchanged a smile, a sincerity reflecting in their youthful eyes. Let us go. Supporting each other, they used their knives to prop up their heavy bodies, slowly making their way to the mountaintop. The wolves were less than a meter behind, their growls, panting, and thirst for blood clearly audible. Stopping might indeed mean death. At the summit, Wang Quan lowered his sunglasses, a slight smile gracing his lips as he praised inwardly, "Well done." As the refreshing morning sunlight faded, the scorching rays of the sun bored down upon the earth. Along the elongated hillside, amidst the disordered stones, a long trail of footprints emerged. Each footprint sank several centimeters into the ground, the depressions starkly pronounced. Sweat soaked the garments of Lin Shiyi and Bai Li Pang Pang, and from a distance, they appeared as if they had been thoroughly drenched. The howling of the wolf pack echoed desperately, for the delectable feast lay tantalizingly close, yet remained just out of reach. Lin Shiyi turned his head and was startled to see a massive wolf's head nearly touching his face. "We must quicken our pace. Brother Shiyi, I have exerted all my strength." Bai Li Pang Pang sighed deeply, truly having done his utmost. This half-day's exertion equaled a year's worth of exercise for him. Looking back, he believed it was time for your little universe to erupt. Bai Li Pang Pang turned his head in confusion, but when the wolf's face loomed near, his complexion paled, and strangely, his waist no longer ached, nor did his legs feel sore. "By the heavens, this is even scarier than a horror movie. Run!" Bai Li Pang Pang shouted, and thus, the two shifted from a snail's pace to a tortoise's speed. Fortunately, they managed to create a 10-centimeter gap from the wolf pack. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Wang Quan glanced at the log he was holding and then at the slowly moving figures on the slope. After a moment's hesitation, he tossed the log aside. No need to increase the intensity. Alas, what can I say? I am a good person. If Lin Shiyi were to hear those words, he would undoubtedly erupt in curses. Gradually, a blush of crimson descended from the distant sky, and the mountains lay serenely upon the canvas of the heavens. While Wang Quan reclined atop the peak, observing the clouds roll by, the blood-red light elongated the shadows of Lin Shiyi and Bai Li Pang Pang. They had traversed over 90% of their journey, with just over 100 meters remaining to the summit. Before Bai Li Pang Pang could finish speaking, Lin Shiyi felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered that Bai Li Pang Pang had fainted, having exhausted all his energy. "Alas, if you are tired, let us take a moment to rest." Lin Shiyi gently laid Bai Li Pang Pang down and also sat down to recuperate. After a day's effort, they had managed to distance themselves from the wolf pack by 10 meters. "What? Have you given up? The wolf pack will be unleashed when night falls," Wang Quan kindly reminded. Lin Shiyi turned to look, his expression stiffening before he cursed. "You really know how to enjoy yourself. I endured far worse back in the day, and this is merely child's play." Wang Quan's tone was calm, leaving it unclear whether he was boasting or stating facts. "By the way, call me master to hear it. The special training ends here." "Impossible. I would rather perish under the fangs of the wolf pack than call you this white-haired master." Lin Shiyi shot a glare at Wang Quan, simultaneously raising his middle finger. In response, Wang Quan immediately returned the gesture, teasing, "Get your Parkinson's treated before we talk." "Humph, just wait. I will climb to the top." Lin Shiyi retorted with a proud glance towards Wang Quan, then gazed into the distant sky. The crimson clouds thinned, and the lowest layer was even tinged with a faint black hue. Night was approaching. The wolf pack drew ever closer, the 10-meter gap vanishing gradually as they advanced with a grim cadence, howling in excitement, ready to relish the chase of their prey. As darkness enveloped the land, Bai Li Pang Pang's snoring filled the air, while Lin Shiyi closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, ignoring the impending wolves. Night had fallen. The restrictions were lifted. The oppressive aura that had confined the wolf pack receded like a tide, and beneath the crescent moon, the wolf leader raised its head and howled to the heavens. Dozens of blood wolves surged forth in a frenzy, and at this moment, Lin Shiyi opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance within them. Nikisu's divine skill. Starry Night Dancer, activated. Instantly, a faint aura of starlight shimmered in his clear eyes, and he took a deep breath, calmly regarding the charging wolves. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility beneath the night sky. Upon activation of the divine skill, Lin Shiyi's strength, speed, endurance, and recovery capabilities all surged fivefold. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted Bai Li Pang Pang onto his shoulder as if carrying a sack. Just as the first blood wolf lunged at him, he took off running. Lin Shi sprinted with all his might, the wolf pack in fierce pursuit. The final 100 meters unfolded a true life-and-death race. At last, Lin Shi reached the summit. He released by Li Pang Pang, his legs trembling as he collapsed onto the ground. Turning to look, he saw dozens of blood wolves blotting out the sky, all pouncing towards him. Strangely, he felt no fear, for Wang Quan was present. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to trust this individual. Was it the sage advice that a mere mortal bears no guilt, yet possesses a treasure? Was it the formidable strength? Or perhaps the fact that Zhao Kongcheng had saved and protected his small family? Maybe it was the silent generosity shown to his aunt. While Lin Shi was lost in thought, he witnessed a series of blue orbs forming a string beneath the vast sky, an unseen force warping the space around them. Dozens of blood wolves vanished in an instant, followed by a dazzling explosion, akin to a brilliant firework illuminating the surrounding mountains. Wang Quan descended amidst the light, his smile gentle as he gave Lin Shi a thumbs up, generously praising, "Little Yi, you did well," as if that needed saying. Lin Shi shot him a glare, responding with pride. The next moment, Wang Quan shifted his tone, narrowing his eyes with curiosity. "Besides the mundane divine realm, has the seraphim granted you other abilities? Or do you have other channels to obtain the forbidden ruins?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shi was taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic, internally cursing, "Are you a detective, or something?" Chapter 20. The Serpent Demon Arrives. "No, this is merely the ability of Mikiel." Lin Shi replied with a calm facade, feigning composure. "I don't think so." Wang Quan stroked his chin, his expression serious. Faced with Wang Quan's probing, Lin Shi resorted to fainting, collapsing instantly. The crucial factor was that after a day of rigorous training, fainting was entirely reasonable, leaving no room for suspicion. I'm merely curious. You need not share if you are unwilling. After all, everyone has their secrets." Wang Quan, both amused and exasperated, casually lifted Lin Shi, only to discover that he had truly fainted. Consequently, he carried both of them away. As the stars twinkled, dawn broke on the horizon. The warm sun streamed through the window, illuminating the room, and Lin Shi opened his eyes to find himself lying stark naked in a bathtub. The tub contained a viscous, dark, and foul-smelling liquid. "What the?" He quickly stood up, realizing something delightful. He felt no pain whatsoever. Rather, he felt extraordinarily refreshed and light. "Time to wake up, take a shower, and then have a meal." Wang Quan's voice echoed from outside the room. "By the way, the potion you used was specially formulated by the Night Watchers. It eliminates impurities and strengthens the body. Thank you. This is your reward for completing the special training." After finishing his meal, Lin Shi set off towards the Peace Affairs office. Ding dong. "Welcome." The familiar electronic chime rang out as Lin Shi noticed a lavishly dressed stranger seated on the sofa beside the reception desk, while Wen Mo sat opposite her. "Mr. Wen, have you prepared the evidence I requested?" "Of course. Please take a look." Wen Ma presented a file bag with a smile. The woman opened the bag, glanced at the photographs inside, and her face turned ashen as she exclaimed, "These two scoundrels. Do they deserve my trust? Beasts." After her outburst, she stormed out of the office, her anger palpable, more intense than that of a vengeful spirit. "Ms. Sun, if you intend to pursue legal action, please do not act impulsively." Wen Ma called out loudly. Once the woman departed, Lin Xie curiously inquired, "Did her husband cheat on her?" "It is far more complicated than that." Wen Ma sighed, displaying a sympathetic expression. Lin Xie responded, "So her husband is involved with her sister. What a family drama." Lin Xie had only heard of such tales before. This was his first encounter with it. He then questioned, "Are we still responsible for surveillance?" "Hey, what are you saying? We run an office, specializing in investigations, conflict mediation, and even searching for lost pets." When Ma listed various responsibilities, leaving Lin Xie momentarily astounded. "How was yesterday's training?" When Ma struck up a casual conversation. At this, Lin Xie shuddered. "Don't mention it. It was terrifying. That guy's training was a million times more daunting than the captain's." Just the thought of it made Wen Ma's scalp tingle. Before they could converse further, the office doorbell rang, prompting both to turn toward the entrance, offering polite smiles as they chorused, "Welcome. How may we assist you?" The newcomer, clad in a large coat and wearing a mask and baseball cap, appeared rather enigmatic. There are monsters at school. Li Yifei." Lin Xie recognized the tightly wrapped individual from his voice. He was a survivor of the ghost mask incident, also from Erzhong. "No way, Lin Xie." Li Yifei was equally surprised. "Did you not enlist in the military?" Upon realizing his gaffe, he quickly added, with envy, "You joined this organization." "Indeed. Why are you dressed like that? Aren't you hot?" "I fear being recognized. You wouldn't believe it. Yesterday after school, I saw Li Yifei recounted the events of the previous day in detail. In summary, a classmate named Lu Xiaoyan had transformed into a monster and devoured the director. I saw it with my own eyes. There is not a shred of falsehood. I was terrified and couldn't sleep all night. And today I took a leave of absence from class. Aren't you supposed to handle such matters? Help. Li Yifei's face was pale, clearly shaken. Young man, let us discuss this in detail below, when Shima gestured invitingly. Below? Moments later, Li Yifei sat awkwardly on the sofa in the basement living room. The members of Team 136 surrounded him, each wearing a serious expression. What I said is all true. Please, don't kill me. Li Yifei stammered, visibly frightened. Do not fear. Young man, we are all good people. Zhao Kongqing reassured him, pressing a hand on Li Yifei's shoulder with a half-smile. Please recount what you observed once more. Chunmai leaned against a nearby pillar, casting a glance at Li Yifei. All right. Thus, Li Yifei narrated the events again. Wu Xiangnan was the first to speak, calmly analyzing. It appears that this mythological creature possesses exceptional camouflage abilities, capable of communicating with humans and even living among them normally, indicating it possesses intelligence on par with ours. How troublesome. When Shima felt goosebumps rise on his skin. No, the most troubling aspect is its assimilation capability. As of now, we do not know how many individuals it has infected, especially in a densely populated area like a school. Chunmai furrowed his brow, speaking slowly. Can we not just eliminate Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying suggested. Sister Hong Ying, we do not even know if she is the original entity. Nor do we know if she was the first to be infected. Xie is right. The situation is more complex than we imagined. Chunmai nodded. Indeed. We must prepare for the worst. Wu Xiangnan added. What worst-case scenario? Hong Ying asked, her face filled with confusion. For instance, the entire Erzhong could be infected, leading to countless monsters. Wu Xiangnan stated this chilling prospect in the calmest of tones. Does that mean the entirety of Cangnan is in danger? What if the whole city becomes infected? Li Yifei clutched his head, terrified and unable to breathe. Consider this, your classmates, teachers, cafeteria staff, your parents. What if everyone around you were the monsters you saw that day? When Shima asked with a strange smile. Then we would be doomed. Li Yifei exclaimed in horror. Shima, do not frighten him. If such a significant issue arose, the Crow of Calamity would issue a warning. Zhao Kongqing raised his hands in exasperation. Just trying to lighten the mood. What is the Crow of Calamity? Lin Xia asked, puzzled. It is a forbidden entity. It will issue a warning when a major incident occurs in Cangnan, Chunmai explained. I think I will take my leave. Li Yifei quickly excused himself, unable to handle the tension with this group. And I won't say a word. He hastily opened the office door, failing to notice the person standing in front of him. Consequently, he collided with Wang Quan. You are odd. This remark sent a chill down Li Yifei's spine, leaving him frozen in place. Chapter 21. I have a plan. Wang Quan's instincts warned him that the person before him was problematic, yet he was perplexed, as the aura emanating from the individual was that of an ordinary person. Who are you? Li Yifei stammered, his face filled with fear. He could not comprehend why merely standing beside this person made him feel frightened. What business is it of yours? Wang Quan shot Li Yifei a disdainful glance. Well, farewell. Li Yifei lowered his head, resembling a shy girl, and hurriedly exited. Just then, Chunmai's voice echoed from the corridor behind the front desk. Hey, wait. What is it? We have agreed to send a group of individuals to infiltrate Erzhong. You will assist them. What? Me? Li Yifei pointed at himself incredulously. A group of monsters? I have no superpowers. I will die. You are the one most familiar with the situation. We need you. Of course, it is not mandatory. Also, if we resolve this incident, I will offer you a chance to join us. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's eyes lit up. Being a hero who saves the world had always been his dream. Captain Chun, what has happened? Wang Quan asked, puzzled. The situation is a bit tricky. It concerns the survival of Cangnan. Would you like to join? Chunmai deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation, as having Wang Quan involved would significantly reduce the danger. Tell me more. Wang Quan's interest was piqued. Moments later, while stroking his chin, he appeared deep in thought. Of course, but let me prepare first. Before departing, he specifically instructed, ask Xiao Yezi if there is any way to gather everyone from their school together. Chunmai, realizing too late, quickly cautioned, no. A collective purge could lead to accidental casualties. Captain Chen, what are you thinking? I am not a murderer. Wang Quan shot Chunmai a glare before hastily leaving the peace office. Team 136 was divided into two groups. Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan were tasked with investigating Lu Xiaoyan and the family of the headmaster, while Lin Xia, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan infiltrated the school. Zhao Kongqing maintained a no-gate void, and when Shima stood by outside the school, while Leng Xian provided remote support. dressed in school uniforms. Lin Xie and the others lingered at the entrance of the second high school, unable to enter through the front gate as an elderly man outside kept a watchful eye on them, fearing they might alert the guards. Thus, they resolved to undertake an act that many students dared to dream of but not to execute, scaling the wall. The school uniform is utterly hideous. Hong Ying complained while standing in the shade of the wall, her black long case slung over her back, clearly disdainful of the attire. Sister Hong Ying, you look splendid in it. You've elevated the uniform's status. Lin Xie replied with a smile. Oh, I didn't know you had such a sweet tongue, little brother Xie. Hong Ying chuckled in response. The faint golden light illuminated her figure, donning a white shirt with her red and white uniform unzipped, her high ponytail exuding the vibrant aura of a spirited young lady. In contrast, Si Xiaonan exuded a sweet and adorable charm, wearing a cartoon long-sleeve top. Her uniform tied around her waist like a skirt, her hair styled in playful buns adding to her cuteness. Are we departing immediately? Or shall we wait for the great devil? Si Xiaonan inquired, having just received a message from Wang Quan. Let us wait. Hong Ying replied without hesitation, her bright eyes revealing a subtle anticipation. I sent him the location. It won't be long. All right, wait for your gentleman. Si Xiaonan teased. Xiaonan, what are you saying? Hong Ying retorted, clearly flustered. Just then, a figure approached quietly. Oh, what are you chatting about? Wang Quan's voice resonated, and all three of them turned to look, their eyes widening in surprise. Goodness, isn't your cosplay a bit odd? Are you feeling unwell? The great devil is going for a rugged look today? Is he planning to rob the second high? Under the sunlight, Wang Quan was clad in a camouflage combat suit, wielding an AK, with a belt of brass ammunition draped across his chest and several grenades dangling from his waist. No. You are gravely mistaken. Since the so-called snake demon can disguise itself, and Little Knight can see through such deceptions, the problem becomes much simpler. I have a plan. 3 minutes later, Lin Xie questioned, are you certain your plan will work? Just tell me if your radar detection is accurate. Accurate? All right. With me around, no monster will escape, and no innocent bystander will be harmed. Wang Quan patted his chest, the bullets clinking together, a sound akin to unparalleled confidence. Today is Monday. The entire school is holding a flag-raising ceremony. We will act then. Lin Xie observed Wang Quan's outfit, feeling a buzzing in his head, realizing that this fellow had been preparing his cosplay costume and props during his absence. However, recalling Wang Quan's formidable strength, Lin Xie found himself compelled to agree with him. Now, let us reiterate our respective tasks. I will handle the suppression of the students and teachers while managing the mythical creatures. You are indeed implying abduction. It is absolutely the case. Lin Xie shot a glance at Wang Quan, then continued, I will identify the true form of the snake demon. While you handle the school, Xiaonan and I will check for any others to prevent leaving anyone behind. Hong Ying nodded seriously, placing her trust in Wang Quan. Listening to their fervent declarations, Lin Xie could only sigh in resignation, internally lamenting that the Night Watch was certainly not a reputable organization. All right, let us set forth. Wang Quan waved his hand grandly. Vaulting over the wall with his AK, Hong Ying first tossed her long case over, then sprang up powerfully, elegantly leaping over. Seeing the petite Si Xiaonan, Lin Xie asked, do you need assistance? Si Xiaonan rolled her eyes, quickly approaching the 2-meter-high wall, lightly tapping her toes in the crevices before effortlessly leaping atop the wall. This scene left Lin Xie dumbfounded as he murmured, is she performing light skill techniques? Beginner, keep it up. Si Xiaonan proudly lifted her head. Lin Xie tossed his black case over, using his hands to steady himself against the wall, and then pushed off to easily flip over. However, compared to the smooth operations of the first three, his maneuver appeared rather awkward. As Lin Xie landed, he felt somewhat embarrassed, having intended to assist the petite Si Xiaonan, only to realize he was the novice in the group. Action! Go! I'll find a bush to hide in. Wang Quan was rather excited, and Lin Xie seriously suspected he had been playing too much chicken lately. Merely wishing to experience a real-life version while dealing with the snake demon was just a side matter. Move quietly. Lin Xie regarded Wang Quan with a look akin to one observing a fool. I will return to class to interact with Lu Xiaoyan. You all investigate the headmaster. When the flag is raised, we will commence our actions. Okay, go for it, Xie. You can do it. Thus, an apparently unreliable plan commenced. Chapter 22. Everyone. Duck and cover tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of knocking interrupted the teacher's lecture. Adjusting his glasses, he glanced toward the door and said, Come in. As the classroom door swung open, Lin Xie stood at the entrance, holding his black case, slightly bowing. Hello, teacher. The students all turned to Lin Xie in unison. as he had been absent from school for over 10 days, leading them to believe he had dropped out. Where have you been these days? The teacher was equally astonished. I had an eye condition and spent 2 weeks in the hospital. Lin Xie calmly recounted the fabricated story. I see. Quickly return to your seat. The teacher was quite considerate of Lin Xie, the disabled student, and did not press further. All right, everyone, focus on the blackboard. I will continue teaching. As Lin Xie walked toward his desk, he discreetly scanned the entire class with his mental energy, frowning upon settling down. While no one was paying attention, he stealthily activated his earpiece, and Chun Mai's voice resonated. Does your divine realm work? What is the situation? Lin Xie lowered his voice, his tone grave. The situation is not good. We have 2 infected individuals in our class, in addition to Lu Xiaoyan. There's another girl. As he crossed the hallway, he had scanned and estimated that 6 individuals had been infected. A moment of silence followed from the other end of the earpiece. There are 6 infected on 1 floor. What about the entire school? The situation was not merely unfavorable, it was utterly dire. With so many casualties, if word got out, the school would undoubtedly be ruined. Is there any hope for them? No hope. Their internal organs have vanished, and they are host to strange flesh. Lin Xie heard a heavy sigh, followed by Chun Mai's voice. Then ensure your safety and assist Wang Quan in eliminating the threats. Xiangnan has already gathered information. He will share it with everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Xiangnan's voice emerged in each earpiece. Calm and rational, Nantu Snake Demon. It possesses formidable camouflage abilities and intelligence comparable to humans. After swallowing a creature, it can plant a snake seed within, turning the biological shell into its offspring, which it can control. The good news is that before reaching maturity, the snake demon is not very powerful. Of course, with Wang Quan present, it poses no real threat. Cleanse the snake demon and its offspring. Good luck to you all. After Wu Xiangnan finished speaking, only the sound of electric current remained in his ears. Meanwhile, in a desolate corner outside Erzhong, Zhao Kongqing inserted the final advertisement board. He bit his index finger, using his blood to inscribe the number 1 upon the board. In an instant, a faint red tetrahedron enveloped the entirety of Erzhong like a pyramid, its crimson light flashing briefly before fading into the void. Wu Jiekongyu activate. Received. The voice of Hong Ying rang out as she and Si Xiaonan infiltrated the office building, stealthily making their way into the office of the Director of Education. As per the address provided by Lin Xie, the office was devoid of any presence. Si Xiaonan tapped the teacup on the desk, still warm to the touch. Someone just left. They must be at a meeting, or else the door wouldn't be locked. Sister Hong Ying, the director won't be back anytime soon. Let's search for clues. I'll keep watch. All right. Hong Ying nodded and immediately began rummaging through the office. Si Xiaonan produced a small mirror, positioning himself behind the door to observe the corridor through its reflection. Drawers, cabinets, folders. If they continued searching, they might as well dig 3 feet into the ground. Yet nothing was found. Suddenly, Hong Ying's ears perked up as she heard the sound of tiles lifting. Crouching down, she focused her gaze and noticed several tiles under the desk had lost their adhesive. Drawing her dagger, she pried one open, and a pungent smell immediately wafted out. Beneath the tile lay a thin brown membrane. Ugh, it reeks. There's a fishy and bloody scent. Hong Ying frowned, using the tip of her knife to lift the membrane, revealing a human skin with scales. As expected, it's a snake. It can shed its skin, Si Xiaonan remarked. After Hong Ying concealed the traces at the scene, a familiar tune drifted in from outside the window, causing her lips to twitch. Could it be that all flag-raising ceremonies nationwide use the same entrance music? It seems so. The two approached the window, observing a bustling crowd below, with numerous students streaming out of the teaching building. Lin Xie was among them, with Li Yifei cautiously trailing closely behind, nearly glued to him. What the heck? Are you a freak? Keep your distance. Lin Xie shot Li Yifei a disdainful glare, speaking irritably. Xie, I'm scared. Scared of what? There's one right behind you. Oh my. Li Yifei's eyes widened, feeling a chill run down his spine and his legs weaken. Just kidding. Seeing Li Yifei so frightened, Lin Xie decided to weave a small lie to prevent alarming him. According to their plan, Lin Xie stood in the class lineup, awaiting favorable news. He discreetly glanced around before activating his earpiece, whispering, the flag-raising ceremony is about to commence. Nearly everyone is here. My Jinshu cannot cover the entire area, but the number of snake demons surrounding us has exceeded 20. I'm checking the girls' dormitory. Hong Ying's voice chimed in. I haven't found anyone yet. The cafeteria should also be empty, Si Xiaonan reported. At this moment, beside the teaching building, Wang Quan stealthily peered out, pulling back the gun's bolt, grinning as he said, the bandit is in position. Wait for my signal. Received. All right. You got this. In the not-so-large square, the students stood orderly, while the principal on the stage cleared his throat into the microphone. Ahem. Good morning, students. The sun is shining brightly today. Just like all of you, you are all rising suns. What could have been resolved with a simple announcement to commence the flag-raising ceremony turned into a 10-minute monologue from the principal, who seemed somewhat reluctant to conclude. This exasperated Wang Quan. What a foolish leader, rambling longer than life itself. Wang Quan raised his AK toward the sky and squeezed the trigger. The gunfire erupted, flames spewing from the muzzle, the resounding shots echoing throughout the campus. Instantly, all attention was drawn to him. Striding boldly toward the square, Wang Quan donned a bandit mask. The principal, visibly displeased, shouted, "Student, which class are you from? Who allowed you to bring a replica gun? Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? The flag-raising ceremony is about to begin, and you dare to play pranks. You've crossed the line. I'll have your parents here tomorrow. Right now, immediately, come here. You cannot escape this punishment." The principal, resembling a chatterbox, remained oblivious to the severity of the situation. In the next moment, the microphone stand beside him was shattered by a bullet. The principal was dumbfounded. Is this guy for real? You're committing a crime. Do you understand? Before the principal could finish, the cold muzzle pressed against his forehead, and in front of the entire faculty and student body, he lost control. Shut up. Wang Quan glared at the principal, casually snatching the microphone. He fired a volley into the air before declaring in a defiant tone, "Hello everyone. I am a terrorist. Everyone, crouch down and cover your heads. Thank you." Lin Xie stood frozen among the crowd, murmuring to himself, "This doesn't seem staged at all." Chapter 23. You are simply too weak, that is all. The square of Erzhong fell into a deathly silence. All faculty and students left dumbfounded. A terrorist attack? One person? What a joke. I said, cover your heads and crouch down. The authoritative voice reverberated across the sky, the Azure Six eyes illuminating suddenly, as if a deity had descended. His mental power surged like tumultuous waves, creating invisible ripples that spread outward, rendering anyone unable to stand. In the blink of an eye, the blue and red crowd was forced to crouch, leaving only Lin Xie standing tall. Xiao Yezi move. Lin Xie was astounded. This was Wang Quan's method of resolution. No need for caution, no need for stealth, just a single command. All right. He pressed the black box, and a straight knife sprang forth. Taking a deep breath, he slowly approached his classmate Lu Xiaoyan. What are you going to do? Lu Xiaoyan screamed in terror. To the onlookers, it appeared as though a pitiful girl was pleading with a madman wielding a knife. However, from Lin Xie's perspective, it was merely a grotesque mass of flesh emitting mournful cries. He contemptuously remarked, "Stop pretending." A flash of pale blue blade light passed, and a head covered in black scales rolled into the crowd. Lu Xiaoyan collapsed, blood flowing at the feet of the students. "Ah, someone's been killed. Don't kill me. Blood, so much blood, I feel nauseous. There's a monster. Lu Xiaoyan is a monster." The severed head of the snake demon plunged into chaos, akin to a stone cast into water, instantly creating ripples of terror and shouts that filled the confined square. Amidst the screams of the crowd, they remained immobile. Were ordinary people truly the most terrified? Certainly not. It was the snake demons who felt the chill. For Lu Xiaoyan's death was no mere coincidence. This human could see through their disguise. On the platform, Wang Quan casually pulled over a chair, crossing his legs. His gaze fixed on the crowd, exuding an aura of leisure and confidence. Below the platform, Lin Xie wiped the blood from his knife and approached his classmate Han Ruo, who was also a snake demon. "Lin Xie, you murderer. You lunatic. Why are you helping that terrorist to kill?" Han Ruo screamed frantically, yet she was unable to move. All she could do was seethe in impotent rage. Lin Xie stared at her impassively, as if observing a corpse. "Are you even human? I forgot to tell you. I can see through your disguise." Han Ruo stood there, utterly dazed, repeatedly exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible, impossible." Yet, the impossibility was of no consequence. "Descend into hell and speak with Yen Wang." With a swift motion, Lin Xie struck down another serpent demon, leaving it sprawled in a pool of blood. The others, slow to comprehend, noticed that Lin Xie seemed only to target the monsters. Who would be next? Such a mystery. Wang Quan, ever timely, joined in with his commentary. Relishing the spectacle, after dispatching 2 serpent demons, Lin Xie ascended to a high platform, resolved to eliminate the serpent demon concealed among the leaders first. This time, before he could act, 2 serpent demons boldly revealed themselves, roaring at Lin Xie with reluctant tones, "I merely wish to survive. What wrong have I committed? Does this world grant the right to exist solely to you humans? Is a serpent demon's life not life? The serpent demons believed their heartfelt inquiries could sway Lin Xie, yet only the chilling edge of his blade awaited them. Are the lives you consumed exempt from divine law? Lin Xie retorted, your survival means the demise of others. Moreover, I am human. Just as Lin Xie prepared to slay another serpent demon, Wang Quan intervened. White-haired one, what are you doing? These creatures do not merit sympathy. Indeed, Wang Quan did not deny it, pressing forward until he stood close to the serpent demon. Did you not just speak of your desire to survive? What of the others? The serpent demon, bewildered, responded with confusion. Of course, I refer not to you, but to the Nantawa serpent demon. In that moment, Wang Quan suddenly turned, his intimidating gaze sweeping the area as he sought the true entity. Oh, you maintain your composure quite well. Wang Quan returned to his seat, continuing to exert pressure on everyone present. Xiao Yezi, continue with your efforts. No need for your prompt. Lin Xie eliminated the serpent demon on the platform and turned to join the others. Allow me to address your query. Wang Quan produced a lollipop, leisurely peeling back the wrapper. It is not wrong to wish for survival. This world does not belong solely to humanity. The lives of serpent demons are equally valid. The lightweight wrapper slipped through Wang Quan's fingers as he removed his mask, revealing his azure eyes shimmering with brilliance and a slight smile. Dominant, proud, confident. He resembled the sovereign of this realm, his lips parting slightly. You are simply too weak. Nothing more. His words bore no mockery, merely a statement of fact. Half an hour later, the plaza was awash in blood, with all serpent demon offspring perished, save for the main entity. The once clamorous crowd fell silent. Even the dimmest of minds recognizing that Lin Xie and the stranger were engaged in the eradication of an unknown monstrosity. Meanwhile, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan scoured the school's nooks and crannies, leaving no stone unturned. The four regrouped in the plaza, gazing helplessly at the throng. I cannot detect the main entity. It may possess a greater camouflage talent than the serpent demon offspring, or perhaps it is simply of a much higher realm. Lin Xie speculated. What shall we do? If the main entity remains, the threat persists. Hong Ying sighed. At that moment, Chun Mai's voice rang out, everyone. Lu Xiaoyan's family has all transformed into serpent demons, and the situation at the director's home is similar. Xiangnan and I have completed the purge. How about you? Chun Mai held little hope, recognizing the school's vastness and the throngs of people. Locating all serpent demons might take a day or longer. Captain, aside from the main entity, all offspring are dead. What? Chun Mai exclaimed, incredulous. That was far too swift. Only 43 minutes and 36 seconds had elapsed since their entry into Erzhong. Wu Xiangnan added, the efficiency is remarkable, flawless. In contrast, it seemed they had lagged behind. Ahem. Well done. Let us identify the main entity swiftly. Dinner shall be on the line tonight. Captain, I desire pig trotters. Hong Ying cheerfully chimed in. I want roasted chicken wings, Captain. I crave a large pork knuckle. Carrot and potato stew with beef, Captain. Chun Mai responded. Enough with the menu. Let's resolve the main entity quickly. Xiangnan and I shall return to the office. Prepare Uncle Zhao and the others to erase the memories of bystanders. Wang Quan declared, having devised a plan. Prepare for confrontation. He turned to the other three, issuing a caution. How do you intend to locate it? Lin Xie inquired, perplexed. Quite simply. The Nantawa serpent demon's mental prowess must be significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person, indicating that it awakens the quickest. Whoever first dashes towards the school gate shall be the main entity. At that point, we shall eliminate it. Wang Quan strode towards the plaza, leaving the remaining three in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 24. Alarm. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves of the locust trees lining the plaza, making them dance like butterflies. A sharp sound of footsteps echoed, and in that instant, the fluttering leaves stilled. A massive black void rose behind Wang Quan, its incandescent halo shimmering like starlight. A colorless world enveloped the campus, and a sphere, twinkling with stars, floated above the plaza. The students vanished, the Nantawa serpent demon disappeared, and Wang Quan was nowhere to be seen. Thus unfolded the domain, an infinite expanse. Yet, to Lin Xie and his companions, this wondrous and exquisite spectacle was but a fleeting moment. Among the crowd, Li Yifei abruptly opened his eyes, his slit pupils flashing momentarily, and he felt as though he had awakened from a long, long dream. To his delight, the wretched confinement had dissipated. That white-haired man was terrifying. Patience was essential. Indeed, he had been the one conversing with Wang Quan atop the platform. Everyone, the crisis has been averted. Please evacuate in an orderly fashion to the school gate. Wang Quan's voice resonated warmly. The Nantawa serpent demon glanced around, observing the students still in a state of shock, likely paralyzed with fear. Thus it remained motionless. It was not until someone began to scream and panic towards the school gate that it felt a measure of relief and blended into the crowd. The thought of that fearsome white-haired figure sent shivers down its spine. Originally, its plan was to incite chaos using ordinary serpent demons, then seize the opportunity to present itself, ultimately joining the Night Watchers to find a chance to control a high-ranking member that would ensure true safety. However, Wang Quan had disrupted its scheme. Alas, the non-Taoist serpent demon sighed deeply, inadvertently quickening its pace. Unbeknownst to it, it had advanced to the front ranks, drawing exceedingly close to the school gate. Strangely, the faster it ran, the quicker it seemed to move, surpassing everyone else. Or perhaps, the others had simply ceased to move. Suddenly turning back, it realized that the ordinary people had been ensnared. "It is indeed you." Wang Quan's cheerful voice echoed in the serpent demon's ears, and it turned pale with fright. Just moments ago, Wang Quan had unleashed a precisely calibrated pressure, effectively immobilizing ordinary people while leaving the serpent demon, a mythical being, unscathed. Such extraordinary control was the domain of the sick side. At that moment, Chun Mai's urgent voice erupted. "Wang Quan, head immediately to the southwest of Changnan City. I await you at the border. I will leave the scene to Lin Chiye and the others. With Honging present, the serpent demon poses no threat to them." Wang Quan could discern Chun Mai's heightened anxiety, as though something significant had transpired. Before Wang Quan could respond, a long spear entwined with a rosy hue pierced through the air before him, tearing through the atmosphere, and a graceful figure abruptly entered his line of sight. A dazzling spark erupted, followed by a thunderous sound as the non-Taoist Xiao was sent flying. "Leave this to us. Just find it, and that will suffice. The captain truly needs you. Stay safe." "Understood." Wang Quan nodded, stepping forward and vanishing as if transformed into a living spirit. 3 minutes earlier, at the Peace Affairs office, Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan had just entered the underground space when the cawing of a crow suddenly echoed in their ears. "This is bad. Trouble." They were taken aback. Two typically composed middle-aged men visibly flustered. The source of the caw was the Zai Riji Ya, one of the rare sentient forbidden objects, scarcely found even in Daxia. Within the Night Watchmen, only major cities like Shangjing, Guangshan, and Huaihai were known to harbor the Zai Riji Ya. It could predict a city's fate in the short term. If a significant disaster loomed, it would sound an alarm in advance. In an instant, Chun Mai was by the birdcage, where the creature inside appeared to be an ordinary crow, albeit with exceptionally lustrous feathers. Beneath the cage lay a map, indicating that the Zai Riji Ya was cawing towards the southwest. "Captain, what is happening?" "I don't know. Let me check." Chun Mai's brows furrowed as he dashed out of the basement, moving like a specter, enveloped in a chilling aura, darting through the streets at an unfathomable speed. 10 minutes later, atop a peak at the Changnan border, Chun Mai gripped his straight knife, fixating intently on the desolate mountains in the distance. A rumble echoed. Under a clear sky, thunder roared incessantly. This was no storm, it was a creature in motion. At the horizon's edge, a mountain itself was shifting. Chun Mai's expression turned grave as he muttered, "This entity possesses at least an immeasurable strength." As the mythical creature drew closer, Chun Mai had no intention of intervening, not for lack of desire, but because he knew he could not unleash too much power without losing control over the creature's aura. He pressed his earpiece. "Wang Quan, get to Changnan Southwest immediately." The only hope rested on Wang Quan, who was vacationing. That kid was still at the Sea Realm. He had no idea if he could hold it back. It was time to call for headquarters to dispatch reinforcements. The mountain-sized mythical creature continued its advance, trampling trees dozens of meters tall as if they were mere weeds. "Captain." Suddenly, Wang Chuan's voice emerged from behind. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived by Chun Mai's side. "What the hell? You got here so quickly." Even Chun Mai couldn't help but marvel at Wang Chuan's spatial abilities. It's unfair to say men are fast. Wang Quan crossed his arms, gazing into the distance, half serious, half joking, and then emphasized, "I may be fast, but I can sustain it." "Damn, at a time like this, you're still joking around." Chun Mai pointed toward the distance, cursing. "Can you stop that thing? If it comes any closer, Changnan will be finished. An immeasurable mythical creature is a catastrophe." "I can stop it," Wang Quan declared without hesitation, stepping off the cliff and advancing toward the creature. Sensing the killing intent, the mythical creature raised its head, its lantern-sized vertical pupils tinted with black and gold, reflecting Wang Chuan's figure. With the head of a tiger, the body of a turtle, the legs of a deer, and the tail of a snake. I recall that it wasn't just those 4 things. Wang Quan scratched his head, looking perplexed. Mythical creatures abound in legends, but that is not the point. Focus on the battle, Chun Mai said earnestly, observing Wang Chuan's nonchalant demeanor with growing concern. especially since the kid was not yet at the immeasurable level. Captain, as the deputy of the King of Hell, you can't possibly be unable to handle an immeasurable mystery, can you? Wang Quan's curiosity was innocent. He simply wanted to inquire about the insider information of Cangnan City. As Yifan had previously suggested, I can't leave the confines of Cangnan City, nor can I engage for too long. Why? Because it would be fatal. Chun Mai's response was notably calm, as if he were discussing what to have for dinner rather than death. I see. Then leave it to me. You just rest. Chapter 25. To place one in a life or death situation and then resurrect, the mythical creature raised its tiger head, dark energy, orbs converging from all directions. In less than a breath, a blinding sphere of light formed, its heavy glow overshadowing the sun. At noon, darkness fell. The space emitted mournful wails, reminiscent of numerous steam trains rushing by. The moment the sound subsided, beams of light shot forth, as if the heavens themselves were tearing apart. Wang Quan remained calm, a pale blue orb floating in his left hand, and a purple orb hovering in his right. At the instant his hands came together, a dark purple sphere shot forth. The spells he was activated. At that moment, the world transformed. Two distinctly different spatial forces advanced along their respective paths. One side exhibited a smooth spherical cut, while the other bore an irregular, cracked opening. When the two collided, a swirling vortex of mixed colors engulfed the mountains. Energy ripples radiated outward as Chun Mai stood atop the peak, his trench coat billowing in the wind. This mythical creature also possesses spatial abilities. Indeed, Wang Quan frowned, sensing the severity of the situation. Before he could finish speaking, the cerulean six-eyed visage faded, replaced by a blood-soaked gaze, as the raw and domineering physical power surged forth, instantly converting the peak sea realm's mental strength into pure might. Following this, red dragon patterns climbed from Wang Quan's neck to his right cheek, his vertical pupil aligning with his right eye, causing the mountains to tremble. You possess more than one forbidden domain. Chun Mai marveled at the blood-soaked Wang Quan. This fellow has spatial immunity. I can only alter my battle strategy. Wang Quan grinned, turning his head, his right eye transforming into a golden vertical pupil that shimmered. He relished this state of pure physical power, though it seemed the system's enhancement also carried the bloodline of a mythical dragon. Roaring, the mythical creature raised its head, as if asserting dominance, yet a hint of fear lingered. Wang Quan stepped forward, the terrifying power shattering the space beneath him, leaving behind a circle of red ripples. And in the blink of an eye, he was hovering above the mythical creature, akin to a meteor descending, delivering a heavy punch to its tiger head. The creature slammed into an adjacent mountain, causing tremors, yet its physical strength remained formidable, merely denting the side of its head. At that moment, the sunlight above Wang Quan vanished. As he looked up, a thick, serpentine tail adorned with dark scales swung down, its force akin to a mountain, moving at speed surpassing sound. A series of mock rings burst forth like white fireworks along the tail's trajectory, leaving Wang Quan no time to react. The tail struck him into the mountainside, followed by a sweeping motion that cleaved a massive mountain in half. Wang Quan, Chun Mai exclaimed with urgency, for this was a talent on par with a divine agent. The night watchman could not afford to lose him. He found himself precariously suspended at the brink of Cangnan, with one misstep leading to certain death. Yet, hesitating would spell doom for Cangnan itself. A sardonic smile graced Chun Mai's lips as he resigned himself to fate, ready to act. The existence of a being from the infinite realm was an overwhelming challenge for a mere human from the sea realm. Captain Chun, I am far from dead. Wang Quan's voice resonated, brimming with unwavering confidence. Following the sound, Chun Mai observed a figure partially obscured within the crags of a mountain. Surrounded by a swirling mist of blood, its density increasing ominously, revealing a shadowy silhouette. The creature known as Si Buxiang sensed Wang Quan's presence as well, abruptly lashing its serpent tail, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of wind that sliced through the air. From a distance, the dark blade resembled a moon plummeting from the heavens, piercing through layers of space before vanishing into the blood mist. In that instant, the world fell into a hushed silence, devoid of sound, until a resounding dragon's roar shattered the stillness. The distinct crackling of space fracturing could be heard as a colossal dragon emerged from the sanguine fog, its mouth clutching a black moon, its regal vertical pupils fixated on the mythical creature in the distance. As the dragon bit down, the crescent transformed into a flurry of luminous shards. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed from within the blood mist as Wang Quan emerged. His white hair tousled by the wind, his body drenched in crimson, a gaping wound marring his chest. With each step, the wound seemed to heal. How astonishing! His self-regeneration rivals that of a mythical creature. Chunmai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Most astonishingly, Wang Quan's mental prowess appeared to have expanded, drawing ever closer to the infinite realm. Could it be that he intended to break through in the heat of battle? Chunmai was struck with realization. The method of risking life for the chance of rebirth was swift, yet it was a path only a madman would dare to tread. Indeed, the line between madness and genius is perilously thin. How intriguing. Having lived a considerable portion of his life, Chunmai had encountered numerous prodigies, yet today, he was profoundly impressed by Wang Quan. As the man and beast clashed, Songnan's urban landscape remained tumultuous. The emergency news broadcast on the screen outside the shopping mall reported a magnitude 5.6 earthquake has struck the southwestern mountainous region of Songnan, with the epicenter located deep within the mountains, approximately 35 kilometers from the nearest county town. No reports of casualties or significant property damage have been received as of yet. The Municipal Earthquake Bureau advises citizens to turn off gas and electricity supplies, steer clear of glass windows and hanging objects, and to seek the latest information through official channels such as television and radio. Of course, the earthquake was merely a pretext. Thanks to Wu Xiangnan's notification to the Songnan city government. Who could have anticipated that the battle between Wang Quan and the mythical creature had escalated to a cataclysmic level, resulting in persistent tremors throughout Songnan? After Wang Quan's departure, chaos erupted in the front square of the second high school. The sudden earthquake akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. Lin Xie observed the crowd, sighed in resignation, and then picked up the AK left behind by Wang Quan, firing a shot into the air to pacify the throng. Line up, evacuate in an orderly manner, and do not make me repeat myself, or I'll let the bullets do the talking, he asserted, racking the gun in front of the onlookers. It was undeniable. This weapon was effective and possessed a formidable deterrent. Just as the crowd settled, a massive explosion erupted from behind, causing Lin Xie to turn, his eyes widening in shock. Half of the teaching building had collapsed, the remaining structure teetering precariously. Amidst the rubble, a long spear was embedded in the serpent's body. Xie, Xiaonan, I've taken care of it. This creature is as good as dead, Hong Ying exclaimed, waving her hand with a triumphant grin. No. Lin Xie instructed Xiao Nen briefly before sprinting toward the direction of the teaching building, leaping into the crater created by Hong Ying's attack, activating his mental energy to probe the area. It's serpent skin, Lin Xie cautioned. The Nantawa serpent demon is still alive. No sooner had he spoken than the entire school trembled violently, the already unstable half of the teaching building collapsing with a thunderous crash. Dust enveloped the air, followed closely by an aura of death. The Nantawa serpent demon launched a surprise attack with blinding speed, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Lin Xie's heart, determined to perish in the attempt. You think I can't finish off this pinnacle of the sea realm just because I'm at a disadvantage? Die. The atmosphere was charged with lethal intent, the moment of life and death hanging in the balance. No one could save Lin Xie. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The serpent's grotesque visage, its vertical pupils filled with resentment, radiated an insatiable thirst for survival, and Lin Xie perceived it all too clearly. If you wish to live, I desire it even more. His golden eyes ignited with fervor, and under the divine might of the seraph, all things bowed down. The Nantawa serpent demon's claws halted mere inches from Lin Xie's chest, its confusion palpable. What unfathomable power is this? At that moment, the creature could only think of one thing. God. The seemingly inevitable situation had reversed, as Lin Xie retreated, his straight blade tracing a flawless arc in his wake. Warm blood gushed forth like a fountain, the serpent's head rolling to rest at his feet, a surge of warmth coursing through the blade into Lin Xie's being. He gasped for breath, feeling only a slight fatigue, a boon from Wang Quan's recent hellish training. The Nantawa serpent demon lay slain, the crisis averted. Lin Xie activated his earpiece to report. Well done. Wu Xiangnan's voice responded. Evacuate immediately. What about the captain and Wang Quan? Lin Xie inquired. Wu Xiangnan paused for a moment before responding slowly. There is a being from the infinite realm at the southwestern border. We are powerless in such a battlefield. We can only trust Wang Quan and the captain. What? Infinite realm? Are you joking? Zhao Conqing exclaimed. Having witnessed the most formidable mythical creature during his years in Songnan, the recently deceased ghost-faced king. Indeed, did you think the earlier tremors were caused by an earthquake? They were merely the aftershocks of the battle between Wang Quan and the mythical creature. At this revelation, the crowd gasped collectively. Lin Xie gazed up at the azure sky, a wave of anxiety washing over him. He remembered that the white-haired one was from the sea realm. What if he couldn't hold his ground? The moment the thought emerged, he extinguished it, murmuring to himself, "Damn it, white-haired one, you better not be truly dead." As he turned, He noticed Hong Ying, hands clasped in prayer. Her face a picture of devotion, beseeching, heavenly deity, grant that Wang Quan and the captain return safely. Wang Quan, please do not die. Half an hour later, the once clamorous campus settled into a semblance of peace. Lin Xie cast a final glance at the collapsed teaching building before stepping out of the Wu Jiekongyu. In an unnoticed corner, a manhole cover trembled slightly, and the next moment, a pair of inquisitive eyes peeked through the gap. The boy, Xingyu, a true academic prodigy and an insatiable seeker of the world's truths, stealthily pushed aside the manhole cover and crept into the ruins. At his feet lay the head of the Nantua serpent demon. However, he exhibited no fear, only an overwhelming curiosity, lifting the severed head for a closer inspection. How splendid! Such marvelous creatures still exist in this world. And Xingyu paused, his breath slightly ragged. I am so eager to dissect it. The truth of the world lies within. His heart brimming with excitement, he carefully stowed the serpent's head into his backpack, handling it as if it were a rare treasure. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the surveillance equipment was malfunctioning, which allowed him to return to the sewers with a sense of relief. In the dark, damp tunnels, a foul odor clung to him like a shadow, nearly suffocating, yet Xingyu silently endured it, clutching his backpack tightly. At that moment, a melodious tune resonated through the campus, causing his pupils to constrict sharply, and his eyelids grew heavy, lured into a state of drowsiness. Gradually, his body began to sway dangerously, fatigue overwhelming him. How could they possess such means? No, I shall not succumb to slumber. The intriguing world awaits my exploration. And Xingyu thrashed about wildly, akin to a fish deprived of water. Suddenly, a peculiar force surged from within his heart, refreshing him as if a crystal-clear spring had washed away the sleep-inducing whispers. Slowly, he lifted his eyelids, his bright gaze sparkling within the sewer. A faint gray luminescence flickered in his eyes. Me? He glanced at his palm, perceiving every muscle, every bone, every inch of skin, every vein, in a mere glance. He comprehended the structure of his hand. At that moment, his body transformed into a precisely calibrated instrument, enabling him to discern the workings of each component. Realizing his urgency, Xingyu hastily opened his backpack and inverted the snake's head. At a glance, the snake's head appeared disassembled into a screw, a wire, a gear. This mythical creature, unfathomable by modern science, had taken on a new form in his eyes. The only regret was that he could not fully see through it yet. He extracted a fruit knife, preparing to dissect the snake demon. With a single thrust into the grotesque head, he struggled to cut through. At last, he made a small incision, his eagerness to discover what lay within overwhelming him. The cut widened, and the young boy trembled increasingly, surrounded by the filthy sewer. A peculiar snake head, a fruit knife, and a frail youth, amidst a cacophony of manic laughter. Ha! How delightful! How intriguing! Truly exhilarating! I understand now. Ha! In the black van, when Shima turned off the player, chuckling as he remarked, now there should be no loose ends. Shall we play it again? Zhao Kongqing suggested. Considering the crowd at the school, Uncle Zhao, your concerns are unwarranted. People will only remember the terror attack. All right, let's tidy up and head home. Zhao Kongqing turned to Lin Xie and the others, smiling as he spoke. Uncle Zhao, may I visit the border? Hong Ying inquired, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Absolutely not. Our presence would only hinder Xiao Wang and the captain. We are teammates and must trust them. Indeed, we must believe in them. The great demon is exceptionally formidable. Si Xiaonan smiled, revealing her cute dimples. Fine. Hong Ying reluctantly returned to her seat, glancing back to see Lin Xie already asleep. Little did she know, he was torturing the Nantua snake demon in a psychiatric hospital. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the black van departed. The city returned to tranquility, basking in the warm sun. At the border, the earth trembled, and a thunderous sound echoed like the symphony of the apocalypse. Chunmai sat cross-legged atop a mountain, a straight blade embedded before him, with only this solitary mountain standing tall for miles around. Gazing into the distance, the once continuous mountain range had undergone a dramatic transformation, as if an invisible giant hand had mercilessly kneaded it. Those towering peaks had vanished, replaced by deep, bottomless ravines, resembling massive wounds torn into the earth, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Embedded within the remaining mountain were numerous irregular pits, appearing jarring. Just then, 100-meter-high peak soared towards him, completely blocking his view. Unfazed, he merely sighed, alas, this magnificent landscape. Chapter 27. Breaking through as the mountain loomed closer. Chunmai remained as composed as ever, even swiftly lighting a cigarette. Tendrils of smoke rose, and a blood-red figure materialized before him with a swift movement. Wang Quan unleashed a straight punch at the mountain, sending countless fissures radiating from the point of impact. With a thunderous explosion, the 100-meter mountain disintegrated into a shower of debris. Captain Shun, you're remarkably calm. Wang Quan glanced back, exasperated. What is there to panic about? Aren't you here? By the way, how much longer until we break through? Wang Quan did not respond, stepping off the mountaintop as a blood-red shooting star streaked across the sky, his confident voice ringing out, soon. As he spoke, a beam of blood-red light surged skyward, a colossal blood dragon coiling around the light column. Its head adorned with a golden glow, which was Wang Quan. The mythical creature roared at the dragon, sending rippling waves of darkness outward, and in an instant, a metallic, dark shell enveloped its body. The beast began to spin rapidly, appearing like a black gear beneath the crimson sky, surrounded by rings that exuded a sense of fragmentation. At that moment, the creature's aura reached its zenith. The remaining fragments of the mountain reduced to a valley while a new, towering mountain formed from the amassed stones. Wang Quan stood atop the dragon's head, poised above the clouds, his expression brimming with excitement as he gazed below. He leisurely unwrapped a candy, placing a blueberry-flavored lollipop in his mouth. Chunmai, seated atop the mountain, Wang Quan, standing confidently in the sky, and the poised beast seemed to achieve a delicate balance. Or perhaps a calm before the storm. Chunmai inhaled the last drag of his cigarette, gently flicking the butt away. In that instant, Wang Quan sprang into action, and the beast followed suit. One soared above, the other below, dividing the heavens and the earth in red and black. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, while the beast's growl reverberated through the ground. This earth-shattering spectacle left an indelible mark on every observer's mind, as pedestrians in Songnan City halted in awe, captivated by the extraordinary sight. Countless pairs of eyes reflected the scene, reminiscent of divine retribution. The dragon entwined with the black gear became ensnared at the edge of the sky. Suddenly, the blood-red dragon shattered, a rain of light casting its glow over much of Songnan. For reasons unknown, a wave of fear washed over the crowd. Did Wang Quan lose? Chunmai abruptly sprang to his feet, his brow furrowed, as the blade in his hand emitted a series of sharp sounds. The armor surrounding the mythical creature began to disintegrate, yet its essence persisted. At that moment, a brilliant golden sword erupted from the ground, piercing through the beast's body. The beast's blood stained the sword, and in the 100-meter deep pit, Wang Quan proudly raised his head, wielding Zhanbai, the phantom of the sword originating from that Tang knife. He had broken through. His mental power was nearly boundless, vast and magnificent, signifying the fifth realm of immeasurable. The mental power of the sea realm was insufficient to support the simultaneous use of two entirely different abilities, but now it was entirely feasible. Wang Quan gently swung Zhanbai, and the bloodstained sword in the sky followed suit. With a single strike, all things bowed in submission. The mythical creature shattered with a tremendous roar, resembling a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. Clang! The Tang Dao invaded, and Wang Quan lifted his gaze towards the solitary mountain peak, gazing distantly at Chunmai. With a smile, he remarked, Team Chun, there are bugs. I shall take my leave. Excellent. Congratulations on advancing to Wuliang. Chunmai sincerely rejoiced for Wang Quan, marveling at the boundless potential of this individual. Everything seemed to unfold naturally. Wang Quan offered a slight smile before vanishing from sight. He was already at the pinnacle of the sea realm, and the only thing separating him from breaking through was a life-and-death battle. The appearance of this mythical creature granted him the opportunity. All was in accordance with the natural flow. Chunmai sheathed his sword, casting one last glance at the ravaged mountain. The once continuous range of mountains now left only the one beneath his feet, surrounded by a 100-meter deep valley spanning several miles. This battle had directly altered the terrain. Of course, opposite this mountain was a newly formed diminutive peak. How to explain this? An earthquake? It seemed that was the only explanation. Chunmai wore a troubled expression. The aftermath was a significant issue. Alas, the logistics department was filled with geniuses. He shook his head and leaped down from the mountaintop. Moments later, Chunmai returned to the Peace Affairs office. In the basement, he found himself encircled by the members of Team 136. Captain, where's Wang Quan? Is he all right? Why didn't he return with you? Hong Ying's mouth barely paused. Her triple inquiry left Chunmai bewildered. Am I not your beloved captain? He is fine, and he has broken the mirror. Hooray! Hong Ying leaped joyfully, her happiness palpable. The issue is resolved, but where has Wang Quan gone? Did something manage to infiltrate? Wu Xiangnan swiftly inquired. It should be so. Wang Quan has gone to handle it. We are responsible for investigating the city. That mythical creature does not appear to be a natural occurrence, Chunmai explained, rising and scanning the crowd. Chiemo, contact the relevant departments and revise today's events. Understood. When Chiemo nodded and promptly exited the hall. Chi, you and Lao Zhao will investigate the western district of the city. Hong Ying and Xiao Nan will cover the eastern district. I will head to the city center. Xiangnan and Lung Xian will go to the old town. Chunmai decisively assigned tasks. Understood. The efficiency of Team 136 was commendable as everyone gathered their gear and departed from the Peace Affairs office. Half an hour later, a black van parked in the shopping mall's parking lot. Kid, what are you thinking about? Zhao Kongqing tapped Lin Qi Ye's head in inquiry. I was contemplating the immense power required to cause such a transformation in heaven and earth. At least above the fourth realm, I suppose. Zhao Kongqing replied. Suddenly, the car radio began broadcasting news. Following the earthquake, a gas leak has triggered an explosion. There have been no casualties reported. Today, after a magnitude 5.3 earthquake in the southwestern mountainous area of our city, fissures in the ground released large amounts of flammable gas, which ignited upon contact with open flames, resulting in a series of explosions. The sky above the urban area suddenly exhibited a dark red phenomenon, leading to a mirage effect. Emergency services have secured the scene, and no casualties have been reported after investigation. Experts state that the gas composition is a mixture of methane and hydrogen sulfide, and the explosion has stabilized after natural dispersal. The geological monitoring team is currently assessing subsequent risks and advises the public to stay away from the fault zones. The news continued to loop. Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qi exchanged glances, with the former commenting, "Wow, Chimo's efficiency is truly remarkable. He even prepared the narrative. Indeed impressive." Lin Qi nodded, inadvertently noticing the bustling pedestrians, a group living blissfully in their world. Who would have thought that the so-called earthquake was a result of a battle between humans and monsters? Reflecting on this, he felt a deeper understanding of his existence. But is it better to be enlightened or to remain blissfully ignorant? This remains uncertain. Chapter 28. A visit home in Songnan City, at the southwestern border, Wang Quan darted through the thick underbrush like a phantom. The sound of rushing water grew louder, indicating he was close to his destination. Bursting through the foliage, he beheld a tranquil lake nestled in the valley, its shimmering surface graced by a solitary figure. The man, clad in a black tailcoat, had long hair casually cascading behind him. Adorning his chest was a purple kite brooch, and a faint smile played upon his alluring features. Reminiscent of a British nobleman, Wang Quan halted at the water's edge, his brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting an indescribable loathing. "You scoundrel, you're still alive. How utterly displeasing." The man responded with a polite smile, appearing refined, his magnetic voice crossing the placid surface of the water. "Old friend, as long as you are alive. How could I bear to die? What is the matter? Do you not appreciate the gift I sent you? Who would have thought it has made you stronger?" TSK, TSK, TSK. It seemed the man had realized something and shook his head in resignation. Wang Quan pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword, not intending to strike. He recognized that the individual before him was merely a projection. "Congratulations on your premature demise." No, no, no. I will not die before I slay you," the enchanting man declared with utmost certainty. No sooner had he spoken than his right arm shattered like glass, devoid of any bloody spectacle, as if it were indeed mere glass. I'm about to be pursued by that group of madmen." The man's remaining left arm crossed over his chest, bowing apologetically. "My apologies, I must take my leave." In the next instant, the man disintegrated completely. TCH. Wang Quan snorted coldly, spitting towards the place where the man had vanished. "Damn scoundrel. May you eat instant noodles without a seasoning packet, choke on water, and be rained upon whenever you step outside." Wang Quan grumbled as he returned to Songnan City, coincidentally encountering the members of Team 136 returning from their mission. "You look unwell. Have you been injured?" Zhao Kongqing inquired with concern upon seeing Wang Quan's grim expression. "No." Wang Quan shook his head, explaining, "I encountered a most disgusting fool." "Have you found the culprit?" Chunmai asked. "Just a projection. The main body is not here, so there is no need for concern." "That is good to hear. There are no issues in Songnan City." "Indeed. By the way, what are we having for dinner? Weren't we promised an extra meal?" Wang Quan shifted the topic, resuming his usual cheerful demeanor. "Definitely. Count me in." Following this incident, Songnan returned to its former tranquility, and everyone resumed their routine lives. Time flew by, and the day for the night watchman's new recruit training was approaching. Lin Qi approached the captain's office and gently knocked. "Captain, I am here. Come in." Upon entering, he found Chunmai sipping tea, who looked up at Lin Qi. "Tomorrow, the training begins. Following the tradition of previous years, it will be held in Shanjing City. You will be going with the young master of the Bailey family, and Wang Quan will accompany you. I have complete confidence in this arrangement. This afternoon, please purchase some daily necessities. Shanjing is not like Songnan. Prices are exorbitantly high. By the way, I will cover the expenses, Chunmai said, somewhat reluctantly. Captain, Fatty has taken care of it, so you need not worry about the costs. Lin Chi chuckled at the captain's pained expression. Having money is indeed a blessing. If one cannot purchase items, injuries during training are inevitable. When that time comes, you can come to me for some medicine. It will certainly be more effective than what is available on the market. Moreover, upon your arrival there, do take good care of yourself and uphold the dignity of our team 136. Should anyone dare to bully you, do inform me. I still possess some connections in Shanjing, and I can certainly rally support to deal with them. However, do not hesitate to invoke the name of Wang Quan. It will undoubtedly be effective. Chinmai, resembling a doting mother, rambled on for an hour, yet Lin Xie found no annoyance in his words. Rather, he felt a comforting sense of security. Accompanying Hong Ying and the others to procure ingredients, they planned to indulge in a hot pot feast that evening. Off you go. Chinmai waved his hand. Thank you, Captain. Lin Xie bowed slightly, his tone sincere. During these days, the captain had been exceptionally considerate of him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xie sat outside the Peace Affairs office, gazing dreamily at the crimson clouds of the evening sky. Unbeknownst to him, a smile blossomed on his face, bright and radiant, though tinged with a hint of melancholy. Are you leaving? He turned his gaze towards the direction of the old city. Just then, several figures obscured the fading light, and Bai Li Pongpong's jovial voice rang out. Chia, what are you up to? Lin Xie snapped back to reality and saw Bai Li Pangpang standing alongside Wang Quan, both of whom had come to join the festivities. Nothing much. Missing home, perhaps? Wang Quan hit the nail on the head. Go ahead and cry if you wish. It's all right for a man to shed tears, but only when truly heartbroken. Strangely, the thought of his beloved disciple shedding tears made the teacher want to smile. Lin Xie felt the subtle sadness dissipate due to Wang Quan's playful remarks, and he now only felt an urge to punch someone. Stop being sentimental. Once we reach Shanjing, I shall treat you to a delightful feast. Let us go, let us go. Dinner is served. Chia. Bai Li Pangpang threw his arm around Lin Xie's shoulders, and they made their way into the Peace Affairs office together. Upon entering the underground lounge of the office, the copper pot was already bubbling with steam. Chunmai emerged from the kitchen, carrying freshly sliced lamb, and beckoned the three to sit down. The dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy, a moment of pure happiness. As the moon rose to its zenith, Lin Xie stood on the villa's balcony, quietly relishing the night breeze. Suddenly, a severed head intruded upon his vision, startling him into a loud exclamation. What the? You nearly scared me to death. Do you wish to visit home? Wang Quan, holding a wine bottle upright, drunkenly inquired. Having enjoyed a hearty drink with Zhao Kongcheng, he deliberately refrained from sobering up, as someone of his caliber rarely succumbed to intoxication. Never mind. Before Lin Xie could decline, Wang Quan had already hoisted him along. They traversed the city's neon lights and swiftly arrived before a low house in the old city. Lin Xie stood frozen at the doorway, hesitating. Stop dawdling, big man. Wang Quan shot him a glance, employing a little trickery to quietly push the door open and nudge Lin Xie inside, while he was distracted. Under the gentle moonlight, gazing upon the familiar home from his memories brought a sense of tranquility. It was already comforting enough to have one last glimpse before departing. Suddenly, the door to his aunt's room swung open. Lin Xie stood in the living room, his eyes filled with anticipation, yet his heart raced with anxiety. To his surprise, his aunt did not notice him, even though he was unmistakably present in the room. Realizing this, he glanced back at Wang Quan, who was leaning against the doorframe and indulging in his drink. It was undoubtedly the result of this fellow's abilities. This was not invisibility, but rather another application of his domain. When a person with spiritual power enters the domain, Wang Quan could, through meticulous manipulation, render that individual temporarily unaffected by the vast emptiness. The manifestation of such a maneuver allowed the individual within the domain to appear invisible. Sometimes, familial bonds are remarkably enigmatic. Lin Xie's aunt stood in a daze, staring at the empty living room, and inexplicably called out, Xiao Qi, is that you? Those words made Lin Xie's eyes well up, and he silently nodded. A mere glance at home was more than sufficient. Chapter 29. The honorary chief instructor. The moon enveloped the old city like a mother's embrace, and atop a certain rooftop, Lin Xie sat at the edge of the terrace, perfectly positioned to view his home. With one hand in his pocket, Wang Quan gazed intently at the distant sky, quietly savoring a lollipop as the evening breeze caressed him. Thank you. Lin Xie suddenly spoke, his tone imbued with a hint of sorrow. Oh, come on. We're brothers. It's no big deal. Wang Quan waved his hand dismissively. What's wrong? Is he no longer your disciple? Lin Xie exhaled deeply and jested. That could be arranged. Not a chance. Lin Xie shot Wang Quan a disapproving look. He was unwilling to accept someone of similar age as a master, finding it rather peculiar. Well, regardless, I've already boasted about it. Wang Quan displayed an air of indifference, even sporting a hint of pride. Lin Xie was momentarily at a loss for words. He had never encountered someone so shameless. Yet this person was flawless in every regard. Truly, the heavens were blind. Do not underestimate me merely because I am a sheep. The green grass has become more fragrant because of me, and the sky has turned bluer thanks to my presence. The classic ringtone chimed, causing Lin Xie to frown. And he helplessly shrugged, murmuring, when will this guy change that ringtone? It's so childish. In the next moment, a punch landed on his head, sending an electrifying sensation coursing through him, and Wang Quan grumbled, that's called childlike innocence. What do you know? Hello? Who is this? It's late at night. Can't you sleep? Are you sick? Wang Quan slurred slightly from his inebriation. Are you planning a rebellion? Drinking during a mission? I'll dock your salary for a year. Yi Fan was not one to indulge him, his voice booming like thunder, nearly inquiring after Wang Quan's ancestors. Wait. That's not right. I'm on vacation. What's wrong with a little drink? Wang Quan looked utterly befuddled. Ahem. Ahem. Yi Fan cleared his throat, shifting to a more formal tone. I hereby appoint you as the honorary chief instructor of the 039 new recruit training base. With that, he swiftly changed the subject. Now there's a task at hand. Who allowed you to drink? Wang Quan began to realize that Lao Deng simply wanted to scold him. What does honorary chief instructor even mean? What is your point? This year's training has been moved to Cangnan City. Oh, Wang Quan was not surprised at all, for it was an inevitable development, merely a matter of when he would be informed. You'll coordinate with the logistics department. They arrive in Cangnan at 1 in the morning. Yi Fan's tone grew serious. He was always like this when discussing work. Wang Quan glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was currently 9 in the evening. Where to? Jinan Mountain area. Understood. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended, and Wang Quan turned to Lin Xie, asking, how do we get to Jinan Mountain? Lin Xie replied, what's the rush at this hour? To pick someone up? Check the navigation. There should be a map. Lin Xie felt utterly bewildered. Why venture into the deep mountains to fetch someone at such an hour? Wang Quan opened the map, and to his surprise, it truly led to the heart of the dense forest. I'll take my leave. With that, he leaped off the terrace, leaving behind a striking silhouette, while Lin Xie remained in a state of disarray amidst the wind. What the heck? If you leave, how do I get back? Lin Xie called out to the emptiness, belatedly realizing the situation. In Shangjing City, the night watchman's training office, a man lounged lazily on a reclining chair behind his desk, a distinctive cross-shaped scar gracing his forehead. Xiaopinga, captain of the night watchman's team 006 stationed in Shangjing City. Knock, knock, knock. After a resounding knock on the door, a robust man stepped inside. Casting a glance at his team leader, his eyes brimming with countless inquiries. Where is Cangnan City? Why not in Shangjing City? All the equipment is here. Isn't that asking for trouble? This question-prone imposing figure was none other than the chief instructor for this training session and the vice captain of Team 006, Yuan Gang. Are you flustered? Xiaopinga slowly sat up, squinting slightly. Can't we train elsewhere? That's impossible. Yuan Gang shook his head. As for the reason, I don't know. It's simply an order from above, and we shall execute it. He continued, Cangnan City is a small place in the southeast. If I recall correctly, it's near Huaihai City. Oh, I must be off then. The higher-ups are quite urgent. He said, will you manage without me, Captain? You're asking for a beating. Xiaopinga widened his eyes, hurling a slipper at him, which Yuan Gang deftly dodged. Huh, you can hide all you want. I must inform you that brat is also in Cangnan, serving as the honorary chief instructor personally appointed by the commander. Who? Yuan Gang queried, looking baffled. Check the group chat. Which group? Who wants to kick the behind of the arrogant Wang? Xiaopinga replied languidly. Damn, it's that Baizhou guy? Yuan Gang exclaimed, immediately opening the group chat. How lonely is invincibility? A selfie of Wang Quan at the summit of Jinanshan. Brothers, I am the honorary chief instructor for this training session. Even on vacation, I cannot find peace. It seems the organization trusts me too much. Wang Mian, I'm risking my life here. Why are you on vacation? I'm going to smash the arrogant Wang's head, captain of Phoenix team, damn it. Why? What are you even bragging about, you jerk? Xuanhua, Quan Gu. When did you go to Cangnan? How lonely is invincibility? Sister, be gentle. Otherwise, you 1T get married. I'm going to smash the arrogant Wang's head, Get lost. How lonely is invincibility? Little brother, I've been there for a month, handling so many tasks. I've earned it. Xiaopinga, please take good care of my little Yuan. How lonely is invincibility? When is Gongzi arriving? Yuan Gang muttered, suddenly feeling like resigning. What is going on? Captain, I can't compete with him. That is normal. Besides, I heard he has broken through. What? This guy has done too much. Can we really trust him as chief instructor? It's an honor. You should arrange things as you see fit. Yuan Gang sighed deeply, beginning to feel sympathy for the new recruits, though he felt a tinge of anticipation. Wang Quan was indeed an excellent trainer. The next day, as the morning light pierced through the clouds, the rotor blades of a heavy-armed helicopter shattered the beams of light as it descended slowly onto the helipad, stirring up a cloud of dust. On the other side, several men in military uniforms stood resolutely against the fierce wind, their heads held high and their expressions unyielding. The helicopter doors gradually opened, and Yuan Gang, carrying a black box, descended from the aircraft. The waiting crowd immediately saluted, confidently exclaiming, "Good day, Commander." Yuan Gang strode forward, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, a flicker of worry passing through his eyes, for that man was surprisingly absent. Without further thought, he inquired, "Is the training camp completed?" Report. The training camp was completed at 6 o'clock and is ready for use. Yuan Gang nodded. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the direction of the training camp, causing everyone to immediately become alert. Enemy attack? Yuan Gang gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed. After all, Sangnan City had recently experienced an invasion of mythological creatures of immeasurable levels, which made him take the matter seriously, especially since the area surrounding the training camp had been fortified with military-grade defenses. Aside from the new recruits coming for training, no one else could reach this place. This sudden noise was enough to trigger a response. All personnel, stand guard. Yuan Gang pressed the black box, and as the blade emerged, he dashed towards the training camp. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades echoed in the sky as everyone rushed forward at their fastest pace. On the horizon, a figure sat amidst the ruins. His posture upright, the fitted military uniform accentuating nearly perfect muscle contours. Wang Quan. Yuan Gang stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. "Oh, Gang cough cough cough. Instructor Wang, good morning." Wang Quan greeted with a smile, waving his hand, still showing respect in front of the soldiers. What happened here? Yuan Gang motioned for others to sheath their weapons. Since Wang Quan was present, the possibility of an external invasion could be dismissed. Sigh. Wang Quan sighed, pausing for a moment before explaining. The quality of this dormitory building is quite poor. It collapsed as soon as I touched it. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, turning his back to the crowd, earnestly advising, "The new recruits are the future of the Night Watchers, the torch of our legacy. For their safety, I demand that the dormitory's strength be reinforced." Cough, cough, cough. I must take my leave. Hurry and rebuild this building. Today, we should issue a notice. There might be new recruits reporting in. Did you all hear the orders from Commander Wang? Get it done quickly. Yuan Gang genuinely believed it was a quality issue and turned to scold the group. And, bring me a copy of the new recruit list. Yes. Yuan Gang took the list and hastily followed Wang Quan. Once they were out of sight, Yuan Gang shed his serious demeanor and remarked, somewhat exasperated. "It wouldn't be you who caused this collapse, would it? Gongzi, you can eat recklessly, but you must not speak recklessly." Wang Quan replied awkwardly, swearing. "I swear it wasn't me." As he spoke, he brought his fingers together in an oath. Forget it, forget it. Strengthening the quality isn't a bad idea. Let us discuss the new recruits instead. Yuan Gang shifted the topic, genuinely wary of provoking this individual. Anyone who had been beaten by him would know. "Why don't you take a look at the list first? Don't get scared." Wang Quan cautioned. "I've trained so many batches of new recruits." Yuan Gang replied nonchalantly, glancing at the list, only to nearly short-circuit his brain. What the hell is this? The young master of the Bailey family. The divine agent Lin Xia. The inheritor of Shangjing Bagua Palm. The inheritor of Hebei Mo family's spear technique. An active special forces soldier. Goodness. Among them, 3 possess extremely high-risk forbidden areas. This configuration made Yuan Gang's scalp tingle. No wonder the higher-ups arranged for Bai Zhou, Wang Quan to serve as the honorary chief instructor. Replacing him with ordinary instructors might not even suffice to maintain order. Once everyone has arrived, you can directly assert your dominance over the new recruits. How does that sound? Yuan Gang spoke with a sly smile. That is feasible. But I'm concerned I might impulsively demolish the training camp. How about we call in a special team to maintain order? It's also a great opportunity for those new recruits to witness one of our Night Watchers' highest honors. Yuan Gang's eyes lit up, finding this idea rather appealing. Most importantly, he genuinely feared that Wang Quan might demolish the training camp. While collapsing a few buildings was manageable, if he were to create a deep pit or alter the terrain, that would be untenable. Just exert some appropriate force to intimidate. Don't overdo it, Yuan Gang emphasized. Feeling uneasy. Sure, let the fighters handle the brawling. I'll enjoy my leisure. Wang Quan nodded, expressing no objections. The commander's decision to appoint him as the honorary chief instructor was primarily for safety concerns. For the city, the mythological creatures of immeasurable levels might merely be the prelude to something more formidable. Outside Jinanshan, a formidable all-terrain vehicle came to a halt at the rugged path, where Lin Xie and Bai Li Pangpang each dragged 2 leather suitcases, quietly listening to the chatter of the occupants inside the vehicle. We cannot proceed any further. This is as far as we can take you. Wishing you a successful training. Chun Mai glanced at the duo and remarked, if anyone bullies you, just call, and we'll come to rectify it. Zhao Kongqing expressed his concern. This is our territory, after all. Uncle Zhao, we are not a gang. We are a legitimate organization. Wen Qima sighed in exasperation. Indeed, when the time comes, I shall back you 2 up. Give it your all during training. Best of luck. Understood. Lin Xie nodded. Thank you all for your support during this period. If you ever come to Guangshan, I shall treat everyone to a feast. The little chubby one seemed a bit reluctant to part ways. Go ahead, get accustomed early. Chun Mai waved his hand, urging the 2 to depart. Chia, wait. Please bring something for Wang Quan. Hong Ying swiftly extracted a gift box from her backpack and handed it to Lin Xie. Sure, it wouldn't be a love letter, would it? Bai Li Pangpang inquired curiously. At his words, Hong Ying's face flushed crimson as she fervently shook her head. It's merely a lollipop. I noticed he quite enjoys them. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhao Kongqing began to mimic. I see he quite enjoys them. Hong Ying. Uncle Zhao wants one too. Buy your own. You little rascal, why are you turning your elbows outward? Uncle Zhao, could you please be quiet? No one would think you're mute if you don't speak. Hong Ying rolled her eyes. This lollipop was made by me and Hong Ying together. I want to express my gratitude for her assistance during our special training. Si Xiaonan added. Don't you fancy that dashing young man, Wang Quan? Zhao Kongqing queried, perplexed. He is my idol. An idol. Hong Ying emphasized, feeling shy as her comrades teased her daily. The brief interlude concluded, and Lin Xie and Bai Li Pangpang set off. 20 minutes later, gazing at the endless muddy mountain trail, Bai Li Pangpang lamented, Xie, let's take a break. It's scorching hot. I can't go on. I feel as if I'm about to perish. Lin Xie sighed, voicing his protest while deliberately slowing his pace, and casually pulled one of Bai Li Pangpang's suitcases. The moment he tugged the suitcase, he felt a weighty pull and irritably exclaimed, What did you pack? Gold. Luxury watches? In response, Bai Li Pangpang chuckled sheepishly. Scratching his head, it's all in there. Training is a splendid opportunity to forge friendships. And what about your daily necessities? They will be delivered by designated personnel. Worry not. Lin Xie immediately dropped the suitcase, declaring, You should carry it yourself. Who brings gold to special training? Xie, please help me out. Bai Li Pangpang clung to Lin Xie's leg, pleading pitifully. I am utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, at the military checkpoint outside the training camp, a soldier holding binoculars frowned, bewildered by the complex situation. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the radio to report. There are individuals approaching ahead. Describe the specifics. A chubby boy is clinging to the leg of a high school-aged boy. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end of the radio gasped in astonishment. What? Chapter 31, The Gratitude. Deep within the mountains, one might think this a jest. During work hours, do not make light of the matter. Otherwise, prepare for confinement. The soldier received a stern reprimand over the radio. Sir, I am not joking. Now, the tall and slender high school boy has pushed the chubby one away. They must be new recruits. The checkpoint is not accessible to ordinary civilians. Shortly thereafter, several military vehicles emerged from the barracks, heading towards Lin Xie and Bai Li Pangpang. The sun blazed down, and the air felt stifling. At this moment, Bai Li Pangpang was drenched in sweat. Xie, do you think there is air conditioning in the barracks? Of course not. Lin Xie turned to shoot him a glare. Do you think this is a vacation? As he spoke, he adjusted the handles of the 4 suitcases he was carrying. What about a fan? That is not too much to ask, is it? Shut your mouth. Otherwise, you'll attract unwanted attention. Lin Xie glared at Bai Li Pangpang and then sighed deeply. In the next moment, the distant sound of revving engines echoed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 found themselves surrounded by military vehicles, with armed soldiers encircling them. Xie, your mouth is a curse. Bai Li Pangpang quickly ducked behind Lin Xie, weakly murmuring, I only wanted a fan. The leading officer approached the 2 with haste, his expression grave as he inquired. Who are you? Lin Xie pushed Bai Li Pangpang aside and answered with composure, New recruits, Lin Xie. He nudged Bai Li Pangpang, who belatedly jumped forward, exclaiming, new recruit. Bai Li Tuming. The officer eyed them skeptically, his tone laced with disbelief. The notification was just issued a few hours ago. How did you arrive so quickly? We are locals from Songnan. I was vacationing in Songnan. Your identification. Now, after reviewing their identification, the officer gestured for them to enter the vehicle. The vehicle roared to life, splattering mud as they enjoyed the refreshing breeze brought by speed. The all-terrain vehicle halted at the entrance of the training camp, where the officer pointed to the imposing gates ahead, stating, you may enter on your own. Lin Xie and Bai Li Pangpang stood side by side before the massive iron gates of the military camp, gazing up at the bold red characters proclaiming, 039 New Recruit Training Base. This was the place where they would spend the next year of their lives. Soon after, a figure emerged from behind the gates. Bai Li Pangpang's eyes lit up as he eagerly rushed forward. Brother Quan, I didn't know you were here. Did you miss me? Wang Quan frowned, delivering a swift slap that sent Bai Li Pangpang flying. Coughing a few times, he stated with utmost seriousness, I am the honorary chief instructor for this training session. Address me by my title during work hours. No more brother nonsense. Understood, Brother Quan. Bai Li Pangpang, now on the ground, struggled to raise his arm. Yet he continued to address him in the same manner. You can be an instructor? Is the Night Watch truly a legitimate organization? Lin Xie was taken aback, having asked this question countless times before. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xie, we are indeed very legitimate. Please refrain from asking that again. Oh, only you are not legitimate. Lin Xie feigned a look of sudden realization. The instructor accompanying them exchanged astonished glances. Just how formidable was this Chief Wang, whose title of White Death was not merely a facade? This youth dared to scold him, truly a bold character. Let us proceed. I will familiarize you both with the camp. The others may resume their duties. Understood. The instructors dispersed, and Lin Xie and Bai Li Pangpang followed Wang Quan, walking silently into the depths of the camp. The interior of the training facility was vast, with buildings that were not mere temporary structures, but rather solid edifices made from unknown materials that seemed to have sprouted from the earth like towering leeks. The ground was meticulously organized with designated pathways for pedestrians and vehicles, marked clearly, ensuring that even newcomers would not lose their way. I recall there being no buildings in this vicinity. How long have you been secretly constructing this? Lin Xie suddenly spoke up, incredulously asking, what speed is this? It was completed by 6 o'clock this morning after commencing last night, Wang Quan explained. Goodness, this is astonishing. The speed at which a nation's strength can be mobilized should never be underestimated, especially the logistical prowess of the Night Watch. Impressive. Lin Xie couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Quan, is there air conditioning in the dormitory? What are you talking about? You think you're here for camping? Upon hearing the question from the chubby boy, Wang Quan's lips twitched, and he playfully delivered a light smack to his head. They strolled through the training ground, dining hall, theoretical classrooms, mobile teaching venues, and shooting ranges. During the tour, Lin Xie began to view Wang Quan in a new light. As every instructor they passed saluted Wang Quan with genuine respect, it was evident that the admiration others held for Wang Quan was sincere. I thought you were the kind of person everyone despises. Lin Xie joked. What do you mean by that? You asking for a beating? Wang Quan turned to glare at Lin Xie, then broke into a mischievous smile. As the trio passed the supply station, nearly everyone turned to look at Lin Xie, their gazes unabashedly akin to those witnessing a giant panda. Why are they staring at me like that? Because you are Wang Quan's apprentice. You're just bragging. All right, because you are the divine agent. Huh, am I the only divine agent in the entire training camp? Were there none before me? Lin Xie was further perplexed, reasoning that with so many deities, there ought to be supporters of humanity or neutral ones. There was. The current captain of the mask squad is the last agent who stepped out. Indeed, he possesses a forbidden artifact gifted by our family, added by Li Pangpang. Then didn't Wang Quan receive a gift from you? Brother Quan seized one of my family's treasured artifacts. As the words hung in the air, Wang Quan shot him a sharp look, prompting Bai Li Pangpang to quickly amend. It's that Zhan Bai, chose Brother Quan. Like those divine artifacts in comic books that choose their masters. Wang Quan nodded with satisfaction. As they continued chatting, the dormitory area loomed ahead. Without needing the duo's guidance, Wang Quan led them directly to a south-facing dormitory with the best lighting. This is the best one. You two can stay here. I will have someone register you later. Now that I've shown you everything, enjoy your time at the training camp. Reflecting on it, Wang Quan's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia. Wait, there's one more thing. Lin Xie called out to Wang Quan, opening a leather case to retrieve a jar. What is this? A jar of lollipops handmade by Hong Ingjie and Xiao Nan. They asked me to bring it to you as a thank you for helping them train. Lin Shi explained. Oh, please thank them for me. Chapter 32. The Arrogant Youth. Brother Quan, hear me out. Bai Li Pang Pang rubbed his chin and began to speak slowly. Go ahead. You shouldn't just thank them. You need to reciprocate. They sent you handmade lollipops, so you should return the favor and praise their craftsmanship. Is it really that complicated? Wang Quan tilted his head, seemingly pondering seriously. When it comes to social etiquette, you should definitely listen to me. Bai Li Pang Pang patted his chest. Oh, Wang Quan nodded. After leaving the military camp, Lin Shi mused, it's just a jar of candy. It doesn't need to be that complicated. Bai Li Pang Pang replied. Hong Yingjie likes Brother Quan. Don't you agree? No, Hong Yingjie only admires her idol. There are no romantic feelings involved. Lin Shi explained earnestly. Sigh. Bai Li Pang Pang gazed up at the ceiling in despair, lamenting. Chi, sometimes, you don't have to say it out loud. Some people get shy around those they like. But Hong Yingjie said it herself. Lin Shi replied helplessly. Huh, did I misinterpret? Bai Li Pang Pang looked incredulous. Indeed, Lin Shi affirmed. After tidying up the dormitory, Bai Li Pang Pang flopped onto the bed, complaining, where are my personal items? Where's my soft bedding? How do you plan to have them delivered? Lin Shi had long advised Bai Li Pang Pang to collect a set of bedding from the supply station. But he insisted on waiting for his family to send it. I don't know. Anyway, I spoke with my dad before coming here. He said he would send someone over. I think you should just get a set from the supply station. Lin Shi suggested. If you try to get special treatment, the instructors will probably make you run to death, like forcing you to run 10,000 laps or something. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang gasped and hurriedly dashed out of the dormitory. Chi, why didn't you tell me earlier? I don't want to run 10,000 laps. It could kill me. Lin Shi could only smile wryly, as he had merely exaggerated. Forget it. He.s. just a bit clueless, sigh. In the distance, atop a tall building, several instructors quietly observed Lin Shi and Bai Li Pang Pang's every move. Something feels off. One instructor named Hong Hao suddenly spoke up. These two dangerous individuals seem to be getting along too harmoniously. Indeed, one is an agent, a deity, or even the king of angels. The other is a pampered young master from the Bai Li family. Shouldn't they carry a bit of arrogance? The instructor trailed off, but couldn't help but glance at Wang Quan. What I possess is confidence. You wouldn't understand. Wang Quan shot him a glare. Hee, I admire you. The instructor scratched his head, smiling foolishly. Yuan Gang scanned the crowd and slowly spoke. In this world, no two leaves are identical. Background is one aspect. But character is like the leaves. You cannot judge people solely by appearances. Wouldn't you agree, Director Wang? Huh, they've known each other for a month already. Wang Quan decisively shot down the comment. But you are right. These two are indeed quite remarkable. They must be rigorously trained. As he discussed Lin Shi and Bai Li Pang Pang, a smile involuntarily crept onto Wang Quan's lips. Director Wang, do you have any high-level training methods for the recruits? Life and death speed. Wang Quan replied without hesitation. The other instructors looked confused. What do you mean by speed? For instance, let everyone run around the training ground while a mythological creature from Chuanjing chases them. If they run slowly, they'll be in grave danger. At this, everyone swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down their spines. Just running laps should suffice. The recruits are merely a bunch of novices. Sending a mythological creature from Chuanjing after them is too cruel. Indeed, in the training camp, their forbidden artifacts are suppressed. They are just ordinary people. Seeing this, Wang Quan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I'll be there to save them. Besides, you can't just watch them perish if they get caught. They should be punished severely. I think it's a good idea. Let us go with life and death speed. Yuan Gang nodded. I'll immediately contact headquarters to send over a speed-type mythological creature from Chuanjing. Director Yuan, why are you getting involved too? Someone suggested. We could just replace the mythological creature with a Zhanjing. No doubt, the more perilous the situation, the better the training. This batch is quite the prodigy. So changing the training method is perfectly reasonable. Let us go. Meeting time. Wang Quan waved his hand, and everyone departed the rooftop. In the dormitory, Lin Shi and Bai Li Pang Pang exchanged glances, almost in unison. Do you also feel a chill down your spine? Bai Li Pang Pang nodded fervently, feeling something amiss ever since he returned with the bedding, as if numerous eyes were fixated upon him. At 11 o'clock at night, Wang Quan swaggered out of the training camp, his mind overwhelmed by the day's grueling hellish training. Gazing at the distant sky, he murmured to himself, I'll think about the gifts tomorrow. Surely, no flower shops are open at this hour. A minute later, Wang Quan arrived in the city center and casually selected a restaurant where the owner was a middle-aged man clad in a white chef's uniform, with a rather prominent belly. Boss, Give me a portion of the luxurious super invincible fried rice. Huh, we don't have such a dish. The owner looked a bit dazed and smiled apologetically. Just throw in whatever expensive ingredients you have. Money is no object. Upon hearing this, the owner's eyes brightened, recognizing a big customer. All right, please wait a moment. Soon, the enticing aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. At that moment, 4 young boys dragging suitcases entered the restaurant. The leader, appearing to be the oldest among them, wore a black cap backward, had a band-aid on his right cheek, was tall and lean, and donned distressed jeans. Wang Quan curiously scrutinized the youth, captivated by the air of arrogance he exuded. Noticing Wang Quan's gaze, the boy shot him a fierce glare and barked, "What are you staring at? Never seen a living person before?" After that, he called out to the kitchen, "Boss, bring me 4 portions of egg fried rice." "Sure, just a moment." The distance between Wang Quan and the 4 boys was considerable. Aside from the arrogant one, the other 3 were also curiously observing Wang Quan. "Brother Shun, why does that guy have white hair? And he's the only one dining alone at this late hour. He looks quite lonely." "Shut your mouth and don't casually discuss others," the arrogant boy admonished, tapping his little brother on the head. Oh, my bad." The foolish boy glanced again, then exclaimed, "Whoa." The white-haired guy vanished. Just then, Wang Quan's voice drifted from behind him. "Young man, are you looking for me?" Chapter 33. Yellow roses represent friendship. A ghost. The foolish boy jumped up in shock, letting out a startled scream. "Are you crazy?" The arrogant boy shot Wang Quan an annoyed look. "Speaking of which, it's so late, and you all are carrying luggage. You don't seem to be locals. Are you runaway kids, or just here for work?" Wang Quan casually pulled over a chair and sat beside the 4, his tone tinged with an elder's authority. He sensed an extraordinary spiritual energy emanating from the 3 boys, deducing that they were new recruits participating in the training. "Mind your own business," the arrogant boy responded impatiently, striving to suppress his impulse to retaliate. "Fate brought us together. Let me treat you to a meal." Wang Quan smiled slightly, not waiting for their refusal, and called out to the kitchen, "Boss, upgrade those 4 portions of egg fried rice to the luxurious version." "All right, please wait a moment." "Hey, are you out of your mind?" The arrogant boy could no longer contain himself, cursing loudly. "Do we even know each other? Who asked you to treat us? We're not short on money." Just as he finished speaking, the foolish boy added quietly, "Brother Shun, we've already spent a lot on the hotel. We're actually a bit low on cash." The arrogant boy's expression turned slightly awkward upon hearing his little brother expose their situation. "You'll soon come to know who I am." Wang Quan patted the arrogant boy's shoulder, speaking with an air of mystery. Moments later, 5 portions of luxurious fried rice were served. "If you don't want to eat, feel free to discard it." Wang Quan picked up his chopsticks and reminded them, sensing the stubbornness in the arrogant boy, who seemed rather proud. "Brother Shun, don't waste food. Brother Shun, there are big lobsters in the rice. Brother Shun, let us eat. I'm starving after being on the road all day." The 3 little brothers persistently coaxed, and although the arrogant boy was extremely reluctant, he ultimately nodded in resignation, though he himself did not pick up his chopsticks and instead approached Wang Quan. "How much is it? I'll pay for their portions. I want to eat." "No need. I insist on treating you." Wang Quan was merely treating them for their arduous journey. "How much is the total?" The arrogant boy insisted on paying, knowing that the trip had been exhausting and he didn't mind his brothers enjoying a nice meal. "I don't know. I'm leaving." Wang Quan wiped his mouth with a napkin and vanished in the blink of an eye. The arrogant boy stood there, stunned, unable to regain his composure for a long time. This guy is incredibly strong. What exactly does he do? He struggled to swallow, utterly astonished. In that fleeting moment, the pressure he felt was utterly chilling. The arrogant boy could not fathom why this white-haired stranger would treat them to dinner without any prior connection. The following day, Wang Quan set out early, heading straight to the finest flower shop in Songnan City. "Boss, give me 2 bouquets, the best, the most expensive, and the most beautiful." Wang Quan's request was straightforward and blunt, emphasizing his financial freedom. The flower shop owner, a gentle and caring woman, put down the bouquet she was trimming, turned to glance at the customer, and politely inquired, "May I ask who these flowers are for?" "For a friend." At this, the owner smiled and continued, "Is it for a gentleman or a lady?" "A girl. They gifted me a jar of homemade candies, and I plan to return the favor." "I see." The shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of surprise, as she initially thought it was for a romantic partner, and thus recommended, for friends, sunflowers and tulips, or yellow roses would be suitable. "You decide. I'm not very knowledgeable about flowers." "All right, then 2 bouquets of yellow roses." Soon, the shopkeeper presented 2 vibrant yellow rose bouquets to Wang Quan. He glanced at them and remarked, "Shopkeeper, only 15 blooms in a bouquet? Isn't that a bit few?" Yellow roses symbolize enduring friendship, and 15 represents a complete friendship. Just right, the shopkeeper explained. All right, I understand. Wang Quan was completely oblivious to the language of flowers. Scan the code. The payment code is at the counter. After paying, Wang Quan exited the flower shop, holding the bouquets, while the shopkeeper cheerfully wished him, "Sir, may you have a pleasant life." Got it. At the Peace Affairs office, in the underground lounge, members of Team 136 lounged casually, each engaged in their preferred activities, relaxed and carefree. Just then, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from outside the lounge. The group exchanged glances, already guessing who it was, with footsteps exuding confidence. Who else could it be but the suddenly vanished Wang Quan? Wang Quan entered the lounge, holding 2 bouquets of yellow roses, and scanned the room before handing the bouquets to Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, smiling as he said, "Thank you for the candies. They were delicious. These roses are for you." Huh. Hong Ying's eyes widened, her delicate hands hovering in the air, hesitating to accept, her heart brimming with surprise. "Demon King, have you been possessed?" Si Xiaonan was perplexed, having learned over the past few days that Wang Quan was not one to give flowers to girls. What nonsense. Wang Quan rolled his eyes. "Isn't it normal to return a favor? And I wish you both everlasting happiness." Upon uttering those words, Hong Ying gasped in surprise. Utterly taken aback, Si Xiaonan's mind buzzed incessantly. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the cerebral folds of the remaining members of Team 136 were instantaneously smoothed out, akin to being transported back to a primordial era. The notion that Zhu Hongying and Xiaonan would share a bond of everlasting companionship was peculiar, as they were not even a couple. Goodness. Zhao Kongcheng was the first to speak. "Are you daft?" Si Xiaonan was on the verge of exasperation. "Ah, the youth of today?" Chen Muyi sighed heavily. "Changgu, that was impressive," Cold Xian remarked. It was now Wang Chang's turn to be perplexed. He believed he had made a valid point, as the yellow rose symbolized the blessing of eternal love. However, he had forgotten the specific implications behind it, making him somewhat romantically oblivious. Hong Ying, caught between amusement and exasperation, accepted the flower while the others resumed their activities. Unexpectedly, Wang Chang spoke again. May I pose a question to you too?" He scratched his head shyly, appearing somewhat bashful to outsiders. What question?" Hong Ying clutched the flower, nearly burying her head in its petals. "Speak freely, great Demon King." Si Xiaonan set the yellow rose aside. "Just don't hit me after I ask," Wang Chang insisted. "All right." Hong Ying nodded. "Who would dare hit you? You're joking." Si Xiaonan retorted. "What are your measurements?" At this, Si Xiaonan sprayed the juice she had just sipped. The question was shockingly blunt. The others fell silent, wearing expressions of incredulity and disbelief. The living room was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Chapter 34, Masquerade, and Wang Chang inquired about their measurements with the intention of purchasing dresses for the two of them. Following the advice of the chubby boy, he had already brought flowers and offered compliments. All that remained was to present them with beautiful garments. However, to procure the right sizes, he deemed it necessary to ask directly. The silence persisted, with the group's expressions becoming more complex. Wang Chang scanned the room and explained, "I merely wish to buy you dresses as a token of appreciation." Why the strange looks? The others remained mute, gazing at him as though he were a fool. After all, who would ask a girl about her measurements so directly? It was utterly uncouth. Hong Ying lowered her head, feeling the heat rising from her cheeks, while Si Xiaonan hurled a slipper at Wang Chang, glaring at him in dismay. "You lewd scoundrel. You won't win any girls over with such behavior. Buying clothes isn't a custom order. Just knowing your heights is sufficient. I wear an XL, and Hong Ying wears an XXL. Oh. Wang Chang nodded. "Goodbye. If you need anything, come find me at the training camp. I work there." He casually left a few remarks before hastily departing. Once outside the office, Wang Chang rushed to the mall to purchase several exquisite dresses for the two of them, then hurriedly made his way to the villa. From a distance, he spotted Hong Ying practicing her shooting. Her graceful figure was a perfect blend of strength and femininity. The barrel pierced through the golden rays of light, and as she casually glanced back, she caught sight of her idol watching her intently. Her heart raced, and in her moment of distraction, her aim faltered. Observing this, Wang Chang swiftly approached, steadying her and sternly advising, "Focus on your shooting. Don't let your mind wander." Hong Ying hesitated briefly before nodding slightly. "Shall we go inside?" she suggested, finding her footing. "Sure, but let me down first." "Apologies, I didn't realize." Wang Chang suddenly remembered he was still holding her and quickly turned his head away, gently setting her down. "I apologize for the intrusion. It's fine. I was the one distracted." Hong Ying sheepishly scratched her head and then sniffed her arm, realizing she was in dire need of a shower. As they entered the living room, Hong Ying dashed into the kitchen, asking, "What would you like to drink?" "Coke, please." She opened the refrigerator and tossed a bottle of soda to Wang Chong. "By the way, Xiaonan told me your clothing size. So I bought a few things for you too. Let us see if they fit." Wang Chong placed the bags on the sofa, and Hong Ying was taken aback, realizing he genuinely intended to buy them dresses. "If you wanted to give us something, you could just take us shopping. I'll make sure to next time." Wang Chong nodded, as he had a clear purpose when shopping, typically spending no more than 20 minutes from entry to checkout. "Let us see. It's a pure white dress. Your figure is excellent. I'm certain it will look stunning on you," Wang Chong added, speaking truthfully. "Thank you." Hong Ying beamed, her heart soaring at the thought of her idol gifting her flowers and clothes. "Shall I try it on for you? That would be delightful. Who wouldn't want to see a beautiful girl in a dress?" Wang Chong readily agreed, although his primary interest lay in ensuring the dresses would fit well. "Wait for me to take a shower first," Hong Ying exclaimed as she rushed into the bathroom. Wang Chong settled onto the sofa, just as he opened the soda. When Si Xiaonan entered through the door. "You perverted demon king, weren't you supposed to be working?" Si Xiaonan crossed her arms, eyeing Wang Chong warily. "I bought a few dresses for you too. Let us see if they fit." Wang Chong gestured toward the bags on the sofa. "Huh, you really bought clothes?" Si Xiaonan was taken aback. "Of course. Try them on, and I'll see if they fit you. If they don't, I'll buy more. Money is no object. Besides, it's a pleasure to see beautiful women in dresses." All right. Si Xiaonan nodded, conceding, "Given your earnest intentions, I'll try them on. And thank you for your thoughtful gesture, you perverted demon king." She chuckled, picking up the clothes and heading upstairs. Just then, Wang Chong's phone rang. "Hello? Urgent return, something's wrong." Yuan Gang's tone was grave, indicating a situation had arisen. Wang Chong glanced toward the bathroom, calling out, "Hong Ying, I have an urgent matter. I must leave. See you later." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of rushing water ceased, replaced by hurried footsteps. Hong Ying burst from the bathroom, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Is it really urgent?" Wang Chong had only partially spoken when he turned crimson. For Hong Ying stood before him, utterly unclothed, her damp hair cascading over her chest, yet not fully covering her. In that instant, his mind was flooded with a blinding rush of white. "Cough, cough, cough. You're not wearing any clothes," Wang Chong reminded her. "Huh. Oh no. I'm so sorry." With a loud thud, the bathroom door slammed shut, and Hong Ying's trembling voice floated out. "I completely forgot there was a boy outside. I truly didn't mean to. You need not apologize. I was the one caught off guard." While still on the line, Yuan Gang felt his face flush at the exchange, accompanied by the laughter of masquerade team members. He quickly interjected, "You two should stop chatting. There are others present." Wang Chong composed himself, his voice steady. "Gongzi, I sincerely hope you have a genuine emergency. This situation is quite embarrassing." Yuan Gang felt a chill run down his spine at those words. There was indeed an emergency, though perhaps not as urgent as it seemed. "Someone is injured. You need to come treat them." "Who?" "Xianhua." "Understood. Let him wait. I am determined to break his legs." "Brother Quan, why?" The perplexed voice of Xianhua echoed as I rushed to your aid, feeling agitated, and cannot be treated this way. "Fool, there's a woman's voice over there. You are interrupting someone's good fortune." The irritable voice of Wei emerged, scolding with annoyance. "Huh, no. If someone as resolute as Brother Quan were to find a girlfriend, I would eat my words, remaining as brash and irreverent as ever, my tone matching that of Wang Quan. "Bastard, just wait. Captain, save my canine life. I won't interfere. You handle it yourself." Wang Mian shook his head, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. "Boo-hoo. I was wrong, Brother Quan. Let me break your other unscathed arm instead." Wang Quan spat a harsh remark and left the villa in a huff. The pleasant atmosphere was thoroughly disrupted by that group of rascals. The beautiful lady is now out of reach. Chapter 35. A show of authority beneath the sunlight. The imposing gate shimmered with a metallic sheen, as 7 figures cloaked in gray, bearing black boxes, stood outside the training camp. "Captain, you must stop Brother Quan. He truly strikes with lethal intent." The man wearing the Xuanhua mask trembled, his bright eyes brimming with a desperate will to survive, his right arm wrapped in bandages. "It's fine." The man adorned with the Wang mask spoke nonchalantly. "He can heal you." Upon hearing this, Xuanhua felt as though the sky was collapsing, despair evident beneath the mask. Just then, a silver streak appeared on the horizon, resembling a comet from afar. In the next moment, Wang Quan came to a steady halt before Wang Mian. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously extended their hands to shake, almost in unison. "Long time no see. Brother Quan." The man wearing the Tianping mask stepped forward to greet warmly. "Greetings, Brother Quan," he said cheerfully. "Since it has been a while, please don't hit me. I am indeed going to hit you. Wang Quan shot him a glare, responding with irritation. Brother Quan, what does your girlfriend look like? Is she beautiful? How did you two meet? How old is she? The girl behind the Changwei mask was brimming with curiosity, eager to ask 100 questions. Indeed. It's not gossip, merely pure curiosity. The man with the Tianping mask coughed lightly, feigning seriousness while yearning for juicy details. I believe it is that girl named Hong Ying who is pursuing Brother Quan. Otherwise, with his stubbornness, he would remain single for life. The man adorned with the crescent mask adjusted his non-existent glasses, analyzing earnestly. Ahem. To be honest, I am quite curious as well. Wang Mian, the captain, fell in line with his teammates' enthusiasm. The 7 eager eyes trained on Wang Quan made his scalp tingle, and he explained, "She is my friend." He then recounted the events that had transpired. No way. That girl named Hong Ying is definitely interested in you. Seize the opportunity, for once this chance is gone. It's gone. As a fellow girl, Changwei hit the nail on the head. Wang Quan nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, I understand, but I never mind. Let us not discuss this for now. Let us talk about the training camp. That is the reason I summoned you all. Oh, I completely forgot about your esteemed title as the honorary chief instructor. Let us proceed to the conference room to elaborate. Yuan Gang is waiting. Wang Mian nodded in agreement. As Wang Quan passed by Xuanhua, he casually used the reversal technique to heal his arm. By the time they concluded their serious discussions, it was already noon. Wang Quan and Wang Mian strolled through the training camp, reminiscing about the past. Should I meet him now? Isn't it a bit too early? Wang Mian inquired. As fellow divine agents, it would be beneficial to get acquainted. Wang Quan strolled leisurely with his hands clasped behind his head. You remain the same, always acting on impulse. You don't understand. This is called before Wang Quan could finish. Wang Mian naturally chimed in. Freedom. Ha. Truly. A comrade who has chased after the ancient god cult together. Wang Quan laughed heartily, striding forward confidently. Soon, the two arrived at the dormitory of Lin Xie. Xiao Yezi, are you in? Hearing this address, Wang Mian's lips twitched, though he was not surprised. What is the matter? Aren't you the instructor? You seem quite idle every day. The complaint came before the door even opened. The moment the door swung open, Lin Xie fixed his gaze on Wang Mian, though he did not recognize the masked figure. He felt an inexplicable familiarity, for the divine aura does not deceive. Wang Mian scrutinized Lin Xie in turn before introducing himself. Hello, I am the agent of Michael. You may call me Wang Mian. I am a friend of your master. Who is my master? Lin Xie furrowed his brow and glanced at Wang Quan. Ahem. I taught you for a month. Doesn't that count? Wang Quan had boasted, hastily signaling Lin Xie. At best, that only qualifies as a teacher. It is not the same as a master. Lin Xie disregarded Wang Quan entirely, correcting him. Indeed, it's delightful to see this rascal experience hardship. I have high hopes for you. Wang Mian's tone softened considerably. While he and Wang Quan shared a deep bond, their usual interaction resembled that of playful friends. Feel free to ask me anything regarding being an agent. Thank you. Lin Xie nodded. After a brief chat, Wang Quan and Wang Mian left the dormitory. In the afternoon, Lin Xie donned his military uniform and gazed at Bai Li Pang Pang, who was sound asleep. He called out, Wake up, it's time for assembly. Bai Li Pang Pang. Fatty. Lazybones. Bai Li Pang Pang continued to snore thunderously, as if equipped with a signal jammer. Lin Xie sighed deeply, delivering a firm slap. It's time to gather. Is it time for a meal? Bai Li Pang Pang sat up groggily, mumbling incoherently. Just a few more minutes. It's time to assemble. Hurry and get dressed. After shooting a glare at Bai Li Pang Pang, Lin Xie made his way directly to the training ground. The two were among the last to arrive at the training ground, thus relegated to the back row. The new recruits stood haphazardly, not exactly swaying, but lacking any semblance of order, even engaging in chatter and play. Those in the know recognized it as a training camp. Those unaware might think they were at a bustling market. In the distance, over 20 instructors stood tall and straight, each as erect as a pine tree, exuding an imposing presence. Wang Quan and Yuan Gang stood at the forefront, one appearing amicable and approachable, while the other seemed intimidating. As they surveyed the chaotic assembly of new recruits, Yuan Gang wore a stern expression. He exchanged a glance with Wang Quan, who nodded, stepping forward. Silence. The moment Wang Quan opened his mouth, an invisible pressure spread across the entire training ground, leaving the unprepared recruits screaming in shock. Most of them pressed face first into the ground. The world fell silent. A few individuals gritted their teeth, standing amid the fallen crowd, all gazing toward the high platform. With silver hair fluttering in the breeze, Wang Quan fixed his unwavering gaze on the crowd, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet resoundingly clear, to every year. Authoritative and haughty. Newbies, my name is Wang Quan, the honorary chief instructor of this new recruit training camp. Of course, you probably have never heard of this name. I also have a code name, known as Daybreak. Upon hearing this, some of the recruits, nearly pressed into the ground, desperately lifted their heads, eager to see what Wang Quan looked like. Every sentinel holds a profound admiration for the elite squad, especially for the singular entity known as Gojo. Are you merely worthy of gazing up at me? A collection of pitiful miscreants. Do not look up. Rise to your feet. In the name of the chief instructor of the training camp, I hereby issue the first task of this training. At this juncture, Wang Quan paused momentarily, raising his voice to command. Stand up. Do not cower like cowards. Of course, should you prove to be worthless, then remain prostrate. Chapter 36. The entrance of Jimian. Wang Quan's words reverberated throughout the vast training ground, and he spoke the truth. If one cannot overcome such minor difficulties, what else can they be but worthless? Oh, I am not worthless. The recruits clenched their teeth and vociferously retorted. Each cohort that arrives for training is composed of genuine prodigies, and the vast majority of these gifted individuals possess their own pride. They shall not permit anyone to belittle them as worthless. The pressure exerted by Wang Quan was perfectly calibrated. He would not deliberately impose undue hardship on these recruits. Yet one thing is certain. The process of rising to their feet is excruciating. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and searing pain coursed through their bodies. Each movement akin to being pierced by countless needles. It stings a bit, but it cannot be that exaggerated. Observing his wailing comrades, Bai Li Pang looked at Lin Shi Yi in bewilderment. He was an ordinary person, one of the few still standing. You have endured hellish training. They have not. Lin Shi Yi shot him a glance. Merely recalling the torment of hellish training sent shivers down his spine. The sensation of being pursued by a horde of bloodthirsty mythical creatures is most unpleasant. Moments trickled by as the cries of agony echoed without cease. Gradually, some struggled to rise. Even as sweat drenched their clothing and pain twisted their features, they persevered through the stinging sensations. Witnessing this scene, the instructors on the platform felt a sense of satisfaction, though they did not express it excessively. These prodigies represent the future of the sentinels. The more tenacious they are, the stronger the sentinels shall become. After 2 hours, everyone had managed to stand. All gazes were fervently fixed upon Wang Quan, awaiting a response. Excellent. You are not worthless. Wang Quan nodded in approval, then shifted his tone. But do you consider yourselves geniuses? Perhaps. The fact that it took you 2 hours to accomplish something as simple as standing reveals a certain ignominy. Were I in your position, I would feel utterly humiliated. Of course, this is the current you. 1 year from now, you shall experience a rebirth. Therefore, congratulations on completing my first task. With that, Wang Quan stepped back. Releasing his pressure, his mission was accomplished, instilling a sense of humility in the recruits and making them aware of their shortcomings. But evidently, this was insufficient. Yuan Gang stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the entire assembly, his voice resonating with authority. Stand tall. Who permitted you to relax? But we have completed Instructor Wang's task. Indeed, it was excruciating. Those who felt indignant dared to retort. Excruciating? You have merely completed a trivial test. What right do you have to complain? You may be prodigies, possessing skills that surpass your peers, formidable abilities, and astonishing capabilities, but that only serves to prove you are not worthless. Yuan Gang raised his voice, an imposing presence overshadowing all, a demeanor forged on the battlefield amid life and death. Remember, from the moment you entered this training camp, you hold but one identity. You are mere recruits. You are novices. At this moment, you are not even novices, merely refuse that is slightly better than worthless. When faced with the mysterious, you will only hinder your comrades and bring about your own demise. Do not take pride in completing a minor task. You are far, far away from becoming true sentinels. Yuan Gang's thunderous voice echoed in every ear. Some were perplexed, others regarded him with cold disdain, while some fell into deep contemplation. Standing atop the platform, he surveyed the expressions of all. Most wore stern faces, a reaction the instructors sought to elicit. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Do you dissent, novices?" He placed particular emphasis on the word novice. There was no need for a response. The answer was all too clear. Indeed, dissent. I am a genius and I refuse to accept this. Dissent is splendid. Recognizing the disparity leads to clarity. Do you believe that in your current state, no matter how high your realm, you are but high realm refuse? Against true masters, you would not endure a single exchange. Do you believe it? At this moment, the majority of recruits were seething with rage, their eyes seemingly aflame. I do not believe it. A cocky youth shouted, sporting a backward cap, his military jacket unbuttoned, chewing gum with evident disdain, casting a glare at Yuan Gang. The brash youth's gaze lingered on Wang Quan. He had not anticipated that the white-haired individual's words about meeting again so soon were indeed true. Excellent. What is your name? Shen Qingzhu. In truth, Wang Quan had noticed him long ago. How to describe it? Upon donning military attire, this lad's demeanor was akin to a military ruffian, yet Wang Quan sensed something amiss. For those who are most assertive often conceal certain truths. Sometimes, what one sees may not be the reality. Who else? I dissent. Me too. Indeed, I am not refuse. With Shen Qingzhu leading the charge, the number of dissenters swelled. Li Pang glanced around at his peers, and then back at Wang Quan atop the platform. Feeling a surge of sympathy for them, muttering helplessly, Brother Quan is standing up there. Whether a dragon or a tiger, one must lie low. To my surprise, I find your words to be quite reasonable. Lin Qi replied in agreement. Apart from Wang Quan, a formidable figure, he had indeed witnessed the mysterious. The ghost mask was powerful. Dekan was able to engage him in a fierce struggle, even nearly ending his life. The Nantua serpent demon was cunning, orchestrating events from the shadows, merely unfortunate to have encountered Wang Quan. Yet, they were only within the Chuan realm, not truly weak. But by no means were they the genuinely formidable mysteries. Excellent. Without empty boasts, I shall provide you with an opportunity to prove yourselves and a chance to recognize your own limitations. Yuan Gang's lips curved into a slight smile. This was precisely the effect he desired. Wang Quan retrieved a walkie-talkie and jested. Everyone, it is time to commence parachuting. Let the games begin. Received. The voice of Wang Mian responded through the walkie-talkie. The instructors on the platform simultaneously raised their gazes towards the sky, while the recruits appeared bewildered, quickly turning their attention upwards. In the blink of an eye, 7 gray dots emerged from the blank cloud cover, growing larger until they became discernible. The recruits were left dumbfounded. What on earth? There are people flying in the sky. They seem to have forgotten their parachutes. Are they insane, jumping without parachutes? Others could only see blurred silhouettes, but Wang Quan perceived everything with clarity. The figures of Jiamian bore no protective gear, descending in free fall. He recalled merely suggesting to Wang Mian to make their entrance more striking to astonish the recruits, who could have anticipated that this fellow would opt for free fall. Goodness. When it comes to showboating, Wang Mian, you certainly have a flair for it. Wang Quan inwardly scoffed. Chapter 37. Special Challenge. Team battle commences above the heavens. 7 figures plummeted rapidly. The wind howled past, accompanied by piercing cries akin to the wailing of slaughtered pigs. I'm still single. I don't want to die. Why can't I have a parachute? I'm going to die. The vortex in the sky churned incessantly, the screams growing ever louder. Be quiet, it's maddening. Xiang Wei shot a glare at the vortex, expressing her impatience. Jumping from several thousand meters without a parachute terrifies me. The vortex squeaked with a whimper. I have acrophobia. Stay calm. It's merely a parachute jump. Wang Mian replied, arms crossed, his tone serene. Captain, Chang'e merely suggested we make a stylish entrance to intimidate the rookies. There are plenty of ways to do this. The vortex continued to babble anxiously. What if we crash and die? No need to worry, you won't die. Wang Mian remained unfazed. Indeed, with my presence, everything is a trivial matter. Tianping's tone radiated unparalleled confidence. Are you sure? I've gained weight recently. Can you support me? I don't want to die at such a young age. The vortex rambled on like a firecracker. Tianping sighed deeply, turning to Wang Mian, and grumbled, Captain, can we let this fool fall to his doom? No. What a pity. Hey, I'm still here. The vortex retorted, speechless. We're about to land, stop shouting. Or it'll be embarrassing. Wang Mian cautioned, then waved at Wang Quan, who he knew could see him. Wang Quan gave a thumbs up, as if to say, when it comes to showing off, you still reign supreme. As the 7 neared the ground, their hazy figures became remarkably clear, and one exclaimed, wow, it's the Jiamian team. This training session is worth it. Not only do we get to see Bai Zhou, but Jiamian has also come. I'm so happy. As the 7 were about to crash into the ground, some rookies, frightened, covered their eyes. However, just before they hit the ground, Tianping gently wiggled 2 fingers, causing the gravity around the Jiamian team to vanish. They descended like feathers, lightly touching the ground before effortlessly stabilizing themselves, striking a handsome pose. Under the sunlight, their cloaks swayed in the breeze, and various masks gleamed brilliantly. The rookies gazed in awe, a mixture of admiration and envy in their eyes. Wang Mian slowly spoke, his cool and magnetic voice elevating the prestige of the Jiamian team. We are. At that moment, the vortex's legs buckled. Wang Quan, witnessing this, rushed to support the vortex at lightning speed, ensuring the Jiamian team did not lose face. To the others, Wang Quan appeared to be standing still, not even leaving a shadow. An accident was averted, and Wang Mian concluded his introduction. The vortex cast a grateful glance at Wang Quan, who rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, seemingly intent on giving the vortex a good thrashing. The vortex tearfully agreed, recalling how treating Wang Quan to a meal had exhausted an entire month's salary. As the crowd gathered, Yuan Gang glanced over the discontented rookies and boomed. Your chance to showcase yourselves has arrived. It is now 3 in the afternoon, before 10 tonight. If you can unmask any member of the Jiamian team by any means necessary, you win. If you can defeat a special team, it proves your exceptional prowess. And I can arrange for your graduation tomorrow. Just as Yuan Gang finished speaking, Wang Quan became intrigued. He swiftly retrieved a chair from the office, seated himself in the center of the platform with utmost confidence, and added, I have an additional special reward. Before 10 o'clock, I will be sitting right here. If anyone can touch me, this forbidden object will be yours. As he spoke, Wang Quan raised Zhanbai, introducing it as Zhanbai, one of the treasured forbidden objects of the Bailey family, truly authentic. I pledge on the honor of a night watchman, I will hold true to my word. With that, he released his grip, and the tip of the sword's sheath touched the ground. Wang Quan placed one hand on the hilt and the other on the chair, crossing his legs in an audacious manner. The Jiamian team looked baffled, and the instructors were equally astonished. Not only the rookies, but even they felt tempted to give it a try. After all, it was Zhanbai, a priceless treasure from the Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 061. Instructor, this isn't fair. Their realms are too high. Even if we had 1,000, we wouldn't stand a chance. Exactly. The rookies are not foolish. There is no suspense in this battle. They will suppress their realms to the Lantern Realm. What? You don't dare? Yuan Gang sneered, taunting them. 239 against 7, do you dare? At these words, the rookies' eyes gleamed brightly, their breaths quickening. We dare. Why wouldn't we? Just then, Wang Mian spoke up. We don't need 7. 5 will suffice to deal with you. After saying this, he signaled 2 members of his team, who followed the instructor away. Wang Mian's words ignited the enthusiasm of all the rookies, each eager to join the fray, and Wang Quan's subsequent proclamation elevated the tension to its zenith. I will also suppress myself to the Lantern Realm. As long as you touch me once, Zhanbai will be yours. Whether you defeat Jiamian or snatch Zhanbai from Baizhou, both will prove you to be a once-in-a-million genius. The enticing rewards lay before them, the highest honors seemingly within reach. The instructors gradually exited the stage, and atop the platform, the 5 members of Jiamian stood tall and proud. Wang Quan remained seated, his gaze resembling that of a proud lion surveying all before him. The atmosphere grew tense. The rookies fixated their steely gazes on the remaining 6, their eyes smoldering like molten lava. Excuse me, when does it begin? One rookie raised his hand to inquire. Tianping pointed a finger at the questioner, who shuddered and suddenly coughed up blood, flying backward. In the next moment, Wang Mian's voice echoed through the chaotic crowd. Everyone, it is now 3:01. The battle has already commenced. This is your first lesson. Do not inquire about your enemy. Develop your own judgment. With these words, dozens of rookies charged toward the training platform. Flames, ice, and lightning unleashed countless abilities simultaneously, instantly painting half the sky in vibrant colors, reflecting the rookies' vigor. The atmosphere of the training ground erupted like a long-dormant volcano. A small portion of the group infiltrated from the flanks, uninterested in defeating Jiamian, instead drawn to the blade in Wang Quan's grasp. After all, dealing with one individual was far simpler than confronting 5, especially when the only requirement was to make contact. Observing the encroaching rookies, Wang Quan couldn't help but smile. Thus, a fierce melee erupted. Chapter 38, The Bet Brothers, Charge. Bailey Pang Pang shouted at the surging crowd, exuding a fervent enthusiasm. Stop! Stop! Lin Xie yanked him back, turning to sprint toward the training ground exit. Xie, everyone else has joined in. Shouldn't we too? Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. Get a grip. We have no weapons, and we don't know anything about Jiamian. Rushing in would be suicidal. Lin Xie scolded, nearly kicking this fool away. But I have. Bailey Pang Pang began, patting his pocket, yet Lin Xie offered him no chance to continue. No buts. Wang Quan is sitting there. Do you think you can even touch him? Lin Xie emphasized his tone, expressing that until now, he remained oblivious to the nature of Wang Quan's untouchable domain. Oh, I've got it. So where shall we go? The warehouse. The two stealthily slipped away amidst the chaos, unaware that everything was being observed by Wang Quan, who remarked, not bad. not foolish. Just then, a hand reached for Zhanbai, and the new recruit's lips curled into a manic grin, momentarily believing that the legendary Bai Zhou was nothing extraordinary. As he approached, his expression froze. The hand halted in midair, mere centimeters from Zhanbai. Yet, that single centimeter loomed like an insurmountable chasm. You, quite brave, aren't you? With that, his sunglasses slipped off, revealing azure eyes that suddenly sparkled with intensity. The new recruit's legs gave way, uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. At that moment, he felt a formidable authority he had never experienced before, instilling fear, trembling, and an irresistible urge to submit. This was the aura projected by Wang Quan. In heaven and earth, he alone stood supreme. Only then did the new recruit realize how foolish his earlier thoughts had been. The recruits charging from behind were oblivious to the unfolding events. As they perceived the scene thus, that guy merely received a glare and then knelt. Coward. What else could it be but cowardice? He stands alone. Don't falter. Brothers, charge. The bewildered crowd was galvanized by this proclamation, and over 20 individuals encircled Wang Quan from all directions. With a crisp snap echoing through the air, a circle of purple and gold ripples erupted from Wang Quan's center. A fierce repulsive force swept through every individual attempting to approach him, resulting in a series of thuds as they were sent sprawling. Simultaneously, an anomaly occurred near Jemian. A deep purple vortex unfurled in the air, shielding the five from Jemian and instantaneously absorbing all incoming attacks. Following that, a colossal pink hammer, towering as high as 2 stories, conjured a gale and swept away all airborne new recruits with a swift tail swipe. The counterattack from Jamian did not conclude there. The expanded purple vortex erupted. The recruits still rushing forward sensed something amiss and turned to flee. Too late. You are finished. The vortex scoffed. Flames, lightning, and earthen spikes. The recruits' own attacks returned with a tempestuous force, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that obscured the blazing sun. The onslaught dislodged the lollipop from Wang Quan's grasp, who cast a glance at the vortex and grumbled, "Get lost, don't hit me. Brother Quan, you're being unreasonable." The vortex complained. Just as those words left its mouth, 5 lollipops traced perfect parabolas in the air, landing securely in the hands of Jimia's group. "Here, enjoy. Wow. This is a rare treat," Yuegawei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Wang Yin unwrapped the candy, observing the fleeing recruits with a tranquil demeanor, and spoke softly, "Yuegawei, go to the warehouse and cut them off." "Understood." Yuegawei nodded, popping the lollipop into his mouth before vanishing in an instant. Within less than a minute of engagement, half of the new recruit contingent had been decimated. It appeared to be a complete rout. In the distance, witnessing the chaos, Bailey Pang swallowed hard. Are they even human? They wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics, would they? Lin Xie shook his head, seriousness etched on his face as he stated, "They don't need to. It's their own foolishness. When confronting a group of unfamiliar adversaries, one must first observe. Let us depart." Oh, the two swiftly distanced themselves from the training ground, and similarly, there were many among the recruits who shared Lin Xie's perspective. From the outset, the recruits had erred. For genuine powerhouses, tactics relying on numbers were futile. Soon, only Wang Quan and the 4 members of Jamian remained in the training ground. "I truly envy Brother Quan, able to leisurely sit and play on his phone," the vortex teased. "What, do you wish to join me?" Wang Quan inquired, lifting his gaze and narrowing his eyes. No, better not." The vortex fervently shook its head, gripped by fear. Let us go, let us set off." Xiang Wei shot a glare at the vortex and promptly followed the leader. Unexpectedly, Wang Yin turned back to glance at Wang Quan, curiously asking, "In the same realm, who do you think would win between us?" "Him." Wang Quan replied without hesitation. "TSK, can't you think for a moment?" Wang Yin's lips twitched, his tone reminiscent of a sulking spouse. "Oh, then let me ponder." "Still him. Bet." Wang Yin's interest piqued. "What shall we wager?" "The loser must wash the winner's stinky socks for a month." "No problem." Wang Quan nodded. Soon, the members of Jamian vanished from his sight. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors sat before the monitoring screens, each with a stack of documents, shaking their heads and sighing. Over 100 eliminated in just one encounter. The awareness of this year's recruits is truly lacking. Indeed, Jamian is exceptionally formidable. Besides, Wang Zong taught them to use Zhanbai as bait. The temptation is overwhelming, akin to fishing with a net. Another instructor analyzed. "No, that reasoning is flawed. The realms are the same, and the recruits have the numerical advantage. Surely, that is not bullying? You cannot think like that. Experience and synergy are worlds apart. And Jamian possesses 3 high-risk forbidden zones and one divine proxy. Most importantly, the Forbidden Zone taught by Wang Zong is not even in the known Forbidden Zone sequence. I have heard that his ability information is classified. One can only say this batch of recruits is terribly unfortunate. The instructors debated, with the majority lacking faith in the new recruits. It's all right. The previously silent Yuan gang finally spoke. Those eliminated are merely fools. But the true determinants of victory have long since departed. Chief, are you implying the recruits can win? Not at all. Yuan gang shook his head, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. However, perhaps they will lose in a spectacular manner, leaving us in awe. What do you think, Wang Zong? After a moment of silence, Wang Xuan's voice echoed through the earpiece. Perhaps they might win after all. I have wagered a month's worth of stinky socks with Wang Yan. The instructors were left speechless. Chapter 39. I think I'm in love. In the training ground, Wang Quan stared vacantly at the sky, contemplating how he ought to ease up a bit. Otherwise, no one would dare to challenge him, and that would be truly dull. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but smile. At that very moment, a fist the size of a sandbag entered his view. It was Shen Qingzhu. Nice idea, but too weak. Not necessarily. You cannot withstand the vacuum. As his words fell, a crisp sound echoed, and in an instant, the air surrounding Wang Quan was siphoned away. 068s, Qi Min, impressive. Wang Quan yawned, offering a compliment. Shen Qingzhu's expression changed drastically. A vacuum could still communicate. Was he even human? Unbeknownst to him, the moment he activated his ability, he had stepped into Wang Xuan's domain. Though the realm could only last for 10 minutes, it sufficed to deal with these novices. A special domain. Shen Qingzhu's mind raced, quickly realizing the situation. Quite intelligent. Wang Quan nodded slightly and casually tossed Zhanbai over. At this moment, Shen Qingzhu was utterly bewildered, while others sought to seize. Why was it that it was simply handed to me? As he reached out to grasp it, he suddenly realized the foolishness of his thoughts. For he could not touch it at all. In the next instant, his expression froze. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Quan had already positioned himself beside him, despite Shen Qingzhu having been fixated on him the entire time. You're quite arrogant. Yet, I must admit I admire your spirit. Back in the day, I was even more audacious, utterly fearless. Wang Quan muttered to himself, and he spoke the truth. Shen Qingzhu bore a certain resemblance to him, which he found particularly commendable. Do well, and I look forward to your performance. With those words, the domain vanished. Wang Quan waved his hand, and Shen Qingzhu was sent flying, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Damn it, is this how you appreciate someone? The irate voice echoed in Wang Quan's ears as he chuckled and settled back into his chair, leisurely enjoying a lollipop. Qi, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? Li Pang struggled to keep up with Lin Qi's pace, panting heavily, his words coming out in gasps. You fatso, when the blood wolf was chasing you, you ran faster than a rabbit. Lin Qi released Li Pang and shot him an exasperated glare. That's different. Being caught could mean death. Oh, then I shall take my leave. After saying this, Lin Qi quickened his pace, leaving Li Pang behind in a flurry. Qi, can I run too? Slow down. If they catch up to us, I can't fight back. Li Pang grit his teeth, his legs moving ever faster. Just as he reached the warehouse, a shriek erupted from behind, and turning around, he found nothing but emptiness. What is going on? Li Pang scratched his head in confusion. Fatty, get out of the way. Before Lin Qi could finish his sentence, a figure fell from the sky, pinning Li under it. Shen Qingzhu grimaced, expressing his displeasure, saying, You dead white-haired fool. Is this how you play with people? Lin Qi noticed the term dead white-haired and felt his admiration for Shen Qingzhu increase by 10 points. He reached out to assist him, but Shen Qingzhu ignored him and stood up on his own. Ouch! Which idiot just crushed me? I'll be damned. Li Pang cursed vehemently. I thought the ground was so soft. Turns out there was a fatso. Shen Qingzhu belatedly realized. Did you not know to apologize for crushing someone? Li Pang retorted angrily. This place is so vast. It's not like I told you to stand there. Shen Qingzhu crossed his arms, explaining with indifference. But you should apologize to the fatso. Lin Qi interjected on Li Pang's behalf, seeing a familiar shadow in the boastful fellow, which he found somewhat annoying. Sorry. Shen Qingzhu said dismissively, having spotted the word warehouse, realizing it was time to fetch weapons. He was too lazy to argue with the two. Qi, let us think of a way to get the weapons first. Li Pang was not one to hold grudges. All right. Gazing at the towering 3-meter-high alloy door, the three felt somewhat at a loss. How do we open this thing? Li Pang furrowed his brow, looking towards Lin Qi. We need a powerful destructive force. Oh. Li Pang's eyes lit up as he hurried towards the door. Let me move aside. Before Bai Li Pang Pang could finish his sentence, a cold female voice rang out from behind them. They turned in unison to see a red-haired beauty standing in the sunlight. The girl was tall, and even her oversized military uniform could not conceal her graceful figure. Wow, she is stunning. Bai Li Pang Pang stared in awe, murmuring softly, "Keep staring, and I'll poke your eyes out." The red-haired beauty shoved Bai Li Pang Pang aside and walked directly to the warehouse door, pressing her fair hands against the alloy surface. In the next moment, the entire warehouse began to tremble violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The alloy door emitted a sharp hum, vibrating at a frequency imperceptible to the naked eye, as terrifying cracks began to spread across its surface. Lin Shiyi and the others instinctively stepped back, as their goals aligned. Once the fissures had formed sufficiently, the girl took a few steps back and delivered a powerful kick to the heavy iron door, which shattered into several pieces as she strode inside without looking back. What immense destructive power. She is quite the expert. Lin Shiyi marveled. Bai Li Pang Pang fixated on the retreating silhouette, feeling a nervous gulp in his throat. "What are you doing?" Lin Shiyi said with disdain. "Shiyi, don't you think she is cool, beautiful? Do you think she has a partner? A girl this gorgeous must have a lovely name." "Shiyi, I think I'm in love." Lin Shiyi, Shen Qingzhu, idiot. The two rolled their eyes in unison and entered the warehouse without a backward glance. Gradually, more and more newcomers gathered towards the warehouse, all selecting weapons. Lin Shiyi casually picked up a standard straight knife, having used this weapon during his time with Team 136. Simultaneously, he noticed that the red-haired girl had ventured to the deepest part of the warehouse, retrieving a large sword from a corner, a weapon not commonly seen, clearly well utilized by her. She is undoubtedly a formidable ally, Lin Shiyi thought. "What is your name?" "Emoli." The red-haired girl replied coolly. "A beautiful name, just as beautiful as you." Bai Li Pang Pang, empty-handed, darted from the side, opening his mouth with excessive flattery, saying, "A beauty deserves a name to match. Nice to meet you. Here S.A. Patek Philippe for you. By the way, I'm Bai Li Tu Ming." Emoli regarded Bai Li Pang Pang with a look of incredulity, her sword quivering slightly in her grip as she coldly asked, "Are you the Bai Li known as the curator of the Forbidden Objects Museum?" "Oh." Bai Li Pang Pang, hearing this, thought spring had come for him, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "Then get lost. I detest aristocrats, especially those from wealthy families like yours." Emoli's expression darkened, evident disdain surfacing. Huh. Bai Li Pang Pang was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 40. Group Assault. Observing the despondent Bai Li Pang Pang, Lin Shiyi felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. How could he still be thinking of romance at such a time? It was simply infuriating. He pushed Bai Li Pang Pang aside and politely extended his hand. Introducing himself, "I'm Lin Shiyi, and I believe we could collaborate." Emoli remained aloof, entirely disinterested in engaging with him. Noticing this, Lin Shiyi brushed it off. After all, geniuses often carried a touch of arrogance, especially since he had a remarkably proud companion by his side. "Ultra-high-risk forbidden objects? What does that have to do with you? Tell me, and I'll lead you to victory." "TCH," Emoli scoffed, as if to say, "Who do you think you are to declare victory? Among the 5 of the masked ones, at least 3 are ultra-high-risk. And there's even 1 divine agent. If our side's ultra-high-risk members do not unite, we cannot win." Lin Shiyi explained. "So you're one of them?" Emoli's interest was piqued. To be honest, no newcomer wished to lose. They were all prodigies, none of whom could be deemed useless. "No." Lin Shiyi shook his head, then confidently raised his tone. "I am the agent of Mi Jialo." At this point, he paused before continuing. "I am the only divine agent among this batch of newcomers. Do I qualify to collaborate with you?" Emoli's eyes widened in shock, and after a moment of stupor, she nodded. "MHM. My forbidden realm is the Wanxiang Pindong of the 076 sequence, which allows me to manipulate the vibrational frequency of all objects that come into direct or indirect contact with me within its confines. A pleasant collaboration. I. And my companion." With a painful sense of urgency, Bai Li Pang Pang approached, attempting to defend himself. "Moli, I know nothing of the Bai Li family. I am merely a child from an ordinary household in Guangshan." Moli retorted, "I warn you to keep your distance. I detest the scions of noble families. Come any closer, and I shall strike you down. I am not a scion, I assure you." Bai Li Pang Pang insisted, flustered and unsure of where he had gone awry. "Fatty, I suggest you find a place to hide to avoid a beating." Lin Xia offered a candid piece of advice. No. I want to fight alongside everyone." Bai Li Pang Pang shook his head vigorously. "Suit yourself." Moli distanced herself from him, then turned to Shen Qingzhu, who had just emerged from the warehouse, saying, "That guy is also exceedingly dangerous. You best include him." That might be difficult. He has an air of arrogance about him. He doesn't seem very approachable. Lin Xie expressed his exasperation. I can cooperate, for I refuse to lose. Shen Qingzhu approached with defiance. All right. Lin Xie extended his hand, welcoming him aboard. No need. Shen Qingzhu turned away, showing no intention of shaking hands. In the shadows, an unseen figure stealthily approached the group. It was Yuegui. He surveyed the individuals, his gaze locking onto the seemingly dim-witted Bailey Pong Pong, before swiftly moving, his dagger striking towards him like a venomous snake. Bailey Pong Pong was distracted, casting glances at Molly, appearing somewhat troubled. Little fatty, you are too oblivious. Brace yourself for elimination. Yuegui smirked, certain of Bailey Pong Pong's impending ousting. A sharp clang resonated in front of the warehouse, and in an instant, a blinding golden light erupted, rendering Yuegui momentarily blind. This sudden turn of events also alerted Lin Xie and the others, who quickly assumed a defensive posture. What the? You still possess passive skills. Yuegui cursed under his breath, gazing at the shattered dagger. Bailey Pong Pong, bewildered, retorted, Are you trying to ambush me? Oh, ambush is off the table. Bailey Pong Pong pointed to the necklace adorning his chest, explaining, This is the Yaoguang sequence, number 171, classified as high risk. What the heck? This seemingly dim-witted little fatty is actually a cheat. Yuegui was left speechless. Take him down. Shen Qingzhu wasted no time, drawing his blade. Good. Molly raised her great sword, its massive blade quivering as it distorted the surrounding air. The two flanked Yuegui. Yet, in a bizarre twist, Yuegui vanished, leaving behind only a ground strewn with moonlight. Molly 3 o'clock. Lin Xie used his mental acuity to pinpoint Yuegui's location, promptly reporting. In the next moment, the profoundly vibrating great sword descended, wielding the force of a mountain, striking down with tremendous power. Yuegui was compelled to reveal himself, the sword piercing through the right side of his body, carving a deep trench into the ground, leaving behind countless fissures. Can you see me? Yuegui could no longer maintain his composure. By mere chance, Lin Xie flashed a polite smile, but the next second, he swung his sword. What the heck? One is cheating, and the other has X-ray vision. This batch of recruits is truly monstrous. Yuegui once again rendered himself invisible, yet under Lin Xie's constant updates, his expertise as an assassin was rendered futile. In the fray, Bailey Pong Pong retrieved an old pair of monocles from his pocket, placing them on his nose. With a flash of blue light, Yuegui's disheveled figure came into full view. He gently waved his hand, transforming Yaoguang into two golden rings that shot forth, blocking Yuegui's escape routes. Molly and Lin Xie advanced, while Shen Qingzhu raised his hand and firmly grasped the space between them, activating Qiming. In that instant, Yuegui had nowhere to flee, and he realized he could no longer breathe. Xie, raise your blade a bit. The mask is right there. Bailey Pong Pong reminded. Damn it. Even the little fatty can see me. Is there no justice in this world? Lamented Yuegui inwardly, as this was not what he had envisioned. With the hint provided, Lin Xie adjusted his grip on the sword. However, Yuegui bent at an extremely cunning angle, his blade skimming past the mask. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, the mask would have been lost. Molly, horizontal slash to the left, strike. Bailey Pong Pong continued to direct. Upon hearing this, Molly hesitated not for a moment, instantly altering her blade's trajectory. As oxygen dwindled, Yuegui's evasion reached its limit. In this moment, he couldn't even activate his ethereal form. You bunch of rookies lack decency. A whole crowd is ganging up on me. Yuegui railed inwardly. At this moment, Lin Xie and his companions bore expressions of elation. Victory was within their grasp. Yet, a peculiar scene unfolded. All motion ceased, and from a distance, they appeared as though they were insects encased in colorless amber, frozen in time. Soon, the visage of the mask with the character for King came into view, exuding authority. The King mask executed a side kick, sending Yuegui sprawling out of the encirclement, and he promptly made his escape. As Lin Xie and the others regained their senses, they nearly fell victim to their allies' attacks, and quickly regrouped, as an unending stream of new recruits armed with weapons joined them. One side, led by Lin Xie, faced off against the other, led by the King mask. Two divine agents stood at a distance, eyeing each other. Chapter 41, Pushed to the Brink. The King stood on the road north of the warehouse, one hand resting on the hilt of his blade, speaking calmly. Surrender. You are surrounded. Indeed, you are encircled by the four of us. Vortex strolled leisurely from the south, his tone relaxed. Rose, wielding a pink hammer towering 3 stories high, guarded the west, while the Scales stood silently in the east, fixated on the recruits. Surrounded? 4 of you surrounding dozens of us. Although it sounded absurd, the recruits' faces were grave. None found it laughable, especially since a quarter of their number had been eliminated within mere minutes by the masked team. What now? Molly furrowed her brows. Glancing at Lin Xie, must we fight to the death? No, we cannot win. Lin Xie shook his head. His peripheral vision swept over the half-collapsed warehouse to the south. Locking onto Vortex, and then spoke softly. Do not heed my words. Follow my lead. Bailey Pong Pong, Molly, and Shun Qingzhu appeared bewildered but nodded in agreement. If we unite as one, we have a chance at victory. Lin Xie's robust and spirited voice resonated in every recruit's ears. When that fellow wearing the scales mask makes his move, everyone focus fire on that girl. The recruits gripped their weapons tightly, prepared for a charge. Just then, the scales made his move. Alloy fragments and debris rained down like a deluge, and the recruits, burdened by double gravity, surged toward Rose. Underestimate me, will you? You shall rue the day. Rose raised her enormous hammer, bringing it down with tremendous force, the massive weapon conjuring a tempest as formidable as a mountain. The recruits were no pushovers. Bursts of light flared up, pushing back Rose's hammer, and the two forces were locked in a stalemate. Observing this, the remaining 4 from the masked team hastened their pace, the encirclement rapidly constricting. At that moment, Lin Xie sprang into action. He did not join the others around the Rose, but instead dashed southward. Bai Li Pang Pang and the other 2 showed no hesitation, swiftly following Lin Xie. Captain, 4 did not come. Tian Ping observed this scene and quickly reminded them. No matter, let's take out the main threat first. Wang Mian hesitated momentarily, but soon solidified the team's objective. Xianhua, you take the lead. Understood. Xian was swiftly adjusted direction, pursuing the 4 strongest new recruits. Pang Pang, do you have any impressive items? Bring them out. Got it. Bai Li Pang Pang revealed a mischievous grin and immediately pulled out a large broom. The kind used for sweeping streets. What the? Are you Doraemon? Xian exclaimed in disbelief, unable to contain his sarcasm, as Bai Li Pang Pang's pockets seemed too small to accommodate such an abstract item. Go. The fierce wind, laced with fine arcs of electricity, roared toward Xian like an enraged beast. With a wave of his hand, a dark purple vortex absorbed Pang Pang's attack. No matter what it is, let's throw it all together, Lin Xie declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Li Pang Pang produced a grand sword, raising it high above his head, warmly declaring, transforming into thousands. Charge forward, great sword. In an instant, a myriad of golden flying swords obscured the sky, shooting into the dark purple vortex. Shun Qingzhu halted 10 meters away from the vortex, slightly raising his hand and exerting a firm grip, compressing the invisible air to its utmost. At that moment, he casually tossed out a lighter and turned away with his hands in his pockets. Boom! Thunder roared, fire leapt skyward, and the flickering flames illuminated Shun Qingzhu's profile. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Yet, a bizarre scene unfolded, as the explosion resembled dynamic cotton candy, entirely devoured by the dark purple vortex. Unbeknownst to anyone, the vortex's hands trembled. It could absorb attacks, but under the constraints of its cultivation, the capacity was limited. Damn! These monsters are almost too much to handle. Xian inwardly sighed in relief, preparing to return the attacks. Just as he was about to act, 2 boxes of explosives arced through the sky, and Emily clapped her hands, glancing back. Lin Xie hurled a lit explosive pack, which traced a graceful arc before colliding with the explosives. The explosion shook the earth, and a mushroom cloud several meters high ascended. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by Bai Li Pang Pang and Shun Qingzhu, Lin Xie and Emily brought forth the final straw that broke the camel's back. The vortex's capabilities had surpassed the critical threshold. Run! Lin Xie turned and sprinted towards the warehouse, with the 3 closely following. In the instant the 4 turned, a towering dark purple mushroom cloud erupted, heat waves sweeping the surroundings. This explosion even rattled the instructor's underground. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell? The disheveled Xian was stumbled out of the thick smoke, his clothing riddled with black holes and slight burns. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to open another vortex in time. Otherwise, he would have certainly perished. Meanwhile, the remaining dozens of new recruits had already been dispatched by the others in the fake masks. So how does it feel? Yu Guang mockingly wrapped around Xianhua, teasing him for being unable to gain any advantage against the 4. It's clearly because you 2 are useless. Chang Wei scoffed. You've worked hard. Wang Mian patted Xianhua's shoulder, his pupils slightly trembling as he noticed numerous cracks on Xianhua's mask. The fake masks were nearly defeated. Soon, he chuckled appreciatively, saying, truly worthy of the proxy, distinctly extraordinary. Captain, I seriously suspect you are praising yourself. Indeed, just as the five and the fake masks passed by the warehouse, a series of electronic beeps echoed in their ears. The five exchanged dark glances, simultaneously sprinting away from the warehouse. Boom. A brilliant flash of light mingled with thick black smoke as the warehouse exploded. This time bomb was merely a fuse. After its detonation, it triggered all the explosives within the warehouse, leading to a cataclysmic explosion that leveled the structure. Far from the warehouse, Lin Chi chuckled softly to himself. I wonder if they will appreciate this gift. Chi, I must say, this is quite devious, Bai Li Pang Pang remarked, swallowing hard as he gazed at the towering flames in the distance. And what if people get hurt? They won T. Lin Chi replied with utmost certainty. If they did, they would no longer be a special squad. By the way, did we essentially sell out the others? Emily inquired, casting a slightly guilty glance at Lin Chi. Not at all. They wouldn't escape either way. With 4 people versus 40, the fake masks had only one choice. We merely forced them to make that choice. If we had pushed through with them, it would have spelled doom for everyone. Besides, we are bringing them victory. Are we not? Lin Chi surveyed the 3, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Bai Li Pang Pang stared in awe, sensing a hint of regal authority emanating from Lin Chi. Chapter 42. Chow Yuan, where to next? Bai Li Pang Pang snapped back to reality and inquired. Lin Chi picked up a small twig and began sketching on the ground. Soon, a rough map of the training camp took shape. Clearing his throat, he stated, Up to now, the fools among the new recruits have likely been eliminated. Excluding those who are hiding out, there should still be over 90 left. No, wait. Considering those who have been robbed of their power, perhaps only around 70 remain. With a sigh, Lin Chi lamented the pitiful state of their combat strength. He continued his analysis. Whether through ambush or frontal assault, I feel that at least 10 individuals are required to successfully hold down a member of the fake masks. Assuming the remaining individuals band together for warmth, there might be 4 to 7 groups. As he spoke, he circled several locations on the ground sketch. If it were me, I would swiftly dismantle each small group, which inevitably involves attacking strongholds. A war of attrition does not favor the fake masks. So, the question arises, where do you think the most people are gathered? Lin Chi turned to the 3, asking. The cafeteria. Bai Li Pang Pang replied without hesitation. Get lost. All you think about is eating. Lin Chi shot him a glare. What about the classrooms? Many rooms offer opportunities for ambush. Emily suggested thoughtfully. But it's hard to hide. Too many people will give us away. Lin Chi shook his head. Where's that? Why don't you just say it? Shen Qingzhu expressed his disdain. It's the dormitory. Lin Chi asserted with conviction. The first place the fake masks will head to is undoubtedly the dormitory. That's where we will go. He firmly planted the twig on the dormitory's blueprint, confidently stating, the dormitory is the largest, with plenty of hiding spots, maximizing the probability of a successful ambush. Lin Chi resembled a general before a war map, articulately predicting the enemy's movements. Bai Li Pang Pang and Mo Li shared a surprisingly unified expression, staring at Lin Chi with wide eyes filled with astonishment. What the? How did you come up with that? Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed, echoing Mo Li's thoughts. Is there a problem? Lin Chi queried. You must understand. After graduation, we will not only contend with mysterious forces, but also with our peers. Predicting the behavior of the opponent is essential. Upon hearing this, the 3 spoke in unison, freak. With Lin Chi's analysis, the group hurriedly made their way to the dormitory, coincidentally passing through the training grounds. From a distance, the striking white hair fluttered in the wind as Wang Quan lounged with his legs crossed, seemingly at ease. He noticed the 4 approaching figures and enthusiastically waved. Come over and have a seat. Want to snag a Zhanbai? I can be lenient. Hey, why are you running faster? You scoundrels. Lin Xie and his companions, without looking back, sprinted at what felt like their fastest pace. The greatest variable in this battle was indeed Wang Quan. They had assumed he had departed the training field, not realizing he was still waiting for someone. It was futile to attempt to confront him, who would be foolish enough to contest. Approximately 20 minutes after Lin Xie's departure, the 5 from the masked squad rushed in. Hey, come play with us. Do you want Zhanbai? I can broaden the scope. Wang Quan resembled a host, waving his hands with such vigor that they could have been mistaken for helicopter blades. No, man. Wang Mian halted in his tracks, momentarily taken aback. You're still here? What are you losing? Wang Quan relished in their misfortune, anticipating Wang Mian's embarrassment. Wang Mian, observing his smug expression, twitched his lips and raised his middle finger silently, mouthing, SB. The 5 from the masked squad hurriedly departed, following the same path as Lin Xie and his group. Wang Quan rested his chin on his hands, staring vacantly into the distance, when suddenly, His gaze sharpened, and he vanished from sight. In the dormitory, Lin Xie sat on his bed, eyes closed in meditation. Within 10 minutes of arriving, he had united all the forces he could as the divine agent, preparing for the decisive battle that would unfold from their base in the dormitory. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. "We set up our end." Just as she finished speaking, Shun Qingzhu's voice chimed in. "It's done. But there's a slacker who refuses to cooperate. And I really want to give him a beating. I'll go check it out." Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes and pulled the door of the dormitory open. "Deng Wei, take him." "All right, Brother Shun." A seemingly simple-minded youth emerged from behind Shun Qingzhu. Deng Wei led Lin Xie to the front of the dormitory, helplessly shrugging and lamenting. "Brother Yi, no matter how much we try to persuade him, whether sweetly or harshly, Chao Yuan just lacks any fighting spirit. If it doesn't work out, let us just leave him be. By the way, don't call me Brother Yi. It sounds like a gang." "Sure, Brother Yi," Lin Xie replied. "You go ahead. I'll see what is going on." With that, he pushed the dormitory door open. A buzz-cut youth languidly leaned against the edge of the bed, cradling a knife in his arms. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Xie sensed a subtle aura of menace emanating from him. This aura was not directed at anyone in particular. It was the kind born from having taken many lives. Lin Xie had felt this from Wang Quan and the instructor. As both had seen the battlefield and were well acquainted with life and death, could this person also have experienced war? "Hello, I am Lin Xie," he began. Before he could finish, the buzz-cut youth sprang up with a thud, quickly closing the distance, his gaze intense and imbued with a hint of hope. "What did you say your name was?" the buzz-cut youth exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "Lin Xie, is there a problem?" "Lin Xie, I can't believe it. I found you," the youth muttered under his breath, erupting into laughter, only to suddenly fall silent. "Are you insane?" "No, you're my benefactor. I am Chao Yuan. As in Chao Chao, and I'll take on the most dangerous tasks." Chao Yuan's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes fixed on Lin Xie with fervor. "You'll come with me as bait." "No problem." Chao Yuan nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. The two exited the dormitory together, leaving Deng Wei astonished. Others had tried countless times to persuade him, yet Brother Yi managed to resolve it so swiftly. Impressive. As they rushed towards the first floor, they encountered Li Pang, who immediately felt a surge of jealousy upon seeing the closeness between the two. "What the heck? This monk is trying to steal my best buddy." "Hey, monk, keep your distance from Xie. I am his best brother." Li Pang growled, baring his teeth at Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan blinked, retorting, "Are you out of your mind? Xie is my benefactor." "What benefactor? Are you crazy?" Li Pang glared at Chao Yuan with hostility. "You fat fool. You're looking for trouble. Stinky monk, I'll unleash a thunderbolt on you." "Stop, stop, stop." Lin Xie interjected between the two, offering a wry smile, as tensions escalated to the point of potential conflict. "Fat fool, stinky monk." The two exchanged glares before turning away in disdain. "Let us go." Lin Xie glanced back at Chao Yuan. "By the way, how skilled are you?" Chao Yuan, holding the knife, replied, "I'm quite strong, but if I draw my weapon, I might go berserk and can't distinguish between friend and foe." Lin Xie, momentarily taken aback, slowly responded, "Are you sure you still want to follow me? As long as it's your command, I will execute it without condition." Chao Yuan responded eagerly, his invisible tail wagging furiously behind him. "Then what is your forbidden domain?" Sequence 031. Hey Wang Zhanye. It's much higher on the list than those of Zhu Gu and Mo Li. Lin Xie was taken aback. He had never expected that the last high-risk forbidden domain he had been searching for was right before him. During his studies in Team 136, Lin Xie recalled that the top 30 forbidden domains were referred to as the Divine Realm, indicating that most of these belonged to deities. Thus, He Wang Zhanye was indeed the most formidable beneath the true divinities. What a devastating weapon. Lin Xie smirked, declaring, "There's no need for you to act as bait. Wait for my signal before you engage." "All right." Chao Yuan did not ask why. He simply complied. "Rest well and conserve your energy," Lin Xie instructed before returning to the first floor. At the entrance of the dormitory, Shun Qingzhu and Mo Li had been waiting for some time. Including Lin Xie, the three formed the bait squad, responsible for diverting the attention of the masked squad. Outside the dormitory building, the setting sun cast a crimson hue across the distant sky. The three dormitory buildings were arranged in a triangular formation, with rays of light filtering through the gaps, illuminating Lin Xie and his companions, who appeared to be draped in a red veil from afar. Lin Xie gazed at the blood-red horizon, unconsciously reaching into his pocket, which held an object known as the Feng Jin Jiwan. According to the intelligence provided by Li Pang, This item was intended to counter Wang Mian's knife, although getting close to Wang Mian posed significant challenges. Gradually, 5 silhouettes emerged on the horizon, their gray cloaks billowing in the wind with a rustling sound. "Is it just you 3? Wang Mian inquired, his tone flat as he locked eyes with Lin Xie from a distance. "Of course, the 3 of us are sufficient." Lin Xie nodded confidently. "Interesting. Your tone resembles that guy's. No wonder you're his disciple," Wang Mian teased, as he indeed saw a hint of Wang Quan's shadow in Lin Xie. Though this young man's meticulous nature lacked a touch of arrogance. "I am not the disciple of the dead, white-haired one," Lin Xie asserted. "Captain, enough chit-chat. Let us get started." The Rose was somewhat impatient, rushing out before finishing her words. In the blink of an eye, a colossal pink hammer, towering 4 stories high, obscured the sunset, its force reminiscent of Mount Tai, stirring up gusts of wind in its wake. A moment later, something astonishing occurred. The giant hammer was halted by an invisible wall, mere 10 meters away from Lin Xie and his companions. It was Qi Min. Tian Ping warned his teammates while drawing his blade, advancing from the flank. The game was finally nearing its conclusion. "I am starving." The loquacious vortex surged from the right. The moon ghost dispersed like imperceptible moonlight, poised to strike. Wang Mian pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword, showing no intention of engaging. Lin Xie and Mo Li positioned themselves on either side, each wielding their blades in readiness for battle. The confrontation was imminent. Observing his teammates spring into action, Shen Qingzhu reached out towards the direction of the Rose, grasping it, and simultaneously dispelled the air wall, allowing the giant hammer to descend. In that instant, he hurled a lighter. Beneath the blood-red dome, the flickering flames suddenly flared, and a deafening explosion reverberated through the surrounding buildings. The hammer in the Rose's grasp shattered into countless fragments, and she, along with Shen Qingzhu, was sent flying backward. Shen Qingzhu traversed through the shadows below. Landing in the courtyard of the dormitory building, spitting out a mouthful of blood, he performed a graceful roll to regain his footing. Brushing off the singed remnants of his military uniform, his piercing gaze cutting through layers of dust. Facing the setting sun, he raised his middle finger at the somewhat disheveled Rose, disdainfully declaring, "The masked squad is nothing special. You lunatic, even blowing yourself up." The Rose fumed, conjuring another giant hammer with one hand, charging directly at Shen Qingzhu. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xie and Mo Li couldn't help but smirk, though their acquaintance was brief. When it came to irritation, nobody could match this arrogant fellow. Anyone facing him would likely explode with frustration. Indeed, they were employing the provocation tactic, an approach that was evidently discernible. However, when dealing with a notorious special squad, the more straightforward and brutal the tactic, the more effective it would be. After all, they held their own pride. "Rose, it's a trap," Tian Ping shouted, but alas, it was too late. "I'm going to obliterate this little bastard." The Rose was indifferent to the surrounding circumstances, solely intent on thrashing Shen Qingzhu. As she stepped into the vacant area between the 3 dormitory buildings, the ground trembled violently. Walls of stone, vines, and compacted earth erupted from the ground, sealing off the only gap in the formation. This was the strategy of trapping the dog by closing the door. Which member of the masked squad was ensnared no longer mattered. In the next moment, numerous gun barrels, cannon mouths, bullets, grenades, and rockets protruded from the dormitory, an overwhelming barrage enveloping the Rose, the scent of gunpowder forming an suffocating barrier. "Captain, are you there?" Tian Ping exclaimed anxiously, but before he could finish, he froze in place. Not just Tian Ping, but also the Vortex and Lin Xie. From a distance, Wang Mian appeared ghostly. Where he passed, all was silence. This was the power of time. In the span of a single breath, Wang Mian stood beside the Rose, gazing at the oncoming rain of bullets, and he unsheathed his blade. Clang! The black sword emerged from its sheath, transforming into the pause button of the world. Everything around, except for Wang Mian, slowed to a crawl, nearly coming to a standstill. Following that, the black blade was drawn forth, invisible ripples radiating outward. The blade's edge shining brightly, eclipsing the sun behind it. In an instant, Wang Mian swung his sword, countless beams of light weaving into a grand net, similarly frozen in place around him. Crack! The crisp sound of the blade echoed as the black sword returned to its sheath. The world was pressed back into motion, erupting once more into chaos. A series of cuts radiated from Wang Mian, instantaneously cleaving the 3 dormitory buildings into myriad fragments. Even more remarkably, the blade light only destroyed the buildings, sparing every individual. Boom! The dormitory collapsed, a cloud of dust engulfing everything, and screams echoed incessantly. "What the hell? Is this still human? He is cheating, he is cheating." Shen Qingzhu cursed vehemently, suddenly extending an arm from the rubble, finally standing up, dirted and disheveled. Kid, you think you're tough? Wang Mian spoke nonchalantly, his voice cool and composed. Chapter 44, Onlookers. Well, it was all Lin Xie's idea. Shen Qingzhu was less than 5 meters away from Wang Mian, a distance that could spell doom. He might be a bit arrogant, but he wasn't foolish. This was not the time to provoke his opponent. Not far away, Lin Xie and his 3 companions halted their actions. Is that a realm? Emoli was taken aback. Why does it feel like Wang Mian slices through buildings as easily as cutting tofu? It is indeed a bit over the top. Lin Xie sighed, recognizing that in the face of absolute power, all strategies become futile. Ha ha ha, just give up, kiddos. Vortex declared, hands on hips, nose in the air, reveling in his superiority. No way. Emoli firmly rejected, tightly gripping her katana and swinging it toward Vortex. Come on, still fighting? It's been a day. Take a break, sister. Vortex argued while dodging, clearly fatigued. Just then, the moon ghost, who had been waiting for an opportunity, struck, flipping his short sword with the intent to knock Emoli unconscious. If he could take out the leaders of the new recruits, the game would end. Emoli, behind you. Lin Xie warned with his mental perception, but it was too late. At that critical juncture, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, resembling the Milky Way cascading down. Beneath the blood-red sky, a figure stood upon a cloud, wielding a broom. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective, but to Emoli, the one coming to her rescue looked strikingly similar to the legendary Sun Wukong, undeniably impressive. The newcomer proclaimed with righteous indignation, Lao Lu, you shall not harm Emoli. Bai Li Pang Pang descended like a celestial being, once again repelling the moon ghost. Damn it, it's you again, you cheater, the moon ghost cursed, pointing at Bai Li Pang Pang, who seemed to have a knack for countering Lao Lu. 7 knights, leave this to me. Bai Li Pang Pang leaped down from the cloud formed by Yao Guang, the sky filled with sword light making a sharp turn, all aimed at Tianping. Please. Lin Xie turned and sprinted, his target set on Wang Mian. At this moment, nearly all the new recruits were decimated, amidst the chaos. It was still the battle of these few individuals. Chao Yuan, if you're still alive, join me. Knock that woman's mask off. Lin Xie shouted towards the ruins. As his words fell, a surge of dark energy emanated from the debris, resembling a black fountain from afar. An unparalleled aura of slaughter enveloped the scene. Boom. After a thunderous sound, an arm engulfed in fiery dark energy surged forth, followed by continuous tremors in the rubble as a creature, part human, part demon, crawled out. The dark energy intertwined to form a bizarre armor, and Chao Yuan grinned, a wisp of white smoke escaping, his enchanting blood-red eyes fixated on the distance, instilling fear in all. In that moment, Lin Xie began to doubt the choices he had made. Roar! Chao Yuan emitted a beastly growl. Simultaneously, several new recruits crawled out of the rubble beside him, nearly touching the brink of hell. Chao Yuan initiated his assault, prioritizing the nearest targets. The disheveled recruits were struck dumb, watching helplessly as the blade fell, screaming in terror. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Xie and Wang Mian sprang into action simultaneously. Lives were at stake. The remainder of the battle was meaningless. Mom, I don't want to die. The new recruit beside Chao Yuan, terrified, clutched his head, weeping and shouting. Suddenly, an arm burst through the debris, firmly grasping Chao Yuan's blade. Stop shouting. With me here, no one will die. Wang Quan's languid voice resounded as he slowly rose, appearing untouched by the surrounding rubble, as if the shattered buildings did not exist. What the hell? How did you end up here? Wang Mian couldn't help but curse. Wang Quan yawned and explained leisurely. I saw you all heading to the dormitory and thought I would watch the show. It turned out to be so boring that I fell asleep. And then you saw what happened. Damn, which bastard brought down the building? Wang Quan continued to hold onto Chao Yuan's sword, grumbling. It was your father who demolished it. Got a problem with that? Wang Mian shot Wang Quan a glare. You truly are a talent. You can sleep anywhere. I admire you. In a fit of rage, unable to pull out his sword, the furious Chao Yuan released it and threw a punch at Wang Quan. Young man, don't be too impulsive. Wang Quan caught Chao Yuan's fist and immediately performed a display of strength. The sound of clashing echoed through the ruins, and soon, Chao Yuan reverted to his previous state. In a moment of distraction, a square table appeared before Wang Quan, laden with snacks like sunflower seeds and potato chips. What are you looking at? Keep going. He sat down as if no one were around, pulling the bewildered Chao Yuan along with him. I'm tired too. Shen Qingzhu picked up a larger piece of a broken beam and sat at the table. You two continue. Go for it, Captain. Chong Wei rushed over to grab a bag of chips, asking, is it against the rules if I eat this? The The mask didn't fall off. It's all good. Oh yeah, time for some snacks. The fierce battle was momentarily forgotten as Li Pang and his companions noticed their teammates slacking off in the distance. The five exchanged glances and simultaneously sheathed their weapons. I'm starving. Xuanhua rubbed his belly and quickly ran towards Wang Quan. Just leave it to the captain. Exactly. Tianping and Yuegui chimed in cheerfully. Molly, are you hurt? Li Pang asked with concern as he approached her. None of your business. Molly replied with disdain, turning away towards the onlookers. As she walked, she paused, her tone cool. I'm fine, thanks for earlier. Of course, this was merely out of politeness. As she deeply disliked those rich kids, Li Pang was momentarily stunned but then broke into a silly grin, repeating in his heart, Molly spoke to me. Ha! So happy. Molly, wait for me. Who's waiting for you, you fatso? Aside from Wang Mian and Lin Xie, all of their teammates had taken a break. Seriously, can you all show some responsibility? The battle isn't over yet. Lin Xie glared at everyone, exasperated. Come on, you're our divine representative. Li Pang raised his fist enthusiastically. Speaking earnestly, that's right, go for it, representative. Xie, I will always support you. Chao Yuan said earnestly. Lin Xie, ha ha ha, this is so delicious, I'm starving. Xuanhua munched on a chicken leg with one hand and a pig's trotter with the other, enjoying himself thoroughly. As he ate, he wiped his greasy mouth and looked at Wang Mian. Captain, go for it. You're the strongest. Captain, I will always support you. Chang Wei added between bites of chips. Captain, go for it. You will definitely win. Captain, let's toast. Wang Quan raised a soda, calling out. The others quickly lifted their drinks. Cheers. Wang Mian, Chapter 45, the two-man/team. Next is our time. Wang Mian stood before the ruins, gazing at Lin Xie from afar. Just what I wanted. Lin Xie smiled slightly. He had never intended to ambush the members of the false mask, but rather wished to engage in a one-on-one with Wang Mian, another divine representative. This thought was somewhat reckless in the grand scheme of things, yet it was Lin Xie's true desire. Fortunately, fate was on his side. The distant sky was left with only a faint golden line. The sun was about to set. The final rays of sunlight gathered like stage lights around Lin Xie and Wang Mian. The instructors below focused intently on the screen, with Wang Quan watching the two, while the members of the false mask observed. Everyone held their breath, awaiting an extraordinary battle. Clang! The sharp sound of blades shattered the silence as Lin Xie made his move. At that moment, the last rays of sunlight vanished, and night descended. Starry Night Dancer activated. Lin Xie moved with the swiftness of the wind, leaving behind only a series of afterimages. Wang Mian frowned slightly, noticing that Lin Xie had become much faster. Yet he did not dwell on it. The blade Yuan slowly emerged, and the intangible realm of time unfolded. In Lin Xie's eyes, Wang Mian's speed of drawing his sword blurred, nearly imperceptible. He could only sense it with his mental acuity, but fortunately, his inner sight proved far more effective than his eyes. In the next moment, a vicious blade mark slashed through the air, rushing towards Lin Xie. Buzzing, the air emitted a mournful wail. Relying on his exceptional dynamic vision and keen perception, Lin Xie anticipated the trajectory of the blade's light and narrowly avoided it. A few strands of hair fell. The blade's light grazed Lin Xie's forehead and continued on without pause as he charged forward. Interesting. Lin Xie's prowess exceeded Wang Mian's expectations, and he couldn't help but smile. Such an opponent was truly captivating. Without hesitation, he swung his second and third strikes. Just like before, the blade light wove into a vast net, enveloping Lin Xie within. Li Pang and the others tensed up. For Wang Mian had used this very move to crush the ambush of the recruits. Faced with such a dense net of blades, there was simply no escape. Yet, Lin Xie remained unfazed within the confines of the blade net, his eyes gleaming with determination as his dynamic vision reached its peak. In his perception, Wang Mian's movement slowed, and the gaps between the blades became clear. However, in that fleeting moment, Lin Xie's eyes ached intensely. The dense blade net closed in. As he leaned back tactically, his sword plunged into the ground, and the entire world twisted through the largest gap in the blade net. Lin Xie could even distinctly feel the chilling aura emanating from each blade of light. A slight miscalculation would result in him being shredded to pieces. The blade light plunged into the ruins behind Lin Xie, carving a clean and smooth path through the rubble, smoke billowing. Simultaneously, Lin Xie noticed that Wang Mian's speed had diminished. The realm of time had reached its limit. He knew that Wang Mian, within the realm, could not sustain such an extraordinary ability for long. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xie pushed Starry Night Dancer to its utmost limit, his speed escalating further. Wang Mian could barely perceive him, and as he awaited the cooldown of the time realm, he instinctively protected his mask. After all, the mask was the key to determining victory or defeat. He would do the same and take the opportunity to strike at the mask. However, Lin Xie did not do so. His figure flashed past, and a strip of tape adhered to Yuan, sealing away this forbidden item with a slight tremor. Lin Xie had achieved his goal. You did your homework. Wang Mian was not surprised, but instead praised Lin Xie, as expected of a divine representative. Well done. As he spoke, Wang Mian cast a glance at Bai Li Pang Pang, realizing without a doubt that only this young master from the Bai Li family could provide the sealing scroll. He chuckled lightly, while Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head in embarrassment. Retracting his gaze, Wang Mian deftly blocked Lin Qiye's strike, the tingling sensation radiating from Yuan. Yet that was all it amounted to. Does your divine realm still possess speed enhancement? Does Fan Qinshinyu have such an ability? After all, being 003, it is only natural to be strong. Lin Qiyi felt an unsettling apprehension. This was not the first time his intentions had been discerned. During the hellish training, Wang Quan had expressed similar doubts. Oh, compared to Wang Quan, this agent of the god of time was far easier to mislead, as understanding among fellow divine agents came more naturally. You are stalling for time, Lin Qiyi suddenly realized. The thought of possibly exposing an Kasi made him forget that they were in the midst of a battle. No, we are simply having a conversation while fighting. As soon as Wang Mian's words fell, a faint glow ignited in his eyes, and the divine realm of time opened once more. The black blade descended, leaving a crescent-shaped trail in the air. Clang! Lin Qiyi defended with his horizontal blade, and without the blade's aura, Wang Mian seemed less formidable. Of course, in this realm, Wang Mian remained the dominant force. Abandoning the blade aura-centric approach, he focused solely on striking, unleashing a flurry of blows, at least 500 within a single second. Lin Qiye's movements were sluggish. He could only defend, with no opportunity to counterattack. This was all thanks to Wang Quan's hellish training and Chun Mu Ye's swordsmanship guidance. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the qualification to defend. The black blade and light blue straight sword danced like two colossal dragons soaring through the skies, their shimmering lights intertwining to weave a tapestry of lethal intent. Soon, the divine realm of time came to an end. It was now Lin Qiye's turn. With the enhancement of Xing Yi Wuxia, Wang Mian was no longer a match without the divine realm. Lin Qiyi transformed into a tempest over the sea, pushing Wang Mian back relentlessly. Had it not been for Wang Mian's extensive experience, he would have been defeated long ago. As Lin Qiyi's offensive waned, Wang Mian retaliated fiercely. Thus, the two took turns hacking at each other. Aren't they tired? Bai Li Pang Pang rubbed his eyes. He was already fatigued just watching, the dazzling exchanges offering no aesthetic pleasure. It seemed they weren't very tired. Xian Wuxiaoyin took a sip and began to speak slowly. Oh. Wang Quan yawned and suddenly shouted towards the two engaged in combat. Disciple, go for it. Take that guy down. My stinky socks for a month depend on you. Upon hearing this, the instructors in the monitoring room fell silent. Brother, you are an instructor. Which side are you on? After speaking, Wang Quan leisurely lifted his teacup. But before it reached his lips, the cup shattered. Upon closer inspection, it was now Lin Qiye's turn. Wang Quan shook his head, reaching for a nearby cola, only for it to explode as well. That's right, it was Wang Mian's turn now. The two were locked in fierce combat, inevitably sending small stones flying, one of which struck Wang Quan. No, you too, I can't believe this. Wang Quan cursed as he stood up, but the masked individuals beside him hurriedly restrained him. Brother Quan, they certainly didn't do it on purpose. Stay calm, stay calm. Remember, we agreed to spectate. Brother Quan, don't be impulsive. Chapter 46. Conclusion. The moonlight cascaded like water from the Milky Way, and the intertwining clash of blades disturbed the luminous moon, infused with the indomitable spirit of both combatants. The bright reflections in their eyes captured the sparks ignited by their blades as they locked gazes once more. Lin Qiyi, are you not weary? Not weary. Lin Qiyi gasped, his eyes filled with determination. In truth, you have performed admirably. Wang Mian increasingly admired the kindred spirit before him. Had it been me at this time, I may not have fared as well. I simply wished to give my all, nothing more. Lin Qiyi responded with a fierce edge to his blade. Excellent. Recognizing the other's resolve, Wang Mian's speed surged, and Lin Qiyi matched him stride for stride. An invisible net of countless blades wove this battle to its zenith. Wang Mian trembled slightly, his previously calm gaze now stirred by tumultuous waves, a dignified aura surpassing the moonlight, rippling outward from beneath his mask. The majesty of the divine surged into Lin Qiyi's mind. For the first time, he experienced the awe-inspiring power of divinity. Only the divine can contend with the divine. Lin Shiye's pupils constricted as a dazzling golden light burst forth. His fiery golden eyes ablaze with divine might, akin to a dormant volcano erupting after centuries of slumber. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind radiated from the two combatants. My word, how did their glare conjure a tempest? Li Pang stood up in astonishment. It wasn't them. It was the azure light seeping from beneath the sunglasses, the fiery battle intent erupting forth. Wang Quan clenched his jaw tightly, uttering a single word, divine. Following the azure gaze, beneath the heavens, two imposing figures regarded one another, their divine might as tranquil as water, yet as weighty as a mountain. The god of time, Kronos, the king of the gods, Michael. The divine forces collided ferociously. Bloodshot eyes appearing in Lin Shiyi and Wang Mian as they now measured the depths of their divine essence. In the next moment, the uncontrollable, fervent battle intent stirred both divine powers, prompting Kronos and Michael to turn their heads in unison. Wang Quan stood, hands in his pockets, filled with fervor. Even when faced with two divine beings, he remained confident and proud, as if a colossal dragon circled within his gaze. Lin Shiyi and Wang Mian were stunned. They could not have anticipated that the deities behind them would focus their attention on an ordinary person. This guy is truly monstrous. Indeed, after a brief exchange of glances, the divine confrontation reached its climax. A soft crack echoed. Wang Mian quivered, letting out a muffled groan as he staggered back. Simultaneously, the divine realm of time surrounding him began to disintegrate. Lin Shiyi tightened his grip on the straight blade, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. The light blue crescent was etched beneath the silver moon. Time froze at that moment. Crack! The blade sliced through the mask, splitting the character Wang in twain. This contest has concluded. The mask has lost. Beneath the mask lay a refined and composed visage, bearing an expression of quiet admiration. The spectators shot up from their seats, while Wang Quan remained steadfast. The most anxious were the instructors seated before the screen, never expecting the new recruits to emerge victorious. Wang Mian regarded Lin Shiyi. Speaking softly, I apologize. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes shone brightly, a gentle glow emanating. The divine realm of time unfolded once again. The descending mask returned to Wang Mian's face, while Lin Shiyi remained poised to strike. The previously standing spectators returned to their seats, their minds blank. Is this time reversal? Lin Shiyi pondered, filled with doubt. Is this an ability that can be wielded by Zhan Jing? Naturally. It was not only Lin Shiyi who remembered. The instructors recalled, and so did Wang Quan. What the heck? Lin Shiyi has won. Incredible. The underground monitoring room erupted in excitement, with the instructors left dumbfounded. Some exhaled in relief, grateful that Wang Mian could reverse time. But wasn't he just defeated? A straightforward instructor remarked. Did you truly wish for Wang Mian to lose, thereby sending all the new recruits to the battlefield to meet their demise? Another instructor shot a disdainful glance at this fool. How thrilling, isn't it? Wang Quan's voice dripped with schadenfreude as he declared, It seems we have lost. No. The mask hasn't fallen. We have not lost. Yuan Gang replied, his face set with determination. Indeed, we cannot allow this group of novices to perish. Wang Quan grinned wickedly. For they have yet to experience my hellish training. Winning or losing is inconsequential. The future of these children is what truly matters. Yuan Gang spoke solemnly, devoid of any selfish motives. Agreed. Wang Quan switched off his earpiece and strode forward, casting a mischievous glance at Wang Mian. TSK. It appears you lost. My friend. His voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Lin Xie and Wang Mian. How come you are unaffected? Lin Xie asked, surprised, as everyone else nearby seemed influenced. You have Shinsu, and I possess a domain, which negates the effect. Wang Quan elucidated. Oh, your domain is rather extraordinary. After saying this, Lin Xie turned to Wang Mian, stating earnestly, You are being dishonest. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian placed a finger to his lips and softly shushed. I did lose, but the training must continue. Indeed. Wang Quan nodded, then shifted the conversation. But Zaiwaizi, you could thoroughly teach the instructors a lesson, allowing them to drop some gold coins or forbidden items. Lin Xie? Brother, if my memory serves me correctly, you are also one of the instructors. I am a person of principles. How about a red envelope of 1 million? Wang Quan proposed. Seeing Lin Xie hesitate, he quickly added, plus a forbidden item. Ahem. Lin Xie cleared his throat, already leaning towards agreement. One should not be overly greedy, and it was only fair to give Wang Quan some face. You. Show some appreciation. Wang Quan shot Wang Mian a knowing look, then emphasized, This is my apprentice. Lin Xie, realizing this for the first time, did not refute Wang Quan, but instead affirmed, "Indeed, this is my master." Wang Mian's lips twitched as he muttered a curse. "I'll just give you yuan. Is that all right?" Lin Xie was unapologetic. "Not giving. However, if you need anything in the future, as long as it isn't a matter of principles, I owe you a favor. 3 favors, to be precise. This is what Jiamian owes you." Goodness. 3 favors from the special squad. What more do you want? Wang Mian felt his defenses crumbling as these two stared at him intently. "Certainly. Absolutely. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Captain Wang Mian." Lin Xie said with a grin. "By the way, there's one more thing." Wang Quan's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at Wang Mian. Chapter 47, Thunder Tiger. "If you have something to say, then speak." Wang Mian shot Wang Quan a glare, visibly displeased. "You lost the bet. Remember, you owe me a month of washing my filthy socks." Wang Quan's teasing voice echoed in Wang Mian's ear, as Gu Yuan was already halfway unsheathed. "I understand. A bet is a bet." Wang Mian sighed deeply and sheathed his sword. "So, you heard the conditions, Commander Yuan." Wang Quan patted Wang Mian's shoulder, satisfied, and leisurely walked away. "No problem." Yuan Gang readily agreed. This was well-deserved by Lin Xie, and the more geniuses there were, the happier he, as the chief instructor, would be. Soon, an announcement reverberated throughout the training camp. "Time is up. The battle has concluded. You have lost, novices." Upon hearing this, the members of the Jiamian team breathed a sigh of relief. If they had faltered, it would have been embarrassing. However, something feels off. Yu Gui scratched her head in confusion. "Indeed, it feels as though we have experienced the captain's time," and Xiang Wei wore a puzzled expression. Before she could finish, Tian Ping coughed several times, frantically signaling to a few people. Suddenly, everyone realized they had lost. Half an hour later, at the training ground, a group of instructors, along with the Jiamian team, stood on the demonstration platform, looking down at the silent new recruits. "I am deeply disappointed in you. Is there anyone still unconvinced?" Yuan Gang's resonant query echoed under the night sky. 239 individuals lost to 5. "Do you still consider yourselves geniuses?" The new recruits fell silent, and the Jiamian team also lowered their heads. Perhaps feeling a pang of guilt, Yuan Gang offered a compliment. "Of course, a few of you performed exceptionally well. You merely lack experience and refinement." However, the vast majority did not even graze the edges of the Jiamian team, their actions disordered, their combat chaotic, brimming with arrogance and ignorance. "I was correct from the outset. You are merely a bunch of useless individuals, hindering your teammates and endangering yourselves." Yuan Gang shouted for what felt like an eternity. "Losing is not terrifying. Failing to recognize your own shortcomings is what is truly frightening. Cast aside your pride and immerse yourselves wholeheartedly in training. This training session will last a year, divided into 2 parts. The first is 6 months of pure physical training. During this half year, your forbidden realms will be suppressed. You must rely solely on yourselves. We will torment you in the most brutal ways, with trials more grueling than descending into hell. Prepare yourselves for that. As for the theoretical portion in the latter half of the year, let us discuss it once you survive the first half." Dismissed. Yuan Gang cast a sweeping glance over the new recruits before departing with the instructors. "Finally, it is over. I am utterly exhausted." Bai Li sighed, unconcerned about the so-called hellish training, as the terror of training orchestrated by Wang Quan was unfathomable. "By the way, where are we sleeping tonight?" Lin Xie inquired leisurely, yet with a hint of distress. "Goodness, I completely forgot. The building was demolished by Wang Mian." However, as the group turned around, everyone was stunned into silence. The shattered dormitory building had somehow returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever occurred. Is the construction speed of the training camp truly this remarkable? Amazing. Fantastic. We can finally go to sleep. Some were astonished, some delighted, while Lin Xie remained silently gazing into the distance. "I am utterly drained." Wang Mian staggered and nearly fell, prompting a quick catch from Tian Ping and Xianhua, who sighed. "Here you go." Wang Quan offered a specially made lollipop, which Wang Mian bit into, crunching and swallowing, his pale lips regaining some color. "Thank you." Wang Mian removed his mask, standing tall as his black hair danced in the wind. "Captain, why must you go to such lengths?" Xianhua said with some sympathy, suggesting they let Yuan Gang and the others handle the reconstruction. The new recruits would merely have to sleep on a concrete floor for a day. "The dormitory was destroyed by me. Besides, they will begin training tomorrow, with Wang Quan as their coach, which will likely be grueling. Tonight, let them enjoy a good night's rest." Wang Mian glanced at Wang Quan, then at the distant dormitory area, his eyes filled with compassion. "Captain, did we really lose?" Xiang Wei asked curiously, unable to hold back her question. Wang Mian smiled and nodded slightly. "Indeed, we lost. I even owe Lin Xie 3 favors. There was no trace of anger or resentment in his tone, only hope. After all, the younger generation is formidable, and the future is promising. If it were you, would you have lost? After speaking, Wang Mian turned to Wang Quan, slowly inquiring. Wang Quan shook his head, confidence unwavering as he replied without hesitation. On the training field, I am certain I can bring everyone down. I cannot possibly lose. Truly deserving of the title King of Pressure, quite impressive. Wang Mian's lips twitched. Ding ding ding. A sharp and piercing whistle echoed beneath the half-dark, half-white sky, shattering the tranquility of the dormitory area. Lin Xie sprang up suddenly, glancing at the Rolex on his bedside, his brow furrowing as he noted the time. 3 in the morning. He hastily donned his military uniform, and, with a swift motion, tossed a slipper that struck Li Pangpang squarely. The latter scratched his rear and turned back to continue sleeping. You lazy fatso, Lin Xie muttered under his breath. Breakfast is ready. What is on the menu? Li Pangpang jolted upright as if electrified, his eyes shimmering with excitement. What menu? It's time to assemble. What? Li Pangpang exclaimed, glancing at his watch, grumbling. It's only 3 o'clock. Even the chickens aren't awake at this hour. Have they gone mad? Stop whining. I have a feeling that being late will result in punishment. Lin Xie pushed open the door and hurried away. Li Pangpang quickly dressed in his uniform and sprinted after him. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by a throng of people in the dormitory area. Some were sprinting with urgency, while others strolled leisurely. In the dim light, Lin Xie moved remarkably quickly, being the first to arrive at the training ground. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. A large iron cage was situated beneath the demonstration platform, containing a white tiger adorned with black lightning stripes and a strikingly clear royal insignia on its forehead. The thunderous tiger fixed its gaze on Lin Xie, greedily licking its lips and exuding an aura of terrifying pressure. Goodness, this tiger's oppressive presence is even stronger than that of Gui Mian Wang. Lin Xie felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively clenching his fists. This tiger was at least a mysterious entity from Chuanjing. He looked up to see 3 instructors standing on the demonstration platform. Among them was Wang Quan. Everything became clear on the very first day of training. They had introduced a creature of Chuanjing mystery, and the new recruits, suppressed and confined, were merely ordinary individuals. It was evident that they had been cast into the depths of hell. Lin Xie gasped at the thought. Gradually, more new recruits arrived, each one instinctively gazing at the white tiger below the demonstration platform, most of them witnessing a mythical creature for the first time, filled with curiosity. Wang Quan, with a stopwatch in hand, expressionless, surveyed the recruits below. As 3 minutes passed, he gently pressed the stop button. With a soft click, an invisible barrier enveloped the entire training ground. The new recruits who had yet to enter the training area found themselves trapped, bewildered expressions on their faces. Chapter 48. Life and Death at Full Speed. Unfortunately, you are late. Wang Quan squinted at the new recruits outside the training ground. The rule of the training camp is that all must assemble within 3 minutes after the whistle blows. Those who fail to step into the training ground must run 20 laps to warm up. Of course, if you can make it in, the punishment will be waived. Upon hearing this, many of the tardy recruits saw a glimmer of hope, as the thought of running 20 laps just after waking at 3 in the morning was too painful to contemplate. The recruits began to attempt entering, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not take even a single step forward. The training ground loomed close, yet felt impossibly far away. Gradually, those unfortunate latecomers resigned themselves to running laps. Some continued to struggle, attempting to break through the invisible barrier. Among them was Shen Qingzhu, who had already placed 1 foot inside the training ground. The pressure felt like 1,000 silver needles relentlessly piercing Shen Qingzhu, blood and sweat seeping from his pores, staining his uniform. Whether sprinting on the track or standing within the training ground, all eyes were fixed on him. Shen Qingzhu grimaced in pain, yet remained silent. As time ticked away, he managed to break through most of Wang Quan's mental barrier. Finally, Shen Qingzhu stepped into the training ground. He stumbled, gasping for breath, sweat mixed with blood dripping from his nose. This sight alone conveyed the immense suffering he had endured, and the recruits running laps felt fortunate not to have persisted in their attempts. Shen Qingzhu took 3 minutes to recover, laboriously lifting his head to meet Wang Quan's gaze, his hoarse voice breaking the silence. Instructor, does what you said still count? It counts. You no longer need to run laps. But do not be late again. Fall in. Shen Qingzhu swayed, his vision blurring, and he collapsed. Just as he was about to fall, Wang Quan caught him, activating the reversal technique, a flash of silver light passing through as Shen Qingzhu abruptly regained consciousness. All right, now get in line. Wang Quan gave Shin Qingzhu a sidelong glance. Oh, and put your cap on properly. Wang Quan tapped Shin Qingzhu's head, adjusting it with a swift motion. Those who were not late could rest in place. Those who were late, go collect your weights. With a flash, Wang Quan appeared on the demonstration platform. Instructor Wang, what level of pressure did you set? Hong Hao inquired curiously. Just a mere Qi Jing level. Wang Quan waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile gracing his lips. That Shin Qingzhu kid is quite something. Although he looks like a ruffian, his determination is commendable. Hong Hao cast a glance at Shin Qingzhu, nodding in approval. As dawn broke on the horizon, the morning training concluded. Most of the new recruits wore frowns, especially those punished with laps, feeling as if they were living in hell. Back in the dormitory, Baili Pang let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the hard bed with a mutter. Thank goodness Brother Quan trained me a month in advance. Otherwise, I would have had to run laps today. I think you're just lazy. It's not a matter of fitness. Lin Xie retorted with annoyance. Hee. I wouldn't be able to do it without you. Xie, your timely wake-up service is simply too considerate. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Xie hurled a slipper at his face, cursing, Go to hell, you fatso. Baili Pang caught the slipper, yawned, and prepared to indulge in a delightful nap. However, just as he lay down, the shrill whistle blared once more. Damn, you can't be serious. Baili Pang frowned, cursing as he put on his military uniform. Having learned from the previous morning's experience, the new recruits dared not slack off, pouring all their strength into sprinting towards the training ground. Hey, wait, buddy, don't play tricks on me. One new recruit collapsed right in front of Baili Pang, startling him. Fatty, run. You're going to be late. Lin Xie, sprinting in the lead, called out. And Baili Pang, realizing the urgency, could only run for his life. Just before Wang Quan pressed the stopwatch, Baili Pang dashed into the training ground, glancing back to see many recruits sprawled on the ground, victims of the lap punishment. Immediately after, a group of medics clad in white coats rushed in like they were gathering mushrooms, swiftly hauling the unconscious recruits onto stretchers and leaving with cheerful expressions. Not bad. Not bad. Wang Quan nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his tone. However, some individuals have a habit of cutting it close. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet, so be cautious. Baili Pang looked around, silently lowering his head. It seemed he was the only one who had entered at the last moment. You may now have breakfast. You have 20 minutes. Enjoy your meal. Wang Quan's lips curled into a smile, eagerly anticipating the recruits' subsequent cries. The true torment had yet to begin. 20 minutes later, at the training ground, the new recruits stood neatly beneath the demonstration platform, their faces pallid, likely due to the breakfast of raw meat and blood. On the training platform, Wang Quan reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, while the previously caged Lei Hu, resembling a cat, lay beside him, unrestrained. He glanced up briefly and spoke in a languid voice. Today's training focuses on physical conditioning, and I shall be in charge. Upon hearing this, the recruits sighed in relief. Physical training was nothing more than the usual morning exercises, such as weighted running or cross-country, which were manageable for the average person. As for the Lei Hu, many believed it to be Wang Quan's pet. The training regimen consisted solely of running, without any weights. Wang Quan's nonchalant voice resonated throughout the training field, and the recruits were elated at the thought of not having to carry any burdens. Just then, the Lei Hu rose majestically, its white fur billowing in the morning breeze, exuding an air of majesty. Wang Quan approached the edge of the platform and added, running has another name. He paused momentarily, and then his voice, laced with a chilling undertone, echoed in the ears of the recruits. It's a matter of life and death. If one runs slowly, one may perish. All right, I will count to 3, and everyone shall enter the track. The recruits looked bewildered, finding Wang Quan's words somewhat perplexing. Only Lin Qi and Baili Pang appeared tense, poised to sprint. You two seem rather anxious. Molly remarked, puzzled. Molly, trust me. You must run with all your might. Baili Pang warned earnestly. Isn't it just running laps? Shin Qingzhu scoffed, hands behind her head, casting a disdainful glance at the pair. At that moment, Wang Quan's booming voice rang out, stating simply 3. As the word fell, Lin Qi and Baili Pang surged forward onto the track. Wait, why are you two jumping the gun? Molly exclaimed. The instructor said he would count to 3. Without hesitation, she followed suit, with Chao Yuan right behind her. In the next instant, the roar of the tiger echoed through the skies, and the true race for survival commenced. Chapter 49. We have fought alongside each other, have we not? Wang Quan did indeed count to 3, but whether he counted 1 and 2 was of no consequence to him. This was his second lesson for the recruits. One must adapt swiftly in the chaos of battle. The Lei Hu jumped down from the platform, and even under restraint, It easily dominated a group of inexperienced recruits unable to utilize their abilities. With a resounding thud, one recruit, still waiting for the countdown, was sent flying. Akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring several meters through the air. In the next moment, Wang Quan arrived by the injured recruit's side. Placing a hand on his shoulder and grinning, "Young man, you must learn to adapt, or you may find yourself in peril. On the battlefield, unexpected events are commonplace, and variables are ever present." His cheerful voice penetrated the minds of the recruits, resonating throughout the training ground. Whether others retained this lesson was uncertain, but the unfortunate recruit would remember it vividly. "Oh, run, run." The recruits, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, scattered chaotically across the training field, and inevitably, several were severely injured, being flung out of the training area. In the midst of this chaos, the recruit who had been initially struck stood up, vitality restored, staring at Wang Quan with disbelief and admiration. "You are incredible. I feel no pain at all." "Oh," Wang Quan replied with a smile, appearing harmless. The recruit grinned, "Hee hee. Since I'm fine, let us continue training." Wang Quan seized the bewildered recruit and tossed him back into the training field. He then proceeded to tend to the other severely injured recruits, ultimately returning them all. Is the instructor even human? Molly gazed at her comrades flying about the training field, a chill running down her spine as she remarked, simultaneously relieved that she had joined Lin Shiyi and Bai Li Pang Pang on the track. "That's ruthless." Throwing a mystery into the crowd on the very first day of training, Chao Yuan gasped. "By the way, how did you two know the instructor would only count once?" Molly asked curiously. Lin Shiyi and Bai Li Pang Pang exchanged glances, painful memories surfacing, and they shivered in unison. If you were being chased by a pack of wolves, you would understand. Gradually, the recruits, akin to headless flies, began to comprehend the key to survival. The Lei who would not attack those standing on the track. "Run, run to the track," one shouted. And all began to sprint desperately toward safety. In their sheer terror, the recruits forgot everything. Amid the chaotic throng, someone suddenly fell, triggering a domino effect that sent 7 or 8 others tumbling down, including Shun Qingzhu's followers, while he himself was nearing the safety of the track. "Wah, I'm so scared. Why is the mystery so terrifying? Mom, I want to go home." The fallen recruits, witnessing the approaching Lei Hu, were in tears. Positioned at the back of the line, Deng Wei became the first target of the Lei Hu's assault. "Damn it, get away from me!" Shun Qingzhu shouted as he charged toward the Lei Hu, swimming against the tide of panicked recruits. Roar! The Lei Hu immediately noticed Shun Qingzhu, losing interest in those who had succumbed to fear. With a powerful leap, its muscular body soared into the air, sharp claws slicing through the atmosphere as if cleaving space itself. Shun Qingzhu instinctively attempted to invoke his abilities, only to remember that they were suppressed. "Damn it!" He cursed inwardly, his resolve hardening as he swung a fist. A mere ordinary human like Shun Qingzhu against a Lei Hu from Chuanjing was akin to an egg striking a rock. Defeat was inevitable, and he would undoubtedly endure pain. Yet, he was unafraid of injury. A few broken bones and some blood were trivial compared to the bond he shared with his brothers. Just as the moment of impact loomed, a figure leaped in from the side, rolling Shun Qingzhu aside and narrowly avoiding the Lei Hu's attack. "Ouch, that hurts." Lin Shiyi quickly stood, wincing as he caught his breath, his left shoulder grazed by the tiger's claws, leaving a gash. "Foolish tiger, dim-witted tiger, I'm here. Come at me." Not far away, Bai Li Pang Pang provocatively taunted the Lei Hu. "The mystery doesn't he understand human speech? Are you an idiot?" Molly scolded while hurling a stone at the Lei Hu, striking it squarely on the nose. The Lei Hu, indeed incensed, roared and charged toward the pair. "Run, fatty." "Oh no." Meanwhile, Chao Yuan helped the dazed recruits to their feet, escorting them toward the track. This scene unfolded before Shun Qingzhu's eyes as he sat on the ground, suddenly looking up at Lin Shiyi, whose arm was stained with blood, and asked, perplexed, "Why are you doing this? We're not that close, are we?" Lin Shiyi extended his right hand, backlit as he stood before Shun Qingzhu. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he answered cheerfully, "We have fought alongside each other, have we not? Wang Quan taught me and Pang Pang that we must not abandon our comrades." Lin Shiyi's gaze was sincere. He spoke from the heart. Shun Qingzhu's willingness to sacrifice his chance for safety for the sake of his brothers revealed his loyalty and honor, making him worthy of deep friendship. At least in Lin Shiyi's eyes. "I never asked you to meddle." Shun Qingzhu turned his head, striving to conceal his expression from Lin Shiyi. Yet he still reached out to grasp the other's hand. "Damn it. You two stop chatting. Molly and I are about to be toast." Bai Li Pang Pang squawked, as Lin Shiyi pulled Shun Qingzhu up. "At present, Only 4 individuals remain in the center of the training ground, fortunate to be in close proximity to the runway. As Bailey Pong Pong and Molly approach the runway, Lei Hu suddenly accelerates, swiftly catching up to the two. His claws gleam with a chilling light and come crashing down. Bailey Pong Pong sidesteps to block the attack, but he, along with Molly, is sent flying. He cradles Molly in his arms, skidding along the ground for several meters. Agony radiates from his back, pervading his entire body and piercing his mind. Pongzi. Lin Xie calls out anxiously. Although Bailey Pong Pong may lack common sense, he cannot deny that Pongzi is one of his few friends. At this moment, however, Bailey Pong Pong has no time to concern himself with Lin Xie. His attention is solely on the beauty in his embrace. Molly, are you all right? I'm fine. Molly replies coldly, hastily extricating herself from Bailey Pong Pong's grasp. After a moment's pause, she helps him up, her tone softening slightly. Are you all right? As Bailey Pong Pong attempts to feign strength, the pain from his wound immediately reminds him of his reality. Molly glances over, her eyes widening in disbelief. The back of Bailey Pong Pong's military uniform is nearly torn to shreds, exposing tender flesh and blood, indicating a severe injury. The realization that Bailey Pong Pong was hurt for her sake weighs heavily on Molly's conscience. Does it hurt? Let me take you to the infirmary. She disregards the training completely, pulling Bailey Pong Pong away. In that fleeting moment of holding hands, the wounds and pain seem inconsequential. Hee. Bailey Pong Pong beams with happiness, feeling immensely fortunate. He is grateful to Lei Hu, to Chuanga, and to the training itself. He wishes he could express his gratitude for the very air around him. Chapter 50. A new unlocking task. Wang Quan appears beside Bailey Pong Pong in an instant, casually waving his hand over his back, and a silver light flashes, vanishing the wound. Ahem ahem. He clears his throat. Now, about the training, do be more careful next time. He casts a glance at the still holding hands of the two. Instructor Wang. It's not like that. Molly quickly releases Bailey Pong Pong's hand, panic etched on her face. He is seriously injured. I need to take him to the infirmary. Bailey Pong Pong looks disheartened, feeling as though this moment of happiness has ended before it even began. Wang Quan puffs out his chest confidently, declaring, with me around. Even if your heart is ripped out, I can save you. No need for the infirmary. With that, he vanishes back to the training stage, his voice booming with authority. This is what I wish to impart to you today. Do not approach situations with rigidity. The battlefield is not a training camp, and no enemy will adhere to commands. When I say count to 3, it does not necessarily begin from 1. Injuries may occur during training, but on the battlefield, you are already dead. The new recruits fall into silence, especially those who had panicked or been knocked aside, deep in thought. What just transpired was merely an appetizer. The real physical training is about to commence. Before we begin, I would like to commend a few individuals. Those whose names I call, step forward. Lin Xie, present. Shin Qingzhu. Oh, Bailey Tumming, present. Cao Yuan, present. Molly, present. The 5 step forward, standing tall in a row. Your comrade has suffered. You 5 have stepped up. And I am quite pleased. Remember, do not abandon your comrades. Do you understand? Wang Quan raises his voice. Understood. What do you remember? We will never abandon our teammates. The new recruits' voices echo throughout the training ground, some filled with shame, others in reflection. The physical training commences, with an initial count of dozens of laps. However, if Lei Hu catches you, an additional 10 laps will be added. Now, immediately start running. As Wang Quan finishes speaking, the new recruits muster their strength and dash forward. At the same time, Lei Hu, who had been licking his claws, springs into action, swiftly taking down a girl at the back of the line. This time, Lei Hu exerts just the right amount of force, effectively immobilizing her without causing harm. Congratulations. An additional 10 laps for you. Be careful, the next one is already on your tail. Stay away from me. Big brother tiger, give me a chance. The growl of Lei Hu is close at hand, and the new recruits at the back scream in despair, lamenting their legs for not moving swiftly enough. 3 minutes later, 239 new recruits spread out along the 1,000-meter track, resembling a necklace from a distance. They are divided into 4 groups, with Lin Xie, Cao Yuan, Shin Qingzhu, and the descendants of the ancient martial arts families, including Molly, leading the pack. The middle group strives to catch up to the leaders, with Bailey Pong Pong among them, though he finds himself slowing down. The last segment consists of unfortunate souls nearing additional laps, relentlessly pursued by Lei Hu. Naturally, the most unfortunate are those in the 4th group, directly behind Lei Hu, who have already incurred extra laps. On the training stage, Wang Quan reclines in a rocking chair, one hand clutching a goblet, leisurely sipping red wine. Instructor Wang, one cannot drink during training. Please be mindful of your image. Yuan Gong's voice comes through the earpiece. Is there such a rule? Indeed. Then inquire if I am the type to adhere to rules. A silence falls on the other end. There is no need for inquiry, as Yuan Gong knows Wang Quan well enough. This man is known for his carefree nature, arguably the most unconventional of the night watchmen. Then I can only report this to the commander. Oh no. Wang Quan suddenly sits up, astonished not by Yuan Gong's threat, but because the system has issued a new task. The system panel materializes before Wang Quan. Unlock task for cursed spirit manipulation. Task 1. Recognized by 10 geniuses, 0-10. Task 2. Reach the realm of limitless, 11. Task 3. Slay one limitless being, 11. Ability description. The cursed spirit manipulation modification allows the user to subdue mysterious entities for personal use. A difference of 2 realms permits forced subjugation. Wang Quan squints, realizing that cursed spirit manipulation is the ability of Xia Yojia, though it seems more fitting to refer to it as mysterious manipulation within the system. To become a Pokemon master, is this even possible? He muses. As he contemplates, Wang Quan gazes toward the distant track, considering that there should be enough geniuses among the new recruits to fulfill the 10 required. As the sun sets, dozens of individuals continue to run laps on the track, having been caught too many times to complete their laps in a single day. The only solace is that Lei Hu's shift has ended. After the dismissal, Wang Quan calls over the few who had been leading the pack. He surveys them with satisfaction, noting that these few had the least number of additional laps and were among the few who had managed to stand after running for so long. Clearing his throat strategically, Wang Quan suddenly turns, hands clasped behind his back, the sunlight casting an aura around him as though he were a sage from another realm. The crowd looks on in confusion. What have we learned today? On the battlefield, one must be adaptable. Never abandon your comrades. The instructor's training methods are intriguing. I greatly admire your unique approach. Upon hearing this, everyone turns to the speaker in unison. Interesting. You think it's fun being pursued by a mysterious entity? You must have a penchant for the letter M. Wang Quan's lips curl into a slight smile, pleased that this recruit's compliment has contributed to his progress. Well done. Well done. Wang Quan nods. Your performance has been commendable. Our meeting in this training camp is fate. A single compliment from each of you will earn you a meal. The question is direct, leaving everyone bewildered. After a brief silence, someone spoke first, expressing heartfelt admiration. To be honest, I have heard many stories about you, and that is precisely why I wish to join the Shuriren. The name, Bai Zhou, resounds like thunder. You are indeed formidable. Thus, some genuinely revered Wang Quan, while others were compelled by coercion. The progress bar for Task 1 reached 6, leaving only Lin Chia and Xin Qingzhu, one vehemently cursing Wang Quan as a narcissist, the other maintaining an air of aloofness. You too, hurry up and say something flattering. Impossible. Narcissist. After a moment, both bruised individuals shot Wang Quan a glare and reluctantly praised him. All right, you may leave. Wang Quan, resembling a scoundrel, waved them off dismissively. At this moment, Wang Quan was merely 2 spots away from his dream of becoming a Pokemon master. Coincidentally, Li Pang, just finished with his meal, rushed past, fleeing faster than he would on the track, leaving Wang Quan no time to stop him. Hey, is there something you need? He exclaimed, hurriedly covering his mouth before saluting. Greetings, Chief Instructor. Pang, compliment me. Huh. Oh, Brother Quan, my respect for you flows like a boundless river, ceaseless, and stands like majestic mountains, reaching into the clouds. You are simply enough. Go cool off somewhere. Wang Quan interrupted by Li Pang, nearly forgetting that this fellow had no access to the forbidden ruins. Strictly speaking, he was merely a novice, not a genius. Contemplating for a moment, Wang Quan dialed Wang Mian's number. Hello, is there a matter? Could you flatter me once? A few seconds of silence followed. Then 2 words resounded clearly. Idiot. Chapter 51. A treasure found. No. This is serious. I really need your acknowledgement. Wang Quan asserted earnestly. Another silence ensued, and finally, Wang Mian's voice echoed softly. You are indeed impressive. He understood this troublesome friend well. Once he became serious, it meant something significant was at stake, and without hesitation, he would choose to assist. Of course. Thank you. By the way, how is your task progressing? Wang Quan resumed his usual tone, relaxed and unperturbed. Just a mysterious entity from the sea. Quite simple. Wang Mian replied calmly. I still need one more. Just call over anyone from your team. I'm not with them. So what exactly are you up to? Wang Mian's voice bore a hint of melancholy. I had a dream. An old man told me that gathering 10 compliments would grant access to the forbidden ruins. Wang Quan jested. Just then, a voice from the phone crackled. Captain, you have a delivery. I didn't order anything. Wang Mian responded, puzzled. as he casually handed his phone to the voice. "Who is it?" "It's me. Brother Quan, what brings you here?" The voice exclaimed, surprised. "Compliment me. Wow, you truly are bored." The voice was not at all surprised. In his impression, this was typical of Wang Quan, saying, "I know you are impressive, but you needn't be so shameless." Just as the words left his mouth, a prompt from the system sounded. "Cursed spirit manipulation technique unlocked successful. Goodbye. I'll treat you all to a meal next time." Brother Quan declared grandly, "Goodbye." After hanging up, the voice slumped onto the sofa at their temporary base, grumbling, "Captain, do you think Brother Quan has lost his mind? Calling just to hear someone praise him." Wang Mian remained silent, his expression dark, as the delivery box revealed a pile of smelly socks. "We're all buddies. And you really sent this, didn't you? Wang Quan, you moron, just wait." Wang Mian cursed, "But how did this guy know the address of the fake mask team?" "Captain, what's in the delivery?" The voice inquired curiously after a prolonged silence. "I need to ask you something." "What is it?" "How did that jerk Wang Quan know we were here?" "Brother Quan said he wanted to send us some of his lollipops. I told him." The voice cheerfully replied. In the next moment, his smile froze, and his demeanor turned humble as he attempted to awaken the camaraderie with Wang Mian. "Captain, please don't draw your sword." "Damn." The divine ruins have opened. Outside the base, Tianping and his companions arrived at the door, with Qiangwei and Yuegui each holding a box, feeling a pang of guilt at the cries emanating from within. He insisted on taking that box, right?" Yuegui said helplessly. "Exactly. Yes. Tianping, as the vice captain, nodded slightly, a serious expression on his face. As he prepared to open the door, his hand had yet to touch the doorknob when the door crashed to the ground. Looking around, the living room was intact, and the battered voice sat pitifully on the sofa. "Captain, this is a lollipop." "Indeed." Qiangwei and Yuegui chuckled. Wang Mian felt quite pleased, as the loquacious nature of the voice bore a striking resemblance to Wang Quan's. In the training camp, at 3 in the morning, in a quiet warehouse, a shadowy figure stealthily poked its head through the alloy door. It was Wang Quan. With no other mysteries around, he decided to experiment with the camp's teaching materials. Master Leihu, exhausted from the day, was fast asleep, oblivious to the impending danger. When those beastly eyes slowly opened, the sight before Leihu made it urinate in fear. Silver hair danced as if in a breeze, with Wang Quan staring intently, his gaze aflame. This man, a terrifying figure, was simply beyond formidable. The reason Leihu could set aside the dignity of the Beast King to play house with a group of novices was that he had nearly been beaten to death by Wang Quan, leaving him with a psychological scar. Now, this man had returned, and instinct told him that his life was in grave peril. Wang Quan opened a specially designed cage and slowly raised his right hand to touch Leihu's forehead, the latter trembling uncontrollably. By rights, the cursed spirit manipulation technique should first subdue the spirit before it could be wielded. However, for Leihu, who had experienced the full brunt of Wang Quan's wrath, submission was no longer a question. Wang Quan summoned his mental energy, and in the blink of an eye, golden red runes surged from his right hand, intertwining to form energy chains that coalesced into a sphere. As the runes contracted, Leihu's form began to disintegrate, transforming into black and white specks of light that condensed into a white sphere the size of an egg, black arcs of electricity swirling around it. To absorb the cursed spirit with the cursed spirit manipulation technique, one must convert it into a black spherical object known as a cursed spirit ball and then swallow it. The mysterious technique provided by the system should follow the same principle. Gazing at the white sphere, Wang Quan recalled Xie Yojia's description of the taste of the cursed spirit ball, likening it to swallowing a cloth that had been thrown into a sewer and wiped with vomit. After a full minute of mental preparation, Wang Quan picked up the sphere and swallowed it, even donning a mask for the impending discomfort. To his surprise, the sphere was not as unpleasant as he had imagined. It tasted akin to mineral water, tinged with a tingling electric sensation. After consuming the light sphere formed by Leihu, all information about it flooded into his mind. Stunned for a moment, Wang Quan suddenly laughed, murmuring, "Not bad, I struck gold on my first try. Hakihu, it turns out you possess the potential for evolution." As the words fell from his lips, Wang Quan's palm crackled with tendrils of black electricity. He casually flung it aside, and with a thunderous explosion, 5 claw marks cleaved through the alloy door, reducing it to fragments. This was one of the abilities of the mysterious manipulation, extracting the powers of the harnessed mystique for one's own use, albeit with the limitation of not being able to enhance its intensity. This thunderous tiger, known as Chuan Jing, could only unleash its most formidable attack through Wang Quan's extraction. It seemed he would need to seek out some powerful mythical beings. Wang Quan stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside the warehouse. Leading the charge was Yuan Gang, accompanied by a dozen instructors wielding star knives, rushing toward him. An enemy attack? Upon seeing Wang Quan standing within the warehouse, Yuan Gang breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, someone attempted to steal our teaching materials, but I have already sent them flying. Wang Quan spoke with a grave tone, his words utterly devoid of deceit. Sent flying? Yes. Whoosh. They flew off that way. They're probably doomed. Wang Quan pointed towards the distant sky, his right hand resting behind his back. With a gentle grip, a glowing sphere enveloped in black electricity appeared in his palm. Seizing the moment when the instructors were distracted, he tossed the sphere into the cage, and the thunderous tiger returned unscathed. Unlike before, its eyes now bore a pair of crimson-golden, star-like markings. Chapter 52, The Leap of Courage. Run, you lazy legs, run faster. Please, please, tiger brother, spare my life. Alas, today, I've been sent flying 800 times. The new recruits wailed, passion igniting within them, while the thunderous tiger chuckled heartily. It had become a striking sight within the training camp. After completely taming the thunderous tiger, Wang Quan felt considerably more at ease, transforming the life-and-death training from semi-automatic to fully automatic. On the training platform today, Hong Hao was in charge, observing the distant track. He couldn't help but acknowledge Wang Quan's teaching methods. Over the past fortnight, the recruits had shown significant improvements in their physical fitness, reaction speed, and awareness. Now, it was time for the next phase. Training was paused, and all personnel were instructed to return to their dormitories for a half-hour of rest. Hong Hao's booming voice resounded. In the next moment, a deafening cheer erupted, shattering the atmosphere as the recruits, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, sprinted towards the dormitories. The thunderous tiger halted, meandering to the center of the training ground. It yawned, basking in the sun, having toiled in darkness for half a month, and felt quite fatigued. Chi, I'll take a short nap. Don't forget to wake me up. Li Pang Pang collapsed onto his bed, emitting comfortable pig-like sounds. Lin Shi bit into a compressed biscuit, expressing his exasperation. You glutton, don't sleep. I advise you to conserve your energy. For instance, by eating something. It's only 10 o'clock. We still have 2 hours until mealtime, right? Li Pang Pang asked, puzzled. Whether we can eat on time is still uncertain. Haven't you noticed? 5 new transport planes arrived at the camp yesterday. We're likely heading outside for training. Oh, Li Pang Pang suddenly sat up, his eyes gleaming. Are we finally going out? Regardless, it's probably not a good thing. Lin Shi finished his biscuit and casually tossed a piece to Pang Pang, saying, eat quickly. It will keep you going. Oh. Li Pang Pang devoured it in a few bites, firmly believing that Shi Yi was always right. As the rest period concluded, the recruits assembled punctually at the training ground. 5 instructors stood on the platform, all gazing into the distance. Thunderous sounds erupted as 5 transport planes descended gracefully onto the training ground, their rapidly spinning propellers whipping up gusts of wind. Hong Hao stepped forward, casting his gaze over the crowd, and confidently announced, today we will train outside the camp. No noise, and board the plane in an orderly manner. Wonderful. We get to go out. I felt cooped up for half a month. Why do I feel a bit scared? Indeed, I have an unsettling premonition. Why? Because Instructor Wang is absent. Something must be amiss. The recruits exchanged hushed whispers, some excited, some fearful, and others calm. All 5 instructors and 239 recruits boarded the plane. The transport plane gradually ascended, its propellers spinning faster until it vanished into the sky. Inside the foremost transport plane, the atmosphere was less austere. The recruits curiously gazed out the windows, quietly conversing. Chi, look at all those birds flying by outside. That cloud resembles a little dog. Li Pang Pang laughed like a child, incessantly sharing his observations with Lin Shi. Your family is so wealthy. You must have seen everything. Is it really that impressive? Lin Shi thought, irritated by the incessant chatter, wishing he could sew Pang Pang's mouth shut. Private jets may offer a better internal experience, but they lack the charm of a transport plane. Li Pang Pang analyzed with utmost seriousness, resembling a seasoned connoisseur. Hearing this, those nearby wore somber expressions. The most lethal form of arrogance is often the unthinking kind. Despicable rich kid. Ugh. Emily shot a glare at Li Pang Pang, though her tone lacked the initial animosity. Emily, it's not as you imagine. Li Pang Pang hurriedly clarified. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, their voice brimming with delight. Look, what a beautiful lake. It resembles a sky realm. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze outside. The sun was gentle, and above the azure sky, clouds drifted gracefully. Strands of golden light descended from afar, resembling swirling snowflakes that settled upon a vast lake. The water sparkled like diamonds, reflecting the sky, appearing as a sapphire nestled among the mountains. Flanking the great lake were two mountains, one tall and one short. The shorter one looked somewhat hastily assembled. Do you know how this lake came to be? Hong Hao began to speak slowly. No idea. I don't recall such a large lake in Songnan. Especially not in the mountains. That would be impossible. Lin Shiyi, a local of Songnan, appeared bewildered. It couldn't possibly be artificial, could it? This lake was the battlefield where your instructor Wang slew a being of the limitless realm, and thus, as he spoke, even Hong Hao was taken aback. Pausing for a moment before continuing, it was shaped by human hands. Human-made? Can humanity achieve such feats? Absolutely incredible. One day, I too shall possess strength akin to that of Instructor Wang. The recruits widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. I just remembered. The recent earthquake in Songnan was also due to this, right? Li Pang suddenly realized. Lin Qi nodded. He understood the backstory and was less surprised than the others. As everyone marveled at the stunning scenery, Hong Hao chuckled mischievously, muttering to himself, I hope you all enjoy the view. Suddenly, ripples danced across the pristine lake, and in the blink of an eye, a shadowy figure emerged from the depths. It was a colossal serpent, measuring an estimated 100 meters, coiling beneath the lake, nearly enveloping the entire artificial body of water. The shadow flickered past, and nearly everyone caught a glimpse. What the heck was that? I saw a giant snake in the lake. I saw it too. Damn, I have a phobia of gigantic creatures. The initial joy brought by the picturesque scenery began to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming fear of the unknown. Along the journey, the serpent's shadow appeared intermittently. Ultimately, the transport plane landed atop the highest mountain, where the logistics department had constructed a temporary airstrip and a high-altitude diving platform. Wang Quan sat at the edge of the cliff, leisurely enjoying a lollipop while admiring the view. Once the recruits had gathered, he slowly rose and made his way towards the landing area. His crisp military uniform billowed in the wind, the fabric rustling audibly. Wang Quan stood at the forefront of the new recruits, discarding his candy stick. With a squint and a voice imbued with mirth, he announced, Welcome to the Paradise of Courage, the high diving event. As he gestured towards the distance, he elaborated, Today's training exercise is called the Leap of Courage. The task is quite straightforward. Leap from the diving platform, retrieve a glowing red orb from the depths, and swim to the opposite shore. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. No sooner had Wang Quan finished his sentence than a recruit hastily raised his hand, inquiring, Instructor, on the way here, I spotted a massive snake in the water. Is that for real? What do you think? Wang Quan replied with a slight smile. The one who posed the question looked bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Wang Quan continued, Perhaps you were hallucinating. No, I saw it too, Instructor. Another recruit chimed in. Me as well. Is that so? Wang Quan sighed, shaking his head. I had hoped to surprise you. He spread his hands, dropping the pretense. It's true. There is indeed a mysterious serpent in the lake, but you must jump. That is an order. His tone brooked no dissent. After all, this was part of their hellish training. Upon hearing this, the recruits appeared anxious and somewhat at a loss. Clapping his hands forcefully, Wang Quan shattered their panic with the resonant sound. Any other questions? He asked. Yes. Lin Qiye raised his hand. How do we find the orb in the lake? It looked rather vast on the way here. Wang Quan nodded approvingly. This was indeed a pertinent question. As for the lake's contents, that mattered little. In a moment, each of you will receive a special set of diving equipment. You were taught how to swim 2 days ago, correct? Yes. Lin Xia nodded, then fell into deep thought. How deep is the lake? Xin Qingzhu inquired, popping her bubble gum. Over 100 meters. Wang Quan replied. Is there someone waiting at the endpoint? Of course. You must retrieve the orb, or else upon surfacing, I will kick you back into the lake. Is that lower mountain the direction of the endpoint? Indeed. With the looming presence of the serpent established, other recruits began to express concern regarding the specifics of the training, fearing punishment for failing their task. After the QA session concluded, each recruit donned their specialized diving suits, and Wang Quan led them to the diving platform. He pulled over a small bench and sat at the edge of the cliff, its precariousness visibly alarming. Any volunteers? Wang Quan turned to inquire. As his words fell, 2 individuals stepped forward simultaneously. I'll go. Me too. It was Lin Qiye and Xin Qingzhu. Seeing Lin Qiye step out of line, Chao Yuan hurried to follow, but was halted by Wang Quan. Only 2 can jump at once. You'll have to wait for the next round. Very well. Chao Yuan replied, somewhat resigned, falling in line behind Lin Qiye. I want to go too. Li Pang hesitated momentarily, but for the sake of his brotherhood, he decided to leap as well. As Lin Xie and Xin Qingzhu approached the edge of the platform, they looked downward. The platform was approximately 100 meters above the lake, which appeared eerily calm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xie prepared to jump, but suddenly, the massive shadow of the serpent surfaced, its head aligned with the point of their descent, obscured in detail. This was precisely what made it terrifying. Fear stemmed from the unknown. Despite being mentally prepared, he found himself trembling uncontrollably. When he regained his senses, he noticed that Xin Qingzhu had already begun a leisurely free fall, still a half distance from the water's surface. Brother, as fearless as ever. Lin Xie internally scoffed, then stepped forward, the sensation of weightlessness washing over him, his heart racing. As the surrounding rocks and vegetation blurred, he plummeted rapidly. With a splash, both entered the water, creating a fountain of several meters high. The water was not particularly cold. The side near the cliff seemed to have been smoothed over, devoid of jutting rocks, likely for the sake of the recruit's safety. The only drawback was the low visibility, estimated at only 2 to 3 meters, though the glowing red objects were clearly discernible. This was Lin Xie's experience upon entering the water. He scanned his surroundings and locked onto a radiant spot. At that moment, right behind him, the shadowy head of the serpent began to emerge silently, almost imperceptibly. Lin Xie's heightened senses detected the presence of a colossal creature behind him. He abruptly turned, his pupils constricting. The serpent's crimson slit pupil was fixated on him, its light purple tongue flicking through the water. The giant serpent was alarmingly close. He was certain that at this distance, it could easily reach him. From afar, in the desolate depths, a human and a serpent gazed at one another, one a massive creature, the other a mere speck. In the murky, deep water, this was the most terrifying of encounters. Lin Xie's heart sank, and he turned to swim frantically, cursing Wang Quan internally. What a wicked sense of humor. To make the task objective and the serpent's eyes the same color. What a scoundrel. Fortunately, the serpent did not pursue. It appeared to merely be scaring some unfortunate soul. The mere thought of having to search for the task's object while face to face with the serpent sent shivers down Lin Xie's spine. On the diving platform, it was now Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pongpong's turn. Gazing at the unfathomable lake beneath, Bai Li Pongpong's legs trembled uncontrollably. For a pampered rich boy, this was overwhelmingly thrilling. You coward, if you're scared, don't jump. Chao Yuan shot a finger at Bai Li Pangpang, then leaped into the air. Provoked, Bai Li Pangpang cursed and followed suit. Damn it, you bald monk, wait for me. Just then, the serpent's shadow began to emerge. Oh my god. Don't eat me. Bai Li Pongpong's screams startled the recruits still waiting to jump, causing them to gulp in fear. One by one, the recruits dove into the lake like dumplings, their screams echoing continuously. The snake is coming up. It's waiting just below. A girl, terrified, turned to flee but was swiftly yanked back by Wang Quan. Youngsters need to build their courage. Off you go. With that, he tossed the girl into the water. Who else dares not jump? I'm a kind soul and can assist. Wang Quan grinned at the remaining recruits, though his smile was rather intimidating. As the last recruit plunged into the lake, Wang Quan rose, picking up his walkie-talkie. Everyone is in the water. Received. Prepare the medical team. Understood. Wang Quan adjusted his sunglasses, gazing into the distance. At the foot of the lower mountain, several tents and instructors could be clearly seen at the prearranged meeting point. Inside one tent, Yuan Gang stared at the large screen filled with red dots, reflecting, the youth are indeed full of ideas. This diving treasure hunt exercise cultivates numerous skills. Indeed, the first time I saw the snake's shadow underwater, I was quite startled. This is the true leap of courage. Another instructor remarked, glancing at the screen, where the upper left corner displayed a number, the count of recruits. Chief, what if the serpent loses control? I still think this poses too great a risk. The concerns of the instructor are not without merit. Although this training is equipped with real-time positioning, underwater robots, and a rescue team, and even the instructor himself has taken to the water, in his perception, the mysterious entity represents a monster with an exceedingly low degree of control. Yuan Gang declared with unwavering conviction, there will absolutely be no incidents. His confidence stemmed from first-hand experience. He had witnessed that serpentine mystery flicking its tongue like a dog before Wang Quan. Yuan Gang was quite curious about how Wang Quan had managed to tame the enigmatic creature. Unfortunately, most of the intelligence regarding this being was classified and directly overseen by the commander of the Night Watch. Chapter 54. Calamity in the southwest. Bubbles erupted from the tranquil surface of the water, revealing a colossal serpent's shadow. This sight even sent shivers down the spine of the instructor responsible for the rescue. The serpent's head slowly emerged from the water, light and silent, without a splash. The great serpent tilted its head slightly, its red vertical pupils curiously surveying the instructor on the shore, seemingly holding something in its mouth. In the next moment, the serpent opened its jaws, causing the instructors to shout in alarm. The colossal serpent expelled 3 individuals, their bodies coated in slime and drenched, yet unharmed. Medical team, quickly! Hong Hao was the first to regain his composure, frantically waving towards the distant tent. Medical personnel in white coats rushed over with a stretcher, and after a quick examination, it was confirmed that the 3 were merely fainted from fright. So they had merely fainted. The serpentine mystery had saved them. Hong Hao murmured, instantly finding the great serpent much more agreeable. What shall we do with these new recruits? Inquired the instructor nearby. Douse them with cold water and toss them back into the lake. The mission isn't complete without retrieving the pearl. Hong Hao announced the course of action without hesitation. 3 buckets of cold water later, the individuals awoke with cries of horror. Ah, such a huge snake. You nearly scared me to death. What? The serpent's eyes are red too. It came right up to my face. I thought I was done for. Wah, the water is murky, the snake is enormous. And I miss my mother. Seeing this, Hong Hao furrowed his brow, embodying a look of frustration. Taking a deep breath, he commanded in a booming voice, stand up. The new recruits reflexively stood at attention, their gazes fixed on Hong Hao. About face. Yes. Begin moving. As the recruits reached the shore, Hong Hao issued a halt command, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Instructor, have we completed the mission? Complete what? A bunch of faint-hearted cowards. Get back and find the pearl. Hong Hao cursed vehemently, kicking each of the 3 back into the lake. At that moment, a head broke the surface, witnessing this scene with utter confusion. What happened? Lin Xia exclaimed, bewildered as to why they were being kicked back. After dispatching the 3, Hong Hao clapped his hands and turned his gaze toward Lin Xia. Did you complete the mission? Those 3 just came up empty-handed. Yes. Lin Xia nodded vigorously, presenting the red pearl, fearing reprisal. Upon confirming its authenticity, Hong Hao nodded in approval. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, a timer appeared, marking Lin Xia's score, 31 minutes and 12 seconds. The second to emerge from the water was Chao Yuan, followed by Mo Li. The instructors watched the surface, eagerly anticipating the appearance of another individual, especially since he had leapt into the water alongside Lin Xia. However, the 10th person surfaced. Yet Shen Qingzhu was still nowhere to be seen. Yuan Gang lifted the tent flap, furrowing his brow as he murmured, this shouldn't be. That kid may lack discipline, but he takes his studies seriously. Gangs, Shen Qingzhu won't surface alone. Wang Quan, comfortably reclining in a rocking chair, spoke languidly, don't worry about it. Don't you admire him? Wouldn't you want his score to be even better? As soon as Yuan Gang finished speaking, Wang Quan pointed to his heart, chuckling, scores are one aspect. But the most significant factor lies here. Ha. Indeed. Yuan Gang burst into laughter, recognizing that character is paramount. In the 40th minute, the water stirred once more, as 3 figures emerged. Shen Qingzhu was gripping Li Jia on his left and supporting Li Liang on his right, biting down on a red pearl. His complexion turning a shade of purple. Strangely, his oxygen tank was missing. He spat out the pearl, shouting, medical personnel, medical personnel. Once the medical team confirmed the 2 were unharmed, Shen Qingzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. What happened, Brother Zhuai? Lin Xia and the others surrounded him, inquiring with concern. Don't mention it. Those 2 useless idiots. One broke his oxygen tank, and the other fainted from fright. So you gave them your oxygen tank? I didn't need it. While the oxygen is scarce underwater, it isn't completely absent. Shen Qingzhu waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. The others exchanged knowing smiles. Well aware that Brother Zhuai's sharp tongue concealed a tender heart, he was indeed a proud yet endearing character. As the sun descended, cradled by the clouds, the number of individuals emerging from the water increased, signaling the nearing conclusion of this training. In Desia's southwestern mountains, the gentle glow of twilight enveloped the distant sky, casting a warm light upon the returning farmers. The terraced fields cascaded down in steps, with mountain songs occasionally drifting through the air. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble reverberated through the distant mountains, an unknown force shaking the entire southwestern region and resulting in a localized earthquake. Fortunately, the tremor was minor and did not result in casualties. Gazing across the rolling mountains, the view extended toward the southwestern border of Desia, home to the highest plateau and the world's tallest peak, located in the western part of the plateau. Beyond the azure horizon, a wall higher than the peak loomed. Rolling like the sea, connecting earth and sky, this was the mist lingering at Desia's border. In the sky, several black shapes gradually enlarged. They were 3 armed helicopters. The closer they neared the mist, the smaller the helicopters appeared. Eagle 1 calling headquarters, there is something outside the mist. Suddenly, the mist surged. and a shadow that blotted out the sun began to move, an eerie force interrupting communications, causing Eagle 1 to plummet into the snow-capped mountains. The image froze at that moment. This was not a manifestation of divine power, but rather the final transmission from the reconnaissance team. A middle-aged man clad in military attire furrowed his brow, fixated on the shadowy figure on the screen. Is it the mysterious entity? No, it is a divine beast. Cursing under his breath, the man dialed a number. Hello, this is the San Giofone local cuisine restaurant. How may I assist you? It's me. There are some matters in the southwest that require your attention. It is suspected to involve a divine beast. Understood. Let me take a leave. No need. I will have the night watchman at your location cover for you. A private jet will arrive within 3 hours. Are we heading straight to the southwest? No. First stop by Chang'an to pick someone up? Understood. Yifan hung up the call and then dialed another number. Hello? What do you need, Lao Deng? Wang Quan's audacious voice resonated through the line. Damn it. I'll deal with you later. Pause the instructor's duties. We're heading southwest for a mission. No problem. Wang Quan readily agreed without a second thought. What level are we dealing with? It might be a divine beast associated with a malevolent deity. Yifan replied. What? No. I am merely of the Wuliang level. Facing a deity is, well, that might be a bit challenging, even if Wang Quan could contend with a Klein-level opponent. When it came to divine-level combatants, he felt a twinge of unease. This was less about confidence and more about intellect. You have a partner. I want you to gain some early insight. Which ceiling? The sword. Commander, Daylight, is ready for immediate deployment. Please feel free to command me. Chapter 55. Pinggu. The evening breeze was cool, and a full moon hung over the lake. Wang Quan sat at the edge of the cliff, his silver hair tousled by the wind. When will he arrive? Yuan Gang asked, pulling a cigarette case from his pocket and tossing it carelessly, the cigarette soaring upward. He tilted his head back, the cigarette landing smoothly in his mouth, and after a crisp snap, a wisp of blue smoke arose. I don't know. We can only wait here. Wang Quan stretched lazily and glanced at his watch, midnight sharp. Yuan Gang exhaled a puff of smoke, staring into the profound night. His voice tinged with excitement. I never expected to meet the Sword Saint. This year has truly been worth it. The apex combatants of the Daxia dynasty, one sword, one steed, one figure, one void, and one Confucian master, led by the sword, revered as the Sword Saint. A single man and his sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities. To witness such a figure in person is enough for a lifetime. Perhaps it's not what you think. Wang Quan preemptively cautioned. Yuan Gang looked puzzled. P.S. here. The night sky was as clear as crystal, devoid of any impurities. Yuan Gang widened his eyes, but still saw nothing. Seriously suspecting that Wang Quan was merely playing a prank, for this fellow was known for such antics. Wang Quan pointed into the distance, his azure eyes glimmering beneath his sunglasses, confidently declaring, about 3,000 meters away. 3,000 meters. Do you possess a supernatural sight? Just as Yuan Gang's words fell, a faint light appeared in the direction Wang Quan indicated. Soon, a thunderous roar shattered the clouds as a transport aircraft gradually approached. Wow. Unbelievable. Yuan Gang, astonished, extinguished his still-burning cigarette, looking at Wang Quan in disbelief. The transport aircraft slowly descended, the howling wind causing military uniforms to flap vigorously. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze on the cabin door, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. As the cabin door creaked open, several soldiers disembarked, followed by a young man carrying a long box. The young man had his head bowed, his bangs partially obscuring his eyes. Dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, his pedestrian appearance and ordinary demeanor would hardly draw a second glance in a crowd. Pinggu, long time no see. Wang Quan hurried forward, wrapping an arm around Zhou Ping's shoulder in a warm greeting. Xiao Wang, it's been a while. Zhou Ping's voice was somewhat soft, imbued with a hint of excitement. Is this the legendary Sword Saint? Yuan Gang was taken aback. He sensed no aura of strength emanating from the man before him. Indeed, the Daxia Sword Saint, genuine and unadulterated. Zhou Ping, feeling a bit socially anxious, didn't he intend to speak much, and Wang Quan took over the conversation. The Daxia Sword Saint. These 4 words struck Yuan Gang's heart like a hammer, instilling a sense of reverence within him. For the title was born of the resolve to safeguard a nation, the courage to face the divine. It was the shield for countless homes. Your Excellency, Sword Saint. I am Yuan Gang, the deputy captain of the 006 Night Watch team from Shangjing City, here to wish you a triumphant return. Thank you. Yuan Gang's booming voice made Zhou Ping even more anxious, yet he could sense the genuine respect in it, warming his heart. Once boarding was complete, the special envoy duo set off towards the southwestern border. Yuan Gang watched the transport aircraft depart until it vanished into the night. Inside the aircraft, accompanying logistics personnel activated the latest footage. Amidst the boiling mist, a massive shadow flashed briefly, indistinct and unrecognizable. Lord Gojo, allow me to share intelligence with you. Yesterday, at precisely 5 hours, 3 minutes, and 28 seconds in Shangjing time, a massive earthquake occurred in the southwestern mountainous region, with preliminary assessments indicating the epicenter to be in the Himalayas. Our 3 reconnaissance aircraft were all affected by an unknown force and crashed. Subsequent reconnaissance aircraft have been unable to capture clearer images. The logistics personnel paused for a moment, then continued with a tone of astonishment. What lurks in the mist does not wish for us to see it. It has lingered at the edge of the fog until now. Wang Quan removed his sunglasses. A blue aura enveloping the entire cabin as he commanded. Rewind the footage to just before the apparition appeared. Understood. The logistics personnel complied, rewinding the footage before pressing play. In Wang Quan's eyes, the images split into frames, and the indistinct figure began to come into focus. A long serpent with wings and 5 heads. What was it doing? Damn, we missed the shot. The logistics personnel were dumbfounded. It is known that the footage of the apparition lasted only 5 seconds, and the headquarters personnel had already analyzed it frame by frame, yet the images seemed to have been subjected to some sort of magic, rendering them useless for intelligence. At this moment, the 5 seconds of footage became visible to the naked eye, an astonishing feat. Investigate this matter thoroughly and ascertain what that creature is. Wang Quan patted a staff member on the shoulder. Yes, the staff member's gaze towards Wang Quan shifted from unfamiliarity to admiration. The cabin fell silent for a few seconds before Wang Quan pulled out a martial arts novel from his backpack and handed it to Zhou Ping. Pingu, if you're bored, read this for a while. All right. Zhou Ping took the novel, engrossed in flipping through the pages. No one could have anticipated that the swordsmanship of the Daxia sword saint originated from martial arts novels. It turned out that reading could indeed enhance one's strength to an extraordinary degree. Pingu, shall we play a game? I can't. I'll teach you. Wang Quan pulled out 2 phones from his backpack, cheerfully handing one to Zhou Ping. Fine. Due to Yi Fan's influence, the two had known each other for quite some time, and Zhou Ping, being slightly older, had always regarded Wang Quan as a younger brother. In Wang Quan's presence, he felt less socially anxious. In the cockpit, Yi Fan called in. Where are you now? Reporting, Commander. We have 1/4 of the journey remaining. By the way, how are the preparations for the 2 of them going? Upon hearing this, a silence fell over the cockpit. Speak up. Have you all turned mute? Yi Fan impatiently shouted. Just then, someone stammered, Commander. Gojo is currently teaching the Sword Saint how to play a game, and they seem to be enjoying themselves. Yi Fan's expression darkened, and he suddenly regretted sending Wang Quan and Zhou Ping on the mission together. Zhou Ping, what a good kid. Wang Quan, what a troublesome brat. Open the cockpit door. Understood. The moment the door opened, Wang Quan's exuberant voice rang out. Pingu, give me a boost, quickly. I'm about to get a pentakill. Boost granted. As soon as Zhou Ping's words fell, pentakill echoed throughout the small cabin. Pingu, amazing. You're truly a genius. Zhou Ping mumbled softly. Wang Quan, don't curse in front of him, and don't lead him astray. I will break your legs sooner or later. Yi Fan's furious roar erupted like a volcano. But unfortunately, Wang Quan remained unfazed, immune to the outburst. Chapter 56. Naga, both of you. The headquarters has sent the information. A staff member returned to the rear cabin of the transport aircraft, holding a laptop. Let me see. Wang Quan took the laptop, with Zhou Ping peering over as well. Multi-headed, serpent body, appearing along the southwestern border, closest to the Asan nation before the Great Disaster, suspected to be the legendary Naga from myth and folklore. It is a multi-headed creature resembling a cobra, with a long, footless body, adorned with horns, and possessing venomous capabilities. These beings belong to the realm of mythology and should be regarded with caution, as mutations may likely occur. Since the outbreak of the mist, this mythical creature has yet to be documented. Thus, one should exercise utmost care. Could it be poisonous? Exclaimed Wang Quan. The power of stasis can defend against any attack, yet it has one notable weakness, an aversion to toxins. What troubles you? Zhou Ping inquired calmly, his voice soothing. Oh, nothing. Ha. Wang Quan scratched his head, relieved that he possessed more than one ability, which would not impede his combat readiness. Thank you for your efforts. Wang Quan closed his laptop and smiled at the staff. No. It is our duty. The electronic alert echoed within the cabin, signaling that they had entered the airspace above the former roof of the world. Wang Quan and Zhou Ping gazed out of the window. On the horizon, towering mountains pierced the clouds, resembling the legendary pillars of heaven. Suddenly, the transport aircraft trembled violently, and within an instant, The engine ceased functioning, plummeting straight down from an altitude of 8,000 meters. Everyone, prepare to parachute. All instruments on the plane have failed. Stay seated, fasten your seatbelts, and wait for my command. Wang Quan shouted, swiftly opening the cabin door. A fierce wind rushed in, forcing everyone to squint. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Ping, who nodded slightly and quickly secured his seatbelt. Sword Saint, buckle up. Zhou Ping's concise words resonated within the cabin. The accompanying soldiers fastened their seatbelts first, while the terrified staff complied reluctantly. At such a height, a fall would leave nothing but remnants. Outside, a silver aura enveloped Wang Quan, and from a distance, he appeared like a meteor descending from the cosmos, quickly distancing himself from the falling transport aircraft. A silver gleam streaked across the azure sky, followed by a thunderous crash as a meteorite crater formed on the plateau. Wang Quan stood up slowly, his clothing unruffled. This exemplifies the might of the power of stasis, allowing a safe jump from 7,000 meters, though it is the Earth Mother who suffers. Adjusting his sunglasses, Wang Quan tilted his head skyward. A small black dot was rapidly enlarging, accompanied by the calm voice of the pilot in his earpiece. 6,000 meters. 6,500 meters. 5,000 meters. 4,800 meters. 4,500 meters. The altitude here is 4,000 meters. Noticing Wang Quan's lack of movement, the pilot, clearly anxious, urged him. Don't panic. Wang Quan replied with a smile, his gaze fixed on the growing black dot high above. Only 100 meters until landing. Do you think I am panicking? The pilot emitted a sharp, panicked sound, wishing to survive. As these words left his lips, Wang Quan removed his sunglasses, his azure eyes shimmering brightly. The domain unfolded, an infinite void. In an instant, a black hole emerged behind Wang Quan, and a white world expanded infinitely, swallowing the aircraft whole. Here, there was no gravity, no space. Wherever Wang Quan desired could become the ground. Inside the transport aircraft, everyone, except Zhou Ping, appeared dazed. By the time they regained their senses, the aircraft had landed smoothly. The cabin door opened, and personnel from the logistics department and pilots stumbled out, some immediately retching on the ground. How was the experience, everyone? Free fall from 8,000 meters without a parachute. Was it exhilarating? Wang Quan looked at them expectantly. Bio, it was not fun at all. If possible, please do not do that again. No, I found it rather thrilling. It was incredibly exciting. The co-pilot wore a hint of exhilaration on his face. Hearing this, the others on the ground turned to look, their expressions incredulous. Fool, weirdo, idiot. You have taste, my friend. Wang Quan raised his hand for a high five, which the co-pilot reciprocated. Zhou Ping unfastened his seatbelt, carrying a long box as he stepped off the plane. He turned to Wang Quan and quietly asked, "What shall we do now? Let us notify headquarters." All right. Wang Quan retrieved a satellite phone from his backpack, which had only one number, the current commander of the Night Watchers. Yi Fan. Hello? What is going on? Yi Fan did not scold Wang Quan as usual. Instead, he spoke seriously, for the activation of the satellite phone indicated trouble. WeVE crashed. Also, do not send planes here. It should be affected by the Jia. Understood. You two should make haste to the border. I will mobilize all available resources to assist you. No need, just provide me with a location, and that will suffice. Wang Quan spoke with his characteristic confidence. By the way, I am preparing to dispatch the nearest special team to aid you too. Which one? Phoenix, located in the southwest, can arrive the fastest. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan's expression darkened, and he swallowed hard, feeling an unusual sense of alarm. Suddenly, I feel that just Zhou Ping and I will be enough. No. The calamity crows in the entire southwest region are calling. The situation is rather complicated. That woman will kill me. Well, you shouldn't have spied on her while she was bathing. You had it coming. Sigh. Youthful indiscretion. Wang Quan sighed deeply. So it's settled. Yi Fan ended the communication, leaving Wang Quan appearing despondent. What is the matter? Zhou Ping sensed something was amiss and inquired with concern. Pingu, if someone is going to beat me up, can you intervene? Even against a deity, I will help you. Zhou Ping's head hung low, his voice soft yet resolute. Pingu, you are like my brother from another mother. Wang Quan embraced Zhou Ping's leg, displaying unwavering confidence and strength before others, as he felt it was his duty to protect them. Since childhood, Yi Fan had instilled this ethos in him. Only before Zhou Ping would Wang Quan occasionally soften. Ding. Wang Quan's satellite phone rang, and he glanced at the route on the map, resting a hand on Zhou Ping's shoulder. In the next moment, the two vanished, entering the domain together. Ordinary individuals, as well as those of lower or even comparable realms to Wang Quan, would be affected while in the infinite void. Yet Zhou Ping, a paragon of humanity, rivaling deities in strength, remained largely unaffected. Thus, this was an optimal method for their journey. Across the boundless plateau, a silver streak glided close to the ground, heading straight into the mist. Chapter 57. A divine being. The towering snow-capped mountains stretched endlessly amidst the vast peaks. On the side of Mount Everest, a silver lightning bolt swiftly ascended along the sloping ridge, conquering the 8,000-meter summit in mere breaths. Amidst the towering peaks, the howling wind and swirling snow obscured the world like a curtain. Two figures emerged from the snow curtain, confronting the white wall of mist, which billowed like an upright ocean. A pair of crimson vertical pupils suddenly opened. Even through the thick mist, one could feel an intense chill. It knows we have arrived. The heavy snow had coated Zhou Ping's black hair as he gazed into the distance and spoke slowly. Indeed. Wang Quan rested a hand on the hilt of his knife, his silver hair blending with the snow as his tone turned serious. Within the mist, a massive dark green serpent emerged, its head level with that of Mount Everest, crowned with two spiraled horns. Certainly, the emergence of a singular entity is merely the inception. The fog wall quivered, and then the second crimson serpent head emerged. 3, 4, 5, until all 9 heads of varying hues revealed themselves, unleashing an astonishing aura that erupted forth, sending terrifying waves of energy rippling outward, causing the mountains to tremble. In an instant, the vast snowfall within 1,000 miles froze in midair, rendering the intricate shapes of the snowflakes visible. From a distance, 2 tiny shadows locked eyes with the colossal serpent amidst the peaks, the falling snow, and the mist, creating a scene reminiscent of an oil painting. The clear sound of a sword's ringing echoed from the summit, the melody of the blade punctuating the silence of this desolate world. As the winds returned to stir the frozen snow, Zhou Ping, who had been bowing his head, slowly lifted it. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder. Within the realm of Dixia, divine beings are forbidden to tread. This is not a place for you. The murderous intent of the sword countered the terrifying might. Mortal, you possess strength, but how can you impede my advance? The resounding voice emerged from the mist. Not from the serpent, but from him, a true deity. The sovereign atop the mountain felt an unsettling dissonance. Why did the divine seem so evasive? What kind of worthless deity are you? If you possess courage, step forth and confront me. Do not cower like a dog in the fog, you coward. He boldly gestured towards the distant mist with an obscene gesture, perhaps becoming the first human to insult a deity in such a manner. The god was momentarily speechless, astonished that a mere insect dared to exhibit such audacity. In the next moment, all 9 serpent heads opened their mouths simultaneously, unleashing 9 beams of annihilation that surged forth, overwhelming the mountains with a torrent of energy. The snowfall cloaking the mountains was abruptly severed. Observing the divine rays, Wang Quan remained unfazed and casually displayed another obscene gesture towards the serpent. Simultaneously, Zhou Ping's long box opened slightly, and in an instant, a dazzling sword light shot towards the heavens, its sharp brilliance obscuring the sun, cleaving through the multicolored rays, rendering the divine might utterly nullified. Wang Quan instantaneously appeared behind Zhou Ping, triumphantly berating the hidden deity. Is this all you have? Worthless being, are you even capable? Are you truly a god? Come and strike me if you dare. Let us see if you can contend with my elder brother. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Even the divine fell into silence. Moments later, a voice filled with seething rage resonated from the mist. I concede, you are the most shameless mortal I have encountered, relying on your numbers, utterly shameless. Come, strike me. I stand here. The deity was rendered speechless, but both Wang Quan and Zhou Ping discerned that the form within the mist was likely just an avatar, significantly connected to the 9-headed serpent. At that moment, a multitude of smaller serpent heads burst forth from the fog, densely packed, some with 1 head, others with 4 or 5, exuding mental energy spanning from the realm of light to the sea. Thousands of the serpents emerged from the mist, their speed akin to lightning, breaching the boundaries of Mount Everest in less than a breath. Simultaneously, the 7-headed beast surged forward, its golden serpentine body extending for thousands of meters, sprouting wings, enveloped in a layer of thunderous flames. Wang Quan and Zhou Ping exchanged glances. Zhou Ping offered a sword, and Wang Quan, stepping onto the sword light, danced with the myriad serpents, swiftly departing the vicinity of Mount Everest. The wind and snow engulfed the lone figure and serpent atop the peak, and Wang Quan's vision gradually blurred. Before him lay a torrential rain of serpents, resembling dark clouds, stretching over 1,000 meters along the border. Only he could perceive the impending aura of death approaching. At that moment, countless ordinary people bore witness to this scene, a terrifying spectacle akin to a natural disaster. Mommy, look! There are so many snakes in the sky. The innocent voice, akin to a stone dropped into a lake, stirred up a wave of chaos among the border inhabitants. Some expressed confusion, others despair, while many retreated into their homes. No one could have anticipated such an apocalyptic event occurring without warning. Even from a distance, people felt the chilling essence of death. Once the serpent rain descended, the border would soon become a scene of devastation, transforming into a hellish realm, potentially leading to the demise of tens or even hundreds of thousands. At the headquarters of the Night Watch, the high-ranking officials convened in the conference room, all eyes intensely fixed upon the satellite cloud map, where a large black blot signified death. Images from the front lines began to filter in. What is happening? This is too sudden. Yi Fan, who did you send? How could such chaos arise in the southwest? What of the other teams? That young man you promoted is utterly incompetent. Does he expect to shoulder the responsibilities of an entire special squad by himself? I have long said he is too arrogant to achieve anything significant. The conference room was filled with disorder, rife with blame and skepticism regarding Yi Fan's unusual promotion of Bai Zhou, which many high-ranking officials had long resented. Bang! Yi Fan slammed the table, his furious voice drowning out all others. Silence. Watch, he will protect this nation. His confident tone mirrored that of another individual thousands of kilometers away along the border. Gazing at the surging sea of serpents, Wang Quan drew a deep breath, azure light erupting from his eyes as he murmured, "Domain expansion, maximum range." As the words fell, a splash of pure white ink descended into this world. In an instant, white expanded outward, covering a full 1,000 kilometers, nearly draining Wang Quan's mental energy. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, tears of blood streamed down his eyes. The boundless realm was ultimately no match for the Klein realm, proving somewhat strenuous, yet sufficient for the task at hand. Miraculously, an extraordinary event transpired in the external world. A second sun appeared in the sky, suspended beneath Mount Everest. Sacred yet not blinding, its gentle light warming all who gazed upon it. The border inhabitants stared at this second sun for an extended duration, and gradually, some began to kneel before it. They were unaware of what had transpired. They only knew that this benevolent sun had averted a catastrophe, saving their lives. Chapter 58. The Power of Faith Within the Pure White Domain. A colossal black hole entwined with starry rings hung in the distant sky, resembling a gigantic eye. Coldly scrutinizing the world, countless Naga serpents hovered in midair, their gazes vacant, as their minds were inundated with decades' worth of useless information within a mere second. Such an overwhelming influx of data was insurmountable, even for the progeny of divine beasts. Clang! The sound of a blade echoed, a ripple of spatial energy extending infinitely, spanning 1,000 kilometers across the border. Wang Quan stood atop it, drawing forth the Zhanbai. In a flash, he arrived at the far left of the domain. Gazing upward where thousands of Naga serpents formed a colossal character, Wang Quan exhaled a plume of white vapor, his blade trembling violently in his hand. In that moment, he infused his virtual technique Z into the blade, reaching the zenith of the spatial blade's power. With a swift slash, dark purple blade shadows layered upon one another, coalescing in midair to form a vast new crescent. In the instant when tens of thousands of blade shadows converged into one, a terrifying beam of light shot forth, shattering the space it traversed, leaving behind a trail of destruction that was both beautiful and tragic. The blade's radiance enveloped the entire realm, consuming all the Naga serpents. With a clang, the Tang Dao was sheathed, and the second sun hanging high in the sky transformed into countless specks of light. In this moment, under the vast expanse of clear blue, snowflakes danced through the air. Wang Quan's body quivered, and he involuntarily began to descend. In his peripheral vision, he glimpsed the pious individuals kneeling, their lips curling into faint smiles. At that instant, the system's voice resonated, detected a substantial amount of faith power, commencing recovery. Recovery progress, 1210. Faith power. Wang Quan's eyes flew open in bewilderment. The system possessed such functionality? There was no time for contemplation. He swiftly retrieved 10 lollipops from his pocket, hastily unwrapping them and devouring them one by one. Enough to restore some mental energy. Though minimal, it sufficed for survival. As he fell, he noticed a brilliant firelight blazing in the distant sky. What the target is me, he exclaimed in shock, his azure eyes flickering as he finally discerned the source of the flame. It was a blazing fire phoenix, trailing 9 long, fiery tails as it gracefully soared across the heavens. Sighing, Wang Quan released the power of stasis, allowing his body to plummet. 100 meters away, several figures crouched atop the fire phoenix. One bespectacled man, appearing quite refined, shouted, "Captain, accelerate. Wang's descent is quickening. Let him die." came a resentful female voice from the Fire Phoenix. No, he is single-handedly holding back a myriad of mysteries. He must be expending a tremendous amount of energy. Only you can save him. Oh, Xia Siming coldly retorted, urging Wang Quan to perish while frantically accelerating, nearly throwing her companions off the Phoenix's back. At last, just before Wang Quan struck the ground, the Fire Phoenix caught him. Alive, Wang Quan lay atop the Fire Phoenix, exhaling a sigh of relief. Wang, are you all right? Kong Shang inquired with evident concern, as he had collaborated with the Phoenix squad, and its members typically addressed him this way. No problem. I was just saved, right? Wang Quan chuckled, patting the back of the Fire Phoenix. You should just die? Xia Siming's irritable voice echoed, expressing regret for saving him. Mother Tyrannosaurus, was it just because I caught you bathing? You can't possibly wish for my demise for eternity. Wang Quan shrugged, exasperated. What do you take me for? Go die? As the Fire Phoenix disintegrated 3 meters above ground, its passengers tumbled down like dumplings. What the? Captain, why didn't you give us a warning before disbanding? Captain, you are being willful again. Captain, you were just accelerating to save Wang. Why the sudden change of heart? Cries of dismay rose in chorus, thankfully only 3 meters high, resulting in minor bumps. You dare insult me? Go perish. At the moment Wang Quan landed, a golden silhouette descended with a roar, unleashing a set of descending punches. Sighing lightly, he shifted left by a centimeter, and clouds of dust erupted as a 3-meter-deep, 10-meter-square pit formed. A gentle breeze swept through, and amidst the hazy dust, a proud figure stood regally, ample in some areas while devoid of excess in others. Under the blazing sun, golden hair fluttered in the wind, and a pair of furious peach-colored eyes fixated on Wang Quan. You scoundrel! Dare to utter that again! Wow! Wang Quan leisurely raised his middle finger, grinning mischievously. I've never heard such a despicable request. Mother Tyrannosaurus, unwanted, ha ha ha. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Xia Siming stomped her feet in frustration, her cheeks puffing adorably amidst her beauty. This time, I will definitely eliminate you. No sooner had she spoken than her figure flickered, her long legs sweeping across, delivering a downward strike, but alas, she could not land a blow on Wang Quan, who was in the power of stasis. Among the women Wang Quan had encountered, Xia Siming undoubtedly possessed the most captivating figure. You missed again. Just give up. Die, die, die. Xia Siming disregarded this, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that created afterimages. Sigh. The vice captain, Kong Shang, lamented. Here they go again. Vice captain, come have some chips. Indeed, this is nothing new. The other female team members all wore amused smiles, having prepared for the spectacle. Don't you think Wang and the captain resemble those bickering lovers in a romantic drama? Wow. Now that you mention it, they truly do. They are just like the leads in that recent show I watched, always bickering, yet clearly in love. Girls love to gossip about dramas, especially when the material is right before them. Wait, could it be that the captain actually likes Wang? The urgency in her rescue earlier was almost as if she wished to fly at light speed. Who knows? Meanwhile, the battle raged on, and Wang Quan awaited progress, opting to engage in playful banter with Xia Siming. Oh, your fighting skills have improved remarkably. Of course. I've been smashing 100 sandbags with your photo on them daily, Wang Quan remarked. Also, I've recently adopted a husky named Xiao Wang, and he has been neutered. At this revelation, a chill swept through Wang Quan's groin. Are you out of your mind? I'm perfectly fine, you lecher. No. Your teammates bet with me that if I dared to sneak a glance while you bathe, each would give me 100,000. I had my salary docked for a year. I was really in need of money. Is that so? Indeed. Wang Quan nodded. Upon hearing this, Xia Siming ceased her attacks and turned to her adorable teammates. Chapter 59. I believe in him. Wang Quan sat on a slightly larger fragment of rock, offering a wry smile, murmuring, how peaceful it is without her incessant nagging. This woman is too troublesome. Sigh. Captain, please let me explain. No, I mean argue. Kong Shang's somewhat innocent voice chimed in. Indeed, the vice captain merely wished to prevent your lonely demise. It was but a minor scheme. We only sacrificed a bit of our salaries. Besides, Wang is so handsome, capable of cooking, and possesses great strength. He is reliable when it matters and humorous when the occasion calls for it. You two are quite compatible. Before Lin Lin could finish her sentence, a death glare from Xia Siming silenced her. Ah, Captain, I was wrong. Wang Quan paid no heed to the affectionate banter of the Phoenix squad. His gaze fixated on the distant peaks of Zhufeng, where the piercing sword energy felt palpable. The snow gradually obscured the azure depths of his eyes, yet could not veil the clarity of his ebony gaze. The long sword stood tall atop the snowy summit, Zhou Ping resting with his sword, long hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an unstoppable aura of slaughter. Before Zhu Feng, the nine-headed Naga was reduced to a solitary dark green head, its enormous wings, which once shielded the sun, now severed, half-saturated with light golden beast blood staining the vast expanse of white snow. The Sword Saint stood alone at the mountain's peak. This was indeed the highest fortress of the Great Xia. Humans, I must concede, you are formidable, were it not for the constraints of your mortal form. Perhaps you could tread upon the divine realm. The serpent's head swayed in the snowstorm, akin to a candle flame nearing extinction. Is this your parting words? The blade quivered lightly as Zhou Ping gazed down upon the shattered form of the divine beast, poised to deliver the final stroke that would guide it to its eternal rest, merely a fragment of its former self, a diminished semblance of authority. To be regarded as a god was indeed an overestimation. At that moment, the body of the divine creature suddenly collapsed, its essence opting for self-destruction in a cataclysmic explosion. A faint golden tempest staining the mountains with blood. There was no earth-shattering detonation, no cataclysmic phenomenon, only a heavier snowfall. Crystalline octagonal ice shards coalesced, forming a small pyramid over 3 meters tall. This was a divine technique, a sealing art exclusive to deities. The practitioner was none other than the Daxia Sword Saint. The emerald serpent's head retracted swiftly, only to expel an egg as tall as a person. Immediately thereafter, the colossal serpent's body dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a taunt carried away by the wind. Mortal, do you truly believe you are the only one present? How laughable. You have lost this contest. Zhou Ping paused momentarily, as an overwhelming sword intent erupted from within him like a colossal wave, causing the entire plateau to tremble. With a single stroke, a vicious crack marred the surface of the ice pyramid. It could not contain him, yet it could restrain him for a brief moment. For another divine avatar, even a fleeting moment might suffice. After unleashing several strikes, Zhou Ping erupted into hearty laughter, responding to the derisive deity. Daxia boasts more than just the Sword Saint. My pure gaze pierced through the blizzard, breaking free from the mountains, as if imbued with some magical force. The Sword Saint's confident voice drowned out the tempest of snow. Trust him. The clang of swords resonated through the heavens, akin to the tolling of a warning bell. The sound echoed across the world, prompting Wang Quan to rise abruptly. Fixating on the direction of Mount Everest, he perceived something soaring forth, an egg, heading towards a border village. Everyone, we have a situation. Before the Phoenix members could respond, the domain enveloped them, and moments later, they arrived at the egg's landing site. Old Kong, take your men to evacuate the crowd. Xia Siming exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Quan, understanding his intent, and decisively issued the command. Move. Understood. Wang Quan and Xia Siming flanked each other, their forms flickering as they simultaneously kicked the celestial egg. A resounding crash echoed as the egg collided with a distant cliff, sending shards flying and dust enveloping their vision. What is happening? Unclear, but it is perilous. Wang Quan's brow furrowed. Something must have gone awry with Ping Ge. He was not concerned for the other's safety, for a mere avatar posed no threat to him. Let us investigate. Agreed. The pair swiftly descended to the base of the cliff. As the dust settled, the towering egg lay nestled within the mountain's embrace. What a massive egg. It could feed us for ages. Xia Siming's eyes sparkled, swallowing hard. Fool. All you think about is eating. Wang Quan retorted sharply. You big idiot. Xia Siming shot back in indignation. Just as they exchanged barbs, the egg stirred, and a distinct heartbeat resonated. Thump, thump, thump. Destroy it. Of course. Crimson flames engulfed Xia Siming's entire right arm, waves of heat rolling forth as she exerted her legs. Cracking the ground beneath her, with a thunderous boom, the earth split apart into countless fragments. Channeling absolute violence and the pinnacle of physical strength, she unleashed a fiery punch. Wang Quan positioned his blade at his side, a dark violet aura coiling around the blade's edge. He stepped forward, silvery light cascading behind him, catching up to Xia Siming in an instant. The two stood close, the forces of space entwining with the explosive flames, crashing down heavily. As their attack met the eggshell, countless black runes flowed across its surface, ripples of energy spreading outward. In the next moment, a mountainside hundreds of meters high was cleaved in two, and the egg shattered. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful heartbeat echoed in their ears, an invisible malice permeating the air. Wang Quan, with his keen six-eyed perception, sensed the impending danger and swiftly pulled Xia Siming into his embrace, evading to the side. Who gave you the audacity? Xia Siming began, but before she could finish, their previous position was engulfed by a dark flame-like force, obliterating all matter in its vicinity. Thank you for saving my life. Xia Siming, ever forthright, expressed her gratitude without hesitation. It's a trivial matter, but have you had enough of my embrace? My waist is quite slender, you rogue. Situational necessity. Wang Quan released Xia Siming, who found it peculiar that she did not resist the physical contact with him. At the same time, the fragments of the eggshell began to reassemble, forming a body of white flesh woven from black runes. In the blink of an eye, a woman, entirely naked, appeared. Her beauty striking yet her demeanor cold as she surveyed her surroundings. Finally, her gaze locked onto Wang Quan and Xia Siming. The moment their eyes met, Xia Siming's expression froze. As a divine agent, she recognized that aura all too well. Lecherous rogue, that is, she gasped, continuing, a god. Saying this, Xia Siming produced the Night Watchman's emblem, her expression resolute. I will hold her off. You can teleport, hurry, and inform headquarters. Ever since joining the special squad, every Night Watchman had prepared themselves for the possibility of death. Chapter 60. A Song of Courage. The sun and the snow-capped mountains intertwined into an endless line as the naked woman gently stepped forward, causing the mountains to tremble. Black runes flowed like water across her pristine skin, gradually forming a black veil. Behold, my pure form. Mortals, you shall face death. This deity seemed somewhat unaccustomed to her current vessel, her speech fragmented. Nevertheless, the divine might she exuded was overwhelmingly powerful, sending chills down Wang Quan and Xia Siming's spines. Who would bother to look, you fool? Wang Quan rolled his eyes, grumbling. I do not slay nameless gods. State your name. What manner of wretched deity are you? Wang Quan's taunts piled up, inciting the goddess's wrath as her cold gaze fixed upon him. Her voice imbued with divine authority, impudent. Raising her hand, she unleashed a pitch-black arrow that tore through the air, creating a series of explosive sounds as limitless darkness cleaved the sky. Wang Quan gripped Zhan Bai tightly, dragon patterns adorning half his face. When the azure hue faded from his eyes, the blood-red vertical pupil glimmered fiercely. The pristine blade emitted a resonant dragon's roar as he swung it. The fierce dragon's head clashing with the dark arrow, both shattering upon impact. Wang Quan stifled a groan, retreating several steps as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In an instant, his arm was riddled with wounds, enveloped in a near-liquid aura of blood, healing in the blink of an eye. To withstand a strike from a deity with such immeasurable power proved too taxing. Mother Dragon, do you truly believe my regenerative abilities pale in comparison to your phoenix bloodline? This is my second forbidden realm. I am confident I can hold her off for a while. Wang Quan shot a glance at Xia Siming, brazenly seizing her emblem. With me here, you need not sacrifice yourself. Lecherous rogue, you. Before Xia Siming could finish her sentence, Wang Quan pushed her forcefully, sending her like a kite severed from its string, departing the battlefield in less than a breath. The next moment, his azure eyes flared, and the domain engulfed the goddess. Wang Quan stepped forth, accompanied by the divine, plunging into the depths of the mountains. He was unaware of how long he could contain a deity, even for mere seconds. You scoundrel, just wait. Xia Siming's eyes were red, her gaze fixed on the silvery glow at the horizon. Stumbling to her feet, she dashed towards the village behind her. The other members of the Phoenix team coincidentally emerged from the village, having completed their evacuation mission. Captain, what is happening? Kong Shang, witnessing the usually fiery captain weep like a young girl, trembled as Wang Quan vanished again. It's a god. Wang Quan took her deep into the mountains. Contact headquarters. I must assist him. That bastard stole my emblem. How dare he bear it alone? I am also the captain of a special team. Tears glistened in Xia Siming's peach-colored eyes as two strands of crimson gold flames ignited from her gaze. She leapt towards the sky. The phoenix sang through the heavens. Soaring high, Kong Shang immediately contacted headquarters, his voice filled with urgency. This is Kong Shang from the Phoenix team. Inform the commander that under Mount Everest. His voice quivered, unable to finish. There is another deity. Requesting support. What? The operator gasped. I will contact the commander immediately. Good luck to you. You must hold your ground and survive. The safety of the great Xia rests upon you. On this day, the Southwest faced a god. On this day, the Southwest was in peril. On this day, the Southwest also had its sentinels. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the snow peaks, triggering a massive avalanche that resembled a white tsunami from a distance. Amidst the white light, a pure black glimmer emerged, and suddenly, the white vanished. The sky turned dark. Dozens of pitch-black spears pierced Wang Quan's body, warm blood staining the ground beneath him. Gritting his teeth, he pulled each one out, trembling as he raised a bloody middle finger towards the distant deity and laughed. How about that? I'm still alive. The goddess, stepping upon the void, exhibited a faint glimmer in her eyes. Her speech flowed smoothly, her tone condescending. Mortal, I acknowledge you. My name is Kali, the dark goddess of the temple of the celestial gods. You are worthy of knowing my true name. Interesting. Wang Quan spat blood, declaring earnestly, I am Wang Quan, the sentinel of Great Xia. You are quite attractive. If you keep me warm at night, I shall spare you. This was an affront, a blatant humiliation. For an outer god who transcended all beings, this was intolerable. Kali, vexed, summoned the utmost divine power of this body, unleashing terrifying lethal force as she grasped towards the sky. In that moment, the heavens were torn asunder. Shards of the sky coalesced in Kali's hand, forming a pitch-black spear several meters long, its unleashed power reaching a minor god level. This was the true strike of a deity, infused with fragments of the laws of power, representing the pinnacle of what this body could achieve. The laws were what truly differentiated mortals from gods. This strike sent tremors throughout the entire Himalayas, the spear carrying brutal killing intent, akin to a meteor plummeting from the cosmos. Black rings formed a trajectory of falling stars as the dark spear accelerated. Compared to the black spear, Wang Quan appeared minuscule, much like an ant attempting to shake a tree. No, the battle between mortals and gods is akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Yet, humanity's anthem is a song of courage, and humanity's law is an unyielding will. A dragon's roar shattered the heavens, and the essence of blood surged forth. A massive red dragon rising to meet the spear of the deity. This strike encompassed all of Wang Quan's strength. It was his first time exerting himself fully. The black spear fell, and the dragon soared to the skies. Suddenly, the indomitable fire phoenix illuminated the scene, the dragon and phoenix entwined, their singular wills merging into one at that moment. A small hand steadied the faltering Wang Quan. Gentle words laced with a touch of pride and concern floated into his ears, tinged with a hint of tears. I'm back. You can't bear this alone. I am the captain of the Phoenix team, just like you, a sentinel. Under the black sky, those two glimmers were dazzling. You foolish woman, why did you return? Wang Quan chuckled, sighing as a tremendous sound followed. Three forces collided violently in the shattering heavens, a cataclysmic explosion shaking the earth. As the blinding light dissipated, the cracked dark spear continued its descent. The power of the divine laws could not be easily shaken by mortals. Kali crossed her arms, a disdainful smirk on her lips as she taunted, Mortal, you overestimate your abilities. Just as the black spear was about to descend, Xia Siming shoved Wang Quan aside. She cast a lingering glance, resolutely saying, You scoundrel, I owe you nothing. Mother Tyrannosaurus, you. Wang Quan's vision blurred, and at that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 61. I will seize the authority of the gods. Faith power collection complete, automatically converted and stored as faith beads. Current bead count, 1000. Special skill 1. Temporarily enhances realm, not exceeding the physical limits of the host. Use with caution. Special skill 2. Consumes a certain number of beads to activate domain fusion. Special skill 3. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mental power at Klein, every consumption of 999 beads can condense a form of law power. Dual-faced shoaling ability unlock task issued. Task 1. Encounter the divine, 12. Task 2. Slay the divine, 01. Task 3. I shall become a Pokemon master, capturing 15 mysterious beings, 215. The system's voice reverberated in his mind, and the sentinel emblem pinned to his chest vanished. The pitch-black spear, imbued with boundless killing intent, plummeted close as Xia Siming spread her arms wide, fiery wings erupting from her back, shielding Wang Quan. She pressed the button on her emblem, summoning a needle infused with the power of spirits. Injecting it into her body would grant her ephemeral strength rivaling the gods. The price, however, was the sacrifice of her life. In the final moment before dedicating her life, she glanced back, a hint of reluctance in her peach-colored eyes, quickly replaced by determination. I am the captain of the Phoenix team. As long as the Phoenix lives, Great Xia shall endure. Just as the needle was about to pierce her skin, Xia Siming felt a presence resting on her shoulder, bloodied hands emerging from behind her neck, gently pressing the spirit-imbued needle back. His tone remained confident and proud, akin to a lion galloping across the vast savannah. This was the impression Wang Quan left on Xia Siming. At this moment, the man she often scolded and fought with stood behind her, his chest solid. With me here. You need not worry. With that, Wang Quan unsteadily stepped forward. The dark spear loomed near, silver hair dancing in the wind like flickering flames. Using the faith beads, I shall rival the strength of the gods. Based on the host's current limits, consuming 100 beads will grant 3 minutes of peak human power. A white bead, pulsating with energy, appeared before Wang Quan, warm, pure, radiating clean ripples. 100 prayer beads, akin to stars, encircle the sovereign. He raises his right hand, effortlessly seizing the muzzle of the pitch-black spear, and with a gentle grip, the long weapon shatters. The spear, imbued with the power of the laws, suddenly disintegrates, sending countless specks of light drifting behind the sovereign. He strides forward, treading upon the celestial radiance, his steps resolute and powerful, confronting the deities above the firmament. At this moment, across the vast expanse of Daxia's territory, another new star ascends, a force potent enough to rival the gods. One sword, one steed, one idol, one void, one sage. Each of the remaining 5 senses the shift. Atop the summit of Mount Jufeng, the sword Saint Zhou Ping sets down his sword, a serene smile emerging on his tranquil visage as he gazes at the collapsed mountain in the distance. Mimicking the legendary heroes of martial tales, he clasps his hands and proclaims, "Little Wang, congratulations." At the headquarters of the Night Watchman, Yi Fan's previously furrowed brow relaxes, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the senior officials as he inquires, "Another ceiling breaker has emerged at the southwestern border, not the Sword Saint. Who do you think it is? That child's talent is unmatched." Upon hearing this, the senior officials bow their heads, for in the face of absolute strength, all clamor is rendered powerless. Beneath the azure sky, an ancient carriage comes to a gentle halt, the chestnut-colored steed snorting as the young driver turns back in confusion. "Sage, are we not heading to the border?" "Wang Xiao, you can handle it. Let us go and witness the ceremony." It is rare to refrain from action. A little stretching of the limbs does no harm. The aged voice drifts from within the carriage, imbued with mirth. Under the obsidian sky, the ragged sovereign strides through the void, each step leaving a blood imprint as he points his blade at the deities, proclaiming, "That dark whatever, come forth in battle. I am called Kali." Kali's brow furrows in displeasure as she retorts, though a flicker of curiosity stirs within her. Just a moment ago, he was on the brink of death. How has he suddenly become comparable to that mortal atop Jufeng? Words are futile. With one final step, the sovereign transforms into a crimson meteor, soaring toward the heavens. Kali, with a gesture, summons a pitch-black spear anew, her form flashing forward to meet the sovereign. Blades and spears clash, the dark domain fragmenting, radiant light shooting forth like divine brilliance across the land. The members of the Phoenix squad hastily arrive, encircling Xia Siming, their faces etched with disbelief as they gaze skyward. No way. Is it really Wangdert fighting that deity? Has Wangdert breached the human ceiling? Incredible. Xia Siming gazes at the sky, exclaiming, "That freak is truly absurd." "Captain, are you crying?" Kong Shang interjects awkwardly. "I am not." "Then why are your eyes so red? You don't actually like, Kong Shang is abruptly silenced. Meanwhile, in the aerial battlefield, a blood-red dragon spirals upward, ensnaring Kali within its massive form. Its head droops, harboring a tempestuous energy, which it subsequently expels. Upon reaching the human ceiling, the sovereign realizes that the deity before him is merely a relatively complete avatar. Yet an avatar is ultimately just that. Only a fraction of the original's power is inherited. "How have you become so strong?" Kali cries out in agony, her previous aloofness vanishing, replaced by a dawning fear. "God, you are simply too weak." With a clang, the sovereign sheathes his blade. Should others overhear, they would deem his tone excessively arrogant, yet true strength transforms arrogance into genuine confidence. As the boiling blood recedes, Azure Six eyes ignite, dispelling the darkness above. Golden sunlight cascades upon the earth, and the people at the border behold yet another miracle. The pure white sun rises, and within that pristine realm, Kali's gaze becomes vacant. It is not merely the torrent of debris flooding her mind, but the suppression of spatial power within the domain. This is due to the profound connection between the boundless void and spatial force. With fervent eyes, the sovereign reaches out to Kali, a sudden inspiration striking him. Mysterious manipulations commence as crimson gold runes erupt from his hand, a bold and frenzied endeavor to harness a deity. "Mortal, you are mad." Kali's eyes widen, her black gauze dress tearing as the runes beneath her skin writhe uncontrollably. "No, I am quite lucid. What of the outer gods? I shall be the first to seize the authority of the gods." The sovereign's voice crashes like waves, each layer resonating against Kali's heart. For the first time, a deity senses a terrifying malice from a mere mortal. "You lunatic. The temple of the celestials will never spare you." Lunatic. This audacious and reckless act of seizing divine authority is indeed bold and insane. In this moment, Kali, an avatar of the dark god of the temple of the celestials, feels akin to a dog on the roadside, grasped within the sovereign's hand. As the black runes writhe in tumult, this is the struggle of a deity. Futile. What does it matter if you are divine? In this realm, I reign supreme. The azure gaze radiates dominance, and with the amplification of the human ceiling's power, the sovereign's confidence soars. The crimson gold runes gradually engulf the struggling black runes. The deity's avatar dissipates like snow beneath the sun, for what can tiny snowflakes do against the fervent sun? The black runes continuously contract. Ensnared within a sphere of chains forged from crimson gold runes, ripples of darkness emanating. These are the fragments of the law of darkness. The sovereign's fingers spread wide, then clench tightly, as Kali's terrified voice reverberates through the pure white realm. Curse you, mortal! The gods of the temple of the celestials shall not spare you. Divine authority is not something a mere mortal can wield. As her lament fades, a sphere of pure dark elements hovers in the sovereign's grasp. The spontaneous and audacious act has come to fruition. He has indeed pilfered the authority of a god. With a snap of his fingers, the pure white domain begins to peel away, specks of light cascading and drifting through this realm. Beneath the azure sky, with silver hair billowing in the wind, the sovereign opens his palm, the fragments of the law of darkness resting within. Faith power collection complete. Number of faith prayer beads increased. Current total, 1,200 beads. The system's voice resonates, as he had garnered another wave of faith power upon opening the domain. The fragments of the law of darkness return to the system space, and the time limit for the prayer beads enhancement concludes. His realm temporarily reverts to the peak of the boundless, yet the sensation of having touched the human ceiling remains. One day, without the system's aid, he shall still reach that pinnacle. The southwestern crisis is entirely resolved. The sovereign's vision darkens as he plummets from the sky. Oh no! Wangdud has fallen again. Captain, hurry and save your beloved. Kong Shang, having regained his footing after being flung away, loudly urges. Shut up, you fool. Xia Simeng, blushing, glares at Kong Shang before transforming into her fiery phoenix form, soaring rapidly into the clouds. At that very moment, a carriage drawn by a chestnut steed traverses the void, perfectly catching the sovereign. Sage, we have arrived just in time. The young driver exclaims with a smile. Ha ha, just in time indeed. The sage chuckles, lifting the carriage's side curtain, coincidentally witnessing the fire phoenix soaring toward the heavens. Youngster, drop Wang Xiaoyu. Huh. The young boy, clutching Wang Quan, appeared utterly bewildered. The height from which they were about to fall could be fatal. Just let go, someone will surely catch him. Very well. The boy gently pushed, and the unconscious Wang Quan continued to experience the thrill of free fall. Let's meet someone at the summit of Zhu Feng. The boy nodded affirmatively, then deftly wielded the horsewhip, and the carriage vanished in an instant. At the pinnacle of Zhu Feng, Zhou Ping held his sword aloft with one hand, his gaze fixated on the distant wall of pure white mist, a smile gracing his lips. It's over. Well done, Xiao Wang. With those words, sword energy surged through the heavens and the earth, and the pyramid that had ensnared Zhou Ping suddenly crumbled. As he sheathed his sword and turned, an ethereal elder, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, descended from the sky. You have worked hard, sword sage, the elder said, bowing with a smile. Forgive me for making you come all this way, master, Zhou Ping replied, returning the gesture with a chivalrous bow. As they spoke, both turned their gazes toward the horizon. The elder's expression shifted to one of perplexity as he murmured, it seems Wang Xiaoyu has employed some peculiar method. If it comes at a great cost, we may have trouble ahead. Beneath the shattered mountainside, Princess Xia Simeng gently cradled Wang Quan, slowly descending. The rest of the Phoenix squad gathered around, and Kong Shang spoke in a hushed tone. Is Wang team okay? How would I know? Xia Simeng replied, sitting on the ground and resting Wang Quan's head on her thigh. Why don't you give him artificial respiration, Captain Wang? I think it would be perfectly fine. Ling Lin chimed in. This could work. Let's go, Captain. Another teammate, wearing a mischievous grin, added with eager anticipation. Get away from me. Xia Simeng clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at the group. Stop dawdling and check the mountains. What if someone is trapped inside? Captain, that's a snow-capped mountain. Kong Shang retorted, under normal circumstances. There shouldn't be anyone there. Are you going yourselves? Or shall I send you? Xia Simeng's body ignited with flames as she asked with a deceptively sweet smile. No need to trouble you. They exclaimed in unison, quickly fleeing, disappearing in an instant. Once she confirmed the absence of others, Xia Simeng took a deep breath. Her cheeks flushed as she muttered to herself, artificial respiration is solely for saving lives. I, Xia Simeng, absolutely harbor no ulterior motives. With that, she cupped Wang Quan's head and, heart racing, pressed her lips to his for artificial respiration. Just as their lips were about to meet, Wang Quan slowly opened his eyes, and his mind went blank. What the hell? Am I under some divine illusion? What's happening? What in the world is that? Wang Quan, what are you doing? He stammered. Xia Simeng jumped back, startled like a frightened kitten, and accidentally tossed him away. Oh, pervert. Wang Quan, embedded in the mountainside, was left dazed. Sister, who is the real pervert here? Don't you have any self-awareness? With a sigh, he retrieved his satellite phone and stated somberly, on September 20th, 2021, Night Watchman Wang Quan. At the foot of Zhu Feng in the Great Xia, observed the dark goddess Kali, confirmed as a doppelganger, integrated into the divine sequence 043. At the Night Watchman headquarters, in the command room, Yifan exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Wang Quan's report and ended the communication. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag. As wisps of smoke rose, a pixelated rabbit leapt from the desk, and a girl's voice echoed from the pixelated rabbit. Cough, cough. Is everything all right on your end? I encountered a mishap while trying to blow up the divine temple. The deity there will likely retaliate against the Great Xia. All is well, Yifan replied after another drag. Upon hearing this, the girl's tension eased, and she smiled. The Great Xia is blessed and lucky. I knew it would be fine. Where are you now? Yifan inquired. In the midst of the southwestern border, the girl answered. Continue your work then. All is well in the Great Xia. By the way, I sense someone near the border has utilized a power reminiscent of divine origins. Who is it? The girl asked curiously, as she was well acquainted with this power from her long travels through the mists. Has a deity of the Great Xia awakened? Yifan was taken aback, his mind racing. Let me think for a moment. Chapter 63. My name is Commemoration. The Sword Sage, by Zhou. And the Phoenix are the participants in this battle against the gods. As for the master, by the time he arrived, the battle had already concluded. So, who among the three is most likely to have used this power? Yifan silently inhaled, unable to determine, as all three were possible. Let me ask around. All right. The girl responded. If you find out who it is, have them come see me. Rather than obliterating the faith of the outer gods, it would be better to utilize it for our own. As for the meeting place, let me check. There's a particularly tall mountain over there. That's Zhu Feng, the highest peak of the Great Xia. Have that person wait for me at Zhu Feng. No problem. Ending the communication, Yifan promptly contacted Zhou Ping, who was currently aboard a return transport plane after having saved the world and was heading back to rescue his uncle's restaurant. Is there something? The origin power. Did you use it? No, I haven't heard of it. I see. Thank you for your hard work. Yifan then dialed Wang Quan's number. At this moment, Wang Quan and the Phoenix squad were resting in the nearest city, in the Great Yak Hotel's buffet restaurant. Wow, this barbecue smells amazing. Try some. Wang Quan handed Xia Siming a piece of barbecue, a blissful smile lighting up his face. If one were to inquire why he was so happy, it was because this meal was a long-awaited treat on the public expense account. I'll give it a try, Xia Siming said, a bit taken aback, cautiously taking a bite and finding it quite delicious. A childish ringtone suddenly echoed through the lively restaurant, drawing the attention of many. Mom, it's Xiang Yang. That brother is so cute. The Phoenix squad members exclaimed in unison. When did Wang Quan become so adorable? He is indeed quite charming. Captain, don't you love this? I love your mother's leg. Xia Siming huffed, turning her head away in a haughty manner. Wang Quan answered the phone, inhaling deeply. Who is it? Finally getting reimbursed for a public expense, and you. Before he could finish, Yifan's temper flared. If it weren't for this ungrateful child having accomplished something, he would undoubtedly consider docking his pay. It's me, old commander. Find a secluded spot. I need to ask you something. Oh. Wang Quan nodded reluctantly, glancing at the Phoenix members. You all continue eating. I'll be back shortly. All right. We'll be waiting for you, Wang Quan. As Wang Quan activated his domain, he vanished from the Great Yak Hotel, appearing in a desolate area on the outskirts of the city. With a hint of complaint in his voice, he said, What is it? Just speak. Was the power of faith used by you? Upon hearing this, Wang Quan froze. He was absolutely certain that only he knew about the system. Yes. After a moment of silence, he replied honestly. As Yifan was his adoptive father and his only family in this world, there was nothing to conceal. I knew it was you. Yifan was not surprised in the least, as he himself was not entirely clear about his foster son's abilities. Tonight. Wait for someone at Zhu Feng. Who is it? Just go, you'll find out. All right. Wang Quan nodded, expressing his intention to indulge in a hearty meal. Remarking that only public funds for feasting brought him joy. Yifan, he coughed lightly. By the way, you are no longer young. When will you find a partner? Yifan suddenly abandoned his usual stern demeanor, posing the question. This left Wang Quan momentarily speechless. I'm only 20. Why the rush? After all these years of raising you. Do you have any objections? I see no reason to hasten. Wang Quan interrupted, firmly asserting that personal matters should not intrude upon work hours. With that, he promptly ended the call. As the moon ascended the branches, a well-fed Wang Quan stealthily departed from the Da Man Yo Hotel. Thus, on the tranquil ridges of Mount Everest, the figure of a climber re-emerged. According to their agreed schedule, Wang Quan reached the summit. It was a rare occasion without snowfall. The sky was as clear as crystal, and the moon atop Everest appeared larger and rounder than that on the ground. Growing weary from the weight, Wang Quan began to build a snowman. Just as he needed a nose, someone approached from behind, offering him a pixelated carrot. "Thank you," Wang Quan said, realizing too late who had provided it. He swiftly turned, drawing his blade. In the gentle moonlight stood a girl, barefoot in the snow, her rosy toes resembling 10 translucent grapes. She wore a hood that obscured her face, with her hands tucked into the pockets of a tattered cloak. "It's you." The girl spoke, her voice as lively as a lark. "Who are you?" Wang Quan asked, his demeanor cautious, sensing the immense aura radiating from her. "I was sent by Yi Fan. The old man wanted me to meet you." Upon hearing his father's name, Wang Quan relaxed, sheathing his sword. "How do you utilize the power of faith?" The girl inquired directly. "It's a talent, no need for elaboration." Wang Quan waved his hand, his sincerity evident, making it clear he was not fabricating his words. "If you prefer not to share, that's fine," the girl replied, shaking her head in resignation. In the next moment, she removed her hood, letting her silver hair cascade like a waterfall, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. With a smile, she extended her hand, introducing herself. "I am Jin Yan." "Wang Quan," he responded politely. "I harbor no ill intentions and stand firmly on the side of Xia." Sensing Wang Quan's skepticism, Jin Yan emphasized, "So, what brings you to me?" "I lead an organization primarily engaged in exploring and gathering intelligence on mythological forces beyond Xia, as well as executing terror strikes on their divine realms. Deities rely on the faith of their followers to bolster their powers. Our goal is to weaken those gods." "Do you understand?" Jin Yan scrutinized Wang Quan, awaiting his response. "Yes. If possible, I wish to witness your ability to mobilize the power of faith. It is of utmost importance. If you truly possess such skill, I would gladly assist you in siphoning the faith from foreign deities." Wang Quan's eyes sparkled at her words. He had been troubled by the lack of faith power. The accumulation of the power of laws required an astounding 9,999,000 faith beads. A daunting figure indeed. "In that case, allow me to demonstrate." Wang Quan grinned, revealing a flawless white bead that floated in his palm, emanating a soft glow. Jin Yan's gaze fixated on the bead, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. She had never imagined a human could wield such extraordinary power. He was indeed a chosen one. "You are truly a rare genius." Jin Yan suddenly moved closer to Wang Quan, showering him with praise, catching him off guard. Chapter 64. Phantom Pulse. Earth Dragon. The young girl's silver hair swayed gently atop the snowy peak, while the boy, sporting the same silver locks, stood closely beside her. Resembling siblings, Wang Quan pressed his finger to Jin Yan's forehead, gently pushing her away, a look of distaste on his face. "Keep your distance." Jin Yan playfully swatted Wang Quan's hand away, flashing a mischievous grin that revealed her pristine canine teeth. "What's wrong? Are you shy?" "Not at all." Wang Quan shot her a glare. "Your gaze is rather peculiar, akin to an unscrupulous capitalist spotting a chosen worker. It's quite off-putting." "Indeed, you guessed correctly." Jin Yan's laughter echoed like chimes on the mountaintop as her delicate hand rested on Wang Quan's shoulder. "Would you care to join the Shangxia Society? The faith power of foreign gods is something you deserve to possess. Is there a salary?" Wang Quan asked earnestly, his eyes devoid of interest in the society, only thirsting for remuneration. Jin Yan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Aren't you the captain of a special team? Your compensation is among the highest within the Night Watch. Why would you lack funds?" With a long sigh, Wang Quan gazed at the starry sky, lamenting, "You wouldn't understand the pain of deducted wages." His every movement and expression poignantly portrayed a tragic figure. 3 years ago, the Shangxia Society detonated 12 main god temples within the Egyptian circle, and I recall many of those structures were crafted from pure gold. Naturally, anything constructed by deities to gather faith power would be exquisite: gold, gems, and more. Before Jin Yan could finish her thought, Wang Quan eagerly grasped her hand, speaking warmly. "President, new member of the Shangxia Society, Wang Quan reporting for duty." Jin Yan pondered. This fellow is truly motivated by wealth. Shouldn't the focus be on siphoning the faith power of foreign gods? Ahem. Wealth is merely a material possession. Wang Quan turned away, his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a pose of a lofty sage. He declared with righteous fervor, "Of course, we traverse through the fog, shouldering burdens heavier than mountains. What do gold, silver, diamonds, and emeralds matter? I shall certainly strive to work diligently." Jin Yan frowned, disdain evident on her face. This fellow is indeed a product of Yi Fan's upbringing, utterly lacking in sophistication. "You come here." "All right." Wang Quan hurried over, his eyes gleaming with dreams of treasure. "President, when shall we seize the gold?" Cough, cough. the faith power of foreign gods. For now, there are no tasks. You must remain within the borders of Xia. When your realm reaches Klein, we can discuss executing missions. With a sigh, Wang Quan accepted the reality. Jin Yin opened her palm. A silver halo emerging as countless pixelated dots coalesced into a small treasure-hunting mouse, which she handed to him, teasing, "This is the treasure-hunting mouse from Xia's mythology. I think it suits you. What is this?" Wang Quan inquired. Curiosity piqued as he examined the pixelated treasure mouse. "It's a communicator. You can use it by infusing it with mental energy. Give it a try?" "All right." Wang Quan immediately infused the treasure mouse with his mental energy, and it glimmered with a faint golden hue. "Hello, hello? I can hear you." Jin Yin's voice emanated from the treasure mouse. "Ah, so it's a phone. Of course. Until we meet again." Jin Yin concluded the call, leaving Wang Quan alone amidst the swirling winds. "Your code name shall be Treasure Mouse." "Huh, President, that name lacks grandeur. Can we change it?" "Not a chance." Jin Yin hung up, leaving Wang Quan bewildered in the wind. Wang Quan lowered his sunglasses, gazing at the distant ridge, where under the full moon, the silver-haired girl resembled a white fox, beautiful and ethereal. In the blink of an eye, she dashed into the mist. The fog swirled like the sea, and Wang Quan adjusted his sunglasses, contemplating that he had yet to step into the fog. The fog, you say? Perhaps there will be an opportunity to explore it in the future. Stretching lazily, Wang Quan descended along the lengthy ridge. It was late at night, and suddenly, a mountain in the distance shook violently, a scene that Wang Quan happened to witness. Amidst the tremors, he sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. In the next moment, a brilliant pillar of fire erupted from the snow-capped mountains, its searing heat melting away vast expanses of snow. Wang Quan flickered and instantly appeared above the fire column. A massive pit, measuring several meters in diameter, emerged from the thick snow, and the flames emanated from within. It seemed there was an unexpected gain. Perhaps it was time to buy a lottery ticket, Wang Quan mused, before leaping into the pit. The pit was approximately several hundred meters deep, and after a few seconds of darkness, light suddenly flooded his vision. Wang Quan landed on bubbling lava, surveying his surroundings. This was an enormous underground space, at least the size of 100 basketball courts. Pools of various sizes filled the subterranean expanse, and the air was thick with heat. With a resounding roar, the largest lava pool erupted as Wang Quan arrived, the molten rock boiling violently, and a purple-golden dragon had emerged, its lantern-sized vertical pupils fixated on Wang Quan. This was a D-Long wind, flame, earth, illusion. D-Longs are among the highest tier of mythical creatures. Once they reach an immeasurable realm, they awaken their innate racial talents. Undoubtedly, a Huan Mai D-Long resided within this underground cavern. The D-Long let out a displeased growl, attempting to drive Wang Quan away. Having lived beneath the summit of Mount Everest, it harbored deep animosity toward any creature trespassing its territory. Wang Quan had long desired a magnificent mount. Now that one was presented before him, he had no reason to let it escape. The D-Long turned, and the lava transformed into colossal waves, crashing down. Wang Quan approached the D-Long unhurriedly, allowing the scorching lava to cascade around him. Surrender or perish. He strode through the curtain of lava, standing before the D-Long. Roar. A D-Long of immeasurable realm, the king of mysteries, would never willingly submit to a mere human. The D-Long unleashed a regal roar, spewing forth flames that engulfed Wang Quan. Though this fire was merely the D-Long's basic attack, the flames of an immeasurable D-Long could melt most earthly substances. The D-Long raised its head in arrogance, seemingly declaring that any being offending its majesty would meet a dreadful end. Such a feeble attack cannot kill me. Wang Quan emerged from the flames, golden dragon patterns spiraling up his neck, his golden eyes shimmering in the underground cavern, releasing an aura akin to that of dragons. Chapter 65, Just Pamper Her. The Huan Mai D-Long was taken aback. It had not expected that this human could emerge unscathed from its flames. Before the D-Long could react, Wang Quan delivered a straight punch. The air crackled as his punch cut through, creating a sonic boom above the lava, and a vacuum formed beneath his feet. The punch landed squarely on the D-Long's head, sending its massive body flying from the lava, revealing its 100-meter-long form, its purple-golden scales glistening like precious gems. This punch propelled the D-Long several hundred meters, halting only at the edge of the cavern. When facing mythical creatures of the same realm, the first step to employing mysterious techniques is to subdue them. Thus, Wang Quan had not exerted his full strength in that punch. Killing it would be counterproductive. Roar. The D-Long, partially embedded in the wall, glowered at Wang Quan, opening its mouth as a purple crystalline energy coalesced within. This was one of the awakened talents of the Huan Mai D-Long, the crystalline dragon flame. As the purple crystal's brightness reached its threshold, a spiky beam of crystalline energy shot forth, instantly crystallizing the molten lava and dark red rocks in its path. Conversely, Wang Quan was aflame with vitality, a thick crimson aura coalescing in his hands, saturating the cavern with a red hue. In the moment of collision between the crimson and purple energies, numerous blood crystals shattered, only to be rapidly replenished. Wang Quan pressed forward against the Dilong's beam, step by step, demonstrating his formidable power. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The beam grew shorter, and Wang Quan drew nearer. The Dilong was bewildered. Was this truly a human? In the next moment, the scales on the Dilong's body illuminated. A continuous flow of energy surging toward its mouth as the crystalline beam expanded, filling the entire cavern. The lava extinguished, and the Huan Mai Dilong's vertical pupils reflected an unquenchable, vibrant red as the figure approached. This monarch among mythical creatures was afraid. Crack! The sound of shattering crystals echoed throughout the underground space, and the Dilong trembled, for the man had arrived before it. Not bad, little dragon. Wang Quan smiled. Seizing the Dilong's horns and lifting the 100-meter beast overhead, forcefully slamming it to the ground. Bang! Each resounding thud represented the Dilong being hurled down, left, right, left, right, left, right. The Dilong's head buzzed, fully experiencing the terror of this human. Every cell within it quaked. Hello! The Dilong cried out incessantly, as if pleading for mercy. Wang Quan slammed it down a dozen more times, discarding the Huan Mai Dilong as one would toss away refuse. If it had been the strongest Feng Mai Dilong, perhaps it could have endured longer, but alas, it was not. This should count as having subdued it, right? Wang Quan gazed at the Dilong curled in a corner of the cavern, its 100-meter frame resembling that of a mere puppy. Just as he approached the Dilong, its vertical pupils suddenly brightened. The Huan Mai Dilong possessed a talent unlike the other 3 Dilongs, illusion. Wang Quan's pupils were tinged with a purple-golden hue, and at the same moment, a pure white bead of faith emerged from his brow. The power of faith is the purest form of mental energy, perfectly counteracting the Dilong's illusions. Wang Quan, belatedly aware, glared fiercely at the Huan Mai Dilong, his fists clenching involuntarily. Well, quite clever. Waiting for the enemy to lower their guard before striking. With such intelligence, I shall reward you with a mighty punch. At that moment, the Dilong only wished to shout, "What the hell? This guy has a cheat. I wasted a bead of faith on you, and I can't kill you." Moments later, the injured Dilong circled around Wang Quan like a dog, each movement causing the mountain to tremble. Wang Quan nodded in satisfaction. It was time to give you a name. With such a purple hue, you shall be called Wang Kai. With that, Wang Quan raised his right hand to the Dilong's forehead, invoking a mysterious technique. The crimson golden runes spread over 100 meters, enveloping the entire Dilong. The rune chains swiftly retracted, transforming the 100-meter giant into a purple orb the size of an egg, its surface adorned with a layer of translucent scales. I wonder what flavor the Dilong is. Wang Quan grasped the orb and swallowed it whole. It had a slight sweetness, albeit a bit hot, akin to consuming a freshly made tangyuan. Having dealt with the Dilong, Wang Quan exited the cavern. Just as he flew out of the opening, he was surrounded by several figures cloaked in golden capes. Why on earth are you hammering away underground at this hour? Are you out of your mind? As Xia Siming emerged from the underground, she was taken aback to find Wang Quan and unleashed a torrent of expletives, expecting some mysterious force at play. You're not even my wife. Why should I report to you? Wang Quan shot a disdainful glance at Xia Siming, retorting, "Who is your wife? You pervert." Xia Siming raised her delicate hand and slapped at him. That was just a hypothetical. Wang Quan caught her wrist, exasperation etched on his face. Hypothetical or not, don't think you can take advantage of me, she declared, her tone brimming with indignation. The other members of the Phoenix squad observed their bickering with silent amusement, occasionally stifling laughter. Why not just get married right here? You could argue in bed. What a shocking statement. Don't you want to see the little team captain? I suppose I should inherit Captain Wang's silver hair. No, we could have 2. Shut up, all of you. Keep talking, and I'll send you flying. Xia Siming's face flushed crimson as she shot a glare at the group. Enough joking around. What exactly are you doing, Captain Wang? Kong Shang coughed lightly, inquiring. Oh, nothing much, just picked up a little pet. Wang Quan waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. The others were taken aback. Let me show you. Wang Quan mimicked throwing a ball and, with a vigorous motion of his arm towards a distant open space, conjured a 100-meter-long earth dragon, its round, sparkling eyes gazing at the group. What in the world? Is this your little pet? Wait, isn't that an earth dragon? The members of the Phoenix squad stood in stunned silence, their worldview shattered. Any problem with that? Wang Quan asked, Can I touch it, Captain Wang? Ling Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Go ahead. Woohoo. I want to touch it too. The Earth Dragon looks so cool. A swarm of girls rushed toward the Earth Dragon, which immediately donned a displeased expression and transformed into its spiked-back form, resembling a huffy cat. Behave yourself. Wang Quan glared at the Earth Dragon. In the next moment, the proud dragon became exceedingly docile. Aren't you going to touch it? Wang Quan turned to Xia Simeng and asked. I am not a little girl. Xia Simeng haughtily turned her head away, though her hands itched to reach out. Stubborn. Wang Quan muttered under his breath as he tossed her onto the Earth Dragon's back. Captain, the Earth Dragon is so adorable. Can we keep one? No way. Do you think this is just any ordinary pet? What a pity. Only 2 men remained on the ground as Kong Shang joked. Captain Wang, just pamper her. I don't. Wang Quan retorted. The next day, after subduing the Earth Dragon, Wang Quan received a directive to return to headquarters, accompanied by the Phoenix Squad. As the main force in the battle against the gods, someone had to attend the Night Watchers Award ceremony. Zhou Ping, however, was notoriously socially anxious and would never agree to attend the ceremony. Thus the task fell to Wang Quan. On the 3rd morning, their chartered flight landed at the Night Watchers headquarters airport. As Wang Quan and his team disembarked, they encountered the masked team, who had just arrived. Well done, you didn't disgrace me. Wang Mian greeted with a smile under the sun. Get lost, you ungrateful son. How dare you speak to your father like that? Wang Quan shot him a glare in response. Observing their banter, Xia Simeng felt disdain. These boys were perpetually fixated on calling each other father. How dull. Brother Quan, I heard you were quite impressive this time. You took down a god. You owe us a meal. Vortex's loud voice boomed from afar. What were you up to? Nature calls. Vortex scratched his head sheepishly. You are just a foolish mule, always making a mess. Rose retorted. This guy is as unreliable as ever. Xia Simeng snickered. Sister-in-law, you're mistaken. I am quite dependable. Vortex waved dismissively, his mouth perpetually running. Who's your sister-in-law, you idiot? Upon hearing this, Xia Simeng, resembling an irate cat, delivered a punch that sent Vortex flying. You and Brother Quan are the classic bickering couple. Isn't that common knowledge? Vortex sat up, blood gushing from his head. With a resigned expression. Cough, cough. Don't say nonsense. Wang Quan lightly coughed, feeling slightly embarrassed as he turned his head away. Thanks to Vortex's antics, the atmosphere among the group became a bit more flirty, and without realizing it, they found themselves walking ahead while Wang Quan and Xia Simeng lagged behind. Don't mind Vortex. He never knows when to keep his mouth shut. Wang Quan noticed Xia Simeng's silence and initiated a conversation. At that moment, Xia Simeng was still lost in thought, recalling how Wang Quan had prevented her from using the divine summoning and had shielded her from the god's attack. What are you thinking about? Huh, I wasn't thinking about you. Xia Simeng's cheeks flushed as she blurted out, her mind racing. However, she quickly returned to her usual demeanor, grumbling, that guy is always so irritating. I can't be bothered with him. Should we hurry up? Otherwise, we'll be interrupting the lovebirds. Vortex's teasing voice rang out, prompting laughter from the others as they quickened their pace. Vortex, I swear I'm going to get you today. Xia Simeng fumed, her golden hair standing on end as she transformed into a ferocious form. Captain, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. Vortex pleaded, hands raised. You brought this upon yourself with your loose tongue. Wang Mian shot him a flat look, his tone calm. Just take him down. This guy really deserves it. Can we hang him up for a good beating? Can I help? The other members of the masked team chimed in, showing no intention of stopping the chaos. Vortex, sent flying, held his chin in midair and muttered, I'm doing this for Brother Quan's happiness. Otherwise, this ironclad man will never find a wife. The group chatted happily, with only Vortex soaring above them. Before long, they arrived at the award hall of the Night Watchers headquarters. At the front of the hall, a solemn award platform stood beneath the bright lights. Yi Fan, draped in a dark red cloak and armed with a straight sword, stood tall on the platform. The high-ranking members of the Night Watchers sat below, including the current director of operations, Zhui Qing, the captain of the Beijing City 006 team, Xiao Pinga, and the head of the Bailey family, among others. In such a serious atmosphere, the 3 special teams ceased their playful antics and obediently took their seats in the back row. Now that everyone is here, I declare the award ceremony open. Yi Fan's resonant voice rang out as he glanced at the young people before him. 3 days ago, an invasion by the gods occurred on the southwestern border of Daxia. The Sword Saint and Daybreak arrived first, with the Sword Saint intercepting the 9-headed Naga serpent possessed by the gods. Daybreak, Wang Quan first blocked the torrential rain of serpents formed by thousands of Nagas and subsequently engaged in fierce combat with the dark goddess Kali, ultimately slaying her. On behalf of all the Night Watchers of Daxia, I present the 2 with the Star C medal. As he concluded, Yi Fan looked proudly at the silver-haired young man. Genuinely happy for him, Wang Quan rose, striding confidently toward the award platform. He first saluted, then accepted the box containing the medal with both hands. Yi Fan personally placed the medal, imbued with the essence of the Starry Sea, upon Wang Quan's chest, smiling as he patted his shoulder. The next moment, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. The loudest applause came from the group of young people seated in the back. While the minds of the high-ranking officials were filled with varying thoughts, some were delighted at the prospect of a successor for Daxia, while others were indifferent, and some were quite displeased. After Wang Quan descended from the award podium, Yi Fan continued. The Phoenix, Team's swift response and crowd dispersal played a significant role. Therefore, I hereby award the Phoenix, Team the Starshine Medal. Upon hearing this, the members of Phoenix were taken aback. To be honest, it was Wang Quan who turned the tide of battle. They felt they had not contributed much and did not believe they deserved the medal. Just as Xia Simeng was about to refuse, Wang Quan gently pressed his hand on her shoulder and whispered in her ear, with the resolve to sacrifice for Daxia. This is what you deserve. You are qualified. You rogue. Xia Simeng was momentarily stunned, but soon smiled slightly and stood up to accept the medal. As the awarding ceremony concluded, everyone began to leave. A middle-aged man dressed in an expensive suit, with graying temples, approached Wang Quan. His warm smile indicated his approachable nature. He was Bai Li Xian, the head of the Bai Li family, chairman of the Bai Li group, and a high-ranking member of the Night Watch. Captain Wang, a young hero. It is indeed a fortunate event for Daxiao that someone your age has reached such heights. Bai Li Xian praised him with admiration. Wang Quan was well aware of this old fox's intent. That comment was clearly a test. Just a stroke of luck. By the way, do me a favor and have a meal with my unaccomplished son. Let us make some connections. Bai Li Xian extended the invitation. Isn't the little fatty in training camp? Wang Quan inquired with a puzzled expression. It's Jing Er. Of course, I know Tu Ming is training. Bai Li Xian replied. Oh, we can discuss it another time. Wang Quan waved his hand, politely declining. No problem, just call me when you have time. Besides dining, there is something important I want to discuss. I believe only Captain Wang has the capability to acquire that item. You will surely be interested. Bai Li Xian's smile deepened, his eyes filled with certainty. Just then, Yi Fan's voice interrupted their conversation. Bai Li family head, are you busy rewarding the heroes? It is only right to reward the heroes who protect the country. Bai Li Xian responded with a grin. Wang Quan cleared his throat and followed up on Bai Li Xian's words. Bai Li family head, your understanding of righteousness is commendable. How do you plan to reward them? Upon hearing this, Bai Li Xian's lips twitched, realizing that Wang Quan was serious. All the forbidden items have been taken. What else is there? Naturally, I will provide some financial support. It will be transferred to Captain Wang's account shortly, Bai Li Xian expressed with resignation. He would never allow Wang Quan to handle any of the Bai Li family's forbidden items again, especially after Wang Quan had dared to take Zhan Bai during his Sea Realm days. Who knows what he might do now that he has reached the pinnacle of humanity. Thank you, Bai Li family head. You are indeed generous and righteous. Wang Quan felt elated, knowing that the Bai Li family's contribution would amount to at least several million. Before leaving, Bai Li Xian leaned closer to Wang Quan and whispered mysteriously, Captain Wang, have you ever heard of a divine artifact? I will be waiting for you at the dinner. With that, Bai Li Xian departed from the Night Watch headquarters. As the window of the extended Lincoln rolled down, a seemingly gentle young man respectfully asked, Father, did he agree? I don't believe he will refuse. For any strong individual, the allure of a divine artifact is unimaginable, even if it is merely information. The family chauffeur opened the door, and Bai Li Xian smiled as he took his seat, patting his son's shoulder. Who would have thought that Wang Quan would be so close to a discarded pawn? This is disadvantageous for you. Bai Li Jing gazed out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, confidence evident in his tone, no matter how strong he is. He is an outsider and cannot interfere in family matters. Wang Quan is a man without bounds, unrestrained by rules, making him unpredictable. You must never become adversarial with him. Bai Li Xian advised earnestly. The influence of a pinnacle human is indeed significant. I understand. But if he firmly supports that discarded pawn, I will not hold back. That is only natural. Their conversation remained within the confines of forbidden items, undetectable even to the driver in the same vehicle. 20 minutes later, the extended Lincoln passed through an intersection, and two shared bicycles rounded the corner. Who would have thought that the highest command of the Night Watch and the captain of Daylight were riding shared bicycles home? Yi Fan, dressed in simple civilian clothes, with a bald head, looked just like an ordinary middle-aged man. By the way, tell Xia to come for dinner. I'll cook, Yi Fan suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan nearly lost control of the vehicle, looking at his father in confusion and asking, "Why invite that violent girl? Just do it as I say. Why so many questions?" Yifan shot Wang Quan a glare. "Oh." Wang Quan dialed Xia Siming's number and stated decisively, "Are you coming to my house for dinner?" On the other end, Xia Siming had her phone on speaker while playing cards with her teammates. Upon hearing Wang Quan's invitation, the members of the Phoenix team erupted with excitement. "Wow, a direct invitation. Captain, does this mean Wang Quan is interested in you?" Xia Siming immediately raised her voice, interrupting their conversation. I only have a 3. Captain, why are you throwing out a bomb?" Wang Quan was overwhelmed and pressed for a response. "Absolutely going. That's right, the captain is off to get clean for you." After a flurry of teasing, Xia Siming finally spoke. "Free meal, why not go?" "All right." Wang Quan hung up and caught up with the cycling Yifan. "You've known each other for years. What do you think of her?" "Why do you ask that?" "As the commander, is it not my duty to understand the relations of my subordinates?" Yifan casually provided an excuse, sounding perfectly natural. "That fierce girl is always wanting to beat me. If she were a bit gentler, she would be quite nice." Wang Quan pouted. "That's good. I think Xia is quite lovely." Yifan commented like a proud father, believing that this girl would make a lovely daughter-in-law. The two chatted amiably, enjoying the tranquility of life. Before long, it was noon. Xia Siming arrived at Wang Quan's doorstep, having changed from her usual attire into a light green floral dress. Her golden hair tied back, and carrying a brown bear bag. She knocked on the door, which was opened by Wang Quan, who was wearing an apron and holding a spatula. Seeing the transformed Xia Siming, Wang Quan was momentarily taken aback. Fresh, elegant, and demure. These words seemed oddly fitting for the fierce girl. "Keep staring at my mom, and I'll poke your eyes out." Xia Siming made a playful gesture, speaking fiercely. Hearing this, Wang Quan nodded in satisfaction, feeling that this was just right. "Xiao Xia, come in and have a seat." Yi Fan, dressed in a white shirt and a matching apron, cheerfully welcomed her. Now it was Xia Siming's turn to feel out of place. Was this the same imposing commander? Why did he give off the impression of a caring family man and a kind elder? Something was definitely off. It was too strange. "Hello, Commander. This isn't work. Just call me Uncle Yi." Yi Fan approached with a fruit platter, smiling affectionately. "Thank you, Uncle Yi." Xia Siming appeared a bit reserved, as she was accustomed to being reprimanded. "You go chat with Xiao Xia for a bit." "Huh, I want to cook." Wang Quan reluctantly gazed at the spatula and the nonstick pan. "Get lost." Yi Fan muttered under her breath, giving the oblivious scoundrel a kick out of the kitchen. Summer Siming overheard their exchange and furrowed her brow, murmuring, "Am I really that unattractive? Is my cooking not appealing? Damn you, Wang Quan." With this thought, Summer Siming glanced at the towering peak of her aspirations and mused that it should not be the case. "What are you doing? Admiring my beauty? Narcissistic. How dare you criticize me? This is called confidence. We are not the same. Idiot." After a light-hearted exchange between Wang Quan and Summer Siming, Yi Fan, in the kitchen, bent the spatula with frustration, internally lamenting the existence of such an unromantic man, especially one she had raised. "By the way, does the commander act like this at home all the time?" Summer Siming asked, crossing her legs and popping 2 strawberries into her mouth, having completely forgotten her ladylike demeanor. Wang Quan was momentarily at a loss for words, wondering when his father had ever been so gentle. It should be. Perhaps, maybe. Observing Wang Quan's bewildered expression, Summer Siming shook her head and casually offered him a strawberry, saying, "It tastes good, try it." "All right." Wang Quan was engrossed in reviewing the transaction from the Bailey family, barely glancing up as he took a bite, only to find the strawberry's flavor peculiar. Its texture oddly both soft and firm. Chapter 68. Romantic film. Wang Quan frowned slightly, gently nibbling on Summer Siming's finger, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she swiftly slapped him. "Pervert." A bewildered Wang Quan spun around, colliding face first with the wall. "What are you doing? Why did you bite my finger?" Summer Siming glared at him, both embarrassed and furious. "Huh." Upon hearing her, Wang Quan wilted like a withered plant. "Is there? What do you think?" Summer Siming held up her saliva-drenched finger, almost shoving it into Wang Quan's eyes to prove her point. "Oh dear, my bad." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Quan reached for her, leaving Summer Siming utterly puzzled. "Are you going to bite me too? Get lost." Summer Siming looked disdainful. "Do you think everyone is like you?" In the kitchen, Yi Fan listened in with keen interest, his face long and his iron spoon bent. "Is this how you speak to girls? And you still expect her to bite you? You perverted fool." The steaming dishes were brought to the table, including hoof soup, braised pork, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. "Xiao Xia, eat more." Yi Fan kindly served Summer Siming a chicken leg, his expression warm. "Thank you, Uncle Yi." Although his culinary skills were slightly lacking, they were undoubtedly of 5-star chef quality. Wang Quan, with a chicken leg in one hand and a pig trotter in the other, devoured his meal with no regard for decorum. In that moment, Yi Fan's disdain for his adopted son reached its peak. He almost wanted to kick him out. Summer Si Ming was not surprised. When on missions together, he always ate like a ravenous beast. You glutton, slow down. No one is competing with you. I am truly amazed. You eat like a starved ghost. Summer Si Ming sighed, then picked up a chicken wing for Wang Quan, one of his favorite dishes. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with surprise. Had these two always been so close? What he did not know was that during missions, Summer Si Ming was responsible for hunting while Wang Quan handled the cooking, with the rest of the Phoenix team simply enjoying the food. Over time, they had memorized each other's eating habits. Of course, what appeared to be intimate gestures to outsiders was merely commonplace for them. They found nothing strange about it. After lunch, neither Wang Quan nor Summer Si Ming wanted to make Yi Fan, their elder, do the cleaning, so they decided to tidy up the table and wash the dishes together. Where do you keep your bowls? Summer Si Ming poked her head out from the kitchen to ask. In the cabinet on the left. Oh, once they finished cleaning, Yi Fan pulled out 3 movie tickets and said, it's rare to have some free time. Why not accompany this old man to a movie? A romantic film? Wang Quan glanced at the tickets, his tone incredulous, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Old man, have you found a second spring? What second spring? Yi Fan's lips twitched as he thought to himself. You two are going to watch it. I will leave shortly. I have no objections. Go ahead. All right. Just as Wang Quan finished speaking, Yi Fan's phone rang, and he deliberately put it on speaker. Commander, please come to headquarters. There are some urgent documents that require your approval. Understood. I'll be right there. Yi Fan nodded, restoring his usual solemn demeanor, and handed the movie tickets to the 2 young people. You both go watch in my stead. The money has been spent, so don't waste it. With a quick reminder, Yi Fan hurriedly departed. The living room fell into a prolonged silence as the 2 stared at the tickets in hand, unsure of what to say. After a few minutes, Summer Si Ming broke the silence. Shall we go? Do you want to? Yes. Then let us go. After all, the old man has already paid. Thus, under Yi Fan's subtle orchestration, the 2 set off for the cinema. At the entrance of the community, in an unremarkable alley, 2 older men watched Wang Quan and Summer Si Ming. Commander, is this necessary? Of course, in this lifetime. To see this child establish a family and career would be my greatest satisfaction. I, Yi Fan, have no children of my own. Heaven has pitied me and allowed me to adopt a son. Commander, your dedication to the Xia is commendable. I truly admire you. This statement from Zhuqing was not flattery, but genuine respect. Let us go, back to headquarters. Yes. The 2 vanished into the dark alley, while the other 2 settled into the brightly lit screening room. Looking around, it was couples everywhere. Before the movie even began, a couple in front of Wang Quan and Summer Si Ming shared a kiss. Wang Quan, Summer Si Ming, as the screen lit up with advertisements. The theater plunged into darkness, accompanied by the sweet nothings exchanged by young lovers, creating an intimate atmosphere. Darling, let us hold hands while we watch. We shall never part for a lifetime. Darling, let me share my milk tea with you. Darling. Hearing these words made Wang Quan's scalp tingle. He would rather face an otherworldly being. With a silent sigh, he reached for the lemonade. For some reason, the chilled lemonade felt warm and smooth. Something's off. Wang Quan turned to look, locking eyes with Summer Si Ming's glimmering, autumn-like eyes. Her little face was flushed, her voice trembling, evoking a sense of protectiveness. Let go. That is my hand. Sorry. Wang Quan, as if shocked, quickly released her hand, awkwardly turning his head away, only to catch sight of the kissing couple and think of Summer Si Ming's pitiful appearance, a rosy hue creeping across his cheeks. In the dim, cramped space, amidst a romantic film and lovey-dovey couples, the 2 battle-hardened captains of a special team felt like green recruits. After the movie concluded, they swiftly exited, mirroring each other's movements and blushing faces. Strolling along the path beside the park, the distant neon lights intertwined with the nearby rustling greenery, creating a unique scene as the wind tousled their hair, bringing forth fragrant scents. Wang Quan and Summer Si Ming remained silent, yet neither felt awkward amidst the bustling metropolis. Their hearts found tranquility. When 2 silent individuals walk together in comfortable companionship, it signifies a harmonious warmth between them. At that moment, the phone of Xia Siming rang. Hey, Captain, there's an urgent mission. Return immediately. All right, I'm leaving. Where to? The base. It's an urgent task. I'll take you. Before Xia Siming could react, Wang Quan had already lifted her into his arms. Hold on tight. As he spoke, he stepped forward, soaring like a silver meteor through the traffic. Heading to the Phoenix Squad's base, which he had visited numerous times, conveniently located near headquarters. 30 seconds later, Wang Quan came to a steady stop at the entrance of the base. Xia Siming wrapped her arms around his neck, her head nestled against his chest. Her body pressed closely to his. She had to do this, otherwise, she would be flung away. With a loud crash, the equipment in the hands of the Phoenix squad members fell to the ground, their mouths agape in disbelief. In the brief moment they were away for a meal, the two had become so close. Click. Ling Lin, stunned, pressed the shutter of her phone, capturing the image of Wang Quan holding Xia Siming in that very instant. Chapter 69. Have you heard of Xinyuan's sword? Aren't you supposed to be on an urgent mission? I'm just bringing her back. Wang Quan coughed lightly, but his explanation sounded weak. The usually fiery Xia Siming nestled in his embrace, heat radiating from her golden locks, muttering softly. Everyone saw. You better be responsible, you rogue. Huh? What did you say? Wang Quan released Xia Siming, who fell onto her rear. Nothing, you jerk. Xia Siming glared at him fiercely before hastily changing the subject. Can't you be a bit gentler? That hurts so much. Oh please, your body is as strong as Optimus Prime. How could you possibly be hurt? Upon hearing this, the other members of the Phoenix squad face-bombed in unison, one of them lamenting, Captain Wang has not changed at all. Sigh. Let's go, it's mission time. Xia Siming sprang up with a swift movement, not looking back as she headed towards the base. Just as she reached the doorway, she heard Wang Quan's voice. Be safe. I will. Xia Siming turned back, her smile radiant. Captain Wang, what about us? Of course, I wish you well. Me too. Wishing you all a triumphant return, everyone. Good luck. Wang Quan smiled slightly. I'll be off now. Goodbye, Captain Wang. Goodbye. Next time, treat us to a meal. After bidding farewell to the Phoenix squad, Wang Quan headed to the Bai Li family banquet. Whether he would eat or not was inconsequential. He merely wished to learn about the so-called artifact from Bai Li Xian. Bai Li Manor, one of the most prestigious restaurants in the capital, was renowned for its opulence. This evening, the entire restaurant was unusually quiet, as it belonged to the Bai Li family. From afar, Wang Quan spotted 2 rows of waitstaff dressed in maid outfits, each one a goddess in her own right, each possessing unique beauty. Mr. Wang, please come in. The steward of the Bai Li family greeted him with a smile and a respectful gesture. All right. Wang Quan nodded slightly, glancing over the rows of beautiful women before averting his gaze. Due to the peculiarities of his 6 eyes, he had to consciously suppress his gaze, for otherwise, even the most beautiful things would appear flawed in his sight. Upon entering the hall, beneath the towering dome, crystal chandeliers cascaded like a galaxy, their soft light flowing over the velvet-covered walls. The ebony wooden floor gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the myriad of stars above. At the far end of the hall, a water feature lay quietly, water flowing silently over its glassy surface, mirroring the brilliant lights of the city outside. Seated beside the water feature were Bai Li Xian and his son, both smiling as they looked towards Wang Quan. Captain Wang, I apologize for any shortcomings in my hospitality. Please forgive me. Bai Li Xian stood to greet him, his ever-present smile disarming and relaxing. This is hardly a shortcoming. I have never dined on such an extravagant meal in my life. The Bai Li family has truly put in the effort. As long as you are satisfied, please take a seat. Wang Quan was a talent that Bai Li Xian, a man skilled in calculations and driven by profit, always sought to befriend, which is one of the reasons for the Bai Li family's strength. One does not strike a smiling face, and Bai Li Xian was indeed the best at smiling. Before Wang Quan could sit down, Bai Li Jing stood up, his smile somewhat reminiscent of his father's, though less refined. Captain Wang, greetings. I am Bai Li Jing, the adopted son of my father. I heard you are a trainer at the training camp. I wonder how my elder brother is faring. Upon mentioning the chubby Bai Li, a flicker of barely perceptible malice crossed Bai Li Jing's eyes. However, despite his efforts to conceal it, the 6 eyes saw through it. But Wang Quan paid it no mind. As one of the top families in the Great Xia, it was only natural for a foster son to harbor animosity towards a legitimate son, as it boiled down to a struggle for inheritance. Yet, considering the chubby one, Wang Quan said, the chubby one performed admirably and is quite diligent. If you assist your elder brother well in the future, the Bai Li family will surely thrive. Ha! Of course. Wang Quan's words stirred a hint of malice in Bai Li Jing, who inwardly scoffed. Assist a discarded son? What a joke. One day, I shall eliminate him. Once seated, Bai Li Xian engaged in light conversation, carefully avoiding the subject of the artifact. Bai Li family head, you know why I am here, do you not? Wang Quan asked directly. You mean the artifact? Some time ago, one of my subordinates stumbled upon some news, though its accuracy is dubious. Bai Li Xian essentially preempted Wang Quan's inquiry, implying that if the existence of the artifact were confirmed, it would be unnecessary for Wang Quan to know. What news? Captain Wang, have you heard of the Xinyuan sword? The legendary divine weapon of the Great Xia. said to be a holy sword forged from the copper of the 9 mountains by the Yellow Emperor and later passed down to you the Great. Wang Quan recounted. As a night watchman, myth and legend were essential subjects during training. Indeed, that is the sword, but whether it exists or not remains unknown. Bailey Xian nodded. The news you received undoubtedly pertains to the sword's whereabouts, correct? Changbai Mountain, Tianqi. This is the information I obtained, and my people encountered believers there. Unfortunately, after investigation, nothing was found. Bailey Xian lamented. I shall go and take a look. After all, I am the chosen one. Wang Quan chuckled, knowing full well that this old dog had ulterior motives, utilizing the remaining scraps of information. Naturally, perhaps Captain Wang's visit will lead to the acquisition of the legendary artifact. Bailey Xian flattered, though in truth, the Bailey family was close to turning Changbai Mountain upside down, yet still found nothing. If Wang Quan succeeded, he would owe the Bailey family a favor. If not, the Bailey family would incur no loss. As the meal progressed, Wang Quan indulged heartily, while Bailey Xian occasionally mentioned his adopted son, aiming to leave a good impression on this pinnacle of humanity. After a delightful feast, Wang Quan rose to leave. It was peculiar that he had not even seen Bailey Jing during his earlier visit to the Bailey family. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air, which was quite strange. Most importantly, this fellow lacked the sincerity of the chubby one, which Wang Quan disliked. After spending a week in the capital, Wang Quan departed for Cangnan. His forthcoming plan is as follows. First, he aims to complete System Task 3, which entails collecting a total of 15 mythical creatures. However, he will not accept just any common entities. At the very least, they must be of the high Jing level. Upon fulfilling this task, he intends to embark on a journey to Changbai Mountain. The private aircraft glides over Cangnan City, where Wang Quan, savoring a lollipop, admires the night scenery outside the window. Suddenly, he senses a distinct aura, akin to that of a deity. Ever since the battle at the border, he has become exceedingly sensitive to divine essences. Without a second thought, he flies directly to the training camp, disregarding any distractions. Wang Quan flings open the cabin door and leaps into the air, pursuing the source of that aura. Confusion fills his mind. Why would there be a divine presence in Cangnan City? It is utterly absurd. In Chapter 70, titled Rare Treasure, the clear night sky sparkles with stars. The darkness above the old city suddenly quivers, and from its depths emerges a youth clad in military attire, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman standing behind him. Dressed in a flowing black gown, the woman gazes at the youth with a tender expression reminiscent of a mother. The boy is Lin Xie, and the woman is Nyx, one of the primordial deities from Greek mythology. Lin Xie gazes foolishly at a distant low-roofed house, where a mother and child are illuminated by warm light. In that moment, tenderness fills his brow, and his gaze softens like the gentle spring breeze. Child, who are they? Nyx inquires, puzzled. Friends? No. Lin Xie gently shakes his head, smiling as he replies, they are family. Nyx tilts her head slightly, still confused, yet she remains silent, finding solace in the child's happiness, for as a mother, her presence is enough. Let us return. Lin Xie suddenly declares, we cannot linger too long. Since you wish to observe, we can stay a little longer. No. Lin Xie gazes longingly at the low-roofed house, fearing that if he stays too long, he may lose the desire to return to the training camp. As you wish. Nyx nods, then grasps Lin Xie's wrist, and in an instant, the night flickers and halts. What is it? Noticing the peculiarity, Lin Xie slowly speaks. Someone is approaching. Nyx looks into the distance, where, against the deep night, a silvery light streaks like a comet, heading their way. In the next moment, a figure descends onto the rooftop, a snow-white blade gleaming ominously, aimed directly at the two. What are your intentions? Wang Quan's demeanor is cold. Following the recent battle against the deities, his impression of unfamiliar gods has plummeted. Wang Quan, Lin Xie exclaims in surprise and delight, swiftly jumping out from behind Nyx to position himself between the god and the man. Xiaoyezi. Wang Quan's eyes widen in shock, his thoughts racing, fearing that this lad might have been abducted by a deity. If you are in danger, just blink. Lin Xie retorts, you've already said it. Why would I blink? Child, who is he? A friend. I see. The exchange between the man and the deity refreshes Wang Quan's worldview. Child? Lin Xie? A deity? Is this boy perhaps a second-generation hidden god? Noticing Wang Quan's peculiar expression, Lin Xie's lips twitch. He suspects that the white-haired fellow is indulging in some dramatic fantasy. So he promptly clarifies, the term child refers to a mother's designation for the deity's representative. This lady, he gestures toward Nyx, is the goddess of night. Nyx, my mother. Understand? Wait. Hold on. Let me sort this out. You are both a seraph's representative and this deity's representative. So you are a dual deity representative. Before entering training, you utilized another ability sourced from her. Goodness, you are quite perceptive. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie gasps. He must admit that Wang Quan's sensitivity is remarkable. He had sensed Nix's presence long ago. With matters laid bare, there is no longer anything to conceal. After all, strictly speaking, he is indeed Nix's representative. You are correct. Lin Xie affirms, everyone possesses their own secrets, do they not? Indeed. Wang Quan nods vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice. In the world of martial arts, who doesn't hide a few tricks up their sleeve? With misunderstandings dispelled, Wang Quan sheaths his blade. Might I inquire if you harbor any malice towards Daxia? Indeed. He bluntly posed the question, leaving even Lin Xie bewildered. Given Nix's incomplete restoration of consciousness and her ignorance of Daxia's criteria for evaluating foreign deities, she remained utterly confused. Dana Dus, should I possess malice? Certainly not. Very well. The mother and son engaged in their conspicuous scheming, as Nix turned to Wang Quan with a serious expression. No. Wang Quan, momentarily at a loss, could not discern which of the two was the true deity. I see. Then all is well. Let us each return to our respective homes. Wang Quan waved his hand, fully relaxing his guard, relieved that he need not expend any faith beads. We can head back. Lin Xie glanced at Nix, softly reminding her. Indeed. Nix once again grasped Lin Xie's wrist, preparing to summon her divine powers. Just then, Wang Quan interjected once more. Stop. Stop, stop. What is it now, my friend? Lin Xie frowned, feeling exasperated. This aura feels somewhat familiar. May I ask a question? Huh. Lin Xie felt perplexed. Sensing the disconnect between them, what could there possibly be to inquire about? Wang Quan opened his right hand, and a small black orb floated upward, emanating a faint aura of law. Nix's beautiful eyes lit up as she recognized it instantly, murmuring, this is a fragment of the law of darkness. Indeed. How do you assess its quality? Rather mediocre. The fragment originates from the goddess of darkness, a mere major deity, and when compared to the primordial goddess Nix, it certainly falls short. Is there a way to purify it? Wang Quan inquired. After all, I am your son's brother from another mother. Could you lend a hand? With that, Wang Quan raised his eyebrows at Lin Xie. Lin Xie shot him a disapproving glance, realizing that this fellow was attempting to take advantage of him. After a silent sigh, he addressed Nix gently. Mother, could you assist? Very simply. Nix raised her hand and lightly tapped, a dense darkness cascading from the heavens. Resembling molten black lava, Wang Quan felt an unusual weight in his hand as the originally egg-sized orb shrank dramatically to the size of a jujube. Yet, this small shard of the law of darkness became exceptionally pure, devoid of any impurities. Wang Quan gazed in disbelief, utterly amazed. Wow. 99% purity, a rare treasure. Incredible. In his astonishment, he bowed respectfully to Nix, speaking earnestly. Thank you. Should I ever find myself in need, do not hesitate to ask. You are a friend of Dana Dus. There is no need for formality. Is there anything else? Wang Quan inquired cheekily. Hey, could you give me a lift? He continued with a bold grin. How shameless. Lin Xie retorted. Thank you for the compliment. With the night flickering, the trio vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they arrived atop the dormitory building of the training camp, where Yuan Gang stood with a serious expression, staring intently at them. Wait. My friend, when did you return? Upon seeing Wang Quan, Yuan Gang's once nervous heart finally relaxed. Not long ago. Rumors had circulated that Wang Quan seemed to have reached the pinnacle of humanity during the recent incident in the southwest. Just arrived. On a late evening. What brings you to the rooftop of the dormitory? Are you out of your mind? I came to take a look. Yuan Gang feigned calmness. As a mere Sea Realm cultivator, he truly felt insignificant. And Ai Kasi tilted her head, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Just by observing her son's expression, she guessed the situation and promptly answered, he must be a friend of the good boy. Well, sort of. She added, that's wonderful. The Nasi has managed to make so many friends. What a good baby he is. And Ai Kasi affectionately ruffled Lin Xie's hair, encouraging him with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan and Yuan Gang simultaneously turned their heads away, struggling to suppress their laughter. Chapter 71. Bloodline Evolution. Lin Xie once again explained to Yuan Gang that the incident involving the sudden appearance of the divine beings had finally come to an end. Mother, it's time for you to go home. All right. And Ai Kasi nodded, transforming into a fleeting shadow of black. Do visit home often. Her gentle reminder echoed in their ears, leaving only the three of them on the empty rooftop. Are you truly a dual divine agent? Yuan Gang still found it hard to believe everything that had transpired today. Two deities seeking the same individual was beyond his imagination. Indeed. Lin Xie nodded. now acknowledging it, which would allow him to use Niku's abilities openly without any repercussions. By the way, what task did that deity assign to you? This was what Yuan Gang genuinely cared about, as it pertained to Xia's stance towards that deity. Lin Qi furrowed his brows slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, I need to find a bracelet. She lost hers, that's it. Really? Well, it's not a falsehood. A search, huh? Well, good luck with that. Yuan Gang felt relieved and waved his hand. You should head back to rest. Good night, both of you. Lin Qi departed from the rooftop. Yuan Gang immediately dialed his captain's number to explain the situation. I just received word that Wang Quan has returned to Tsangnan. Oh, Captain, could you inform me earlier next time? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I promise next time. After hanging up, Yuan Gang looked at Wang Quan with curiosity, asking, did you really slay a deity? Just a manifestation. Wang Quan waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't as outrageous as you might think. By the way, how long do you plan to stay this time? A few days, I suppose. I see. Then you should train that group of rookies during these few days. Yuan Gang's eyes sparkled mischievously. Having a top-tier instructor like Wang Quan was likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Night Watchman's training camp. One could only say that this batch of new recruits was exceptionally fortunate. Absolutely. Wang Quan's primary purpose for returning was to take away Lei Hu. That fellow had potential and needed to grow stronger. As they chatted, they arrived at the office, where Yuan Gang handed Wang Quan a report card detailing the results of the rookie's recent intensive training. After a brief glance, Wang Quan nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he remarked, not bad, just a bit inferior to my batch. What? Yuan Gang was taken aback. I recall that in your batch, only you emerged from the mountains, while this time there are 3, Lin Qiyi, Shen Qingzhu, and Xiao Yuan. Of course, it cannot be denied that your training methods, along with Lei Hu and the giant serpent's contributions, were significant. None of that matters. It even set a record in the history of Night Watchman's training. In response, Wang Quan confidently wiggled his right index finger and grinned. That time, I completed it in just 3 minutes. They are far from my level back then. All right. Yuan Gang rolled his eyes. You are the most impressive, aren't you? It was infuriating to see this young man flaunting his achievements. However, he truly had no grounds for rebuttal. Wang Quan was undoubtedly among the elite in the Night Watchman, and living in the same era as such a person was undeniably a stroke of luck. The long night passed quietly, and the sharp sound of the whistle echoed through the training camp. Lin Qi suddenly sprang up, hurriedly putting on his clothes. Li Pang, still groggy, sat up and mumbled as he dressed. You lazy fatso, I suggest you hurry. P.S. back. Who? Wang Quan. What? Li Pang's eyes widened as he quickly finished dressing. How did Brother Quan come back? Hurry to the training ground. You'll be in big trouble if you're late. Li Pang dashed off, catching up to Lin Qi. You fatso, running so fast will tire you out. Behind them, Shen Qingzhu's voice echoed with irritation. He had never seen Pang so enthusiastic before. Guess who's back? Who? Wang Quan, Brother Quan. At this, the surrounding rookies tensed up, each one accelerating decisively. Some even leaving afterimages in their wake. Run. The great demon is back. We're doomed. I feel like I might actually die. Can anyone save me? The cries of the rookies rose and fell, each one running faster than the last. At that moment, a soft yet commanding voice drifted through the air, lightly entering everyone's ears. Who is this great demon? No, dude. It's Wang Quan, Instructor Wang. What a ridiculous question. Am I really that terrifying? Wang Quan placed a hand on the shoulder of the rookie who had asked the question. Upon hearing the familiar yet fearful voice, the rookie mechanically turned his head, his teeth chattering. How could that be? Instructor, you are the handsomest, strongest, gentlest, and kindest person I have ever seen. In a bid for survival, the rookie recited every compliment he had ever learned since birth. Fortunately, Wang Quan was fond of such flattery, and in an instant, he transformed from a demon into an angel, smiling as he scratched his head. It's not as wonderful as you say. Now hurry up and assemble. Thank you, instructor, for sparing my life. The rookie dashed off, quickly reaching the front of the line. 1 minute later, 239 rookies stood in an orderly formation, with Wang Quan standing on the platform, smiling down at them. Children, did you miss me? Instructor Wang, we missed you terribly. Indeed, you seem even more handsome than before. The first to speak were a few girls. Excluding the hellish training from Wang Quan, many still adored this idol-like handsome instructor. The boys mostly remained silent, but the light in their eyes could not lie. They missed Wang Quan just as much. Only they understood how much they had grown through the rigorous training. All right, I know you all missed me. Today, I'll allow you to go eat first. Dismissed. Long live Brother Quan. Li Pang was the first to shout out, his admiration evident. Everyone, eat more, but don't overindulge. Wang Quan kindly reminded them, though his gentle smile inexplicably instilled a sense of dread. After the rookies dispersed, a large white cat strolled leisurely from the distance, yawning as if contemplating where to bask in the sun. Indeed, this was Lei Hu. When Wang Quan was absent, this creature was relatively unrestricted. As long as it remained within the training camp, the other instructors paid little attention to it. With ample meals and a meat-filled diet, sometimes in a good mood, it would even allow the rookie recruits to pet it. Xiaobai, come here. Woof woof. Upon seeing Wang Quan, Lei Hu emitted a peculiar sound, scampering towards the training ground like an excited pup, rubbing against its owner's leg while purring. You seem to be living quite comfortably. Wang Quan patted the large cat's head, then retrieved a vial of unknown blood from his pocket, the glass tube enveloped in a soft golden glow. Lei Hu's pupils dilated, and an instinctual fear surged within it, prompting it to flee. Don't run. Feast upon this exquisite offering. Wang Quan firmly held the head of the Lei Hu and poured the precious blood into its mouth, a potent elixir capable of catalyzing its bloodline evolution. Chapter 72. The Grumbling Chun Mai. Wang Quan administered a vial of earth dragon blood to the Lei Hu, a veritable treasure for mythical creatures, one that is rarely encountered. With a thunderous roar, the Lei Hu tilted its head skyward, its form visibly swelling to twice its size. As a tumultuous energy surged within it like a startled herd of cattle, dark lightning crackled around it, as if something were attempting to burst forth from its ribs. A simultaneous dance of agony and growth, with blood mist seeping from its body. Amidst its heart-wrenching cries, a shell enveloped the Lei Hu, wrapped in black lightning, marking the onset of its evolution. Wang Quan patted the hardened shell, murmuring, "The extent of your transformation now lies in the hands of fortune." With that, he hoisted the shell and vanished from the training camp in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Wang Quan stood upon the surface of an artificial lake, where the ethereal form of a colossal serpent emerged, its head nudging Wang Quan affectionately. "Keep watch over this egg," he commanded, affectionately ruffling the serpent's head before casually tossing the black lightning egg onto the lake's surface. The giant serpent emitted a low hiss, slowly submerging beneath the water. After a brief respite on the lake's surface, Wang Quan surmised that the new recruits had likely finished their breakfast and couldn't help but let out a mischievous chuckle. On the training field, the recruits stood in perfect unison, gazing in bewilderment at the empty demonstration platform. Given Wang Quan's notorious nature, they understood that his disappearance signaled the onset of an exceptionally daunting training session. Sure enough, a massive silhouette obscured the sun, prompting the recruits to look up in shock. What in the world is that creature? Oh no, we're doomed. That's an earth dragon. Some recognized the colossal beast hovering above, a chill racing down their spines. An earth dragon? What is that? It could crush us with a mere finger. Is this truly training, or are we being offered as sacrifices to ancient deities? Meanwhile, in the underground monitoring room, the instructors wore expressions mirroring those of the recruits. Did Wang Quan really catch a boundless earth dragon? They gasped in disbelief. Training the recruits with that? Is he out of his mind? Just witnessing it is terrifying. As murmurs spread, Yuan Gang's mouth twitched at the sight on the screen. A boundless earth dragon? Not just the recruits. It could single-handedly wipe out the entire training camp. Yuan Gang held Wang Quan in utter awe. Behold, this is a boundless earth dragon. Wang Quan descended gracefully amidst the recruits. Scanning the crowd, he smiled and announced, "I declare today's training exercise. The great escape of the training camp begins now. Fear not. I have specifically instructed Wang Kai to ensure you are beaten to a pulp, but not killed. Best of luck to you all. Now, flee with all your might." No sooner had he finished speaking than the earth dragon opened its maw, unleashing a devastating crystal dragon flame towards the unoccupied space. A colossal column of crystalline flames shot skyward, and a terrifying energy storm erupted, sending the recruits soaring like kites caught in a tempest. "Mom, I want to go home. Dragon brother, don't kill me. Wah, I'm done for. Stop wailing and run for your lives." With that, the recruits scattered in all directions. The earth dragon flapped its wings, pursuing the fledgling soldiers. In an instant, the training camp shook with the echoes of their anguished screams, and the unfortunate reality was that with Wang Quan present, those who fell would swiftly return to training. The great escape continued from dawn until dusk, and as the last rays of sunlight faded, the recruits lay sprawled across the ground. The immense shadow of the dragon looming in the distance, indelibly etched into their minds like a nightmare. Medical personnel rushed back and forth, striving to carry every exhausted recruit back to their dormitories. As the final vestiges of sunlight disappeared behind the mountains, a resounding thunderclap shattered the sky, and the mighty roar of the Lei Hu reverberated through the valleys. The evolution of the Lei Hu was complete. Wang Quan squinted into the distance as the Lei Hu descended, its size tripling, its wings enveloped in dark lightning. The two colossal beasts crouched beside Wang Quan, a breathtaking sight to behold. Before long, a figure emerged from the darkness, visibly anxious. It was Chun Mai. Upon seeing the earth dragon and the Lei Hu, he stood dumbfounded. "Ah, a rare visitor," Wang Quan remarked, somewhat surprised by Chun Mai's presence. "Rare my foot. Wang Quan, you brought these two beasts into Tsangnan." Chun Mai's face turned ashen as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Wang Quan replied, "Don't feign ignorance. The Raven of Calamity has already sounded the alarm. You nearly scared me to death. If you make such a ruckus again, you'd better inform me in advance. Otherwise, I will report you for disturbing the peace in Tsangnan." It was no wonder Chun Mai was furious. When the Raven of Calamity had called, he had been caught unawares, frantically pulling up his pants as he rushed over. "Captain Chun, I apologize." Wang Quan scratched his head, grinning. "Scoundrel, how dare you?" Chun Mai shot him a glare before storming off from the training camp. "Ah, I forgot about the Raven of Calamity." Wang Quan watched Chun Mai depart, then turned to Yuan Gang, who was barely containing his laughter. "Come on, buddy. You could have at least offered some advice." Yuan Gang shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness. "You know his temperament. How could I possibly advise him? Moreover, it was indeed your fault this time, Wang." In the following days, Wang Quan immersed himself wholeheartedly in the rigorous training of the recruits. With the successful evolution of the Lei Hu providing them a taste of a fierce double assault, resulting in quite the ordeal for them. Unfortunately, Wang Quan could not remain for the entire week. 3 days later, he received a mission order. The recruits spontaneously gathered to bid farewell to Wang Quan, which tugged at his heartstrings. "No need to see me off, just return to your training." He waved as he reluctantly boarded the aircraft. "Finally, you're leaving, aren't you? Please don't go," cried one recruit, weeping as though mourning a deceased father. His tears were for himself. Having endured 276 beatings from the Earth Dragon and Lei Hu over the past 4 days, no one had suffered as he had. "Make sure to stay away for a while." Another added, "Indeed, we will miss you, but we hope you won't return too often." Upon hearing this, Wang Quan's mouth twitched. The sentiment of their farewell felt amiss. It seemed these fellows were more than eager for him to leave. "Fear not, I shall return post-haste. Await my return," he proclaimed, and at that, the recruits cried even louder. At that moment, the training camp presented a heart-wrenching tableau of parting, a truly poignant scene. Chapter 73, You Are Not Human. In the East Sea, a small sailboat drifted with the wind, sailing north along the border. For 3 months, Wang Quan had traversed the realm, exploring nearly every corner of the vast lands of the Great Xia. However, he found far fewer high-tier mythical creatures than he had anticipated, having captured only 7 in 3 months. Including the giant serpent, Lei Hu, and Earth Dragon, he was still 5 short of completing the system's task. With no other options, Wang Quan decided to head north along the coast, aiming for the Tianqi of Changbai Mountain, hoping for a stroke of luck that might yield a divine artifact. Do not be deceived by my appearance as a mere sheep. The verdant grass has become more fragrant due to my presence, and the sky has turned a more resplendent blue. Suddenly, the satellite phone rings, and Wang Quan glances at the screen to find it is Lao Deng calling. "Yo, is there something you need? Where have you been? The locator shows you are at sea, near the fog." "I am adrift," Wang Quan explains. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan falls silent, pondering the recent erratic behavior of this young man, who seems to have taken up some form of performance art. Stop drifting. In Northeast, there is suspected to be a mysterious phenomenon of immeasurable scale. You need to handle it. Really? That is splendid. Ha. Wang Quan jumps up, laughing uncontrollably. "If you keep laughing, I will break your legs. Do you think this phenomenon is a good thing?" Wang Quan awkwardly coughs a few times, as he considers it quite fortuitous. "Send me the location." "Done. By the way, I have a request to make," Wang Quan says with a grin, his tone somewhat obsequious. "Speak. What trouble have you stirred up now? Come on, do you take me for that kind of person?" After dealing with the mystery, I plan to visit Changbai Mountain's Tianqi. The matter of the divine artifact? Bili Xin, that old fox, is fooling you. Yi Fan did not expect this young man to still have hope, considering he had also sent people to investigate, finding nothing unusual. "I just want to take a look. Stay safe." Understood. With aspirations that reach far and wide, Yi Fan would certainly not interfere with Wang Quan's choices. After hanging up, Wang Quan raised his hand and threw a purple golden orb into the air, murmuring, "It's decided, Wang Kai." Over the vast ocean, the purple golden firework erupted, and a colossal dragon flapped its wings, stirring up tumultuous waves. Wang Quan, riding on the neck of the Earth Dragon, shouted excitedly, "Charge! Divine artifact, I am coming." In the depths of the northeast, within the Amling mountain range, snow fell incessantly, with a thick blanket of snow exceeding 10 meters in depth. Driven by fierce winds that showed no signs of abating, Wang Quan, with his hands in his pockets, wandered aimlessly over the surface of the snow, floating as if on a maglev train, leaving no footprints with each step. Although it was only November, snowfall in the northeast was normal. Yet 10 meters of snow was quite peculiar. This indicated he had indeed arrived at the right place. For some reason, the surrounding environment felt oddly familiar. Yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Suddenly, amidst the dense snowfall, a hoarse voice called out, "Help! Is anyone there? Someone save me!" Wang Quan pulled down his sunglasses, his azure eyes piercing through the blizzard to behold a sight in the distance. A young girl, appearing to be around 14 or 15, clung to a tree branch, at risk of being buried by the snow at any moment. Strange. Wang Quan stepped forward, silver light flickering as the surrounding snow rapidly retreated, bringing him before the girl. Dressed in a cotton coat, she embraced a thick tree branch, her large, dark eyes sparkling like two shiny grapes. "Are you here to rescue me? The snow has sealed off the mountain, and I cannot get out. Please, help me." Upon seeing Wang Quan, the girl looked at him with pitiful eyes, her every gesture evoking sympathy. Something is off. Wang Quan abruptly lifted the girl, his tone indifferent. With the snow sealing the mountain at a thickness of 10 meters, coupled with being in a desolate wilderness, how could a girl happen to be trapped here? This was highly illogical. Thus, the answer was evident. She was not human. Clenching his right fist, he infused his technique into it, capable of shattering space, and aimed a punch directly at the girl's face, certain that such a blow would seal her fate. As the fist representing death approached inexorably, the girl, in a moment of primal fear, shielded her head, terror etched across her face. Not fighting back. What a performance. The punch halted before the girl, who hastily pleaded, "Big brother, don't kill me. I came into the mountains to gather herbs to earn money for my mother's treatment." She then produced a root entwined with red string from her tattered backpack. Wild ginseng, worth a fortune. The seemingly adorable girl spoke fluent Northeast dialect, her voice reminiscent of someone who had been pinched, causing Wang Quan's lips to twitch. Could she truly be human? "What is your name?" "I am Su Xiao Xiao, the one who smiles often." She beamed. "Big brother, can you take me home?" "Where is your home?" "Just outside the mountain, in that village." Su Xiao Xiao pointed into the distance, her eyes filled with concern. "All right." Wang Quan, carrying Su Xiao Xiao, walked across the snow. Gradually, the snowfall ceased, and rays of sunlight broke through, along with the disappearance of the snow covering an area of dozens of kilometers. "The snow has stopped. How wonderful." "Big brother." "I am not your big brother." "No, big brother is a term for unfamiliar people. You look older than me, so I call you big brother," Su Xiao Xiao explained. "You are not human, are you?" Wang Quan suddenly asked. "Big brother, although I owe you my life, you cannot insult me. How can I not be human?" Saying this, Su Xiao Xiao pinched her own cheek, which quickly turned red. "See, it hurts. How can I not be human?" Wang Quan realized that he had sensed something when the snow vanished earlier. The familiarity stemmed from the domain. That blizzard was a manifestation of a domain. If Wang Quan's conjecture was correct, the domain originated from Su Xiao Xiao, yet she seemed completely unaware. Whether this girl was truly human remained uncertain. He resolved to observe her further. "Big brother, are you a silver-haired youth?" "No." "Are you a superhero?" "No. But I saw you floating on the snow." "Then are you a ghost?" "No." "Then why did you come into the mountains?" "I was bored." "Wow, what a unique reason." Su Xiao Xiao was not an ordinary chatterbox, seemingly possessing an endless array of questions, leaving Wang Quan's head spinning. Just as Su Xiao Xiao relaxed, Wang Quan made his move, testing her as before. "Big brother, are you a killer? Why do you always want to kill me?" Su Xiao Xiao, frightened, crouched down with her head tucked in, which was wholly unreasonable. How could a normal person sense murderous intent? "You are not human." "I am human." "No." "Yes." Chapter 74. Love and Obsession. A dilapidated little village lay hidden at the foot of the mountain, with crooked brick houses overrun by vegetation, presenting a scene of desolation. Wang Quan scanned the entire village with his mental power, finding it entirely deserted. "Hee hee." Su Xiao Xiao bounced ahead, occasionally greeting the air. "Hello, Auntie. Uncle Yang. I'm back. I found a wild ginseng." Su Xiao Xiao continued to converse with the air, even introducing Wang Quan, creating an exceedingly bizarre atmosphere. "Is this child mentally ill?" Wang Quan sighed silently, following the seemingly insane Su Xiao Xiao to the end of the abandoned village. Thus, an even stranger scene unfolded before him. Su Xiao Xiao's home appeared quite normal, with red bricks and gray tiles, while vines climbed up the walls, and a large yellow dog lay yawning beneath the trellis. Everything was so beautiful. Yet the beauty amidst desolation was terrifying. As I entered the courtyard, a plainly dressed woman was scrubbing clothes on a washboard, her face lacking the rosy hue of health, presenting a sickly visage. This was the mother that Su Xiaoxiao spoke of. "Mother, look what I have found," Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, joyfully showcasing the mountain ginseng she held, diving into her mother's embrace. "You mustn't wander into the mountains again. It is far too perilous." "You foolish girl." Su's mother affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair, feigning irritation. "Mother, you cannot possibly know. It snowed heavily just now, and if it weren't for this kind gentleman, I might have lost my life." Su Xiaoxiao pulled Wang Quan closer, her voice brimming with gratitude. "Thank you for saving my daughter." Su's mother smiled at Wang Quan, conceding that her smile was indeed quite warm. "I will place the mountain ginseng in the west room. I can handle the laundry. You should rest and chat with this kind gentleman." The moment Su Xiaoxiao vanished, Wang Quan placed a hand on his sword sheath, contemplating that if the girl was unharmed, the woman before him was the one with issues. "You are not an ordinary person," Su's mother remarked, wiping water stains from her apron and offering Wang Quan a small stool. "Indeed," Wang Quan responded, surprised yet intrigued by her demeanor, and took a seat. "Though we have never met, the mountains are often desolate. I have a request to make of you, if you would be so kind." Su's mother spoke in a tone that bordered on pleading. "Pray tell me. I beg you to end my life." Su's mother uttered the most brutal words in the gentlest tone. "Why?" Wang Quan was perplexed, recalling that she had gone to the mountains to gather herbs for her healing. "Would you mind observing my daughter for a day?" Su's mother did not directly answer Wang Quan's inquiry, but proposed another request. "Certainly." Wang Quan agreed without hesitation. In the evening, Su Xiaoxiao invited Wang Quan for dinner, claiming her mother had prepared a lavish feast, yet the decaying wooden table was devoid of any food. Thus, at Su's mother's signal, he began to act. As night fell, Wang Quan excused himself under the pretense of having business, while he concealed himself in the shadows to observe. At 8 o'clock, Su Xiaoxiao washed her mother's feet with warm water, though the basin was empty. At 8:15, Su's mother narrated stories to Su Xiaoxiao, and Wang Quan thought it rather childish for a girl of her age to still listen to bedtime tales, yet he found himself captivated. At 8:45, Su Xiaoxiao drifted into slumber. The first transformation occurred. The once intact dwelling crumbled into dust, and Su Xiaoxiao lay in the mud, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Su's mother and Wang Quan exchanged glances, the former's eyes brimming with tears. In those eyes, Wang Quan discerned a mother's anguish, pain, guilt, and helplessness. As dawn broke with the faintest light, at 7 o'clock, the moment Su Xiaoxiao awoke, the complete house materialized like a mirage. By 7:30, after consuming an air breakfast, Su Xiaoxiao ventured into the mountains to gather herbs. Wang Quan bid farewell to Su's mother and followed behind Su Xiaoxiao, who was perilously harvesting herbs on the edge of a cliff. As was to be expected, an accident occurred. Su Xiaoxiao lost her footing and fell off the cliff. And Wang Quan, adhering to Su's mother's caution, refrained from intervening. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, she was caught by a large tree, and in an instant, a snowstorm enveloped the mountains, just as it had when Wang Quan first arrived. Wang Quan sensed an immeasurable spiritual force emanating from Su Xiaoxiao, a power that did not belong to her. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Xiaoxiao awakened, desperately calling for help. By 3 o'clock, the blizzard ceased, and Su Xiaoxiao returned home as if she had lost her memory. The red bricks and gray tiles, the melon trellis, all remained unchanged from the day before. Su's mother continued her laundry, and the mountain ginseng remained the same, save for the absence of Wang Quan. At 8 o'clock, Su Xiaoxiao bathed her mother. At 8:15, Su's mother recounted another bedtime story to Su Xiaoxiao, who listened with rapt attention. At 8:45, Su Xiaoxiao fell asleep once more. In that fleeting moment of the house's disappearance, Su's mother suddenly knelt before Wang Quan, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she said, "Young man, do you understand now?" "Yes, but please do not do that. Rise and speak." Wang Quan could not bear the sight of a mother kneeling. That day, day after day, had already spanned 10 years. "I cannot awaken her." Su's mother sat beside Su Xiaoxiao, stating that this young man was the only variable in the past decade. Only he could lead her child away from the mountains to live as a person. "Can you bear to do so?" Wang Quan inquired. "I cannot bear it. But life involves parting. I cannot allow my child to perish in a dream. She should experience the blue sky, behold the ocean, and witness the world, not waste her life alongside me, a mere specter." Su's mother tenderly caressed her daughter's face, her voice choked with emotion. "Xiaoxiao, live well. My daughter, your mother loves you." Su's mother leaned down to gently kiss the little girl sleeping in the mud, offering her final farewell before turning to Wang Quan. "Young man, your kindness is beyond words. I shall repay you in the next life. The moment Su's mother spoke, Wang Quan heard the system's voice in his ear. Collected 10 beads of faith. This was the purest tribute from a mother. Farewell. Wang Quan clasped his hands together, bowing slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. With a clang, the blade was drawn from its sheath, and the vast spiritual energy flowed like the gentlest cotton, cutting through Su's mother's intangible form. This strike severed a decade-long dream, a child's obsession. This stroke embodied a mother's most selfless love. For this dream could last a lifetime, but in doing so, the person would never truly live. Su's mother shattered like crystal, her pale lips trembling slightly as she cast one last glance at her daughter. Young man, could you relay a message for me? She asked before vanishing completely. Please, go ahead. Wang Quan responded with warmth, smiling in agreement. Tell Xiao Xiao to live with a smile. To happily embrace this life. No problem. Just as Wang Quan's words fell, Su's mother disintegrated into a flurry of orange-red specks of light, which cascaded upon the child in the mud like a warm blanket. Chapter 75, Yulong. Alas, with a long sigh from Wang Quan, Su's mother finally vanished. Yet her love for Su Xiaoxiao remained. Wang Quan sat silently through the night, vigilantly watching over the little girl in the mud. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Su Xiaoxiao remained unresponsive, indicating that the cycle of 10 years had been broken. She was free. At 8 o'clock, Su Xiaoxiao awoke, crying and terrified. Looking around frantically as she shouted, Mother, where have you gone? Mother, I still need to heal you. Mother. In the moment of awakening, memories drifted back to a distant past, and Su Xiaoxiao understood everything. Her obsession had ensnared her. Su Xiaoxiao, your mother has already died. She passed away 10 years ago. Wang Quan firmly grasped Su Xiaoxiao's shoulders, his tone resolute, for the truth was undeniable. No, my mother is not dead. This is not my wish. I want her to live. A decade of dreams had obscured her fragile spirit, and now that the dream had ended, her heart lay shattered. Su Xiaoxiao's bright black eyes gradually took on a shade of blue, pure white octagonal snowflakes etched in her pupils, and in the blink of an eye, her black hair transformed to blue. The aura of immeasurable realms surged outward, and the blizzard began anew. My mother is not dead. Su Xiaoxiao's gaze turned vacant as she repeated this maniacally. You unfortunate child. Wang Quan sighed, helplessly rebuking her. The blizzard intensified, expanding from a diameter of 10 meters to 100 and 200 meters. If Su Xiaoxiao lost control, this tempest would inevitably obliterate all living beings nearby, including several distant cities. Wang Quan took a deep breath, and a beautiful, ethereal figure emerged behind him. From a distance, a silver-haired woman raised a bamboo flute. The next moment, a gentle melody filled the air. Waves of sound rippled through the blizzard, a soothing resonance. It was the Requiem. Born from a sea-bound mystery tamed by Wang Quan, it had the power to calm the frayed minds of the uncontrollable. The flute's notes enveloped Su Xiaoxiao like a mother's embrace, warm as spring and gentle as the morning sun. Under the influence of the melody, her ice-blue hair faded back to black, and the blizzard gradually ceased. She stood there, dazed, as if in a trance. You must live joyfully and cherish every moment of this life. These are your mother's last words to me. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao reacted, trembling as she lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Let it out. Cry. She wailed, her sobs echoing through the air. Wang Quan remained silent, watching the girl weep. Time passed, and it seemed as though she had cried for 10 years, her voice hoarse and her eyes swollen, until no sound could emerge. Smile. Don't let your mother worry in the afterlife. Wang Quan spoke unexpectedly, his words sounding somewhat awkward. He was never one to comfort others, especially women. Su Xiaoxiao indeed smiled, a blend of sorrow, reluctance, and relief washing over her. Your mother wished for you not to be trapped in a false dream for eternity. She wanted you to step outside, to see the ocean, to witness the splendor of this world. Wang Quan gazed at the distant mountains, echoing Su's mother-esque sentiments. Thank you, elder brother. No need for thanks. Our meeting is already fate. Elder brother, what is your name? Wang Quan, what are your plans? He inquired. I don't know. I've never ventured into the outside world. Su Xiaoxiao replied, somewhat bewildered, having spent too long in the mountains, resembling a wildling. By the way, what do you do? I am a night watcher. Wang Quan responded. What is that? For the next hour. Wang Quan explained the nature of the night watchers and the essence of their world to Su Xiaoxiao. However, her next question left him momentarily speechless. Can I join you? I mentioned that being a night watcher is perilous. You should heed your mother-esque advice and explore the world. I can provide you with funds. Fulfilling a mother-esque dream. Su Xiaoxiao countered. Wouldn't being a night watcher allow me to see even more? You rebellious child. Is that not allowed? All right. As long as you refrain from immoral actions, do as you wish. Wang Quan waved his hand dismissively, yet found himself in a quandary, needing to head to Changbai Mountain for a magical artifact, leaving him little time to look after a child. Let us first buy you some clothes and settle you. He lifted Su Xiao as one would a chick, signaling for the earth dragon to appear. Do you perform magic? No. Does it bite? No. Where did you pull out such a large creature? Mind your own business. Su Xiao stepped out of the shadows a bit, her chatter making Wang Quan's head spin. The two of them sat on a bench by the frozen lake, each with a hamburger, rhythmically taking bites in unison. I've arranged for you to go to the capital to meet Lao Deng. And where will you go? I have matters to attend to. Oh. Su Xiao rolled her eyes, biting hard into her hamburger, her cheeks puffed like a little hamster, muttering, I'll bite you. Watch your words. Wang Quan playfully tapped her head. After spending several days together, Wang Quan realized this little girl's maturity was still at the level of a 14 or 15-year-old, a pure child at heart. Of course, that was quite remarkable. Having lived alone in the mountains for over 20 years without becoming a fool was, in itself, lucky. Elder brother, I have something for you, something I acquired 10 years ago. I made a wish on it. But as for the content, Su Xiao hesitated to continue. For it marked the beginning of a decade-long cycle, a sorrowful event for her. What is it? This. Su Xiao produced a black jade dragon. 10 years prior. She had fallen off a cliff, fortuitously grasping this jade dragon and wishing not to die, desiring to be with her mother forever. Consequently, a nearby immeasurable mystery was sealed within Su Xiao's body, granting her control over that power. Despite her delicate appearance, she possessed strength comparable to a mythical being of immeasurable caliber, truly a girl of extraordinary might. Is it really that impressive? Quite impressive. Su Xiao gave a thumbs up. No foul language allowed. Then why do you say it? I am an adult. So am I. You are nothing. That is not fair. Why do you act like that mother Tyrannosaurus, always opposing me? Meanwhile, far away on the southeastern coast, Xia Siming unexpectedly sneezed and promptly cursed Wang Quan. Who is this mother Tyrannosaurus? Xia Siming, a girl. Elder brother, do you like her? Don't speak nonsense, you little brat. Wang Quan gave her a playful tap on the head. Su Xiao winced, holding her head, muttering softly. Hitting the head 1T help you grow taller. I believe you stopped growing the moment you made that wish. I drink milk every day, I will definitely grow taller. Su Xiao hopped off the bench. Hands on her hips, her expression earnest. Chapter 76. The Secret Realm. A transport plane landed at the Night Watcher headquarters, and as the door opened, Su Xiao peered out curiously, surveying her surroundings. She took out her phone adorned with a strawberry bear sticker and messaged Wang Quan, Elder brother, I've arrived. Be careful on your way. Behave and wait for me to return. Wang Quan typed quickly, then stowed his phone and gazed ahead. A great mountain loomed at the end of the forest, the destination of their journey, Changbai Mountain. As they approached, Wang Quan's pocket suddenly grew warm. He paused and retrieved the jade dragon. The originally black jade dragon had transformed into a vibrant red, resembling a piece of glowing iron from afar. No way, Wang Quan exclaimed, glancing at the distant mountain and then at the jade dragon in his hand. He surmised that the jade dragon must be connected to the magical artifact. If so, it would be an incredible stroke of luck. After securing the jade dragon, Wang Quan quickened his pace, reaching the foot of the mountain in a minute. Looking up, he saw the snow line dividing the desolate mountain in half. It was winter. Aside from the evergreens, all other vegetation lay dormant, lending the mountain a certain lifelessness. Wang Quan sprinted up the mountain path and soon reached the summit. The waters of the heavenly lake gleamed. A deep azure expanse reminiscent of a sea upon the mountain. Surrounding it, the snow lay thick, yet the lake remained unfrozen, shimmering under the sunlight. The jade dragon grew even hotter, affirming Wang Quan's thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the water, and at that moment, the jade dragon uncontrollably burst forth from his pocket, soaring toward the lake's depths like a long leg. Wang Quan followed closely, watching as the jade dragon sank into the mud, disappearing from sight. Little did he know, with the return of the jade dragon, the true nature of what lay hidden beneath the mud began to reveal itself. Where did it go? My massive jade dragon. Wang Quan appeared utterly bewildered, his azure eyes suddenly sparkling with realization as he scanned the muddy terrain. In the most inconspicuous spot, he discovered a slender fissure, just wide enough for the small jade dragon to pass through. Frowning, Wang Quan unleashed a powerful punch towards the crack, and a streak of black lightning pierced through the water curtain, causing the lake to boil violently. With a resounding crash, massive waves erupted from the surface of the heavenly pool, yet the fissure remained unscathed, while the surrounding muck was swept away. Before him loomed an ancient stone door, the fissure serving as its seam. The door was intricately carved with two magnificent dragons adorned with wings, depicted in a lively pose of dual dragons playing with a pearl. The stone-carved dragons were the legendary Yinglong, known for assisting the Yellow Emperor in vanquishing Qiyu, thus establishing a great victory. As Wang Quan approached the stone door, his 6 eyes scrutinized it, noticing a dim, crystalline line connecting the dragon pearl. How was this contraption to be opened? Wang Quan was perplexed. He had assumed the jade dragon was the key, yet it had simply vanished into the door's seam. Just then, the voice of the system resonated. Detection of a belief collection device. Please discern for yourself. A belief collection device. With this revelation, the answer became clear as Wang Quan retrieved a belief bead and drew it near the stone door. Immediately, the dim dragon pearl emitted a strong suction, consuming the belief bead, while a tiny shard of stone peeled away from its surface. 1 bead was insufficient. Wang Quan boldly produced 10 more to feed the dragon pearl. This time, numerous fragments fell away, and a 10th of the dragon pearl began to radiate a pure white glow. Wang Quan furrowed his brow, each offering of belief beads causing his heart to bleed, for these were the most precious treasures to him at present. Finally, after offering a total of 101 belief beads, the dragon pearl shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire underwater expanse. The white luminescence resembled an energy bar, transferring from the dragon pearl into the crystalline line connecting to the Yinglong. The line gradually began to outline a pattern, precisely that of the jade dragon that had slipped into the door's seam. Yet this pristine jade dragon was missing a piece, the small jade dragon. Wang Quan felt a wave of frustration. After such an extensive sacrifice, the cursed door remained shut. He resolved to attempt a forceful breach once more. A dark purple sphere of light hovered above his palm, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. A powerful and terrifying aura of destruction rippled outward. Just as Wang Quan was about to strike, something shot forth, a scorching red jade dragon. Wang Quan's lips twitched as he extinguished his spell and pressed the jade dragon against the gap. With a crisp click, a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, and a golden beam erupted from the lake's surface, casting a gentle golden hue over the entire mountain. The lake was cleaved in two, and the stone door began to open slowly, revealing a thin, membrane-like barrier of golden energy. Mission accomplished. No wonder the Bailey family returned empty-handed. Both the jade dragon and the power of belief were indispensable, otherwise, the entrance could not be unlocked. Wang Quan took a deep breath and leaped into the golden barrier, plunging into darkness as he lost consciousness. The stone door gradually closed, and the lake's waters began to flow back. It became evident that the foolish Bailey clan had failed to locate the entrance, while this lad had indeed enjoyed a stroke of luck. Above the heavenly pool, a figure stood suspended in the void, murmuring softly. In the final second before the stone door sealed, he descended, vanishing alongside it. The lake's surface returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever occurred. Kill them. The clanging of metal rang out. Help me. Someone, save me. I do not wish to die. The cacophony of battle cries, clashing weapons, anguished screams, and desperate pleas echoed around Wang Quan, who felt as if he were amidst a battlefield, the sensation strikingly vivid. Yet before him lay an impenetrable darkness. Time passed, and a beam of light pierced his vision, revealing a blurred scene of bloodshed, severed limbs, and a landscape ravaged by corpses and blood. The image grew clearer, resembling a cataclysmic apocalypse. Wang Quan found himself at the heart of the battlefield, where a colossal dragon, spanning hundreds of meters, soared across the blood-red sky. Its wings were those of the Yinglong. The Yinglong unleashed flames, incinerating countless souls to ashes. Turning to observe, a giant over 100 meters tall charged recklessly, wielding a massive hammer that crushed innumerable foes into a bloody pulp. Yet, in the next moment, the giant was toppled by a white tiger, which savagely tore at its neck, blood spraying forth like a fountain, drenching the heavens in crimson. Countless beings passed through Wang Quan as though he were invisible. It was only at this moment that he realized he was but a phantom, witnessing a monumental clash. On the distant horizon, a figure approached, riding a colossal beast. As Wang Quan's gaze descended, he struggled to contain his composure. The rider was mounted upon a panda, several times larger than those he had seen at the zoo, exuding an aura of ferocity rather than charm. Wait, riding a panda? Could that be Qiyu? A flicker of realization sparked in Wang Quan's eyes. Chapter 77. The handcrafted artifact. The world was drenched in crimson amidst a tempest of chaos. Where colossal beasts clashed and the earth trembled, a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. This epic confrontation was none other than the legendary Battle of Zhuolu. The Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, leaders of two disparate tribes, led their clans into a war that would redefine the narrative of Huaxia. According to the Shanhai Jing, Qi Yu commanded the Yinglong to summon water and unleash storms, ensnaring the Yellow Emperor in dire straits. In response, the Yellow Emperor summoned the celestial maiden Hanjun to quell the storms, leading to a sudden clearing of the skies, which allowed him to launch a surprise attack, decisively defeating Qi Yu. The carving of the Yinglong on the stone door was a testament to the Yellow Emperor's triumph. In this grand conflict, the panda served as Qi Yu's steed, aptly named the Iron-Eating Beast. The fearsome Iron-Eating Beast bore Qi Yu forth, and Wang Quan narrowed his eyes, expressing his displeasure. It seems a rat has infiltrated. Upon the beast's back sat an elderly man with graying hair and a stooped figure, clad in a Zhongshan suit, his gaze sharp and vibrant despite his advanced age. Young man, you possess quite the bravado. Yet, I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I would not have accessed this secret realm. The old man's eyes gleamed with the acuity of a hawk. And who might you be? You Huai. The old man replied succinctly. At this name, Wang Quan furrowed his brows. This title was renowned among the Night Watchers. Yu Huai, the leader of the ancient god cult, the foremost among the three ancient evil deities, and one of the earliest agents of evil to operate within the realm of Xia. Encountering him, one could not discern whether it was fortune or misfortune. Slaying him would be a monumental accomplishment. To kill you would be a deed of great merit, Wang Quan declared, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, a smile gracing his lips. Young lad, you might be overestimating your capabilities. Yu Huai scoffed. Not a single person has managed to kill me in over 60 years. Your bravado is unfounded. With a clang, the Tang sword was drawn, a wave of dark purple blade wind slicing through the air. As the space fractured in a series of cascading shatters, the aura of destruction coiling around the crescent strike aimed at Yu Huai. Unperturbed, Yu Huai raised his hand, seizing the blade wind with ease, an aura that epitomized the pinnacle of humanity sweeping across the battlefield. With a crack, the space cleaved, disintegrating into countless fragments. The Bailey family certainly did not hold back. They bestowed the Zhanbai upon you. A flicker of curiosity passed through Yu Huai's profound gaze. Who are you? When did the Night Watchers produce such a talent? Special Task Force, Daybreak, Wang Quan, the one who will kill you. The voice of Wang Quan, imbued with unparalleled confidence, resonated across the battlefield like a thunderclap. In the next instant, a magnificent crimson bird soared through the sky, gracefully alighting above Wang Quan. Following this, the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger echoed as the Bai Hu stood to the left and the Qing Long to the right, while the imposing Xian Wu loomed in the rear. The four divine beasts encircled Wang Quan like stars around the moon, a privilege bestowed upon only one in this war. Wang Quan embodied the spirit of the Yellow Emperor. According to historical legends, only I shall emerge victorious. Gradually becoming aware, Wang Quan haughtily scrutinized Yu Huai. Merely a secret realm, a mere illusion. You, my young friend, harbor delusions of grandeur. Yu Huai had clashed with many formidable foes among the Night Watchers, and yet survived, living longer than many. Now, a junior of the Wuliang realm dares to boast. Truly, times have changed. Though I have aged, I still wield my blade. With an outstretched hand, Yu Huai summoned petals of a black lotus, swirling with dark energy, which emerged from his withered right arm. The lotus petals formed an extraordinary long sword, exuding a potent aura of destruction. Wang Quan sensed a familiar presence, his expression turning serious. That lotus was indeed a bona fide divine artifact. This black lotus of mine is a subdivine grade artifact. Yu Huai lifted his gaze, his eyes clear and his tone self-assured, pausing momentarily before continuing. Can you withstand a single strike from me? Arrogant youth. Who fears whom? Wang Quan chuckled, sheathing his blade. I shall confront you unarmed. I have lived for decades and have never encountered anyone as arrogant as you. You shall pay for your ignorance. With that, Yu Huai seemed to break free from the constraints of gravity, rising slowly. Black energy surged outward, imbued with a destructive essence, and against the backdrop of the blood-red heavens, he became the sole beacon in this crimson world. The blade formed from the black lotus grew ever brighter, its surface shimmering as if countless stars were twinkling. Yu Huai raised his hand, and the blade expanded dramatically, reaching the heavens. In an instant, the world began to shatter, the sky, the earth, and countless beings were all marred by black fissures. A divine artifact, how intriguing. Wang Quan smiled faintly, stepping forward, his aura surging to the Klein realm. Silver radiance dispelled the black cracks enveloping him, and the entire realm was similarly bathed in brilliant silver. Yu Huai cast a sidelong glance, murmuring, "No wonder you are fearless. You possess means to elevate your realm. Alas, it is still insufficient." As he spoke, he swung the blade of the black lotus with all his might. The blade trembled, resonating with the black fissures that course through the world, this strike rivaling that of a deity. The overwhelming aura of destruction shattered half of the secret realm, and the four divine beasts surrounding Wang Quan transformed into a myriad of luminous points. Bathed in this cascade of light, he stepped forward once more. At this moment, an aura of unparalleled human potential emerged. Yu Huai furrowed his brow. The ability to instantly elevate one's realm to human zenith was truly remarkable. Such a figure arose from among the Night Watchers, solidifying his resolve to eliminate him. He must not be allowed to escape today. Yu Huai unleashed his full power, even employing divine strength as a black phantom materialized behind him. A colossal black Buddha statue with 4 faces and 4 arms. The annihilating Brahma, Yu Huai was its earthly representative. The divine being cast its gaze, and wherever it looked, an aura of destruction engulfed the entire secret realm. In the seemingly endless darkness, the silver light appeared akin to a flickering candle flame on the verge of extinguishment. Unless he possessed an equally formidable artifact, Wang Quan could not withstand this strike. The convergence of 3 pinnacle forces, human zenith, divine artifact, and divine power. How could one contend against such might? This encounter was even more perilous than at the southwestern borders. The border was merely a divine avatar, while Yu Huai's strike equated to the full force of a deity, especially considering the divine being backing him was of a creator-god caliber within a mythological system. In a moment of desperation, Wang Quan retrieved a fragment of the Dark Law, using a faith bead as a vessel, gripping the law fragment while infusing it with spatial power. The silver radiance surged wildly, the fragment of Dark Law pulsating like a heart. Even with the faith bead's enhancement, the power of the law could still recoil against Wang Quan. Crafting a temporary pseudo-artifact with a mortal body was an exceedingly reckless act. Even Yu Huai was taken aback, unable to suppress a remark. This fellow is truly mad. Chapter 78. Means unleashed. The silver light shimmered like stars, swaying in the boundless darkness as Wang Quan's arms shattered and healed, only to shatter again and heal once more. 100 pure white faith beads flowed within the silver light, ultimately merging into the fragment of the Dark Law. In the next moment, a domineering aura radiated forth as Wang Quan grasped his long sword and slashed at the heavens. A resounding hum echoed throughout the secret realm, as the black lotus burned above and the silver light flickered within the earth. Yu Huai's lethal strike was neutralized by the spatial slash imbued with the Dark Law, and as the scattered energy particles settled, the secret realm gradually regained its original form. The crimson hue contrasted with the figure of the elder, who cradled the black lotus in one hand, a glimmer of admiration igniting in his eyes. Young man, your fortune truly stirs my envy. Yu Huai's gaze fixated on the pure black orb in Wang Quan's hand, and he could not help but lament. A genuine fragment of the law, a means to wield the power of the law. Each aspect was enough to incite jealousy. Would you be interested in joining the Ancient God Society? I guarantee you will become the next president. Yu Huai extended an olive branch. The Ancient God Society sought individuals of such caliber. Wang Quan withdrew the fragment of the law, concealing his continuously fracturing right arm behind him, even with the aid of the faith bead. A mortal body could not ultimately bear the power of the law, had it not been for the continuous healing provided by the reversal technique. Both of Wang Quan's arms would have long been rendered useless. I hold grudges. Wang Quan's tone was calm as he met Yu Huai's gaze. The Ancient God Society has pursued me for quite some time. I can eliminate everyone who has hunted you. How about it? If the opportunity arises, I could procure a divine artifact for you, just like this one. As he spoke, Yu Huai's gaze fell upon the divine artifact, the Black Lotus. What do you think? It is far superior to anything you could acquire among the Night Watchers. I refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Quan shook his head. At his words, Yu Huai's brow furrowed, his tone turning cold and laced with menace. Young man, my appreciation for you does not imply that I will hesitate to kill you. I can unleash the same attack a second or third time, but what about you? How many times can you wield the power of the law? If I am not mistaken, you have already suffered significant backlash. As he spoke, the Black Lotus transformed into a long spear, its tip aimed at Wang Quan. Murderous intent surging, Yu Huai looked down upon Wang Quan, declaring arrogantly, submit, or die. The secret realm fell silent, and Wang Quan raised a middle finger at Yu Huai, cursing loudly. Old fool, I have never bowed to anyone. Go eat shit. Seeking death, Yu Huai, pushed to his limit, gestured grandly as the destructive spear formed from the Black Lotus descended, tearing through the crimson landscape and revealing a chaotic void. Wang Quan removed his sunglasses, his cerulean eyes shining like 2 radiant stars. The domain unfolded, the Wuliang Kong. A pure white sun ascended, and the Black Lotus spear pierced through it in an instant. Yet Yu Huai felt no sense of impending kill. Rather, his curiosity towards Wang Quan intensified. The secretary, who has mastered the pinnacle of humanity's ascent, possesses the enigmatic power of unfathomable laws and even the ability to evade attacks within a domain. He is versatile in both offense and defense, truly a consummate talent. As Yue Huai reached out, the Halian spear responded instinctively, flying back to him. Just as he was about to make contact with the artifact, a pure white domain enveloped him, severing his connection to the divine object. Before him loomed a colossal eye resembling a black hole, surrounded by swirling silver star rings, while the figure of royal authority stood poised above it, suspended in the void. Was this a spatial domain? Why was his mind cluttered with nonsensical thoughts? Yue Huai murmured. Perplexed, royal authority was not surprised. The overwhelming deluge of meaningless information from the infinite void was intended to overload his enemy's mind. Yet, the mental fortitude of a being at the pinnacle of humanity remained largely unaffected. Your ability is quite intriguing. Even without the artifact, I remain unperturbed, Yue Huai declared. For he was an agent of the divine, capable of manifesting his own domain. Youngster, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Your domain cannot confine me for long. Agreed. You show some awareness of the situation. Before Yue Huai could finish, royal authority interjected. That is impossible. Have you succumbed to senility? Agreed. I apologize to my family and friends. Upon uttering these words, Yue Huai was momentarily speechless, as if choked by an unseen force. Very well. I shall personally end your existence. As soon as he spoke, a black domain infused with destructive energy unfurled around him, the shadow of the annihilating Brahma manifesting. For massive fist shadows descended, unleashing supreme divine might that shattered royal authority's domain in an instant. Brahma, the creator god of India, is the highest deity within the Indian pantheon and one of the three supreme gods of the Temple of Heaven, even in partial form. The might of the supreme deity was unmatched by those of the same realm. With a wave of his hand, Yue Huai commanded the artifact Halian to disintegrate into countless fluttering petals, enveloping royal authority as he fell from above. In desperation, royal authority transformed into his heavenly and cursed binding form, unleashing a fierce dragon roar that ignited his blood. The blood-red dragon exhaled crystalline purple-gold flames, a signature skill of the illusory dragon of the earth, shattering countless crystals that shielded him from the deluge of black lotuses. Yet, Yue Huai had already vanished from sight. In the next moment, a petal aimed at royal authority morphed into Yue Huai, pressing a dagger tainted with the aura of destruction against his heart. Damn it! Royal authority reacted swiftly, gripping the dagger tightly, blood staining his battle attire as his hand dissolved into nothingness. The annihilating power of Brahma rendered all material in the world into void. Failing with his initial strike, Yue Huai swiftly transitioned into a slashing motion, countless lotus petals coalescing into a curved blade. A fierce gleam of the blade flashed toward royal authority's vital points, as though a single cut would sever him from existence. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a cracking sound echoed, and royal authority shattered like glass, the scattered fragments narrowly avoiding disaster. Before touching the ground, the pieces reformed, and the intact royal authority landed safely. This maneuver stemmed from a mysterious ability he had grasped, a life-saving skill that could nullify a single fatal attack, albeit usable only once a year. Though Yue Huai was formidable, he was not a true deity, his divine power limited. Otherwise, such a tactic would not withstand the strike of a supreme god. How many voids do you possess? Truly an intriguing adversary. In these past decades, I would deem you my most formidable opponent. Yue Huai murmured, a flicker of astonishment and faint regret crossing his eyes. The domain of Brahma expanded once more, the black mist of void power spreading. The crimson-golden pupils of royal authority shifted abruptly, a glimmer of azure light flashing. The two once again initiated a collision of domains. A decisive clash. Chapter 79. The emergence of the Xianyuan sword following an intense collision, royal authority's domain shattered, his body shuddering as he coughed up blood. In that instant, the blades formed from the Halian surged forward, infused with the power of annihilation, an unstoppable force. Yue Huai smirked, a sense of relief washing over him. Had he allowed this young man to mature, the outcome of today's battle might have been reversed. Unfortunately, there were no what-ifs, and he would never permit such a figure to arise in Daxia. Perish, you arrogant little wretch. In a moment of life and death, royal authority resolved to forcibly elevate his realm. Naturally, it was a gamble. He was uncertain if his body could endure the surge from 200 faith beads. At that moment, the blood-red haze of the secret realm dissipated, a golden pillar of light shooting skyward, the aura of the artifact erupting forth, repelling the Halian. Holy, domineering, benevolent, a 3-foot-long sword hovered in midair, one side inscribed with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other depicted mountains and foliage. The sword embodied multitudes. The sword embodied the Great Path. This was the Holy Sword, Xianyuan. Within it resided boundless power, a divine blade for slaying demons and banishing evil. The purpose of both royal authority and Yue Huai's expedition was this artifact, which only revealed itself at the climax of the battle. In the next moment, 2 streams of light surged forth, vying for the artifact. Yue Huai cast the Halian to obstruct royal authority's advance, seizing the Xianyuan sword first. He had always believed the Xianyuan sword to be a mere legend. Never did he expect it to truly exist. Not only could he obtain the artifact, but he could also eliminate a prodigious talent among the Night Watchers. Today was indeed fortuitous. As Yue Huai attempted to grasp the Xianyuan sword, he found it felt as though he was holding countless mountains, impossibly heavy. The crisp sound of the sword ringing echoed, waves of faint golden ripples emanating from it. The hand that grasped the sword turned to ash, his pupils constricting in shock. The Xianyuan sword was repelling him. Suddenly, the sword radiated a blinding golden light. A towering figure materializing, a valiant man clad in resplendent golden armor, exuding an aura of royal authority. Not of my kin, to be slain. The golden phantom spoke slowly, its voice resonating like a thunderous bell, echoing with an irresistible majesty. As the words fell, the Xianyuan sword transformed into a torrent of sword shadows. A rain of blades descending, imbued with inexhaustible killing intent. Yue Huai stood bewildered. He was undeniably human. How could he possibly be considered an alien? With a resigned sigh, he quickly summoned the Halian to shield himself. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clash resounded continuously, the overwhelming sword aura akin to a celestial river cascading down. Annihilate that scoundrel. Old fool, are you stunned? You, a traitor to humanity, a lackey of the outer gods, deserve your fate. How could my ancestors of Dashia let you, an imbecile, escape? Come at me if you dare. Royal authority transformed into a torrent of insults, hurling personal attacks with a derisive demeanor that ignited Yue Huai's fury. Infuriating. I am clearly stronger, yet you wield this broken sword, blind to the situation. Yue Huai's composure shattered. He had touched the sword first. And it was this very blade that had saved royal authority's life upon its emergence. Desperate and enraged, he summoned the shadow of the annihilating Brahma once more. Though this invocation drained the color from his aging visage, even as the pinnacle of humanity, the exertion of divine might had its limits. Brahma and the Yellow Emperor faced each other from afar, and with a mere glance, 2 waves of pressure intertwined in a fierce clash, shattering the entire secret realm into fragments. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the Xianyuan sword flew into royal authority's grasp, simultaneously enveloping him in a sacred halo that healed all his injuries in an instant. A warm current flowed through the sword into his body, and royal authority felt rejuvenated. Just as the golden armor reminiscent of the Yellow Emperor adorned him, grasping the Xianyuan sword and clad in battle armor, he returned to the pinnacle of humanity. A sensation of unparalleled exhilaration enveloping him. Old biting, you are unworthy of wielding a sword. Take your pitiful lotus and use it to wipe yourself. With a single swing of the royal sword, a dazzling golden light illuminated the shattered secret realm, infused with the power of space, its lethality soaring to the heavens. As the sword light approached, Yue Huai manipulated the black lotus to form a shield, barely managing to withstand the casual strike from the royal sword. With the next blow, Yue Huai's heart trembled. The sword's level surpassed that of the black lotus. Could it be a divine artifact of the supreme deity? Stepping forward, the royal presence materialized with a swift motion, casually wielding his sword and shattering the black lotus shield. The blade severed Yue Huai's arm, blood gushing forth in an instant. Old biting, the tide has turned. Were you not so arrogant, demanding my submission? Do you desire my life? How greedy you are. The royal banter flowed as swiftly as his sword strikes, leaving Yue Huai in utter disarray. Just as the royal was poised to deliver a fatal blow, the Xianyuan sword inexplicably flew from his grasp. He let out a soft grunt, drawing the Zhanbai sword, only to find it blocked by the black lotus. Compared to divine artifacts, restricted items always fell short. Covered in sword wounds and bleeding profusely, Yue Huai clutched his severed arm in despair, glaring at the royal with seething jealousy. The royal rolled his eyes and quickly distanced himself from Yue Huai, almost having dispatched the old fool, a regrettable misfortune. In the heights above, the Yellow Emperor raised the Xianyuan sword, channeling the power of the entire secret realm. Roars of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and beasts echoed as the 4 divine beasts circled around him, merging into the sword's body. Accompanied by violent tremors, the Xianyuan sword reflected the sun, moon, and stars, illuminating the mountains and vegetation. Though it was a sacred instrument, its lethality was equally formidable. Empowered by the entire secret realm, the Yellow Emperor's shadow made it clear to the Brahma shadow who the true master was. With a single stroke, he severed the highest realm. The Brahma shadow shattered, and blood mist erupted from Yu Huai, causing him to suffer severe injuries, nearly falling into an abyss. After expelling the foreign races, the Yellow Emperor's shadow cast a glance at the royal before vanishing with the secret realm. As the space collapsed and a sense of helplessness washed over him. When the royal opened his eyes, he found himself back on Changbai Mountain. The Xianyuan sword floated serenely on the pristine lake's surface, enveloped in layers of golden radiance. While life burst forth from the once snowy landscape, the Xuanyuan's wrath was directed solely at evil. It was indeed a holy weapon. As for Yu Huai, that old fool had long since fled in disgrace. Damn it, let me not see you again, or you shall meet your demise. The royal cursed, then stepped across the lake, advancing toward the Xianyuan sword. As he drew closer, the oppressive aura intensified, nearly suffocating him. Not again, my friend. We have fought side by side. How could you, wretched sword, abandon me now? The royal murmured, recalling how he had actively sought the sword in the secret realm. Why did it become shy upon emerging into the outside world? As he spoke, the sword's pressure forcibly pinned him against the water's surface. Oh no, I was wrong. I admit it. The sword trembled lightly, and in a daze, the royal beheld the Yellow Emperor's shadow once more. No, it was real. He abruptly lifted his head to see the majestic figure of the Yellow Emperor, albeit in a smaller form. The Yellow Emperor regarded the royal with an expression devoid of emotion and asked, "Why do you wield a sword?" Chapter 8. A vitality comparable to a cockroach, the lake reflected the pale golden silhouette, while snowflakes danced in the distance. And a few ice crystals fell upon the lake's surface, dissipating the golden image. In the sorrowful gaze of the figure, a silver-haired youth was mirrored. Why do you wield a sword? The 4 simple words struck the heart like a resounding bell. The Yellow Emperor's shadow did not rush him, but merely observed in silence. To become stronger. The royal's tone was resolute. Why become stronger? To protect. Upon hearing this response, the Yellow Emperor remained silent, raising his hand to lightly touch the Xianyuan. A stream of light ascended, enveloping the heavenly pool in a golden energy sphere. The next moment, the royal felt his stopping power falter, and with a splash, he plunged into the lake, his shadow dissipating. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from afar, sounding exceedingly anxious. Perverse rogue. The blazing wings swept across the sky as Xia Siming swiftly descended upon Changbai Mountain, followed closely by 5 transport planes, from which the masked individuals leaped. Soon after, the commander of the Night Watch, Yi Fan, descended from the heavens, his expression grave. 2 special teams, each led by commanders of humanity's apex, mobilized. Clearly not for the royal's sake. The royal gradually sank to the lake's bottom, his consciousness blurring. He raised his right arm, desperately seeking to touch the water's surface, yet found himself powerless. With the final syllable swallowed by the rushing waters, he lost consciousness. In the northeast, 2 divine presences emerged, one of which belonged to the ancient evil deity of the ancient god church, Yu Huai. The Night Watch's personnel had come for this very reason. Xia Siming, frantic to enter the heavenly pool, was restrained by Yi Fan, who cautioned her in a steady tone, "Do not act recklessly." Unbeknownst to her, as she watched her beloved child vanish before her eyes, Yi Fan's other hand trembled, though his position forbade any display of panic. "Commander, he is gone." Xia Siming's face was etched with worry, her voice urgent and forceful. Only she knew how much she cared for the royal, especially with the legendary Yu Huai's appearance, a formidable foe who had evaded capture for decades. "What on earth is that on the lake?" Vortex exclaimed, pointing toward the distant Xianyuan sword in surprise. "Of course, it is the Xianyuan sword." A calm yet greedy voice responded, as by Li Xian fixated on the lake's surface, regretting having informed the royal of that news. He had not anticipated that the royal would truly find the legendary artifact, and it seemed he was undergoing the sword's trial. "Is that thing really real?" Vortex questioned, his mind filled with queries. "Shut up," Rose snapped, giving Vortex a playful smack. The existence of deities was hardly surprising. "Fool. It seems the royal is likely unscathed." Wang Mian placed a hand on the hilt of his blade, remaining composed as usual. The elite members of the Night Watch gathered at the edge of the heavenly pool, silently observing the shimmering lake surface. Similarly, in the tranquil depths of the secluded forest, black mist swirled, a pair of sharp eyes fixated on the lake. Black lotus petals spiraled around the black mist, As Yu Huai's external wounds healed completely, he created a false impression of escape, keeping his distance from the heavenly pool. Preparing to seize an opportunity. There are simply too many arrivals. If I were to eliminate a few, would the night watch not be gravely weakened? Yu Huai murmured, sounding disheartened. After all, he currently lacked the capability, having been severely injured by the Yellow Emperor's shadow and the royal in the secret realm. Suddenly, the previously tranquil water's surface erupted with countless bubbles as the pale golden figure emerged. This turn of events sent everyone into a state of tension. What is that? Vortex inquired. Are you chatty? Tianping shot a glare at the foolish teammate. The Xianyuan sword is here. It must be the legendary ancestor of the great Xia. The Yellow Emperor. Baili Xian explained without surprise. Good heavens. So that's how it is. Then all is well. Xuanhua exhaled deeply, convinced that the charming ancestor would never harm us, his descendants. You might be a descendant of Qiyu. After all, the great Huangdi did strike you down. Kong Shang from the Phoenix team remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xuanhua. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a child of Yin and Huang. Xuanhua crossed his arms resolutely. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Huangdi made his move, grasping the Xianyuan sword, seemingly preparing for action. The sound of unsheathing a sword rang out, chilling the atmosphere instantly. Huangdi swung his sword, its resplendent golden light darting toward the distant mountains, emanating an overwhelming murderous intent, yet sparing every blade of grass and tree along its path. Concealed in the shadows, Yu Huai's pupils constricted. He thought, is he really attempting to kill me from this distance? With a long sigh, he immediately summoned the Black Lotus for defense. It's Yu Huai, Yifan quickly realized, and a surge of Buddhist light enveloped him as he hurled a punch toward the sword's path. Simultaneously, another beam of sword light cleaved through the air from the direction of the transport plane. Unlike Huangdi's sword, which was imbued with mercy, this was a pure manifestation of lethal force. While Huangdi's sword sought to slay Yu Huai, this strike cleaved mountains in twain. The wielder of this sword was none other than Zhou Ping. To be safe, Yi Fan had brought the renowned sword saint of the great Xia along. Damn it! Yu Huai cursed as his defenses crumbled, immediately fleeing toward the distant mist. Any delay would mean his utter destruction. Even so, the two beams of sword light relentlessly pursued him. Realizing escape was futile, Yu Huai turned to defend himself as his once emaciated body further shrank, as though his flesh and blood were being devoured. Paying the price, he called forth a divine entity. The shadow of the annihilating Vantian materialized, its massive arm crushing the sword light with a single grip. With a cough, Yu Huai spat out a stream of black water, fleeing into the mist without looking back. I will remember this grudge. Especially against that silver-haired brat. I will hold a lifelong grudge for the severed arm. Before vanishing completely, Yu Huai uttered a fierce declaration, his disheveled form retreating in haste. This fellow truly knows how to survive. He is akin to a cockroach, Yi Fan remarked, gazing into the distance with dissatisfaction. First, battling Wang Quan and Huangdi's apparition in the secret realm, followed by the two human paragons, one a legendary ancestor of Huaxia. All three had worked together to allow Yu Huai to escape. No wonder he had lived for so long. Can Brother Quan truly incapacitate Yu Huai? Upon hearing this threat, Xuanhua's eyes widened, eager to leap into Tianqi to inquire with Wang Quan for clarity. If I am not mistaken, that fellow is a long-established agent of the evil gods. You are not mistaken. Yu Huai is undoubtedly formidable. Wang Mian, also an agent of the divine, affirmed, gazing intently at the distance. The apparition of Huangdi released the Xianyuan sword, turning to address the assembly atop the mountain. Who are you? He inquired, his sudden speech instilling fear among the crowd. Everyone was incredulous, having believed the figure on the lake was merely an illusion. Chapter 81, Inquiry of the Hard Eye. I can't believe it. The ancestor has spoken. Xuanhua stammered, staring in astonishment at the golden figure in the lake. Yi Fan bowed respectfully to Huangdi's apparition and, after a moment of contemplation, introduced himself. I am a descendant of Yin and Huang. Yi Fan. Wang Mian. Xia Simeng. Ancestor, my name is Li Xian. Xuanhua waved excitedly. Jiaowei. Kong Shang. The others each bowed in respect, introducing themselves with solemnity. Huangdi's gaze swept over them, murmuring, just like that boy. He then instructed, should you encounter that foreign entity again, do not show mercy. Naturally, he referred to Yu Huai, who had long served foreign gods, much like a foul stone marinating in a jar of pickled vegetables. You there? Why do you carry the scent of foreign beings? Huangdi's apparition suddenly raised his head, casting his gaze over Wang Mian and Xia Simeng. Ancestor, I am different from that individual. This power is to protect the great Xia. So am I. If you do not believe, see for yourself. Xia Simeng clenched her fist, flames of the phoenix erupting forth. Huang Di fell silent, turning to walk into the lake, the Xianyuan sword emitting a series of hums. A golden ripple sweeping across the peak of Changbai Mountain, a clear distinction between good and evil. Let us depart. Do not allow the foreign beings to harm my Huaxia descendants. Act with integrity, seeking a heart unblemished. The calm yet powerful voice echoed through the mountains. And everyone bowed in unison, responding loudly, "We shall heed the teachings of our ancestor." Before submerging into the lake, Huang Di cast a final glance at the roiling mist below the heavens, a force radiating ominously. With a deep sigh, he acknowledged that he was but a remnant shadow, unable to offer any assistance. Alas, alas, the descendants will have their own fortune. As the crowd watched Huang Di depart, the air fell silent. Is that it? Brother Quan is still inside. Xuanhua expressed concern. Let us go. That is Wang Quan's opportunity. Our Huaxia ancestor would not trouble a descendant. Yi Fan waved his hand and turned toward the hovering aircraft, the others following suit, except for Xia Siming, who remained rooted in place. Biting her lip, she wrestled with her thoughts and suddenly brightened, saying, "Commander, may I wait here?" Halting mid-sentence, she cast a reluctant glance at the rippling lake's surface and continued. On second thought, perhaps it's best to refrain. What if there's a mission? Torn between her feelings for someone special and her duty, she chose the latter. As a night watcher, her potential for glorious sacrifice loomed, perhaps leaving no time to ponder romantic entanglements. This was also why Xia Siming had buried her feelings deep within her heart. "You scoundrel! You must not come to any harm." Xia Siming silently prayed. Casting one last look at Tianqi, "Can you pilot a helicopter?" Yi Fan inquired. "I can." Xia Siming nodded, her expression somewhat surprised. "Then I will leave a helicopter for your team. If you wish to wait, you may, but do not delay on your mission," Yi Fan instructed. The Phoenix team was primarily responsible for handling the mythological creatures invading the Great Xia from the mist, hence they maintained several outposts near the border. Frankly speaking, Xia Siming's actions posed no issue. Moreover, not long ago, Wang Quan had traversed the entire nation, so the special team had indeed seen little action lately. Mythological creatures above the sea realm were not common occurrences. With Yu Huai severely injured, the ancient god church would likely be greatly weakened. Overall, recent times had been quite peaceful for the Great Xia. "Thank you, Commander. Sister Quan, you can wait a month without worry. We've not had a mission in the last half-month." Xuanhua teased. "Scram. I am not worried about him. I am merely concerned that Yu Huai might return." Xia Siming shot Xuanhua a glare, turning her head away haughtily. "Let us go." Back to headquarters. The sound of the helicopter blades gradually faded, and Xia Siming sat atop the mountain, hugging her knees, the cold wind tousling her golden hair. Her peach-colored eyes mirrored the distant lake, both pure and filled with emotion. The girl's gaze reflected a pool of winter water, enveloping the young man. Wang Quan descended slowly, the rhythmic pounding of his heart echoing in his ears. Why wield a sword? Why seek strength? Why protect? Wang Quan abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused as he surveyed his surroundings. The clattering of keyboards resonating in his ears. He donned his work uniform, the screen at his workstation displaying the project design PowerPoint. He found himself back in those arduous days. Everything felt overwhelmingly real, as though he had just awoken from a lengthy dream. Bang, bang, bang. His phone incessantly pinged with messages, urging him from his boss. No, no, no. Wang Quan muttered frantically. I should be at Changbai Mountain, searching for the Xianyuan sword. Realizing this was an illusion, he conceived a reckless idea. Amidst the astonished gazes of his colleagues, he shattered the glass. It's fake, utterly fake. As he plummeted, Wang Quan laughed heartily. After all, how could glass be so fragile? Facing the surging traffic below, he surrendered himself to the fall. In that instant, as he hit the ground, Wang Quan awakened. This time, he lay on the water, beneath a cerulean sky, surrounded by pristine white snow. Changbai Mountain, Tianqi. Looking around, the Xianyuan sword floated in the distance, yet he could not see it. It seemed Wang Quan had forgotten something. Wang Quan, Harbin is under siege, hurry to assist. The voice of Yi Fan echoed in his earpiece. You're the closest, move swiftly. Is it a mysterious invasion? As he inquired, the location was already sent. No. It's the Moon Huai of the ancient god church. That fellow is the pinnacle of humanity. You only need to support the Phoenix squad. I'm on my way. Moon Huai is humanity's apex. The Phoenix can't hold out much longer. I'm heading there now. Wang Quan ended the communication. A silver gleam flashed, and he vanished from the mountaintop. Upon arrival, the sight before him stunned Wang Quan. A colossal four-armed giant loomed over the city, its four hands forming a lotus shape, with a pitch-black energy orb suspended within. Just one glance sent shivers down his spine. The orb seemed to harbor the power capable of annihilating everything. That was divine power. Choose one, kid. Who will you protect? An ancient voice resonated from afar. Looking over, Wang Quan saw the bloodied Xia Simen clutched by a withered hand around her neck, while a birdcage constructed from black lotus petals ensnared the remaining members of the Phoenix Squad. Is it the lives of thousands in the city? People you have no connection to? Or is it your dear friends? Or perhaps someone you hold dear? Moon Huai's shadowy gaze fixated on Wang Quan, presenting 3 questions. You can only save one. Nonsense. I will save them all. Chapter 82. A twist of fate, you cannot save them. Moon Huai chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. Wang Quan stepped forward, his aura surged to the pinnacle of humanity, his domain unfurling, a massive pure sun rising, expanding rapidly across space. As long as he enveloped everything within the domain, Wang Quan would have room to maneuver. Just as the domain grazed the city's edge, the annihilating celestial suddenly turned its gaze. With a mere glance, unparalleled divine might descended. It was truly the power of the supreme deity. The domain collapsed with a thunderous roar, and Wang Quan was met with a violent backlash, blood spewing from his mouth. Outside the illusion, Huang Di silently observed, contemplating the lives of the people and his loved ones. This choice was an eternal dilemma. Based on what he witnessed, he used the remnants of his strength to construct this environment, hoping to see if Wang Quan held compassion for all beings. The energy amassed by the annihilating celestial reached a critical threshold, darkness engulfing the land, the void's power erasing space, heralding death. Meanwhile, the Black Lotus contracted. The Phoenix Squad in dire peril, cries for help echoing, filled with a desperate will to survive. Help me, you scoundrel. Captain Wang, I don't want to die. Captain Wang, I'm so scared. Wang Quan snapped back to reality, disbelief washing over him as he looked at Xia Simen, murmuring internally, you are not her. You are certainly not them. This is all a fabrication. The true Phoenix Squad prioritizes the protection of Xia. They would never plead for Wang Quan to save them first. In that moment, he understood completely. The first awakening back to the modern illusion was a prelude for the second, a means of deception. Just then, Huang Di's voice resonated, filled with compassion for all beings. Why wield a sword? Why seek strength? Why protect? What is real and what is false? This matter weighs heavily on the heart. For Wang Quan to see through the illusion, Huang Di was not surprised. Regardless of truth or falsehood, he sought Wang Quan's choice. The choice of the heart transcends reality. Whom does your heart choose? The echo filled his ears, and Wang Quan faltered for a moment, but his gaze grew resolute as he confidently declared, the answer remains unchanged. I want them all. If there ever comes a day, I will still be myself. I wish to protect Xia, and even more so, those around me. If someone must perish, then let it be me first. Wang Quan answered Huang Di's inquiry, a response born of the heart. As his words fell, countless prayer beads burst forth from within him. 1, 2, 3, 929 beads, representing all he possessed, while his limit was merely 100. Viewed from a distance, amidst the apocalypse-like darkness, the bead shone brilliantly, resembling a sky full of stars, with Wang Quan at the center of this celestial display. White energy fissures covered his body. His skin became crystalline, pure and untainted, yet they too began to peel away, crumbling bit by bit. This number far exceeded Wang Quan's current capacity, but he momentarily grasped the laws, transcending from mortal to divine. The essence of boundless emptiness is the power of space. Thus, he commanded the laws of space. Silver flames blazed fiercely, each flickering flame representing Wang Quan's life. This force surpassed the illusion's capacity. Wang Quan clenched his fist, instantly shattering Moon Huai and the divine apparition. Almost immediately, fissures appeared in the surrounding space, strange sounds resonating, akin to low thunder or a fierce bellow. As the illusion crumbled, Wang Quan and Huang Di locked eyes across their swords. After a brief gaze, Huang Di smiled contentedly, saying, "Is this your answer? I acknowledge you. May the Xianyuan sword in your hand slay those with malicious intent. Take it and walk the path your heart desires." Though his body continued to disintegrate, Wang Quan still clasped his hands in a bow, deep respect shining in his eyes as he solemnly replied, "I, Wang Quan, shall heed the teachings of my ancestors. Holding the Xianyuan, I will surely slay the foreign gods. I must take my leave now. Allow me to bestow upon you a twist of fate." The voice of Huang Di, filled with compassion for all beings, echoed throughout the cosmos, and the golden figure vanished, replaced by a flawless golden orb. The orb floated before Wang Quan, enveloping him in warm light, halting his disintegration. In the next moment, this pure primordial power merged with Wang Quan, plunging him into slumber. Atop Changbai Mountain, A ripple of soft golden energy spread out, and Wang Quan slowly descended, the Xianyuan sword seemingly sensing its former master's absence, emitting mournful cries. It cradled Wang Quan, keeping him afloat on the water's surface. As the primordial power infused his body, the white energy fissures slowly mended, and his vast mental energy relentlessly pressed against the bottleneck, bringing him ever closer to the Klein realm. Once Wang Quan completely fell into slumber, the system's voice resounded in his ears, detecting a substantial amount of pure faith and primordial power, among which the power of faith will automatically transform into faith beads. As a revered ancestor of Huaxia, the ethereal figure of Huangdi embodies a confluence of myriad beliefs. His choice to embrace royal authority stemmed from a profound resonance with a shared faith. To be venerated by others naturally serves to protect them, and such a person harbors a genuine concern for the populace. Entrusting power to another was indeed Huangdi's desire. Little did anyone know that in this desolate mountain, the royal authority also had its witnesses. Xia Siming gazed intently at the surface of the lake, her bright eyes mirroring the silhouette of the royal figure. A radiant smile gracing her lips. Delicate snowflakes fell softly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, with tender green shoots emerging from the pristine white snow, heralding the growth of all living things. That year, Changbai Mountain experienced an unprecedented marvel, a winter's chill giving way to the warmth of spring. Xia Siming gently brushed her fingers over a red flower peeking through the crevices of stones, her eyes widening in disbelief. When she turned to look back, the mountains were adorned with a riot of blooming flowers, lush green grass swaying in the wind, a breathtaking spectacle. Stars twinkled in her beautiful eyes as she suddenly turned to the royal figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of romance, as if the flowers blooming across the landscape were solely for her. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and as the year drew to a close, the royal figure remained in slumber. A transport aircraft soared across the sky, and the Phoenix Squad, having completed their mission, quickly arrived at Changbai Mountain. Kong Shang occupied the pilot seat, while Xia Siming and the other squad members sat in the rear cabin. Captain, you still won't admit it. You were just eager to see Captain Wang. Admit what? Xia Siming's gaze drifted outside the window, feigning indifference. The captain is just too tsundere, don't ask. Unless Captain Wang kisses her passionately, they might continue this way for a lifetime. Linglin sighed heavily, deeply concerned. If you keep talking nonsense, I will smack you. Xia Siming's face flushed instantly, resembling an agitated kitten. Captain, you should be more ladylike. Exactly, appearing pitiful will surely capture Captain Wang's heart. Or perhaps you should don a cute outfit. The others, accustomed to their captain's tsundere demeanor, chimed in with suggestions. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered their conversation. A wave of energy surged forth, and the transport aircraft malfunctioned. Chapter 83, The Pinnacle of Klein. The clouds on the horizon blazed as the members of the Phoenix Squad screamed. After a deafening explosion, golden feathered flames drifted down like snow, and massive wings slowly retracted. Xia Siming kicked the crumpled transport aircraft cabin in half. Cough, cough, cough. Captain Wang's entrance is quite grand, isn't it? Kong Shang coughed out dust, lamenting. By the way, whose aircraft is this? Chao Sha brushed off the dust from his cloak, looking perplexed. It belongs to that scoundrel. Xia Siming looked up at the mountain peak, displeased. This contraption costs several $100 million. This is an accident. Surely we can claim reimbursement. Kong Shang timidly suggested. Oh, and we can classify it as a work-related injury. Ling Lin's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully proclaimed. Huh. Xia Siming was confused. They had neither a dangerous mission nor was it for personal use. How could they claim reimbursement? Captain, you don't understand. We'll just ask Captain Wang. He has the authority for public expenses. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Siming playfully smacked Ling Lin on the head, admonishing. What are you learning from that unserious fellow? You're picking it up too well. Wah wah wah. Captain, I was wrong. Ling Lin covered her head, feigning tears. At that moment, a clear bird's call resonated from the mountain peak, and the divine beast Zhuke emerged with its fiery tail from the celestial lake. Observing this, the Phoenix Squad hurried toward the summit, where an extraordinary spectacle awaited them. Golden orbs of light floated like dandelions upon the orange-hued lake, as a colossal azure dragon spiraled upward, protecting the divine beast Baihu, which in turn bore the royal figure. Is Captain Wang about to ascend to divinity? How beautiful! Ling Lin exclaimed, poking at the golden dandelion that floated before her. As Xuanwu took its place, the four divine beasts positioned themselves at the four cardinal points, spiraling into the heavens under the guidance of the Xianyuan sword. The distant sunset lost its color at that moment, as if the world had converged upon this scene. The royal figure instinctively grasped the Xianyuan sword, a golden mark engraved upon his brow, and the four divine beasts cried out in unison, shaking the very heavens. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his cerulean gaze stirring with emotions, as the four divine beasts gradually dissipated, finally merging into the Xianyuan sword. In the next instant, the mountains trembled, and a powerful mental force cascaded from the sky. The pinnacle of Klein. At this moment, the royal figure had truly entered the ranks of formidable beings. He gazed into the distance, where the cityscape several hundred kilometers away unfolded before him, and he could clearly discern the activities of each individual upon the streets. The royal figure felt but one sensation: I am formidable. With the Xianyuan sword in hand, the world is mine. He earnestly sensed the Xianyuan sword, which seemed to be injured, its power only at the level of a semi-divine artifact. Injury mattered not. I shall restore you, and I will not tarnish the glory of my ancestors. The Xianyuan sword emitted a crisp hum, joyfully spiraling around the royal figure a few times before swiftly embedding itself into his brow. The royal figure glanced into the distance, discovering the Phoenix squad staring at him in astonishment, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He called out, "Why are you still here?" As he spoke, he gently descended onto the lake's surface, and at that moment, the system's announcement echoed forth. Faith Power Collection complete. Current number of Faith Beads, 10,000. Captain, the team leader couldn't help but worry about you. They've been here for over half a month. We just completed our mission yesterday and rushed over without delay. Indeed, the transport aircraft has crashed. The captain said she would marry you once you awaken. As their absurdities escalated, the royal figure grew increasingly bewildered, while Xia Siming, usually prickly, remained silent. Captain, why aren't you? Xiao Sha turned, only to discover tears glistening in the usually resolute captain's eyes, and he quickly covered his mouth. Xia Siming leaped into the lake, her long legs propelling her toward the royal figure, her golden hair dancing in the sunset. Mother Tyrannosaurus, you, before she could finish. Xia Siming landed a light punch on the royal figure's chest, surprisingly gentle. The royal figure? You scoundrel. If you ever undertake such dangerous endeavors again, do not hide it from me. You rascal. Xia Siming's voice quivered with emotion, and she immediately enveloped him in a bear hug. Even the most resilient of metals would have melted at such a moment. His hands hovered in the air, and after a brief pause, he gently ruffled Xia Siming's hair. Speaking softly, I worried you. I apologize. It's fine. Just remember to tell me next time. Xia Siming buried her face in the royal figure's sturdy chest, her cheeks flushed. Kong Shang, Ling Lin, the others, quick, take a photo. Oh. Click, click, click. They are all watching you. Are you sure you wish to stay in my embrace? The royal figure gently inquired. Who would want that? You scoundrel. Xia Siming turned to the others, her glare sending them scurrying to put away their phones. Let us go. It's New Year's Day. We need to go buy groceries. Xia Siming began to change the subject, for the feelings concealed within her heart remained unspoken, as the uncertainty of life and death loomed ever near. A hug, an apology, a meeting, seemingly trivial, yet profoundly serene and beautiful. These are sufficient. No, stop, halt. Wang Quan's mind buzzed. How had the new year arrived so swiftly? It felt as though only a short while had passed. What is the matter? Xia Siming queried, turning in confusion. What did you say? New Year's Day? Today is January 1st. So you've been waiting all this time? Wang Quan murmured, realization dawning upon him. What are you mumbling about? Acting like a girl. Xia Siming cast a disapproving glance at Wang Quan, her tone sharp. It's nothing. Wang Quan chuckled, his gaze towards Xia Siming growing peculiar. A blend of guilt and emotion swirling within. What do you want to eat? I'll cook. Great. You better be prepared to make 1,000 dishes. Xia Siming teased, her lips curling into a mischievous smile, revealing her little tiger teeth. 10,000 dishes, 1,000,000 dishes, 1,000,000,000 dishes. I'll make them all for you. Wang Quan tilted his head slightly, a radiant smile gracing his face. Xia Siming stared at Wang Quan in astonishment. His words sounded like a romantic confession. Entirely out of character for him. Truly miraculous. Fine, whatever. Captain Wang, I want braised pig trotter. Captain Wang, I want cola chicken wings, red braised pork, spicy chicken. The members of Team Feng Wang slid down the mountainside towards the lake, waving from afar, cheerfully placing their orders. Suddenly, the smile on Wang Quan's face froze. He looked up to the distance, where dense fog rolled like the sea, engulfing the entire sky. In the mist, he sensed an ominous presence. Chapter 84. The bright lantern insect. Noticing Wang Quan had suddenly fallen silent, the members of Team Feng Wang stared at him in bewilderment until Ling Ling asked, Captain, what are you looking at? Are you shy? The captain is truly concerned. Before Ling Ling could finish her sentence, Xia Siming swiftly covered her mouth. rendering the former to emit only muffled sounds. At that moment, Wang Quan turned to the group, smiling as he said, "Something is coming. Within the operational scope of your team." Everyone understood immediately, directing their gazes towards the distant fog. Team Feng Wang specialized in dealing with mysterious intrusions from the mist. Flames sprouted from Xia Siming, and soon, her blazing wings unfurled, a fire phoenix the size of a transport plane hovering above the lake. "Get on. Great. I'm coming." The fire phoenix soared high, swiftly breaking through the mountain peak, level with the clouds. Kong Shang retrieved a satellite phone. A serious expression on his face as he reported to the headquarters. On January 1st, a mysterious intrusion was detected at the northeastern border. Being addressed by teams Feng Wang and Bai Zhou. Just as he finished reporting, Xia Siming's voice rang out. "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." From a distance, a crimson golden line streaked across the sky. Xia Siming halted at the mountain's end. Not far ahead lay the rolling, wave-like, dense white fog, obstructed by a transparent wall resembling glass at the border of Daxia. "Captain Wang, can you see what it is?" Kong Shang set down his binoculars. His brow furrowed in inquiry. A cerulean light pierced through the thick mist. A peculiar swarm of flying insects was rapidly approaching on the snowfield. 1,000 meters from the border. Golden-brown beetles, butterflies adorned with vibrant wings, and silver crescent patterns, all the size of bicycles. The numbers? A swarm, densely packed. Possibly in the hundreds or thousands. Wang Quan spoke calmly, relaying his observations to the members of Team Feng Wang. "Who has seen information on these creatures?" After hearing Wang Quan's description, Kong Shang's mind buzzed. He looked towards his teammates and asked, "Never heard of them. Bugs. A whole bunch. How disgusting." Wang Quan couldn't help but laugh, finding it amusing. "Stay here. Those insects would make excellent pets. They would be beneficial to Daxia." "Huh. No, Captain. You can't." Kong Shang's words were cut short as Wang Quan vanished. He streaked through the sky like a comet, diving straight into the mist. "No, Captain. There are no special prohibitions. We cannot recklessly enter the mist." Kong Shang's face turned pale. The mist was exceedingly dangerous, and humans could not remain inside for long. That guy may be infuriating, yet he would never take unnecessary risks. What is there to worry about? Xia Siming spoke softly, her tone revealing unwavering trust in Wang Quan. In the distance, a faint golden glow emerged from the mist, resembling the radiant sun in the sky. The sword mark on Wang Quan's forehead flickered repeatedly, golden ripples emanating from him and creating a 3-meter radius that meticulously isolated the dense fog capable of drowning a person. "Automatic protection? As expected of you, Haki Xian," Wang Quan quipped, quickening his pace. The colorful wings stirred the mist, producing a sound akin to a steam train's whistle. The swarm seemingly detected Wang Quan, altering their direct approach and converging towards him. 500 meters, 400 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. At last, the swarm drew near. And from Wang Quan's perspective, the vast white fog illuminated with green lanterns, each one a mysterious insect. Oddly enough, the emerald light shielded the insects from the encroaching mist. Shielding the mist, this was an exceedingly rare capability throughout Daxia. If he could tame this swarm, Daxia would no longer be merely subject to the mist, but could send more individuals into it for exploration. Wang Quan scanned with his mental power. The majority of the insects belonged to the Chuanjing realm, but one was from the Haijing realm. This one was quite formidable, regardless of realm, given the sheer numbers. Unfortunately, in Wang Quan's eyes, this swarm was utterly unimpressive. He slightly raised his hand, and the peak mental power of Klein descended upon the mist like a mountain, causing the swarm to halt in place, utterly still. Wang Quan opened his palm, and a black orb of light emerged. A bird the size of a raven taking flight and landing steadily on his shoulder. "Acknowledge me as your master, or perish." Wang Quan gazed at the swarm as the raven cawed several times. This raven, named Heiyu, was one of the mysterious beings Wang Quan had tamed. Possessing only the strength of the Pool realm, however, it had a unique ability to facilitate communication between humans and the mysterious. Ba-ba-ba. The largest insect among the swarm flew forth, emitting a sound reminiscent of a sheep's bleat. "The Mingdang insect shall never be enslaved." Heiyu translated the words of the insect leader. "Is that so?" Wang Quan sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He grasped the Xianyuan's sword in his hand. With a simple motion, a terrifying sword light sliced through the mist above the swarm. In this moment, the thousands of meters of fog was cleaved apart, forming a chasm. It took a full minute for the chasm to be refilled. "I will count to 3. Will you serve or die? If you think you can escape, then run." Heiyu soared upwards, cawing at the swarm. Esteemed human warrior, our clan bears no malice. We merely seek a warm place to reside. Heiyu conveyed the leader insect's words. I am certain you would not wish to harm our kind. The insect leader flew before Wang Quan, voluntarily prostrating itself. It was the first time it encountered a human capable of communication. Even more astonishing was Wang Quan, who had tamed many mysterious beings, but had never encountered a mythical creature capable of meaningful dialogue and expressing goodwill. Well, these insects are quite intelligent. Wang Quan's interest was immediately piqued. There are not many intelligent beings shrouded in mystery. With the tip of his sword pressed against the head of the insect swarm's leader, he inquired, "Why do you believe I will not annihilate your entire race?" The insect leader replied, "Our tribe possesses the gift of fog isolation, which is beneficial to humanity." In the next moment, the emerald green light surrounding it shrank from a 3-meter radius to a close embrace. Then it expelled an irregular crystal the size of a jujube. With a soft thud, the crystal fell to the ground, and wherever it passed, the fog recoiled in fear. This is a Ming Deng stone, a crystallization that only our tribe can produce. Esteemed human warrior, how about we collaborate? You provide us with a small area to survive, and we will offer you Ming Deng stones. Under the translation of Heiyu, Wang Quan fell silent. This group of insects was disturbingly clever, even recognizing their own intentions. Allowing them entry into Xia, would it be a boon or a curse? I have one condition. After a brief contemplation, Wang Quan gazed at the Ming Deng insect leader. Chapter 85. Frightening through Heiyu's translation, the Ming Deng insect leader bowed slightly, like a gentleman, emitting a tremulous sound akin to that of a sheep. Esteemed human warrior, please speak. You are the leader of the swarm. Sign a contract with me, and I will provide your tribe with a habitat, as I have stated from the very beginning. You are intelligent, but I cannot permit an alien race unrestricted access to my homeland. As soon as Wang Quan's words fell, he lifted the pressure of Klein's peak, allowing the wings of the Ming Deng insects, which had been frozen in the fog, to flutter. In that fleeting moment, it was not that they did not want to flee, but rather that they could not escape. The removal of the pressure was Wang Quan's gesture of sincerity, which the cunning Ming Deng insect leader naturally grasped. Of course, the Ming Deng insect leader once again prostrated itself on the ground. In the presence of one capable of annihilating their entire race, it had little choice. Never to be enslaved was no longer applicable. Although their tribe possessed the unique ability to isolate fog, surviving in such a cold and fog-laden environment might soon lead to their extinction. As the leader's low call echoed through the swarm, the remaining Ming Deng insects all prostrated themselves as a sign of respect. Excellent. Your choice is wise. Wang Quan raised his right hand, invoking a mysterious incantation, as crimson gold runes encircled the Ming Deng insect leader. Before long, a crystal-clear emerald green orb hovered in his palm. Wang Quan casually tossed it, and the orb exploded, causing the Ming Deng insect leader to reappear, its compound eyes filled with astonishment. You are useful to me, and thus I shall not restrict your freedom. I see you are unfit for battle, so remain outside. As soon as Wang Quan finished speaking, a greenish halo enveloped him. This was the racial gift of the Ming Deng insects, the Ming Deng technique. He picked up the Ming Deng stone and led the swarm toward the borders of Xia. While the arrangements for their habitat would require consultation with the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. However, once the value of the Ming Deng insects was revealed, he was confident the higher-ups would not refuse. Figures and the swarm advanced toward the towering fog wall, the greenish halo flickering in and out of view. The crimson gold flames extinguished, revealing a group of people standing beneath the enormous fog wall. Why has Wang team taken so long? Ling Ling asked anxiously. He won't encounter any trouble, will he? That guy wields a divine artifact. What could possibly go wrong? Xia Ximeng replied, though her eyes remained fixed on the fog wall. What in the world is that? So many lanterns. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. In the next moment, the dense insect swarm traversed the fog, their luminescence vanishing simultaneously. Attack! Xia Ximeng's expression darkened as her right hand clenched into a fist, flames dancing upon her arm. Yes, the others swiftly drew their blades, their eyes coldly fixed on the swarm. This number was not trivial. The Ming Deng insects sensed the palpable killing intent and grew tense. Stop, 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 it's us. Wang Quan and Heiyu's voices broke the charged atmosphere. The Phoenix team exclaimed, You rogue, have you lost your mind? Xia Ximeng hurried forward and gently tapped Wang Quan's head. They are a group of mysteries. A whole group. But they now listen to me. You must be joking. Xia Ximeng rolled her eyes. Wang Quan turned to face the swarm, adopting the commanding aura of a drill instructor, and shouted, Insects, stand at attention. At the command's utterance, The swarm straightened their bodies, standing rigidly upright. How is this? Before Wang Quan could finish, he took a step back in fright. What on earth are you doing? He observed that, apart from Xia Ming, the members of the Phoenix team stood tall and straight, even more so than the Ming Deng insects. Wang team, that display was so reminiscent of a drill instructor. It triggered my muscle memory. Kong Shang remarked with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, it was almost identical. You frightened me. I thought I was going to be punished with laps again. Wang Quan found it both amusing and exasperating. He had served as a drill instructor for quite some time and wondered how that group of youngsters was faring. Naturally, their obedience to his commands was only part of it. The most crucial aspect was their unique gift. Speaking of which, Wang Quan raised his voice, shrouded in mystery, tantalizing their curiosity. Fog isolation. Is that for real? Kong Shang was the first to express skepticism. You'll find out once you try? Who will volunteer? Me, the vice captain. Of course, it's our Phoenix team's only man. Huh. Kong Shang pointed to himself. Me? Yes, you. Wang Quan seized Kong Shang and hurled him into the fog, simultaneously signaling the Ming Deng insect leader. Ah! Oh no, I'm going to die! Kong Shang exclaimed in terror as he rushed into the fog with his eyes shut. Suddenly, a warm light illuminated his face. He slowly opened his eyes to find the fog held at bay a meter away. I'm fine. I'm fine. How marvelous. What an incredible gift. Kong Shang waved at the distant crowd, beaming with joy. Due to the need for further discussions, Wang Quan arranged for the Ming Deng insects to stay in the deep mountains, planning to return for them after deliberating with the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. In Baishan City, the temporary base of the Phoenix team was empty, with only Wang Quan present, as the others had gone to procure supplies. Wang Quan dialed Yifan's number, first greeting him cheerfully. Father, Happy New Year. Wishing you longevity and happiness every day. There was a full minute of silence on the other end before Yifan replied, his voice laden with confusion. Did you stir up trouble right after awakening? Am I really that troublesome? Wang Quan retorted. Yes. The answer was unequivocal, delivered with unwavering certainty. Under normal circumstances, you should address me as Old Deng. Yifan added. Speak, what is it? There's indeed a slight problem. Wang Quan chuckled innocently. I want to raise a mysterious creature. Don't worry, I can handle it. Didn't you already tame a ground dragon? Yifan seemed unconcerned. Having learned from the ground dragon's experience, this was not particularly surprising. You said it. Wait. Yifan detected something amiss and pressed further. What other mysterious creature did you capture? Ahaha. Wang Quan chuckled sheepishly and, with utmost seriousness, replied, a sea-bound insect-like mysterious creature. That's all, feel free. And 588 of its kin from the Chuan region. On the other end of the phone, the sound of spraying water was followed by the shattering of a cup, culminating in the anxious voice of Zhuqing. Commander, the tea is at 100 degrees. Are you all right? You little rascal, do you intend to scare me to death? Can you please refrain from panting while speaking? Yifan cursed vehemently, still seemingly shaken by the earlier fright. Chapter 86. Happy New Year, Father. Do not be so agitated. Wang Quan chuckled, his tone somewhat sycophantic. It is nothing of great concern. We merely need to arrange a warm habitat for the swarm. Ideally, an island in the South China Sea would suffice. As they are a fish-eating race and previously thrived in the frigid northern tundra, Yifan fell silent, the notion of domestication being too outrageous for a mysterious species. You impudent lad, that is a mystery, an uncontrollable variable. Granting them an island, should they proliferate, could disrupt the ecological balance, not to mention endangering the lives of the populace. The implications were too profound. Their race possessed the unique ability to dispel fog and could produce a crystalline substance known as Ming Deng Shi, which functions identically to their essence. With the swarm, Xiao would possess the means to explore the fog. What do you think? Wang Quan said, adopting a rare serious demeanor. Are you serious? Yifan's tone rose in astonishment. The special badge that protects the Night Watchers during their missions in the fog is crafted from a rare material known as Chunji steel, which is mined from the depths of the ocean and is exceedingly scarce. Previously, only the Lan Yu squad was tasked with exploring the fog, and it was not due to Yifan's reluctance to expand, but rather the rarity of Chunji steel. Should a substitute material be found, it would revolutionize the capabilities of the Night Watchers. I am serious. Wang Quan reiterated emphatically. Yifan remained silent for a full 5 minutes before finally responding. Let us convene in a day or two. This matter is of great significance and must be decided by the higher-ups. Understood. Wang Quan nodded. Just as he was about to end the call, Yifan's voice echoed again. You little rascal, Happy New Year. I have to work overtime. Without waiting for Wang Quan's reply, Yifan quickly hung up. Leaning back on the sofa, Wang Quan couldn't help but smile. An hour later, The members of the Phoenix squad returned, laden with a bounty of ingredients. "Captain, I bought pig trotters," Ling Ling exclaimed cheerfully as she darted into the kitchen, peeking out at Wang Quan. "And 5 flavored pork. Also, chicken and mushrooms. I must admit, the prices in the Northeast are incredibly cheap." Kong Shang displayed 2 well-prepared roosters, his joy evident. "Is anyone interested in frozen pears? Captain, do you need a hand? Relax, I can manage this myself." Wang Quan donned an apron emblazoned with a brown bear pattern and swiftly made his way into the kitchen. Soon, the rhythmic sound of chopping echoed within. "Captain, come help out." "Yes, yes." As the captain, you can't just let the guests do all the work. "Huh." Xia Simeng, momentarily distracted from her comic, looked bewildered. "But I can't cook." "Go on, my dear captain." Xiao Xia had already handed her an apron. "All right, I'll lend a hand." Xia Simeng thought it impolite to have the guests laboring alone. Pushing open the kitchen door, the tantalizing aroma of braised pig trotters wafted into the living room, making one's mouth water. "What are you doing?" Wang Quan asked, glancing at Xia Simeng as he chopped the chicken. "Helping." Xia Simeng shut the kitchen door and approached the sink to wash the vegetables. "How can you be so kind? Mind your own business." Xia Simeng shot him a glare. The kitchen in the base was spacious enough for 2 people. After finishing with the chicken, Wang Quan pointed to a stainless steel bowl beside the sink, instructing, "Soak that in water to remove the blood, and don't forget to add cooking wine, along with ginger and scallions." "Got it." Xia Simeng picked up the bowl, her gaze drifting over the spice rack, momentarily perplexed. "Which one is the cooking wine? The bottle has no label." "The brownish-yellow one." Wang Quan approached her from behind, resting a hand on her shoulder as he began to pour the cooking wine. The 2 were closely positioned, though Wang Quan remained oblivious, his focus solely on the ingredients. Xia Simeng's head lowered, her cheeks flushed, acutely aware of Wang Quan's chest pressed against her back. "This amount is about right. You know scallions and ginger, right?" "Idiot." "You are the idiot. Of course I know." Xia Simeng pouted, displaying her indignation. As they switched places, Wang Quan suddenly flicked Xia Simeng's nose, their intimacy palpable. She stood frozen, a warm flush rising to her head. "How did you get ketchup on your nose?" "Fool," Wang Quan retorted, not missing the chance to tease her. Xia Simeng widened her eyes, shaking her fist in front of Wang Quan as a clumsy yet endearing threat, lacking any real menace. "You're quite adorable like this," Wang Quan remarked instinctively. Upon hearing this, Xia Simeng's irritation evaporated, and she shyly turned away. Unbeknownst to them, the kitchen door had cracked open, revealing several pairs of sparkling eyes. "How sweet." Yes, we saw it." "Shoo, keep it down. They'll hear us." Captain Wang is becoming more charming by the day. He is definitely a family man. Kong Shang's words triggered a synchronized gaze from the others. "Deputy, that's a dangerous statement." "Exactly. You don't mean." "Not at all. I'm merely making an observation." Kong Shang rolled his eyes. Suddenly, the kitchen door swung open, and several people tumbled inside. Wang Quan holding a spatula in one hand and soy sauce in the other, looking exasperated. "Are you all so bored?" He. "Captain, do you need help?" "I just came to check on the pig trotters." The group attempted to play innocent, but they ultimately faced the punishment of a spatula swat from Wang Quan. "Scram, and stop causing trouble here." Wang Quan raised the spatula, preparing to strike again, prompting everyone to scatter as their plan to spy fell apart. After Xia Simeng finished soaking the chicken pieces, she dashed out of the kitchen. Moments later, the living room erupted in cries. "Captain, you 2 are a brutal couple." "Captain, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me." No, my arm is going to break." As the sole male present, Kong Shang always bore the brunt of the punishment. Once the cries subsided, Xia Simeng clapped her hands and turned to head back to the kitchen, while the others sat on the sofa, nursing bruises and exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. 2 hours later, Xia Simeng emerged from the kitchen with a clay pot in hand, glancing at everyone as she declared, "Dinner is ready." At that moment, Wang Quan poked his head out, reminding, "Remember to wash your hands. Someone fetch bowls and chopsticks." "I'll do it." Kong Shang jumped up and slipped into the kitchen, while the remaining girls laughed as they set the table. Gathered around the dining table, Xia Simeng raised her glass, her smile radiant as she toasted, "Happy New Year." "Cheers. Cheers. Happy New Year." The warm laughter mingled with the aroma of the food, painting a picture of happiness and warmth. Chapter 87. A kiss after a delightful meal, filled with diverse flavors and rounds of drinks. Ling Ling excitedly pulled out a deck of cards and proposed, "Let us play a game of Jia Jinhua. Losers must share a truth or dare." Xiao Xia chimed in, and the others exchanged mischievous glances. "Let us play." Wang Quan nodded, as there was nothing pressing at the moment. "Captain, shall we play?" "It's up to you." Come, everyone gather around." As Ling Lin's voice faded, the members of the Phoenix team began to take action. And under what seemed to be a casual arrangement, Wang Quan and Xia Ximing ended up sitting together. The game commenced with Wang team receiving the cards first, followed by the captain. After the cards were dealt, Kong Shang cleared his throat and explained the rules. I trust everyone is familiar with the basic rules of Jiajinhua. We won't be wagering money, as that would be rather mundane. Our starting asset will be a cup of alcohol, which serves as our chips. He then produced a box of beer from behind and distributed paper cups to everyone, signaling the start of the game. Wang team, no cheating with your abilities. Ling Lin emphasized, casting a glance at Wang Quan. Am I that kind of person? Wang Quan rolled his eyes and silently disabled his sixth sense. The first round commenced with Wang Quan choosing to raise the bet by 2 cups. He glanced at his cards, revealing a 2, 3, and 6. I'm out. He decisively discarded his hand, prompting a disdainful look from Xia Ximing, who scoffed, running away right at the start. Are you even a man? After her mockery, she raised her middle finger at him. Fine, I won't run anymore. I'm coming for you. The two locked eyes, sparks flying as tension filled the air. In comparison, Wang Quan burst into laughter while Xia Ximing wore a frustrated expression, her cards showing a 2, 3, and 5. Captain, drink up. You owe 3 cups. Indeed. If we're drinking, I'm not one to shy away. Xia Ximing boldly downed 3 cups in quick succession. So, Captain, will you choose truth or dare? Chao Sha's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, and others shared his sentiment. You guys are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Xia Ximing felt a sense of unease. Not at all. It's all about luck. Exactly. Everyone is in the same boat. There. Wang Quan, you're the winner. The captain is now yours. Hey. Xia Ximing grew increasingly irritated and quickly corrected. Whose is he? Speak carelessly, and I'll smack you. Xiao Xia, give my shoulders a squeeze. Sure, but you won't survive it. Xia Ximing's frustration was palpable. After a full round, Wang Quan decided to escape, as his cards only countered Xia Ximing's. The second round began, resulting in a loss for both Wang Quan and Xia Ximing. The third round saw Xia Ximing losing yet again, followed by Wang Quan's defeat in the fourth. By the 15th round, after reviewing their cards, one smirked while the other frowned. Their hands revealed AAA and 245. I'm out. You lot must have cheated. How infuriating. Xia Ximing stood, stepping onto the beer box, her face flushed as she guzzled down 2 bottles. Where are your cards? Show them to me. As her legs grew weak, she collapsed, fortunately caught by Wang Quan, or else the floor would have borne the brunt. Wang Quan, holding his cards, wore a smug expression, confidently betting an entire box of beer. Wow, going all in? Wang team, are you so sure of yourself? Brothers, I'm done pretending. I'm laying it all out. Who can match my prowess? Wang Quan, having consumed considerable alcohol, was slightly intoxicated without the aid of his mental strength to counteract the effects. The 3 AAA cards were laid on the table, 3 of a kind. Who could rival that? Ugh, I can't believe this luck. Kong Shang discarded his cards and downed a bottle. I'm out. I can't handle this. I'm leaving too. Ling Lin, still holding her unviewed cards, stood up slowly, her face adorned with an enigmatic confidence, pointing at Wang Quan. Wang team, I bet you. Are you brave enough for a big play? If you lose, it's dare time. Wang Quan, clutching a bottle, his cheeks slightly flushed and reeking of alcohol, retorted with bravado. Don't seek your own demise, Xiao Ling Lin. The outcome is uncertain. Show your cards. Ling Lin smiled slightly, effortlessly revealing a 2, 3, the smallest straight, designed to counter the largest 3 of a kind. I won. I actually won. Her laughter soared as she raised her brows at Wang Quan, asking, do you stand by your word? Wang Quan wore a look of despair after a night of losses. He had finally grasped a powerful hand only to be countered. I do, alas. What bad luck. Ling Lin, or rather the entire Phoenix team, awaited this moment, their eyes fixed on Wang Quan as he struggled to swallow hard. What do you want from me? Kiss the person of the opposite sex next to you. To his left was Kong Shang, and to his right was Xia Ximing. The implications were glaring. Xia Ximing had actually awakened, contemplating her options before ultimately choosing to feign sleep. No way, Mother Tyrannosaurus, Xia Ximing, sister. Wang Quan tried several titles, nearly resorting to calling her mom, but alas, he could never rouse someone pretending to be asleep. Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her. The others cheered, reveling in this moment of jealousy. Wang Quan gazed at the sleeping Xia Ximing, his eyes inevitably drawn to her rosy lips, glistening and alluring, causing his heart to race. Would this be too intrusive? Would it be irresponsible? Would it be impolite? She would undoubtedly, certainly, most definitely kill me. As the Phoenix team continued to egg him on, Wang Quan retained some semblance of rationality despite the alcohol's influence. While Xia Ximing's blood surged with fervor, her mind clouded by intoxication. How dare you play if you can't handle it? Xia Ximing suddenly stood, yanking Wang Quan's collar and effortlessly pulling him close. Their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breath, reflections of one another shimmering in their eyes. Their breaths intertwined, creating a warm current that caressed their cheeks, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Afraid? Xia Ximing provocatively uttered, her tone a mix of mockery and anticipation, a provocation in disguise. Are you not scared? Scared of what? Just as Xia Ximing closed her eyes, the meaning was unmistakable. With his heart racing wildly, Wang Quan steeled himself and leaned in. Just as their lips were about to meet, a jarring alarm blared throughout the base, startling everyone. In an instant, all were jolted awake as an announcement rang out. Phoenix, team, please be advised. At 3:20 a.m. today, a mysterious incursion was detected in the direction of Donghai Mist. A special aircraft will arrive in the outskirts of the city in 20 minutes. Please depart immediately. Let us go, Xia Ximing commanded. Yes, what a pity, it was so close. The announcement left everyone with a sense of frustration akin to constipation. It won't be long. Wang Quan suddenly grasped Xia Ximing's wrist and planted a kiss on her cheek. Wow, it happened. Wow, that felt good. Let us go. Let us go, 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 go. Xia Ximing, too shy to look back, dashed out of the base. Stay safe. Wang team, goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 88. A race without conflict. On January 3rd, a heavy snowstorm descended, blanketing the mountain roads in thick snow, trapping a family of 3 who had ventured into the mountains for camping. A pale green tint swayed precariously in the howling wind, while the man embraced his wife and daughter, their lips turning purple from the cold. Mommy, I'm so sleepy. The little girl nestled in her mother's arms was dozing off, her voice dwindling. You can't sleep, sweetheart. You mustn't sleep. The man desperately shook his daughter, fearing sleep could lead to hypothermia, frostbite, dehydration, respiratory infections, and arrhythmias in the frigid 10-degree environment. The temperature outside is a chilling -30 degrees. To sleep is akin to embracing death. Father, I am well. The girl has lost her strength to speak, and the man recalls removing his sweater to wrap around the mother and daughter, including the down jacket he had previously shed. He is now left with only a thin autumn shirt. Alas, fate is unkind. A gust of wind subsequently destroys their tent, leaving the family completely exposed to the biting cold and snow. Gradually, the couple begins to lose consciousness. Just as he is about to succumb, the man notices a faint emerald glow in the distance. With great effort, he raises his hand, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. First, save my wife and daughter. However, before he can finish his plea, he faints, unaware that what approaches is not a rescue team, but rather several peculiar, large insects. Ba ba ba. A low bleating of sheep resonates as 4 small glowbugs communicate. Why are they sleeping in such frigid conditions? Who knows, perhaps humans enjoy it. Yet their breaths are growing fainter. Oh no, could they be on the verge of death? One of the glowbugs, startled, takes flight, while the other 3 approach, their emerald glow providing warmth and preserving the lives of the family. Simultaneously, high above, azure eyes glimmer as they search for the whereabouts of the 4 glowbugs, akin to a probing device. Master, I apologize for not keeping an eye on those 4 young ones. Please punish me. The voice of the glowbug leader, now called Yutsue, is filled with guilt. After signing the contract, the need for the translation by Heiyu is rendered unnecessary, allowing the master to communicate directly with Yutsue. As long as they do not engage in any outrageous behavior, all is well. Ah, the youth possess such curiosity. Before the 20-year-old master, the centuries-old mystery appears youthful. I see it over there. Indeed. Yutsue darts toward the direction indicated by the master, and they soon discover the 4 small glowbugs encircling 3 humans. Particularly those 3 humans collapsed in the snow, which causes Yutsue's heart to skip a beat, already prepared to sacrifice kin for the greater good. Master. These 3 humans are quite peculiar. They enjoy sleeping in the snow. If it weren't for us, they would surely perish. How foolish humans are. Why do they relish sleeping in the snow? Do they not fear the cold? As Yutsue descends onto the snow, the 4 tiny creatures chatter like sparrows. Upon hearing this, Yutsue breathes a sigh of relief. The master gains a new understanding of this species. Just as the glowbug leader stated, their kind does not relish combat. They merely seek to exist peacefully. Well done. This time, even if it means tearing off the roof of the conference room, I shall strive for you. The master pats the glowbug leader, making a promise. Thank you, master. Yutsue bows slightly, respect shining in her multifaceted eyes. Just then, the sound of propellers echoes in the distance. The rescue team has arrived. Someone's coming, we must leave. Indeed, shortly after they depart, the rescuers slide down the ropes. Quickly, quickly, they are still alive. One person exclaims incredulously. A miracle. The heavens have shown mercy. On the way back to the glowbug's hiding place, Yutsue scolds the four little ones sternly. On the mountain peak, one person and one bug silently observe a group of glowbugs concealed within the valley. Indeed, the glowbugs possess some cunning in terms of concealment. I need you to accompany me to the headquarters meeting to demonstrate your worth. The master suddenly declares. By the way, can you change your form to blend in? It would be disadvantageous for us to enter the headquarters as we are. Master, do you mean to take on a human appearance? Exactly. No problem. As soon as Yutsue's words leave her lips, a layer of pale green mist begins to emanate from her body, obscuring the master's view. In the next moment, a long, shapely leg emerges, faint golden crescent patterns flickering. As the mist disperses with the wind and snow, Yutsue stands before the master in human form, her body bare, her long emerald hair billowing in the breeze, exuding a mature and knowledgeable aura, embodying the essence of an exquisite partner. You cannot be bare. Faced with such beauty, the master harbors no inappropriate thoughts, merely expressing his exasperation. Master, what is clothing? Yutsue tilts her head, appearing adorably naive. You need to change back? I will buy you some. Measuring your figure. Wouldn't that make me seem somewhat perverse? The master mumbles, pondering seriously, and then suddenly messages Xia Ximing. On the coast of the East China Sea, in a desolate area, a colossal beast lies headless in a pool of blood, while the blood-soaked Xia Ximing sits atop its remains, having just completed her mission, thwarting the encroaching marine realm's mysteries. That scoundrel has messaged me. A special notification tone rings out, and Xia Ximing's peach-colored eyes brighten, disregarding her bloodied appearance. She pulls out her phone to check. You bastard, I will definitely make you pay. Wang Quan, you rogue. A roar reverberates through the skies, followed by a burst of crimson golden flames cleaving the headless beast in two, the ensuing shockwave creating towering waves. The sudden turn of events startles Kong Shang and the members of the Phoenix team, who are engaged in a handover with the logistics department. Is she all right? A logistics staff member stutters, well aware of the notorious temper of the Phoenix team leader. She is fine, comrade. Kong Shang reassures, patting the shoulder of the staff member. Since Xia Ximing's outburst, the efficiency of the logistics department has surged by 500%, completing hours of work in just one. Wang Quan, I will crush you. You little pervert, idiot, fool. Xia Ximing has been hurling insults at Wang Quan for an hour without repetition. Captain, what's wrong? What did Wang team do? Yes, you've been cursing for an hour. See for yourselves. Xia Ximing tosses her phone to Ling Lin, and the others curiously gather around. Except for Kong Shang, whose face turns beet red. The remaining females burst into laughter. The chat messages read as follows. Wang Quan, Yutsue's naked photo JPG. Wang Quan, which room is yours in the base? I need to borrow a few pieces of women's clothing. Her figure is similar to yours. Urgent for a meeting. Thanks. Xia Ximing, you idiot. Wang Quan, no. It's Yutsue, the leader of the glowbugs. Don't misunderstand. Xia Ximing, go die, you fool. The leftmost room on the second floor. Chapter 89. Uprooting the ceiling at the headquarters of the Night Watchers. On the helipad, an armed helicopter descends slowly. The cabin door swings open, and Wang Quan jumps out, striding toward the waiting hall with an air of indifference. Yutsue, adorned in a light green floral dress, has her emerald hair styled to the side, wearing the half-rimmed glasses procured by Wang Quan, exuding an enchanting charm that would surely captivate Boss Chow. Before long, the pair arrives at the conference room door. Wang Quan pushes the door open, and as he surveys the room, the dark oak long table within serves as a solemn river, silently cutting through the space. On either side of the table, the higher-ups of the Night Watchers sit in silence, each breath heavy with authority. Soon, their gazes pass over Wang Quan, settling heavily on Yutsue. As she is merely a marine creature, ill-equipped for battle, the grandeur of the assembly causes her delicate form to tremble with fear. Captain Wang, how delightful. You bring a beauty to the meeting. Bilixen smiles slightly, jesting. Ha, she is the topic of discussion for this meeting. Wang Quan settled himself at the far end of the conference table. Although his combat prowess was considerable, in terms of rank, he held the lowest position here. More importantly, his youth rendered his experience rather limited. After speaking, he gestured for Yingxue to enter. Yingxue nodded slightly, but as soon as she stepped into the office, an invisible pressure descended upon her. Wang Quan lowered his sunglasses, a cerulean halo enveloping the conference room. His gaze swept through the room as he spoke in a discontented tone. Who dares to speak like that? Are you tired of living? In the entire Xia No one but Wang Quan would dare to utter such coarse language in the highest meeting of the Night Watchers. Yingshui, come to my side. Yes. Yingshui kept her head bowed, yet her heart was warmed. At least she had not chosen the wrong person. Wang Quan, mind your language. Yi Fan, donned in military attire, was the first to reprimand him sternly. This is not a marketplace. Have you forgotten the discipline of the Night Watchers? Yes, my fault, Commander. Wang Quan chuckled, knowing he could not openly defy his father's authority. As the meeting commenced, Yi Fan raised his voice and scanned the attendees with an imposing demeanor, continuing. Shall we accept the Ming Dengchong clan to exist within Dxia's borders? You have all seen the qualifications, and I trust you understand their significance. Of course, feel free to voice any objections. No sooner had Yi Fan finished speaking than a 50-year-old elder slammed his fist on the table, rising to angrily point at Wang Quan. Wang Quan, do not presume that your position as the commander's son grants you the liberty to act as you please. Over the years, how many lives have been lost due to the mysterious threats faced by the Night Watchers? Countless have sacrificed their lives. And you wish to cede a portion of our territory to those monsters? Are you mad, or am I? Controlling the fog is one thing. Our duty is to defend our territory. Indeed, Elder Son speaks wisely. Wang Quan, your reckless behavior will lead you to a military tribunal. Wang Quan, you are authoritarian. Only seeking to place your own people in positions of power. You are unworthy of the title Bai Zhou. Wang Quan's fingers curled, lightly tapping on the conference table. Unfazed by the shouts of these old conservatives, their presence at this meeting was merely due to their family connections. If it came to merit, they could not claim any. In the realm of Night Watchers, the primary sponsor was the government, followed by the Bai Li family, while those condemning Wang Quan were from other families. In Wang Quan's eyes, these individuals were foolishly resistant to change, stagnating in their beliefs. Commander, the Ming Dengchong clan comprises nearly 600 mysterious entities. Can you truly allow them into Dxia? Yes. The mysterious are enemies and must be eradicated. Commander, you are indulging in nepotism. Someone finally revealed their hidden venom. Yi Fan was a man of vision and wisdom, inclined towards reform. Yet, such changes would inevitably threaten certain interests, and naturally, some could not tolerate him. Just as that person finished speaking, a faint golden ripple spread through the small conference room, a terrifying force shattering the ceiling. Debris fell, disintegrating into powder under the silver glow. Wang Quan stood atop the conference table, sword pointed at the one who had spoken so arrogantly. His killing intent palpable. Do not assume I dare not kill you. Wang Quan, you are betraying us. Attempting to assassinate a high-ranking member of the Night Watchers in public? Have you lost your mind? You should be sent to a disciplinary institution. The individual continued to rant, seemingly unafraid. Captain Wang, calm down please. Zhuoqing hastily leapt onto the table, pressing Wang Quan's hand down, urging him to sheath his sword. Captain Wang, let us focus on the matters at hand. Do not act impulsively. Bai Li Xin maintained a smile, patiently advising, yet the one who spoke out was backed by him. Mind your words. The commander does not require favoritism. Wang Quan retorted, producing the Xinghai medal and tossing it before the man, challenging, Old man, do you see this? I earned this badge with my life. I have sworn an oath never to engage in actions harmful to Dxia. Merit would always serve as the most compelling proof. Before the Xinghai medal, the man had no retort. Wang Quan retrieved the medal and shattered the man's chair with a swift stroke of his sword. Wang Quan, you lunatic. After a dramatic fall, the man was left seething with impotent rage. The conference room, illuminated only intermittently, was filled with an eerie silence, punctuated by occasional sparks from the ceiling. Zhuoqing, arrange for a new conference room. Yi Fan finally spoke, holding back his urge to strike the foolish individuals. Yes. Zhuoqing rose and walked towards the door, patting Wang Quan on the shoulder before leaving, quietly advising, control your reckless temper. He then whispered in a tone only Wang Quan could hear, well done. Meanwhile, Yingshui was bewildered, utterly unprepared for her master's ferocity. In the highest meeting, who among them was not a prominent figure among humans? Yet, he showed no regard for anyone. Most significantly, Wang Quan's target was the very person who had first attempted to suppress Yingshui. After relocating to a new conference room, discussions resumed, and this time, no one stood on a moral high ground to berate Wang Quan. Everyone recognized a critical truth. Wang Quan was not merely a talker. He was indeed willing to take action. To control the fog, this ability is indeed unprecedented. What benefits does it entail? Captain Wang, please elaborate. Bai Li Xion's tone was gentle, adding, furthermore, when it comes to exploring the fog, we cannot risk bringing along unfamiliar mysteries. That would hinder us and impose limitations. If I recall correctly, the data indicates that the abilities of the Ming Dengchong have a range. Bailey Xin was markedly different from the foolish critics. He was astute, recognizing that every issue stemmed from reality and warranted serious consideration.